Sheft it that way, and Mamela, you end up with a course. Okay? That's what the Mala Lamata means. It doesn't mean he sheft it up here, the trachea, and all the way down here, the esophagus. It means that there was one nice cut. So since you have one nice cut, you can peek inside and see that's nicely cut. That's it. It's a rash. Yeah. Up down, or it could be also down up. Yes. All right. Thanks for the permission. The Gemara says that there was once a bull who shefted the guy. You all know it happened to my wife, it happened to your wife also probably. Go to the hospital, you birth or whatever, and they try to find, hey, what happened to you, right? Shaking your head. You get that nurse that just started yesterday, and she starts going like this, she sticks it in the IV. No, good. Does it out. Another time. It looks like you've been doing drugs for 6 months. Yeah, you know, starting to say some assignments. Yeah, but sorry, for the times. No, not good. Okay, let me do it again. Poor animals. Yeah. Again, okay, I didn't get a chance to ask my good friend Shmuel Wasserman from Chicago, but he told me back in the day when he was running salads that in the animal, every animal has 1 pound of this kind of meat. I don't know what it was. And a certain restaurant in Manhattan, they sell this thing, but they train the speakers. Then they decide who's going to control this speaker, and you got to go. What that 1 pound is in charge of winners was, and the best meat, blah, blah, blah. You sugar, you sugar. You want to go the best meat, the 1 pound. Although they, and then Benny said that the skill set is only like a couple of pounds per animal. Okay? Not the best of the best, but whatever. By this that you just put from this animal, again, this animal has cuts down his trachea, 1, 2, 3, and he bought it. He's an Amori that bought it. He says, oh, the fact that you bought it, and only did it about 20 or 30, just now you taught us a lesson. Which the same as the Saskino, which they've been other. That's exactly what the Mishnah is talking about. What it says, the 2 people shifted an animal maybe 2 nights. We had all discussions. 2 people 1 night, or 2 people 2 nights. And there you see 2 people 2 nights. Why? Because each one made a cut, and it's okay. You're allowed to eat such an animal that has a bunch of cuts. Alright, you're around Bethlehem, this is Sakin, if you buried, Bethlehem is buried the night. Let me remind you, the Kalaga. Where's Kalaga here? This Kalaga, right? The original that we had in the first Daf of Kulim and used it a few times. Burying the knife inside the Quincy model is a no-no. So here's the case. He stuck the knife in between the tongue of the Veshettes, went downward. At this point, he did a big boo-boo. Why? It's called Kalaga. It's hidden. Now he pulls the knife out. It's not Kalaga. It's too late. It's Kalaga. On the east coast of Spain. And then that he did the top one. I don't care that he did it well. Why? Because the bottom one he did terrible. He did a Kalaga. So, that was a second in the city. He put the knife in between the 2 sea model, and he went downward and stuck it to it. That's all. Share. But if he hit it inside the skin, something like this, he didn't touch the skin. See, he didn't go make an incision in the skin. He stuck it in, and then he went down. So now the skin is hiding the knife. Pressure. He's not known as his pressure. Michael Mashiach, what was the pretty sure about this, however? But we already learned. As you hit this, it's not going to actually step on. He stuck the knife in, and he cut the second semen. So he said, no, I'm going to very well. If you want to say it, but regardless how you look at it, you can't eat this animal. He's going to say, look, you already know it's tough. It's tough. So we're going to see what I mean. I mean, the boy said, take a look. Not the Mala. Let's see if you fix it for me. So if you go in the direction of the arrow, if you start in the streak on the bottom and go upward, it's not a natural way of doing streak. Streak is first is the white pipe, the wind pipe, and then you go down to the feeding tube, whatever you want to call it, food tube. But we already started from the bottom, from the esophagus from the vessel, and he went upwards like the arrow. I would think that's the problem. Only in that case is the problem. The reverse case is okay, I would think. Usually, not every now and then about the bottom. They'll probably do their shit. They do it the normal way. Usually, you go for the top. You hit the trachea first, then you hit the esophagus. The mouth, the body to the street up. If you did, how long? Then we do the right direction. Maybe it's a free I mean, maybe it's okay. Come on. Next, so the top is on chair. You stick the knife into the skin, and then you go downward. Like, there's a picture. This, no, not this one. This one. It's underneath the skin. So Murphy's an opposing sheet though, or not opposing, but another one, Bay Rab Albert. Happens all idiot there. How much? This is a team, no. You pass it in there. The Bay Rab, the Henry Dr. already there. I don't know what that left is. That's not this marriage. Where they cover it with a man-made fabric. Maybe that's not considered a piece. Maybe it's okay. If you say that if you hide it, it's no good, so maybe man-made towel is okay. Now, what about another question? Try to assume that what if this sheep has a ton of wool around and you hit it in the wool? Now, that's a problem. It's not a problem. Take it. So Rashi over here says, and I'll show you the Rashi. The whole take with the Isura says Rashi, look. Anytime you have a taking, when it comes to Shkita and the Isser, you have to be marked. So since we don't know what that left is, so if I hide my knife underneath a towel, the chest, take it. So I have to be marked. I can't even do that anymore. Very Papa, definitely community money. This is fascinating. A guy does a Shkita, you hear this? He does a regular Shkita. And he's quite royal to see model. It should be perfect. But he continues, and he takes the knife and buries it under the skin, and it comes from the other way, and he doesn't fall over. He buries the knife. So what's the problem? He did a great shkita. And the answer is he didn't fall over. What's the problem? So Rashi over here, again, you have to see this. Rashi is definitely using that. Something really hard for you. I mean, you can stop here, bro. See money. It's the fire is great. You did it right. No, it's really not too much other species. Long shkita. And like we said before, some saying is the militia. Ain't no shkita ever say. You have to get this count, the last part. Here's the palava. And the nice in the shkita, there's a little bit of palava. You hear this? Well, the mere count of two in the okay. The same question, why not? You did a rose, and then the last second you did a greaser. It's a one speaker, but you did a greaser. I don't see a difference. Says the Mishnah. Take this. I said this in Russian Gaffer, we had this case. Remind the Olam, this guy shepherded a bunch of animals in one shot. She does a cherry. 16 to be exact. None of them fall. The heads fall perfectly. Great. Now, let me ask you something. Is there a problem with cutting off the entire head? Not really. You're in the neck. Yeah, that's all about. Yeah. So, everyone explains good about this Mishnah. That's referring to just regular animals at home and with stock things, but not really something good. Because you're not allowed to set the floor. Remember, we have to sit here today. Should be holding up tonight. We said it means 2 nights to play with. Even 2 nights. That was exactly what I even if one comes back, the back doesn't share up. It is a sorrow. She knocked off this fire head with a sakas. So this is a problem. No, but the problem over here is Risa. That's the problem. But if you do it nicely, fast forward, cut up the hole, it's okay. This is a regular size. You shot the knock up the hole at one shot. Here's the side, the white salvers. This is the place of things they gotta learn it. But in addition to the width of the neck, you have another width of the neck, then it's fine. And then they go, and shows you this clear up the best axis. You're shepherding two animals at the same time. So how long does your night have to be? To look at two animals plus one more neck. Are you going to stay right about that? Here's the second one. Look, Sandbar, in addition to what you had before, one more neck. In other words, that's three necks more. The next one more in the bunch of that's only because he didn't go back and forth. In her baby, if you went back and forth, I'm pretty close to it. Then your knife could be even a small little razor. I think it is a cherry rock. I'm not going to say not less than a razor. It could be a bigger razor blade. And go like this. You back and forth the whole piece. Go like this. Okay, it's just a little side of the but that's all you have. You're in the desert. You go like this. Says Gemara scalpel. Reminding you, how do you know that she said that we mentioned in the Mishnah and he should go back and forth? First one that will correct face, shuffle the shoulder, draw an arrow and shoot it. So, just like an arrow that you draw back, so too shoot is a draw back forward motion. It's not a downward motion. Real quickly, famous living in Maggid. Just reminds me of myself a little bit, so I like it. Like somebody says, Rabbi, how do you know it's like a great muscle for everything? I'll give you a muscle. The guy, he had a perfect shot. He had to do this, a mountain club to Yossi Fitz, one of his sons, who's Marvel, and he scored the highest scoring shooting out of 180 millimeters. Never once. I saw the thing anyway. I love a black guy because he was based on the rest of the because nobody came home with the early to get home with fast. So this kid came from places. It's okay. So anyway, says to be my guy shot arrows, and it was like somebody asked him, how you on the wheel? For 50 yards out, you hit the center of the bullseye. He says, no, it's not how it works. I shoot the arrows, then I paint the bullseye afterwards. So he says, come up with a great muscle. But I find an intro for it. Not to have a picture than a muscle. Read through it. Sometimes I have a good story, and there's no facts there. Yeah, okay. So the Gemara, kind of really small, V'shaka. Hey, V'shaka doesn't know shaka. The word V'shaka means to pull, to go back and forth. Then the word means shaka, like drawn out gold. You make like a string out of it. Then it's like a certain zero. Then the correct is the original concept. That's like arrow, shaka, that arrow you have to draw to shoot. My God, I need to different. If the name is of shaka, you look at it quickly. It means that it's more than like a string, and I looked it up. You take a gram of gold and make a string out of it that's hundreds and hundreds of feet long. If you do it very, very thin, you don't have to stop because gold doesn't break when you bend it. So, okay, fine. That's Tashma. So if you think that, if you say that this gold just needs this string, that's why I say shove it, so okay, for that I have another part that says that cheat is like a fish, like an arrow, pull it back, back and forth. So now we have a great console and a great video. So we have a wonderful hearing of Yona by Kaplifa. I love the name. I wonder if it has to do with the story. But Rava checked the arrows for Yona by Kaplifa. His name was Yona. He was shoving the arrows back in the car. He was unbelievable. All these guys that do the play fish and stuff, they're jokes. As a bird is flying by him, a pigeon, Arisha Howard, he can take an arrow and chuck it in the air. Hit it right in the neck. I said, Gemara, wait a minute, Gemara. Maybe the arrow goes like into the neck from behind the Simon and cuts the Simon. No, because even you carry the Mishani. We see the way the feathers fly that it cuts the front of the neck. Says, Gemara, but wait, you have to cover the blood, birds and eyes have to cover the blood. How did you say that? Look at that, okay, after you caught it, you pour a little bit of sand on it. No, that's not good enough. I didn't say that around. I said until she been over the market, before, you have to put dirt on the bottom. Then you check with dirt, and then you pour more dirt. It's not enough to put dirt on the top. She never sold the apple. Also, like that, man. Well, the lamb goes every time she can open the mother over the mouth. So tomorrow, no problem. Malay has every shiny. Why is he throwing stones in Shabbos? No, as reacted to all the stores in Yerushalayim beforehand, like you were buying the mitzvah of throwing stones in Spalta. So they also, he was Muslim. He said, this whole field, all this dirt over here on the field, I'm making it special for the Kisiyat. And then one minute they put it to Mary, and we have a great video. So I went over here. And now we're over the Kula Pasco. Okay. Here goes the video.
What's up, guys? Welcome back to the Menachem Dami Joseph channel. Today, we are attempting the arrow slaughter challenge straight out of the Jemoirah. So, what do we have here? A kit with 3 arrows. Interesting. Let's check it out. All right, arrow number 1 is designed to scatter sand for the easily adorned mason. Looks like a charm. Now, for arrow number 2, it's perfectly sharp, 0 flaws, and 100% kosher for shachitas. Boom! Looks like a hit. Yes, I love it. And now we're sending the camera arrow to get a close-up of the hit and make sure the socket doesn't get stuck mid-neck because it's paradox. Wait, what is that? What am I even looking at right now? Where's the pigeon? Are you crazy? What do you think you're doing? Shooting arrows in the middle of a hiking trail? Throwing sand around, knives? I'm calling the police. Get out of here. All right, guys, it's an absolute mess over here. I gotta fly. Peace.
Okay. Rabbi Shai has a wonderful way of describing farming.
Trigonometry also informed modeling mathematics. While he is often caricatured as an individual ran naked from above, shouting Eureka, built a complex mirror tower to fend off the Romans, Archimedes' intellectual head was far greater than is sometimes imagined. What do you think of Archimedes? Was he the most influential mathematician of the ancient world? Was his work overly theoretic? Did it have much of an impact on applied mathematics? In the comment section. Thank you very much for watching.
Good morning, Rabbi Isai. Maybe this man's was one of how you see. Love of a song, it goes a lot better. David's back. David Belishnido. Here you see Shimi Shuax from Antwerp, who's a fantastic musician. Had a small break during a wedding, and look what he's doing, not to miss the daf. It's amazing. It's tremendous Kiddush Hashem. He was at the wedding of Rav Chadul Shlita. His daughter got married last night. Rav was the Rav Shemi Adas Antwerp. Spoke at the Simon Zvachim, even though he's not invited to speak in front of the Simon in office. He made a point to come and visit for a few minutes to show covenant to learn the Torah and to show how he's master Torah. Sheni Yoshvi Antwerp with his leaders like that. Without Yeshir, we would not see that. So it's supposed to best regard Yitzi Eisenthal. Shkod Yitzi. Mordechai Linhard, I like this a lot. I just joined everyone for a little. Must say that I truly enjoy very much. Though I learn every day, I never really had a regular schedule for learning shots. Being Mashgiach, passions, a busy schedule, traveling all over the earth, finding additional time to learn Aviyam is a challenge. Check this out. A person puts up a Shalom Aleichem. What's your name? Shalom Aleichem. From? Say. Person puts up a sign in China, and he gets this guy to learn Torah. The other week I was in China. and I saw an MDY poster in the Sephardi Shul of Shanghai. I said to myself, why not try it? So when I found out that Chulun was about to start, I took it by myself. As the famous says, go, just do it. I haven't missed a daf since, and when traveling, I make sure to download the shir in advance so I can watch or listen to it on the way or during the flight. Of course, I do also join the live shir by Zoom whenever possible. Thank you for making the shir so interesting and getting people excited about learning the daf every day. May Hashem bless you. That you cut out with help. Continue teaching the daf yomi for many years to come. Ad Me'av Esrim. Mordechai Moshe Linhar attached a picture my colleagues took of me watching his shir during one of my many flights. Here he is. Shanghai. Okay, I'll try to remember. This one, he's on Zoom right now. He's on Zoom right now. Rabbi site. Take a look. I don't know. Could you put him on Zoom? Let's see. Gary could work the magic. This one was hard to read. Huh? You can't? Oh, his video's not on. We see his name. Oh, no. So put him on. Shalom Aleichem. MS, you saw it in China? It's like, it sounds like Givaldic. Wow. Okay, thank you for joining us. I enjoy this year very much, and I've been learning since Satan Ezekiel, and I also feel like I can't, this guy he can't sit idle and not point this out. Eitan G was promised a helicopter ride if he does Stein Mikra Vechatayim and St. Bereshis over a year and a half ago. Now, what's so difficult, he says, I feel bad for this person. It's very difficult for me when so much time out of your stream are taken up with trips and talking about them. Safari, Morocco, the Alps. All this time and money spent on personal enjoyment. When there's an unfulfilled promise, Manish hurts in this guy, never. Manish feels. I don't know, I think he hijacked the name because if he's the consortium, sincerely consortium. This is one of the people I was speaking about yesterday. It's hard to do it. Dear Belly, many say, why should I be the one to worry about putting status videos on my phone and let the other guy do it? But after putting status on my phone since the garden, 57, it paid off. Rui Solomon, the owner of J2 Pizza in Lakewood, tells me, dude, the status is watching the share. He sends you warm regards. So guys, let's get the status going. Comment, Arnon Aronov, Ritzarden, 57. Official edition of the Shasha, Sefton, Zeviyal Shulov. Daf Hofpez by Aaron Korda in honor of Shoshana Bat Sadi Aleh Shalom. The Mesechta, the entire Mesechta. David Solomon, we have to make a distinction between the official Shas and the Mesechta. I don't know how to do it exactly. Maybe somebody could come up. One is the David Solomon, in dedicated memory of every memory of Shmuel Baruch of Chaim Tzvi Deutsch Kernel Bracha. The Masech is sponsored by the Palchik Family Foundation of Gratitude to the Consortium Voss. In gratitude to the Consortium and the Alliance and all they do to support MDY. Anonymous and Sachabruch is Regashes and thank you to Chief Benny. Anonymous with complete reforced name right now. Kisyomi, Kalea Bas Esther. Yemen Daniel Rosenfeld, Rios Visinfa. Amen. Monthly sponsors Ari Simon, first name of Murray Baruch Miriam. Yemen Daniel Rosenfeld, Kalas B'Shefa. Now we know the I don't know what it is.
Before it changed in the United States. The 1830s have been dominated by the presidency of
it sounds like you know something we don't know. Anonymous before Shleimer for Rabbi Yerucham ben Yehudis and Avram Yishaya ben Slavic Boira Amen. For Shleimer, the Spanish year sponsors wishing their new wife continued family, continued Tatzlacha, and Siyaki D'Shmaya. Anonymous, we had a pretty good meeting yesterday, doing the same thing that the Spanish people are doing in French. So you see how that works. There's more French speakers than Spanish speakers in the world. That's what they say. Anonymous, Robert Early, Preston Harris, Ruby Fruit, make money from the shear and give back to the shear. I didn't see the email yet. I know what you're talking about. HYK Ventures is for success of all our clients. The Young Danielle Rosenfeld, we're all covered right also. That's the co sponsor of the month. MDY Kids sponsor monthly. Innovations says school start keep it simple but very good. If you read this, you have a child. MDY on month. We're staying on Tanaka membership of Bracha. We're staying on Mordechai Ben Esther. Which was Ayala, Daniel, Zeb, and Ayel Bester. 8 minutes into the shear, can't believe it. Anybody want to speak about anything for 4 minutes? My boy side, we have a very exciting doc. The real consortium, says Mark Ashkenazi, real consortium capitalizes the C, always. Okay, so now we know. That guy hijacked the name. I want to check this out. Today, we're going to be learning about Mechza al Mechza. A lot of different series today. Mechza al Mechza is if something is exactly 50%, you can count it as a roiv or not. Exactly 50%. And then the Gemara takes that back and says the only by carbon case we have something similar to that. Also, the Mishnah we mentioned the concept of roiv. But Shkita has to be the majority of one of the Simanim, 51%, but it says it twice. Why does it say it twice? And the Gemara goes on a very lengthy discussion. We know why it says it twice. One is cooling, one is clutching. But that the first one is cooling, the second one is clutching. A whole long discussion. And finally, we have a very interesting sugya about when you do Shkita, we consider the entire process part of the Shkita. Every cut of the knife, or it's the final cut. Shkita Matila Vatsai. So give you the heads up. So we're going to start this sugya, and the Gemara regrets it right away. I mean, it takes a couple of minutes, and the Gemara is going to take it back, because you're going to be shocked when you hear it. Chati echad ba'oif, like Palak in the bottom. Itmar, Rav Omar, Mechza Kuroi. Shak, Abam. If you shep 50% of the pana or 50% of the veshet by a bird, that's enough. 50% is like we'll count it, we'll consider it the majority. Good. A bunch of questions in there. This makes more sense to us. No, the Torah says 50%. Right, it's right. What do you need 50%? You need 51%. Rabbi Omar, so Rabbi will explain. Rabbi Omar, Mexico Roy, this is what I said. What we told Moshe Rabbeinu on Sinai. But the Shai Ruba, he didn't tell him how much you should check. He told him how much you shouldn't leave. You now leave 51% unshefted, meaning you check 50%, that's okay. Rabbi Omar, no. Mexico Roy, how can I rather have one of the Moshe? He's what we told Moshe Rabbeinu, Shai Ruba. You should check 51%. Just to break it up a little bit, we just started. There's a nice Shahaya where a shaykhid, he felt like he wasn't, there was too much resting on his shoulders, like his all these shayrim and he's kosher, not kosher. So he decided to become a regular favor. So someone said, well, what are you doing? He says, listen, it's better if you shut down and you shut Simen, Chatzi, Kitino, Berger, Gima, Tanan. Chatzi, Echad, Echad, Bethetzi, Behemish, because that's a pseudo. So here's the obvious question from the Mishnah yesterday. It says, Mefurish, that a half a simen by a bird is possible. 1.5 simanim by a behemah, possible. Why? You need a roiv of each siman. You need a roiv of the kana. It says, Mefurish, the Mishnah Chatzi. According to Rav, it says 50%. It's like 51%. Yeah, Miss Mechza, Mr. Kiroi, that might possible. Why is it possible? Why does the Mishnah say it's possible? How are they right? 50% is counted as 51%. That's exactly what Rav says. Mechza Kiroi. 50 is like 51%. Says the Gemara, no, Rav, we could answer this. It's not you. We're trying to put him in a corner and force him into a checkmate. No, it's not a checkmate. I can get my way out of this. I could say midrabanan. But the Mishnah means that 50% is also to shep like that midrabanan. All being have communicated to the rabbanan, the raisa. So the raisa mamish should takes away all the trauma of the nevela, and the rabbanan come and say it's not. Don't need it, but it's not public. But if it's literally not a good shkita, like we would hold. Well, it's only 50% shkita, then it doesn't really become at all. Why do Rabban say don't do it? Because how could you be so exact? Because he said maybe you only get maybe you did 49%. So he said stay away from 50, do 51%. Okay, another try at knocking this. Omar Katina Toshma. Halakha Lishnayim Beim Shavim. So this is a halacha by two sides. Let's say you have a piece of earthenware, you have an oven. How do you take away the tumah from an oven? The only way to do is break it. And the only type of break is if the break is less than half. Because if you have a large piece that's 50% or more, then it's considered an oven. You can maybe bake something in that oven. What happens if a guy breaks it and it's two pieces? 50-50. Exactly 50%. So Gemara says it's impossible. That's exactly what the Gemara says. And what if it is possible? What if it is, you're a lawyer, what if it is possible? What if I have a CNC machine that cuts exactly? Oh, maybe Yosef Aaron today. I was looking for the word. Oh, there's a word, a variant maybe? I forgot what the word is when they cut parts for missiles and for spaceships. Tolerance. Tolerance. Yeah, that's the word I was looking for. Tolerance. Like the hundreds of thousands of an inch, a millionth of an inch. Tolerance. Parts per million. That's intolerance? Tolerance is parts per million? Okay. But the word I was looking for is tolerance. Correct. Thank you. What if you broke a tiferes, an earthenware piece, and it's exactly 50-50? Did you remove the tumor or not? It happens to be that in this room, I guarantee you there's nobody here that can break a matching the little seder like I do. I'm 50-50 every year. Ask my kids. I just wish you guys sit there. What should I do if it always happens? What should I do? I don't even try and it happens. I'm that good. Hand, one machine. Who eats machine knots at the Lila Seder? I'm talking about hand knots around. Some Satmer. It's as is like this. You go, and you they're like this. But I have to say this. Which one? It's the right and left. There's somebody once said that if you have to measure which one is larger, then it's not larger. If you're coming on and it's not, then it's not large. Okay. So Halakha Lishnayim. Same thing. I don't want to hear your emails that you're better than me in it. You're not better. I was just kidding. Just see a talker. They right away said it was a bad deal. Lefi she'iyeh shel tzamtzem. Oh, Halakha Lishnayim shov shem pnei. Lefi she'iyeh shel tzamtzem. It's impossible. I thought the Gemara says the Shita. It's impossible to do something 50-50. It's always going to be 49.99999. And the other one is going to be 50. It doesn't. You're never going to get it exact. And that's why we can't consider either one of them less than a half. Oh, excellent, Samson. So let's say you have a tolerance machine of 10 million per what? PPM. Excellent, Samson. It's mashma tahir. It would be tahir. Am I tahir? But according to Rav, 50% on the dot equals 50% on the dot of the Rav equals 51%. So am I tahir? Each piece, when you look at each piece, okay, it's exactly 50%. Exactly 50%. It's 51%. And therefore, they shouldn't be tahir. So Rav Papa says a beautiful story here. It's impossible to view each half as 51%, because that's a contradiction. You can't have two halves that are 51%, because that equals 102%, and that's impossible. When you have two contradictory things in front of you, you can't say, oh, they both equal 51%. So when it comes to one kli, you can't say that. Where could you say it? In Shechita. In Shechita, where the Torah says shech the half, I don't care about the other half. The other half is not, if I'm going to view both halves of this type, half is cut and half is not, then you have a problem. This is 51%, And this hat is 51%. You have 102% of a pipe. But the Torah doesn't say, look at this left pipe. The hat that I'm not checking. The Torah says, only look at the hat that I'm checking to the Rashi. I focus on one hat. And that one hat is 50%. And Allah is considered 51% according to Rav. Talking about, again, Rav, the Gemara wants to say, the Rav holds that when it comes to Shmita, if a person shepherds 50%, it's good enough. It's as if he did 51%. The lesson literally, it's as if he has a robe. So let's do this about that. Because I think it's very important that the Olim remembers this halacha. I saw yesterday that I was struggling with both shiurim. Even though I was promised by my Chavrusa that everybody's going to know it because he made a whole big deal out of it. The what? If a person checks the breathing pipe, the trachea, he checks 49% of it, goes home, takes a 6-hour nap, he's over on all sorts of terrible time, but that's not the point. And he wakes up from his nap, and he continues shefting, and he goes through the trachea completely, and he goes into the veshet also. Is it a good shkita or not good shkita? Is it a kosher or a trait? What if he did 50%? He did 50%, and he went to sleep. So the question is, on 50%, according to Rav, what you're telling me, according to Rav, 50% he goes 51%. So if he checks 50%, he just made a treifa. He just did 51%, and he went to sleep. What is that called? Shehiyah. After he started the real shkita, because he did 51%. If he did less than 51%, so he made a hole in the animal's trachea. It's not the end of the world. The animal can live. It's not a trachea. But if he did 51%, and then he went to sleep, it's called shehiyah. And that should be trade. Yet we say, Shafat Fatzi Gargeres, the last word on the base. If he shafted 50% of the breathing pipe of the trachea, the Shabbat today Shkita, Perez, the Gemara. And he waited around for 2 minutes, or he took a 6-hour nap, whichever one. But he paused, Shkita soy, and then later on, he finished it off, Shkita Zikshera. The Shkita is kosher. Beyond is Matamach Tzikuroi. But if you tell me 50% is considered 51%, he carved it up. As soon as he did that, he made a trade. Now, Rabbi Isai, I just want to show you what she is for a second. We had a terrible incident here in the Shir, and this is what we're showing now. Some individual, the British individual, the rabbin screamed out, fight, screamed out the word Viper. I don't want to remind everyone of this terrible incident. And I had to make him a call. So over here we have a British bird doing something terrible. Okay, we're gonna be Messiah. Listen, we're gonna do tshuva for this person, for this individual. But what does shehiyah mean? Shehiyah means don't wait, and if you wait, you have to say Viper. Okay, here we go. This is how you say Viper. This is how you say Viper. So that's shehiyah. I don't even know if you could say it like that. Like, the end. Like, what do you do over there? Wow, yes, I mean, it's many years of practice. Okay. Misabes bebehema. You think we're talking about an animal here? Loi, be'oi. Mimonachah. The more to get my sisters are here in Israel. A Haredi guy decided to pretend that he's not Haredi, and he got on a radio station, and he's gonna give it to one of the politicians. So he gets on to, what's your name? Yeah, Tomer. Where would he live? In Kibbutz, somewhere, whatever. Nagda, I don't know. Yeah. You know what do you have to say? Just a big guy. Mimanov shot. Okay. Lewis cover in the first second he started speaking. Mimanov shot. You tell Israeli, I don't think they know what that word means. Do they? Not mine. Mimanov shot. So he says very simple. A bird, all you have to share is one simon. He met on that Roy. If you only shep the 50%, you decide what you want to call it. If you think 50% is enough, like Rav, like the Havamina and Rav, call it a Ruba. Great, so you can take a nap now. Why can't he take a nap? He already shefted this bird. It's already shefted. If he left on that Roy, and if 50% is only 50%, it's not 51%, well, you have to like, no, we didn't do anything. We're not talking about a behemoth, we're talking about a bird, which only needs one citizen. Okay, so again, Tashma, one more try to knock this Rav out. Now what? Rav says, I mean a Rav. It's a positive thing. The Mexo.
What up, Momo? How you living, Pam?
What up, Momo? How you living,
Long
Pam?
time no speak.
Long time no speak.
Son.
It's good, son.
He started doing shkita. You notice that his trachea is already severed by 50%.
Is there a reason why your microphone
Is there a reason why your
You
microphone?
took a knife and you checked it 1%. Well, Gemara, now you have a trachea that checked at 51%. That's a chair, that's good shkita. But according to your Havamina Rav, that 50% is considered 51%. Treva Havia, you started off with an animal that has a cut trachea 51%. Omarava.
Yeah,
Shani,
wait,
Lahinya, Treva, the Vita, Rav, no, maybe I could say.
Yeah, baby, that's why I'm here.
I need to be able to see with my own eyes. Shchita is one thing. 50% is considered 51%. But when I look at a treifa, I need to see with my own eyes. I don't have to use a magnifying glass to see whether or not I did a right, if there's a right treifa. I need to be able to see it with my eyes. I'm like, you're saying doesn't make sense. Like, I have a simple point of view. We might say for the Mashroom Tarfa, we have situations like this. Remember, everybody,
Did you send
when it
it yet?
comes to the esophagus, the veshet, the eating pipe, over there, you don't need to roive anything. One tiny hole makes it tray.
Right, did you
So
send him
when
a
it comes to
follow-up?
tray
Just say,
that
hey,
small pinhole can also make it
Just
tray.
saying, hey,
no, he
When it
received
comes
my
to the
message 2 weeks ago, but I'm going to message
that you
being
need,
able to
all
stream
right, able to eat a ruba, being a red on nearly 9. All of a sudden, when you need 51%, all of a sudden you need to be able to see it. So you may know, I'm going to tell you, shkita that had to eat a ruba like with Tashra, but shkita that to begin with, a pinhole never works. So you always need a
Did you ask
ride.
them, hey, were you able to verify anything? Hey, were you able to
So
verify
certainly by
anything?
shkita,
Was there anything further that I need to do?
Is there anything further that I need to do? In a place where a treifa could be even ben mashu, yet when a certain treifa you need a roy, you need to be able to see the roy. So something that always needs a roy, like shkita always needs 51%, so certainly you should have to see with your own eyes. So now the Gemara says you're right. This whole sugya, let's toss away. That's fun, not toss away. This havamina.
I have to go.
Never
I have to go.
There's no such thing that 50% is considered 51%. Nobody holds that. There's one place in the Torah that 50% is like a roiv. It's not a roiv. We'll consider it like a roiv. What's that place? It's this week's parasha. Areisha Yisrael Meftzit Tahirim Meftzit Tmeim. How does place have become half tar, half common? So the Gemara always says the Nasi died and people went to Levaya. Today we can understand it. Let's say Rabbi Vad Yosef is Nifter, so all the Sfardim go to the Levaya. Half of Klal Yisrael go to Levaya, so they're all taught and half stay at home. I haven't
So I got rid of that.
And we say, I don't know exactly how it happens 50-50. But it's exactly 50-50. Now what's the halacha? And it's an interesting halacha because it wasn't given right away to Moshe Rabbeinu. It's after Klal Yisrael complained. He said, what should we do if we're Tamei? So his Baruch says, these words issues. So the Chodesh Hasheni, not in Nisan, not Yudalad.
What's your question for me?
When everybody brings the Korban Pesach, but in Yudalad Iyar, a month later, Shrina, you get your own. Or something.
Because I'm sick as fuck. What do you want me to do about it, man?
I'll give you something called Pesach Sheni. Now the famous
like,
halacha,
what do you
which was
No,
said about Karban Pesach. What does that mean?
Dog,
That if
you know
you
that
51%
the phrase sick means like amazing, off the chain, coolest person ever, right? Don't you understand that?
They can go to the Beis Hamikdash when they
that
come.
kind of stuff. Okay, I got it.
So, what happens if it's 50-50? You need a rope. This comes Rav and says 50% is enough to bring a Karban Pesach when that 50% is coming. Rav,
Have you been streaming? Have you been multi-streaming recently?
Like a rope, not mamish rope. Not all my friends, I'm not saying it's a rope. Rav Kana says no, you need 51%.
I'm gonna have to get rid of.
It's not shot that I view 50%, it's 51%. What's my time in the Rav? Ish, why say twice ish?
Yeah.
Ish nitcha,
3 days,
vein
dog.
tzibur nitcha. 50% is considered a tzibur. Not so much a roid as a tzibur. It's not a yochid, it's a tzibur.
Did you ever get anybody watching you on Trovo? Yes or no? I'll wait.
Then you do it,
I did.
then they can do betumah. So if you have 50-50, let's go back to script, say just to finish that off. 50-50.
Not Twitch.
The 50% that's tahara, you should do b'tahara. The 50% that's tameh, you should do betumah. Rav Kahana
I
says
know you
that
don't. Why
treat
don't
the
you?
50% as a tzibur, so what happens? You have to wait.
I don't know. There's always
next month.
strange
That whole 50% is nice, so has to wait a whole month. Just a super interesting halacha of the Rambam. He says, well, how are you going to count all Klal Yisrael? How do you know what a rave is? How coming out? He says, but I don't think they pass like it. You base it on who came to the Beis Hamikdash. Somebody asked a good question. Why would a coming person go to the Beis Hamikdash? Whoever came to Shech. FOMO. No, he says FOMO. Why would, if you're coming, you can't Shech. Why would you come show up so they count you? Okay, whatever. Shalom Aleichem, what's your name? From where? Baltimore. Place in Chizuk, MDY. Oh, start. You're there once in a while. You don't even know. That's even a bigger problem. We got to be positive. Okay, Shalom Aleichem. Shkoyach for coming. Who else is a guest? Oh, Jonathan Stefanski. Pointing at other people. Mayor, who's Mayor? Mayor, what's your name? From?
So you're just gonna sit there and jerk yourself off? You're gonna ask some questions?
Oh, yeah. This is the guy. So you what's your name?
What's the replacement that I could like
From what?
You don't need one. You just need to stream more often and you'll be fine.
Really? What? What kind of location? What is it?
You're okay. I understand what you're saying. It's like, hey, if you're going to make an investment, why not make the investment on as many platforms as possible? But you're already going to be live on like 5 different platforms, maybe 7. Way too many to keep track of. You're going to be fine there. You now need to just stream more often. If you're not streaming every day as a streamer, what are you doing?
The Jews came into El Asylum. They changed the new square. What's Skvira? So they did new square. Send regards to the other over there.
Okay, you can do all that while streaming.
Kizu. I got it. Okay. Rabbi Sai. It's not even on me. Here, Gary, thank you.
Are you on crypto Twitter? Yes or no? I'll wait.
New square.
Twitter?
Are you on Twitter Spaces?
No. I didn't create a whole.
I just asked yesterday, what's the
What are you doing, dude? You consider yourself to be involved in cryptocurrency? You're not on X? My friend, you are not involved in cryptocurrency.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I had to cancel some of my accounts.
Roy the Muncie to post on the status. Okay, you know.
Trying to find the right news.
Muncie won. Okay, now we know. Muncie won. I like it. 3 brothers? Reb Yaakov Twins. Yeah. He's hiding. Why is he hiding over there? Shalom Aleichem. That's my spot over there. You know that. I also hide over there. Shalom Aleichem. And where's the 3rd brother? Yeah. Mazel Tov. Uvalde. Okay. That's why you tell them, we usually don't give such ear time. But talking about Vitzkowitz and the brothers and the okay.
All right, Doug. Well, you do your thing. I'm
All
gonna continue your thing.
right, simple sugi over here.
Great scientist.
Check out this Mishnah. It might be looking confusing, but it's not.
All right, bet.
I just took the Mishnah, I put it over here. There's a ratio and save in the Mishnah. All you need to see is the red word. It says in the beginning of the Mishnah, 51% of one simon is like the whole thing. Usually, all you need is right, the famous halacha of right. So why in the world does it repeat itself in the Sefer and say, Roiv echad ba'ayv? All you need is a roiv. It says the idea of roiv 2 times in the Mishnah. The Gemara is going to say that the first part, the ratio, is talking about regular animals that you shecht at home, you shecht in a shop place. Chulin, roiv is considered also. The bottom part is talking about the Beis Hamikdash. I would think that the Beis Hamikdash is different than chulin. Okay. And then we have a long sugya, maybe 5 different Amoraim that come along and say, I can prove to you that the ratio is talking about chulin and the Sefer is talking about kosher, and not reverse. Very important to the Gemara to figure that out. Think about it. Are you able to figure it out? It's like a riddle. Which part is talking about chulin and which part is talking about kosher? That's the trick over here. So let's see inside. Right at the bottom. Ask the Gemara. We already. Why does it say at the Sefer right at the bottom when I already said in the ratio the ruboy shalachak samayu the same thing? So the Gemara. Omar is the name. So I guess the 6. Omar Abishaya. The reason is because the ratio or the Sefer, one of them is chulin and one of them is kosher. Utzrich on a simple tzipusa, which is tzipusa, and the Gemara does the reverse of the same tzipusa. Yes, when chulin, nothing to be decided as ruda. You know, when you just check on the shot guys, the red is enough, it's in the lab and the downward sorrow. We know that in the Beis Hamikdash, the main part of that avodah, you do shchita, abala, hilach, alein, shchita. Shchita is the number 1 thing of kapara. I need a lot of blood. I need blood. So therefore, I have to do right. I will touch him, bring it down. I will sorry. Also, the second of the room, should be love the dumb sorrow. When it comes to chulin, I don't need. It's enough to have a right. I don't need more because I don't need blood. I will touch him the lamb sorrow. But when it comes to touching, I need the blood. And like, who's going to bring you by? I think the chulin. Notice the Gemara says, chulin, it's enough right. Touch him. Maybe I need 100%. And now the Gemara is going to do slightly different. Yes, we don't touch him. We should do damut sorry. Now we're doing roiv, 51%. Touch him, I need 51% wide, I need the blood. I'm going from 51% to 50. Before I went from 51% to 100%. And now I'm saying, I'm starting from a lower point. I'm saying, only touch him maybe you need a roiv, 51%. So chulin, maybe I don't even need a roiv by chulin. Why? Because I don't need the blood. Maybe 50% is enough. That's why I need 2 parts. The Mishnah, one is chulin, one is kosher. Now the Gemara says, hey, the chulin, baby, kosher, you think, okay, so what's the difference? The one is a whole big to do out of this. Which one is chulin, which one is kosher? Amar Kahana, beautiful svara. Mr. Aberration of chulin, is a kosher, and I is done as shofet. Take a look. What it says, the first word, as shofet. That's on the ice. A bird, you don't check. A bird, you do malika to. If it's kosher. But if it's not kosher, it's hashoifah. That's a lot of sense. So, Mela, hashoifah, that the wife is referring to not touching, chulin, outside of the Hamikdash. The Sefer is kosher. So, let's look at the Sefer. It doesn't say anything about malika in the Sefer. The Gemara addresses that. The mind is studying hashoifah. Piece of that operation is touching. Sorry, let me go back. One more time. Stop the ratio. The thing doesn't matter. It's not hashoifah. Piece of that operation is touching. I'm bothered with it. So you're saying, okay, so the Sefer is touching. And this is touching. He does a cherry, but the guy is cherry by the top that says the word speak does the Sefer instead of malika. All the cash. I just saw you in the Hema. Sometimes he does a cherry. Look. It says, look at I just highlighted the word Behema and Shkita at the bottom. And it says, right up above, and it says, the Behema, she does a cherry. The Shkita is going on the word Behema. But you can't say that in the ratio. The word bird goes on the Shkita. Okay? And Reisha, Mishni Yaloy fight. That's the first word in the Mishnah. So the guy with the touching, I'm not going to tell you over there. The bigger question: why didn't it say Melissa? Okay, that's one step. Now we go to the next new subject. Rav Shimi Barashi Omar. How do I know that the Reisha is talking about Chulin and Seifa? Touching regularly off. Studying Echadon. It says, I'll show you Echadon. Now we know in the beginning there's two birds they chef. Have an oil. Have they chef one simmons? Oil chef two. So the guy doesn't touch it. My guy is the base station model. That doesn't work with touching. Elamai. Say for touching. So you tell me the end is touching. We're going to go. My guy is the base station. Adam says all the way to the safe. It says also Echadon. You know, my road Echad. That's not a caption. The second it says Roiv Echad means every single one of the simanim you should check the Roiv. But in the ratio you can't say that. It says Hashoyt Echad. It's not talking about the Roiv over there. It's talking about one simon. But within the Roiv Shnayim, you're right. You should really say, if you want to be proper, you should have said a little better, Roiv Shnayim. But I couldn't say that. Why? Even he gets not the second of Hatzimins. But there's two types of birds. And one bird is called a cow. And a cow is all you have to do is check on sinners. Therefore, it doesn't work. Rav Baba Amar, I'll prove to you that the rage is full in the same as Pasuk. Rage will fill them off. In the rage it says, or you the whole, you have to check jugular. So speaking of an alay, you say you don't have to check. Yeah, I was just showing the Shapir. It was just going up in Zane, regular. Like, and nowadays, you don't have to check you don't have to cut the jugular. Great. Yeah, you touch it, might be a banana. It doesn't make any sense. But shouldn't argue with you. They should say, yes, you have to cut the jugular. Why? Why do the lower top? The whole idea is to get more blood. So why not cut the jugular? I want to show you a video telling you what you hold by Halacha. If you didn't see this Gemara yesterday, if you didn't see this at all, you can answer. I want to know if what the guy is about to do is good or not. Kosher, not kosher, boy sign. Not kosher. Here's the person that was at the shir last night and he said the wrong
This
answer.
is some of the best
Like
athleticism. We've ever had the opportunity.
The answer is hello? No, this one, in order to know this one, you have to see the Gemara. It's kosher. Bizman hazeh, b'chulin, bizman Beis Hamikdash. It's also chulin outside the Beis Hamikdash. It's not kosher in the Beis Hamikdash. You cannot check two korbanos together, but you could check 25 behemoths. It's a great new system. They should line them all up. And Rabbi Weiss will come with a very long knife. One swoop. He thought it's all great. Oh, Rashi Omar, I saved the Kochima. Oh, you mean if he checked the whole thing? We're not going into the details that he's chopped up the whole head now. It's the point. And that they're all standing without a head. Okay, I have a lot of questions in this video. Save a Kochim Mahafa. Save a Kochim Mahafa. Okay. We're doing well. Once in a while there's a slip. I'm not on the problem slips. Save a Kochim Mahafa. I'll prove to you that the safe was talking about Kochim. Funny, I'll show you Shnei Rosh Gafish doesn't share it. Now, the boys say, in order to understand the sugya well, you just need to see this chart and everything makes sense. I just added to the Seifa, right below the Seifa, Mishnah and Daf Lamed on the base. This idea, this video that we just saw is the Mishnah in one daf from now. In other words, it's a continuation. In our Gemara, it's two separate Mishnahs. It happens to be one Mishnah. Now, it says over there that in the Beis Hamikdash you can't check two heads in one shot. So it must be, it's a continuation of the Seifa. The Seifa is talking about the Beis Hamikdash and the Mishnah. Daf Lamed says, oh, and if you check two animals in one shot, it's no good. But if the Seifa is talking about Chulin in your backyard, then the Mishnah Daf Lamed wouldn't continue and say, oh, you're not allowed to check two animals. Because you're allowed to check two animals with one knife in your backyard. You look like you're not with me. Okay, great. So, are you like in Texas? For real? Welcome back. No, I just thought I didn't explain it well. Says Gemara, Ravashi Yom HaSefer Kochim Mahafa, the Tani Hashem Shnei Rosh Gafish Shmudasi Sheira. It says you chef two heads The one shot, I sure that you ever did in the Chatchila. But it's only after the fact you shouldn't do it in the Chatchila. If, say, for the purple, is talking about Kachim, now I go to yellow and I continue with Kachim. Yeah. But listen, at home, Chulin is 100% Lechatchila good. For halacha number one, don't have two shechtim, two kohanim holding on to one knife. In check. One person should not shech two animals in one check. It's really a combination of two words because he holds yesh aim the messiahs. We go by the way it's written in the Chumash, so it's tizbachu hu. Okay. See. But if the Seifa is actually talking about Chulin, then the continuation doesn't work well. Because now all of a sudden you have a continuation that's not accurate. It says Hashoichet, it's only B'di'evet. I mean, it works even in the first place. Okay. And finally, one more to prove that the Reisha is talking about Chulin and the Seifa is talking about Kachim. Nobody argues. Everybody agrees that the Reish school and Seifa is Kachim, even Reb Shimon Lakish. Here, let's just go back here. In this thing, it says Rubo Shalach Kamayu in the Reisha. He just repeats the question. So why does it say Roi Bechad Ba'ai? Why does the Mishnah repeat itself twice? The Kohen Gadol and Kippur, they bring in the Talmud. Karatzoy Merak, I love this lashon. It's like a new lashon to us. It's a lashon of Yuma. Karatzoy, he shechted a roiv. Umerak acher shchitosei ayado. Comes another kohen, steps in and finishes it off. Why does another kohen step in and finish it off? Because the Kohen Gadol has to grab. Oh, Shabbat Aleichem. I saw it's from London. I saw you, but you're like not even a guest anymore. So, yeah, like those. They come every 2 months over here. What are you doing here? Why are you here? Well, what? A chassan of the MDY? Beautiful. Mazel tov. Send them regards. Akol Podim. Nachamol. The Kohen Gadol needs to do Kabbalah Saddam. So he starts the shechita, drops the knife, or passes it on his own, grabs the blood. And another guy finishes off the shechita. And he did right shechita. He did right. So it's enough. What if it seems like you need another kind to finish off the job? That's why I have the second say. That's why, let's go to the easier one. Hold on. It's easier to see it over here. That's why I have the sefer that says Roy Bechabai. To tell me that it's enough for the Kohen Gadol to do Roy, even the Bisamidish, the Kamen and Kippur, that's enough. I don't need the second guy to finish off the job. Also, it should be possible if you don't do it. I don't need the second person on my map. So why in the world is he there? He asked the Gemara. Wait a minute. But now you have someone else performing an Avodah. The Kohen Gadol has to perform all the Avodas. Nobody can step in here. Maybe there's a little bit of a psulim. Why? Because he didn't cause all the blood to come out or whatever. That's why I need the Mishnah to tell me that he didn't do anything at all. Nothing wrong with what the Kohen Gadol did, checking a roiv and letting somebody else finish. But since there's no psul, there's nothing, then why in the world do I need another Kohen to finish the job? Mitzvah L'Marid. In order to get all the blood out, I make sure I get another Kohen there to do it, but there's no psul, nothing. Turning of the daf by Dark Global, specialist in international financial services, Chaim Murad, Lishmasim Mirasi, Karato Bas, Yitzchok, Allah Shalom. Zog the Gemara. Here's a question. Rabbi, think about this question for a second. Somebody started shechting a sheep outside the Beis Hamikdash, outside in Bet Shemesh. He starts the process, starts cutting, and he finishes as he walks in the Beis Hamikdash. He's in the Beis Hamikdash in the Azar. He finishes. Where did he shecht this animal? Huh? He started shefting. He did slice number 1 in Bet Shemesh, slice number 2 in the Beis Hamikdash. Yeah. He's schlepping him. Please don't answer if you learned the sugya. I don't. Yeah. That's right. No, what do you say, Gary? It's considered at the end. Why? So that's exactly the question. Yes, no, the shechita mitchilat. Does the shechita start and end, and it's one long shechita? It's all a process shechita, and therefore it comes out that you shechted in Bet Shemesh, and you chayiv kares for shechting in the Beis Hamikdash. Or no, we go by the last second, the last slice happened in a good place in the Beis Hamikdash. So I don't care where you started it. The last slice of the road. Yeah, of course, you have the road. Yeah, here we go. There's a little timer over there, so there's no screen from outside, and the other clock only went at the last second. Okay, you want to see it again? Look at the two clocks. One doesn't move. The one on the bottom doesn't move, only at the end. The one, it's a gauge. Sorry, gauge. I should call it a gauge. Miles per hour. Okay. So, Omar Rebbe Shimon Lakish Mishum Levi Saba. So we have Machlokes or Rish Lakish or Rebbe Yochanan. He says in the name of Levi Saba. Eino l'shchita ela b'soif. We had a sugya of ein l'schir, the kivat soif and l'soif. When you pay rent, is it at the end? Does it work the whole throughout? Different child in Shas, the same idea. He says no shchita. Good. He performed. Everybody agrees that if the Yid did the second simon, this is possible. Why? The Eino Yehudi, he performed a shchita, he cut the trachea, and he rendered it treif right away. By the time the Jew got there, it was already treif, because the goy shchita is not valid. I don't know if you could zoom in, Gary, into that mizbeach on that shelf over there. There's a red line on the mizbeach that divides the mizbeach in half. And are you able to zoom in? Or Shams, you can give it to me and show me Israel. Yeah, let's see. Just give it to me. Okay, go. Here's the red line. Here's the red line. Chatos, he performed all that avodah below the red line. Only performed above the red line. Another chatos oif. Another difference between a chatos oif and an oilas oif is that chatos oif we mentioned before. You only have to do malika one simon. Oila, 2. So what if he was trying to do malika on an oila bird, and he did one simon below the red line, which is in the wrong place. But it's actually the place of the chatos. So the Gemara says, well, Nami, and you tried to say that that it's one long process, but in this case, everybody's going to agree it's no good. He shefted one, or did malika to one simon below the red line, why? It's as if you shefted a chatas below the red line. So where is the machlokes? Says Rabbi Nahavim over here. If he shefted one simon outside of the Beis Hamikdash and one simon inside the Beis Hamikdash, since Rabbi Yochanan holds that the shechita starts all the way in the beginning and ends all the way at the end, so it comes out that he shefted one simon outside of the Beis Hamikdash, so he's chayiv kares for shefting outside of the Beis Hamikdash. But according to Rish Lakish, it's only the end part, and the end part was inside the Beis Hamikdash. The master didn't say that, what you just said. Who's the master? Rav Yosef. Rav Yosef didn't say what you just said. Do do the same exact svara on both sides. If you sheft one siman of a chatas below the red line and one above the red line, you told me that's 100% as if you shefted the chatas below the red line. So if you sheft one siman outside the Beis Hamikdash with a bird, and one siman inside the Beis Hamikdash, so it's as if you shefted the chatas outside the Beis Hamikdash. So by chatas, you're able to, by oila you're able to differentiate and say, oh, the first siman is considered a chatas, and you did it below the red line. Oh, so the first siman is considered a chatas, you did it outside the Beis Hamikdash. So that's outside. Oh, so what's the machlokes? And where do we have a differentiation between Yesh and Shchidim and Kilavat? So oh, we have a video. That what if a person shechted some of the simanim outside the Beis Hamikdash? And then he got somehow into the Beis Hamikdash real quick. Here we have it. He started at the shechita, then he brings this non-moving sheep all the way to the Beis Hamikdash, and he's able to skateboard up the stairs, and then he does the rest. That, in this case, this particular case, that's machlokes. He started the shechita outside of the Beis Hamikdash and he finished it inside. According to Rabbi Yochanan, where did the shechita start? In the beginning of the skateboard ride, and therefore it's as if he shechted outside of the Beis Hamikdash. And it's chayav kares for that. According to Rish Lakish, in the name of Saba, what is his name? Levi Saba. It's only the end part. So he did great. He brought this animal half shechted into the Beis Hamikdash, shechted the rest. He's not chayav anything. But it's mamish murdik. Why? Because we're going through different sugas of Shas and learning these sugim over and over. And today we're going to add a little bit. When you shech the parah aduma, what is this? This is a halacha that we never spoke about. We barely spoke about. A parah aduma is to make people tar. People that are tmei meis, they went to levaya. The only way for them to become tar, and that's why we have a problem today with tmei meis. We don't have a parah aduma. You take the parah aduma, you burn it, you take the ashes, you mix it with water, you sprinkle it on the person 2 times, and it becomes tar. It's a very fascinating halacha. If a guy is shechting a parah aduma, and while he's shechting a parah aduma, he text messages his wife. Parah aduma is possible. You have to go pay another $4 million and buy another parah aduma. If you do anything while you're performing the parah aduma, no good. Now I also have to show you this because the Gemara is going to say hazah, and usually hazah by parah aduma means sprinkling of the water. In this case, it's not the sprinkling of the water; it's the sprinkling of the blood. One of the processes in the parah aduma is the kind of take blood and throw it, sprinkle it towards the Beis Hamikdash. Here we go. This is an addition for today. You see a parah aduma, beautiful red. Today, the machon for the Beis Hamikdash said there's no parah adumas left anymore in the world. They all grew black hair, whatever, no more. You bring up these children that never see tumah in their life, and they put them on doors, so they don't extend their hands beyond the door. He does shechita, grabs the blood, and he tosses it towards the Beis Hamikdash. That's when the Gemara now is going to say hazah, it means this. Now, while he's doing this, he does something else. He checks his phone. He slices a watermelon. It doesn't matter what. Then he washes his finger on the parah aduma. Fine. Whatever he does, he passes. In other words, the entire process of the parah aduma, from the beginning, from the shechita, all the way to throwing the blood, to burning, the whole thing, you can ruin the parah aduma. We all know, we learned in Cheder, that the parah aduma has a dye, what is it called? Yeah. Okay, whatever the fancy word is. On the one hand, it makes people that are Kamitar a paradox. Oh, paradox. The paradox. The Kayan sprinkles the water on the person who's Kameh, he becomes Kameh. The person that's Kameh becomes Tar, the person that's Tar becomes Kameh. So very simple. Mazal Reb Zera, Kol HaSugim B'Parah Mitchila V'Atzoy. Anybody involved in the Parah Aduma, Mitchamin B'Godim, so their clothing becomes Tamei. You have to literally take. You ever heard of such a thing? You take your clothing and put it in the mikveh, dunk it in the mikveh to make it tight. They obviously also have to go in the mikveh. That becomes tight. U'Poislim Oisam B'Melacha Acheres. Here's Melacha Acheres. Rashi brings the gourd, so we're doing gourd. There's a restaurant in Chicago that has a crazy amount of gourd. So as he's shechting, he also cuts his gourd. No good. So here about psul b'shkitasa, if the psul happened while he's shechting, we just showed that the psul was the psul. He did another malacha while he's shechting. Bein paidem psula, bein la'acha psula. Let's think about it for a second. Was this Parah Aduma a real Parah Aduma at any point of its life? No. Why? Because you messed up on the first second of Parah Aduma. When you shechted it, you messed up. So does the Kohen performing the avodah in this Parah Aduma, does it become Tamei? No. Why? Because there's never Parah Aduma. That's also, when you take it to the next step, we saw in the video, when does that come? 5 minutes later, after you grab the blood, then you take the blood and you sprinkle it. So there was a Parah Aduma here for 5 minutes. It just what? The guy who sprinkled it, he cut a watermelon while he's sprinkling it. So he ruined it at that point. So anybody that dealt with this Parah Aduma until that point became Tamei. You want to just ask a simple thing, why don't we talk about shkita? Let's say a guy was doing shkita for 5 minutes, back and forth, or he paused it, whatever, he went on a skateboard, a whole mindset. So you have the person who's Tamei because he's doing shkita on a Parah Aduma. You have a person who's doing shkita on a Parah Aduma on minute number 5 who's not Tamei because that's when he messed up. That's when he cut a gourd. So he's not Tamei. In the shkita itself, it's a very long process, and the whole thing is considered a shkita. So let's split the shkita. There's a person who comes coming from a Parah Aduma in the shkita, and there's a person who's not coming in the shkita. What's the obvious answer to that? That once you mess up at minute number 5, then minute number 1 never happened. It's one shkita, you messed up the shkita, the whole shkita was messed up. This Parah Aduma was never shechted. So let's see inside. It should be Machlokes in the Shkita here, but Psul B'Shkita is according to the Matan V'Gadim. If there was a Psul in the Shkita, he cut a watermelon while he's shechting. So it depends. Let's distinguish between before the watermelon and after the watermelon. According to the Matan V'Gadim. Anybody that dealt with the Shkita before the watermelon, if it doesn't come down, that's Psul, but after the watermelon, it's Matan V'Gadim. And the Rava, and we're going to finish it. So this. This guy, the Shkita Kamer, is talking about a Shkita that's so good. And also, we learn this in our prayer, when a person performs a shkita like that, at the end, it becomes possible. You chop the watermelon, then the entire shkita wasn't good. There's no 2 parts of that shkita. It's one real good shkita. Rabosai, have a wonderful day, a good Shabbos, Motzi Shabbos, at 10:02.
He sent to Milan the following year as chief electrician of the Italian Edison government. This soon became the largest electrical utility company in Europe. Despite the death of his first wife in 1884 and the changes to his personal circumstances with 3 young children to raise himself, Edison soon signed a contract with the Bell Telephone Company of Boston.
Good morning, Rabboisa. This was Mordechai. Tony Fleischman. My father's just lifted. Shomer Bellier. Unfortunately, my father, Barry Fleischman, Mordechai Meir Ben Yamin, 66 years old, was lifted 2 weeks ago after the challenge. How many wonderful Ben of Mechaberi colleagues about Pesach, and I want to share something else here with you and Lefebvre. But my father made sure to learn Torah every day, no matter what. He wasn't into Gemara, so to speak. He preferred to learn Chumash, Mishnayos, and Halacha. Last year, Shas, my brother and I asked him if he would come with us. He said that he only wants to come once he's gone through Shas with Daf Yomi. So that day on Brachas Daf Beis, he started 8 minute Daf, Olav Hashalom. He later started learning it on his own with Artsford. But the 8 minute Daf got him started on his Daf Yomi journey. Although he preferred, Elvin Yehudi specifically told us they want to see all Torah and they want to be able to tell Hashem when he went to Shemayim that he went through all the Torah at least once. The Musar Haskell here is that, hey, it's never too late to start. Here's a man who first committed himself to serious Gemara learning at the age of 61. B, maybe you won't agree to this, but the daf does not have to be 100-year commitment, and even committing to doing one round on the person is a major accomplishment. Why not? I agree. I do other things. I know he broke the rules here, but because he was hoping to get a bone marrow transplant, he made sure to go ahead, get ahead the daf by a few weeks. When Shiva found his Gemara in the last daf he learned, was cool and daf plus involved. Unfortunately, he did not make us see in the shots or none like he so desperately wanted to. But he for sure will be learning the rest of the shots up in Shemayim. I don't know, maybe. That's what he hopes. Maybe even getting him started with the daf, and maybe we always hope to learn from shots at least once. Kobe Fleischman started at the Yomi in September 2007. Started at the Yomi with MDY, Rosh Hashanah 2021, the pre-computer days. What's our hospitals or voice out for me? Start today. No one knows how long they're going to live. No one has a guarantee for anything. Dear Bellies, regarding the question that was sent in regarding that Tzolek and Michal Shach, someone cardiac arrest, I received a bunch of emails on this. Places Ben Metzil, that 114 explains that although Leo is a kohen and therefore not allowed to become Tamei, still allowed to perform Kisah Mason. Because he knew that he was able to revive the child, and by saving the child's life. The boy side, Moshe Feinstein did not know about these places. Right over his head. Listen. I'm not making fun of the female. I'm making fun of. If you think that Moshe Feinstein didn't take this into account, then you're in the sugar. We can see from here that the status of the Koach Nefesh applies to the son. You can see from the status of the Koach Nefesh applies to someone who is already dead. Therefore, it's reasonable to assume that it was for it. Anyway, I received a whole long email from a doctor who says that the Moshe Tendler went over with the Moshe this thing and took it back because he decided to go the Harvard way. The whole thing I said that I was going to mention that. Keep up your tremendously great work. A proper BMG who watches that when he goes home for an off Shabbos. And this one is also, I love this one. Regarding the reaction to today's shift to what happened at Koach Hazanish, it's very important to know for those who haven't understood yet. I learned at Koach Hazanish. The guy who killed at Koach Hazanish, of course, is not an average, never was an average, and he's not something with religious background. He's known as a mentally unstable person who roams the streets. Now, most appears to be Haredi. The Suez Tova is UMA. So you have a guy from BMG, you have a guy from Koach Hazanish. Zachary Steinhoff. You don't know what happened over there? A guy in Koach Hazanish was killed. In the middle of the day, somebody came and stabbed him. You sure going to make fun of him? No, because he says when you're not allowed to learn Rambam, he took out all the money in the book from all the schools. He's a great guy. I never opened up a Gemara, say from enough in my first seal. Good afternoon, Rebelli. This email is late. There's a picture over here. I wanted to share a quick note of appreciation. I attended Jewish primary and secondary school, but never really continued learning afterwards. Surely never opened up a Gemara mail. Today, I just completed my first seal on Sefer Menachos, and Yeshua played a huge role in making that possible. The way you simplify the David brings to life makes it accessible in a way I never thought it could be. A big part of my motivation came from my father, David, who started about 6 years ago in Brooklyn and has been learning with you consistently ever since. Watching that level of Gemara close had a real impact on me. You want to say something about the David stuff? Yomi? If that idea stuck, one of the business I'm involved is just, I tell my clients all the time that anything can be scheduled if it's a priority. That became exactly that for me. Whether I'm sitting down or listening in the car, I make sure it gets done. I recently made a seal and brought together a table of people from all different Jewish backgrounds. Orthodox, Chabad, Belz, Sacra, along with friends, colleagues from my business life, and rabbis from the schools. The seal reminded me of what the daily table looks like in the Shemesh. Regular people showing up, unite around fire, a real Kiddush Hashem. You always think about how God changed lives. I started to feel that myself. One of the biggest changes has been something simple but meaningful for both sides. wearing my kippah almost everywhere I go, something I wouldn't have done before, and now I do with confidence. It's the thing in America. It's the thing in America. You work in an all non-Jewish environment. It's very uncomfortable. Sometimes it feels very uncomfortable. It's a big challenge. Yeah. I didn't say more, and even more, after sharing this lesson with one of my rabbis, he sent me the video of himself jumping in the pool. So I skipped a little bit. Apparently said, I brought one more person into the journey. Thank you again for everything you're doing. You've opened the door for me that didn't know was there. All the best. Zachary Steinhoff, Montreal, Canada. Mazel Tov. Here he is. Your boy said, Mazel Tov. Zachary, beautiful. I'll just read this quickly because I love the end also. I hope this goes as well. I want to take a moment to share some exciting news. I just completed 100 dots. I could not let this milestone pass without reaching out to express my deepest gratitude. This year has been an incredible source of inspiration and encouragement. You want to bring each dot to life. Your clarity, your energy, your genuine passion for learning have made all the difference. Let me just skip to the end. Wood and Brandis, Manchester, 14 years old. 100 dots feels like a real turning point for me. I'm looking more committed than ever to being the journey. I look forward to every year. I'm grateful to be part of this. Some Israeli last night when I read this, he says, 100 dots can catch this kid's life. Okay. Hezron Salem, the Bahamas Anonymous, Kedushin of Bays, wearing the burqa, whatever, what is it called? Jalabia, 1,000 dots, MDY, 1K status, my boys say. And here's another chevra from the Tivot. They call themselves Shalom Arom, and they do the satellite location in Tivot from the Moroccan branch of MDY, the Tivot. Now let me show you day 5. I received the email yesterday from somebody who said he's a little jealous of this trip. And the point of showing these videos is not to make people jealous. There's two types of people. People that enjoy other people seeing what they do, and people that are live vicariously through the shir, and other people that it hurts them. No, we have enough interessante people in the shir. The one Namala mensch that we have here just went south. This is Zimidabek. It's a problem. Now we have Baba. We covered the shir. We covered the video. So our boy said, if you're a jealous type of person, try to work on yourself. The Bay Trio Club. This isn't the room, by the way. This is the room. Yossi's out of it. He's thinking about something else, by the way. I'm also jealous. I didn't go to the spot. I didn't see the spot. I was doing sheer. All pretty sheer. This place is crazy. This is the part where they sing themselves. This is a different scene from right here. Nobody's there. Huh? That's one of the best parts, Simon. These things were the cigars. The cigars are coming up. Here we go. Beautiful. What's that? Oh, welcome to sponsors. I used to be stressed. No. Let me stop. What you just said throws people off. I gotta correct. Everybody that went on the trip paid for their way. NDY doesn't pay for trips. If you donate money to NDY, this year it's $30,000. Next year it's going to be more dollars. If you donate $30,000, then you could come on the trip and pay for the trip. That's who pays for the trip. But who pays for the coffee? Who pays for the lights here? Who pays for the guy up there? Who pays for the editors? Who pays for the gemaras? Who pays for the pilot? Who pays for the 5 artists that we have, full-time artists? Those guys that went on the trip, and that's everybody else. There's a lot of people that didn't go on the trip, but they could have gone on the trip, they couldn't, whatever it is. That's cut spots and feel. Official edition of NDY Shots, except for Zevin Yal show off. Dafka Fest, Weissman Chaim, in memory of Elka Basmeshi Yitzchak. David Salomon dedicated in memory of everybody, the Homo Sector, the small girl, Valentine's Street, Days of Honor Bracha. The Sector sponsored by the Policy Channel Foundation Graduate Consortium and the Alliance and all the people supporting the Y. Anonymous, I slept with Brooklyn, Gashmis, and thank you to Chief Benny. Here's the Cheetah Man. I want to talk about the Cheetah today. Anonymous, for complete the full Shlomo and Arikas Yom Kalei Basesa, the Yemen Daniel Rosenfeld, Breeze Simcha. Monthly sponsor, Ayush Simon, the full Shlomo, Mary Both the Mary, the Yemen Daniel Rosenfeld, Arnold B'Chef. Our weekly sponsors, Spanish here. These sponsors, wishing NDY family and continue that stuff and establishment. I spoke to the Spanish, the guy behind the whole thing in Mexico, together with Mayor Planca. It's unbelievable. Every day it costs him $300. He's so excited. He loves MDY and he wants to spread it to all the Spanish people. Anonymous. On promotion marketing. Promotion marketing, yeah? Anonymous. Holy Hashem Kitoi. Ki Lo'olam Chasdoi. Robert Early, weekly sponsor. Preston Harris Group Recruitment makes money from the shear and give back to the shear. Who put that in? I didn't see this. I wouldn't have let it. Yaakov Slatus. Huh? But I don't usually do, but it's Robert Early. I didn't see it. They stuck it in. Yaakov Slatus, what? Okay. Fine. Yaakov Slatus, report statement from my mother, Chaya Yaki, Brian Karen Slatus. Yosef Korn, in commemoration of the yahrzeit of Yaakov Mordechai ben Yosef Levi. Daily sponsors, Mayor of Chaya Rivka Fischel, Mayor Chaya Rivka Fischel, in honor of the wedding of Shmuel Gold and Bracha Basur Yochanan Fly. Mom, HYK Ventures in the support for the success of all our clients. Leon and Daniel Rosenfeld, Bracha Bernalsa. NYK sponsors monthly conventions and sales specified to the civil figure for you by Sapphire. Monthly IMDYR. Before Shlema, Yehonatan Eitam Ben Bas Sheva Bracha. Just got a message from him the other day. Before from the hospital. Before Shlema Mordechai Ben Esther. Before Sayela Daniel Zeb Ben Ayot Esther. Alright, I have a question for the Oilam. The Oilam should know this, but I saw the Israelis had an issue with it. So I'm going to ask that silent here. If a guy takes Liz's question, Mazikov Ben Shashnik, you won't hear when I say Mazikov to you. Mazikov Ben, your son, Zerk to the gathering, the Torah, the Kusel of Asim Toivim. Person takes a cow, chefs its trachea halfway, 50%, goes home, takes a nap for 4 hours, comes back, chefs the other 50%, and the esophagus. 50% of the pana, takes a nap, goes back, don't answer you over there. What's the halacha? Good or not good? Do not answer you. Not right. 45% in the morning, took a nap in the afternoon, came back and checked it. Good or not good? Points out. You should know the answer to this. Good or not good? Not good. Good. The guy in the back says not good. Not good. Boss yesterday answered well. You might want to rethink what he said. Not good. Why not good? Why not good? Tell me why he's not good. Shehiyah. Let's think about it. If he chefs, so Rabbi Isai, if he chefed at 45%, is the animal tray for an avela? What is the animal? It's nothing. It's nothing. If it has a hole in the tana and the trachea, it's nothing. Up to half, it's nothing. It's as if nothing happened. So let's start over again. You have an animal that has a trachea of less than 50%, so nothing happened to it. So he went to sleep. It's not a shehiyah. Pretend there's no shehit at all. It's a stigma. That's not the point. I'm asking you, is the animal kosher or not? I didn't ask you if you're going to Gehenna. I asked you if they're going to. Yes. Okay. Okay. Now that we know this. Omer Rav Yehuda. There's a story in Kedusha Daf Ayin Aleph. Says their Pinchas had a bunch of slaves, and he wanted to drop the big bomb. He wanted to tell them basically that they're puzzled. A bunch of psulim. But he knew that if he's going to tell them they're puzzled, they're going to kill him. They're going to start beating him up. So what did he do? He told them this line right over here. Omer Rav Yehuda Mishum Rav Yitzchak ben Pinchas. Ein shchita la'ay min ha'Torah. It's a very serious line, and it got these slaves thinking. Ain't shchita la'ay min ha'Torah. No, you don't have to shech the chicken. Chickens don't have to be shechted. But what do they have to do right on the spot? This is super, super important. Because if you just read the Gemara without Rashi, you can miss this point. You think, you can stab him in the heart. You could, I don't know what. No. You have to take care of those simanim somehow. You can take a plier maybe and rip the simanim. You could do halada, you could do drisa, you could push down on the simanim and cut them. But the Yitzias Neshama has to be from that area. Like Cain and Heber. He didn't know how to kill him, so he finally got to the neck. But that has to be from the neck. And shechita means you don't have to do the nice, you don't have to shechita of cutting back and forth, making sure there's no shehiyah, no drisa, no chalada, no akira. You can do an akira if you want. You do whatever you want, according to the Yitzchak ben Pinchas. So going back to the story conditions, he drops the bomb, he tells them, there's no shechita min ha'Torah for chicken, you're not a chef. And they went crazy. What? You don't have to chef the chicken, everybody chef the chicken. And by the way, you're a bunch of psulim. And they didn't really catch on to what he was saying, and he ran away. And by the time they, wait a minute, did you say we're puzzled? They started chasing him, but they couldn't catch him. That's the what's the sound? There's something called Kisei Adam, Hizra, Weissfish, and AI, complete AI. How do I know it's AI? Because it'll take about 10 people to grab this animal. At least 10. Probably 10 wouldn't even do it. He smacks it to the ground. It's almost his voice. And he's just sitting there, yeah, chef me, I don't care. So if you chef the deer, like that kind of animal, a gazelle, a deer, it's a chaya. You're chayav in kisei adam. There's one other thing that you have to do kisei adam too, and that is a chicken, a bird. This is the pasuk. V'ishish v'bnei Yisrael also says you trap chaya, oyoy, or bird. V'shachach es damoy, you spill his blood if you sell them. So one wants to learn that the word of shachach. Shachach is very strange. Shachach means you spill his blood, you kill it. Doesn't say shchita. Should have said the shachach is damoy if you sell them. The shachach is a lotion of non-shchita. So you see that a bird, you don't have to chef. What's the obvious question? What about a chaya? It's in the same pasuk. And the shachach goes in a chaya too. So, says the Gemara, Shenemar b'shachach. You're just spilling its blood is okay. Yachi Kainam. So come out that a wild animal too. You don't have to do shita. Says Gemara, Itkash b'psula mukdash. There's something called psula mukdash. Basically, if I bring a sheep to the Beis Hamikdash as a korban, and I find out that it has a broken leg on the way, so I have to redeem it. And now what? Once it's redeemed, what do I do? So the Torah says, the parcel of the sharepa, the flour, you can eat it normally in your house, sharepa, in your gate. It doesn't have to be in the Beis Hamikdash. I'm talking about Torah, you eat it. Like you eat a tzvi, like you eat a deer. What does that mean? You have to chef it. So the Gemara acknowledges gets the name. So if that's the case, then a bird also you would have to chef, because we said yesterday that it says the word bird and behem in the same pasuk. The ship Zoy starts have behem of oil, and just like a behem you have to chef, so to a bird. Well, you're right. But what I do, I have this pasuk we just saw the shachar, and that's an exclusion that you don't have to chef. But it could be a chaya, it could be oil. Which one is it? It's only one of the two. But when Chai just shows the aloy, shali chaya. Maybe the word b'shachar, when he spills blood, goes on a chaya, not on a bird. More established from the Solomon. If you look at the pasuk here on the chart, it says chaya, oif, b'shachar. Which word is closest to the word b'shachar? The word oif. So oif is the one that you don't have to chef. So now the Gemara is going to ask a bunch of questions on Rabbi Yitzchak ben Pinchas. He says that midiraisa, let's go back to that talk. We learned this about a week ago. There's three options when it comes to a bird. Either there's a pasuk that tells me that I have to chef the chicken, or Moshe Rabbeinu will heard it from the Rebbeinu Shalom. That's called Halach LaMoshe Sinai. It's not in the Torah of Purish, but Moshe Rabbeinu heard it. Or it's just the Rabbanon. There's no reason to chef a bird. Rabbanon said you have to chef the bird. So you're going to ask a bunch of questions here. I showed you this now with the other. You're performing shkita, you start shaking like a leaf, and you ruin the whole shkita. Now you went above the Tabas HaGdoila, or like Rav Ron Weissman pointed out to me. There's the trachea. There's two areas that are puzzles. All the way on the top, by the tongue, where the trachea connects over there, by the Tabas HaGdoila, but also where it connects to the lung. If you shift below that area, it's also true. We usually talk about the upper part, right? We don't usually shift. It's right. Is there an empty seat here? There's one empty seat. Oh, the seat's over here. So the Gemara, it says like this. You guys remember what noicher is? It's a pretty interesting picture. If you don't start from these things, don't look. Cutting like the wrong way, slicing from the chin all the way down, here like this. Rama'akir, or somebody who uproots the trachea. Check this out. If we go back to this passage, Kisei Adam, what does it say? As you have to say, when do you do Kisei Adam? When you're about to eat from this animal. What if I take a deer and I shoot it in the head? I kill it. I hunt it. I killed it. Am I mechuyev Kisei Adam? No. I'm not mechuyev Kisei Adam. It's not a sheyach. I can't eat it. So you understand the Gemara's question. The Gemara's question is as follows. If I don't have to do shechita on a chicken, there's no chiyuv. You say, there's no shit in the chicken. So I cut its neck this way, not that way. I can still eat it. If I can still eat it, I should be mechuyev to do kisei adam. Why does it say here chotam l'chassis? I don't have to do kisei adam. Yeah, I'm just going to open up everything else. You should also. That's how you can check it either way. Rashi just says you have to do some sort of action in the esophagus, in the trachea. That's it. You can do it with the pliers. You can do it with the scissors. You can do it with the material. So you should be chayav for kisei adam. Says Gemara, you misunderstood. You sound right? No, the chayav. The average is should live in that Torah, but it's good also. The boy kisi should have to do kisei adam. So the Gemara, sounds right? No, the chayav. That halacha, chotam l'chassis, is only in this picture right over here. Only in a deer. This to a deer, can't eat the deer, so you don't have to cover the blood. But if you do this exact action for a chicken, then you do have to do kisei adam. Why? Because you could eat the chicken according to your opinion. Tashma. Hashem the tzarech l'dam, kind of concept. Yeah. No. We're talking about what the guys. I don't know what he holds. The minimum today, according to everybody, you have to shep a bird with the rabbana. We're talking about the rice and the chiyuv of kisei adam the rice. Tashma. Hashem the tzarech l'dam, kind of concept. Today they do many things with the blood. Nothing goes to waste in their slaughter. There's a lot of stuff you do. It becomes animal feed, all sorts of stuff. So fish, I don't know what. But in those days, there's one or two things you do with the blood. Let's say you need the blood. One of the worst things that ever happened to me here in Israel, it's Halavai speaks from the worst things, but we got a mageifa of moths. We have these little moths that attack your food, and they fly very slowly, and you think it's all this time. They come out, and you go like this, and you kill it. Turn around, there's another one. And the whole day you're busy killing these guys, and they don't stop. They just keep on going, and another month. And it's just, the only way to get rid of them, Rabbi, if you ever have this, it's just embarrassing. What? You also have it. You can't exterminate them. They get into your food somehow. They get into like different packages that you don't even know that they can get into. The best thing is that they have these fumigate. Okay, you're gonna fumigate all your food, I guess. And I saw online. You take everything out and you fumigate, and then they take it back. It's like a mafia. But they have these traps that the males are attracted to, and they go onto the blue trap. You put like a little script. They go on. You come every day, it's 10, 20, it's like non-stop, 2 months, 3 months, eventually, no more sputtering, no more flour. Okay, just letting everyone know, this is just for public service announcement. It's okay. Last time I made a PSA, so the guy said he's going to bring me gifts. You don't have to bring me the scratch from America to save the government. It wasn't. Yeah. So anyway, Hashem is talking down, kind of concept. You need the blood. Need blood. So what if you need blood? You have to cover the blood. And when you cover blood, guess what happens? It becomes, you can't use it anymore. You cover it with all this dirt. It becomes you can't use it. But I need to chase away these moths. What do? I don't know, it's very like it. The only thing you can do is shoot in the head. Do a nefira. Do not do a shita. You do a nefira, then what? So you can't eat it. You don't have to do kisei adam. I love boys. The same kind of question. Same answer. We're talking about a bird. Because boy, Ninika. But these moths. Here, we even have a little thing with the moths. There you go. Look at that. Mama's alive eating this crop. But if you put a drop of blood. Okay. Right, the chaya. We're talking about a chaya. Once again, the same idea. Chaya, of course, you can't eat a deer after you kill it. You not check this. And what do you need the blood for? The Bible is made, lilaka. Going back to yesterday's video, I stole this from the video. This is Mama's live. This is lilaka. They take a white piece of leather, you can see behind this kind of white, and he stains it with so instead of staining with yellow, they stain it with red. Again, what are we coming to understand? We're going to answer Yisrael from Pinchas who says that you don't have to shut the bird when I play it. Only the Rabbana. It says Molech the socket. If you, what's Molech? So Malika is, you're gonna have to see this later, but we showed here. Malika is when you take the fingernail and you go through the spine, and you get to the esophagus and then the trachea. If you go from the other side, from the nape. Now, if you did this with a knife, here it starts over here. They said they had a major issue with it. Chevra, they couldn't get it to work.
The ones who passed this course will be ready to see how heavy it is. Young man, you're up first. Oh my goodness. Holy Bay is near. You got no nail to do the malaka. So, what can I do?
But then he goes, this is somebody else's video. It's better in Hebrew, much better in Hebrew. The Kama Bisa video. In America, like, why are they laughing? What happened? It's the saying, I'll just explain the people in America. That means you hate it. It's a saying, like, you got what you deserve. You ate it. You ate it. So now it became coming. Okay. Plasma. Okay. You never know. You never know what they laugh at. Coach. My mother's really oh, they laugh even more. So what just happened? Mars the second. What did he do? He ruined the whole thing. Malika is something reserved only to be something just for a kohen to cut into the neck of the bird. The only way to kill a bird in the base of English is through Malika. You don't do shkita. This genius decides to do Malika with a knife. Which, what does it do? It renders the bird what? A treifa. Why? Because it breaks its neck. By the time it touches two simanim, it's a treifa. Let's think about it for a second. You have an animal that has a hole in its tongue. It's a treifa. You only find out after you kill it that it had a giant nail stuck right through its eye. Treifa. But the person checks with this animal. It's a good shkita or not a good shkita? It's a good shkita. It takes off tumors. It's a good shkita. You can't eat the animal because it had a big giant nail on its heart. But it takes off the tumor, 100%. Doesn't matter. We learned this. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what. There's no tumor. Shkita says in the debate. Here. I'm just. The Gemara is going to say it in a second. Here you go. Says the Gemara, yeah, we learned it. As you saw in the video, as soon as the bird goes into his throat, back of his throat, the person becomes tummy. As the Gemara, the Amrit, if you tell him that you don't have to really shut the bird, she did not practice having a treifa. You're right. The one the knife goes through the spine. You created a treifa. The Haneli Sakin, the time name in Vela. It should be like every strafa, you take a knife and you chef and you get rid of the strafa. So what do you see over here? Why doesn't it work? It doesn't work because you're doing drisa. You're doing chalada. The knife is hidden in the back. You're pushing hard through the spine. You're not going back and forth. That's the problem. So you see, you need a shkita. According to you, that you don't need shkita, what's the problem? Let him go through the bag. Let him continue cutting through the simanim, and he did a nice shkita which removed the tumor. Why is this person coming? I'm just going to throw something at it. It's again Hazara. We just did it in a week or two. Why is this bird a treifa? This bird is an avela. When you break its neck, it becomes an avela, not a treifa. You learned this. You have an answer to this. So I'm gonna tell you. Ray Buttons in the Monday. You're right. It becomes an avela, and an avela you can't undo shkita. So an animal's an avela. You can't take a dead chicken for a rope kill and check it. It's an avela. So that's only if you break its spine together with the muscle around the spine. So we said the only way to do it is go from the side and not break the muscle, not rape off it. Very good. There's a Meister Sharia. There's a Musar hospital here. Everybody can take their own Musar from it. I like the Meister because there's something to it. There's a guy that Leno had a machloek that the doctor said he has to eat pig. He has to eat pig. So Fury can eat pig. So he said, okay, he has to eat. The doctor said, so it's a fear. He has to eat. But he's not going to buy it from the store. He's going to take the pig and he's going to chef the pig. At least he can chef it. He chefs the pig. Then he opens up the pig and he checks the lungs to see if it's kosher or not. So he had a stick of problem with the lung. He wasn't sure. It's a sirka. So he goes to the rabbi and he asks the rabbi, this lung of the pig is a kosher. So he looks, he says, you know, if this was a cow, yeah, it's kosher. But I can't say on a pig that it's kosher. I can't say this lung is kosher. The words pig and kosher don't go together. No. I'm just telling you that if it was a cow, it would be okay. So, each person take their own Musar hospital. So sometimes what you're doing, you're being a chazer. You're acting like a chazer. You're acting like a they give you an extra for your hanaga, your chazerus guy. You can't be machshir pig. You can't be machshir pig. That's what you said. You can't be machshir pig. What you're doing, you're a pig. I can't be machshir that. I can't give you a stempel that what you're doing is a pig. Let's just say you didn't insult 5% of this year. You mean that 5%? That 5% don't even know who you are. The 5% you didn't insult, they don't even know who you are. With all my guys down on the sign yard, it was a couple of Baribi Omer, very interesting else, Baribi is Galadar. It was a couple of Galadar. So he holds laws, she's a bird in the fire. So why am I after you also succeed? I gotta tell you this also. I said this before, I'm gonna say it again. A gazelle, forget a tzvi, a deer is a slow. How fast could a deer run? How fast could a deer? 30, 40 miles an hour. The ones in America, 30, 40 miles an hour. But here, let's go to a gazelle. A gazelle in South Africa, to run 50, 60. 60. But it's nothing compared to a cheetah to run at 75 miles an hour. So the Mishnah should say, have a rough cheetah. It's not even, a cheetah is double the speed of a tzvi. Double the speed of a tzvi, and then probably, and at least 20 miles an hour more than a what do you call it? The answer is, the boy said, that a cheetah, those who went to the safari, and those who live like vicariously, those who go to the safari, no. The boy said, whoever's trying to open that piece of paper, I'm going to bring you Rabbi Ben Shushan on you, whoever you are. A minute, okay, 2 minutes, but 3 minutes opening of that bag, okay, so, whoever you are, thanks for stopping. But the cheetah, but you ruled it's short, that's for sure. So it says, the cheetah can run at 75 miles an hour, but only for a minute. Not only that, anybody knows, even after it catches its prey, it sits there literally for 10 to 15 minutes, puffing and puffing. It has to catch breath. It almost dies from it catches a lion. After it catches a prey, immediately gets into it, takes a good 2 bites, starts eating, deserves a sickle, the rest. Not a cheetah, can't move. Sits there, and then other, hyenas come and grab it from him. Says the Tana, yeah, cheetah for that fast, but only for a minute. What wins that one you have a rush to tzvi means the long distance. Every day, the people that can learn start all Shavuos nights, 8 hours straight. The one-time thing, 2 times. The guy that learns every single day, at the end of the day, he's going to win. At the end of the day, he finishes another stuff and another stuff and another thing, and he finishes shot. That's what the time is. That's the Gemara. It says in the first of the passage. Look at the passage. This Sulam Mikdashim, this Shlavim that has a broken leg, is going to be like the Tzvi B'Ta'ayah. What do we learn from it? It's interesting. You're trying to learn Sulam Mikdashim from a deer, and fakir. The opposite happens. The deer, you're going to learn deer from Sulam Mikdashim. A guy's in my cheer. He comes to teach Daf Yomi. He doesn't teach Daf Yomi, he learns Daf Yomi. The guy preparing the Daf, he learns. Because he's teaching, he learns. Nimtza, he comes to Lamed, Nimtza Lamed. He comes to teach, he's the one that's actually learning it. Makish, Tzvi, V'ayel, Tzvi, Mikdashim. Tzvi, Mikdashim, Shchita, Tzvi, V'ayel, Shchita, Fakir, the boy side. I didn't learn Sulam Mikdashim from a deer. I learned that a deer, you have shchita in a deer from Sulam Mikdashim. I thought I'm going to learn something from a deer. It turns out I learned deer from you. So it comes out from this pasuk that only a deer has shchita in a Torah, but a chicken, according to Tzman Da'amar, only a chicken is only from Chachamim. It's only the Rabban. So who's going to argue with the Rebbe? Rabbeinu Kodesh, the one who wrote the Mishnah, he argues. What does he say? It's how your Rebbe Yomer. V'zovakta kasher tzivisifa. V'lamich nistava Moshe al aveshet al-Tana. I want you to check v'zovakta like I commanded you. What is that I commanded you? I command you that you should check. The Kohen Deveshet Lusimana. V'aroivecha ba'oif. Only one sin, I'm telling you right away, one sin with a bird. V'aroiv shnayim b'be'ema. And 2 simonim, but that's what I told you on Har Sinai. There's a Moiridik Toisus here. One of these incredible Toisus. Toisus says, where did Rebbe get it from? Yesh Mefarshim, the Darsh B'Gematria. Who's a Gematria? The Kasher, the word of Kasher, or let's just take Aleph Shin Reish, that Asher, Aleph Echad Boy, Shin, Shnayim B'Behema, Reish, Ruben Shalachat Kamoy. So it's not so much a Gematria, it's like a Rosh Tevis. So if you have a Hagoy Zetzion, and I want to read to you an unbelievable thing from the Rishonim. Ois Samach in the Hagoy Zetzion, Nirish Yesh Isarim B'Divrei HaToisvos. It's missing. Where's the Gematria? It's Tzarech Loimer, Kamosh Kosov Balaturim. Balaturim, who's the Balaturim? The son of the Rosh. Arisha. He says, Hashem Rabbeinu Yaakov Kurdian, Ki Kasher Tzivisicha, and I did the math. Kasher Tzivisicha came out for me 1,047. The Gematria. Here's the Gematria. That's what's missing from Toisvos. Roivecha boy, Roiv Shnayim B'Behema. It's also 1,047. Kasher Tzivisicha and Roivecha boy, Roiv Shnayim B'Behema are identical, and that's Rebbe's remez from the Pasuk. It's not the first time we saw that in places, but it's very rare. Gematria. That we're learning something from a Gematria. It's not a Kabbalistic, it's one of the things that you learn, Gematria. Oh. So that's exactly, I once said this Var. Kasher Tzivisicha, you see Kusim do Shchita, and Kusim are makbid on Dris, Kalada, Shehiyah, and Ikur. What's the pshat? Because Kasher Tzivisicha, it's the one time in the Torah that says, Mufurish, like I commanded you, and he didn't command. So even their Moida, there was a halacha that Moshe Rabbeinu received directly from Hakadosh Baruch Hu with all the halachas, and that's what they're makbid on it. Zdukim! I'm talking about Zdukim. Who sings Zdukim? The ones who don't believe in Torah Shebal Peh believe in this one because it says Kasher Tzivisicha, that I gave you a Torah Shebal Peh. It was just a Vard. I don't know if it's endless. No, it's not like brought down in Sparta. It's a Vard. Oh, yes. Shalom Aleichem guest. This whole table I see are guests. Shalom Aleichem. What's your name? Mark. Shalom Aleichem. From where? Shalom Aleichem. And you, sorry for disturbing you. What's your name? Ah, you're texting me? You're trying. You'll never understand. Stop trying. What's your name? From where? I know, Shalom Aleichem. And you? From? Shalom Aleichem, David. And you? There you go, Shalom Aleichem. Who else is a guest? Oh, who's your uncle? Oh, he's your uncle. You also kind of. No, you come every day, fine. Oh, he doesn't want to look at me. Manishma. What's your name? From Yerushalayim also? No. That's it. It's Yishuv. Cool. Nice. All right. Who's that kid across from you? What's your name? That's your son? Wow. Shlomo, how old are you? 10. Wow. You did the daf? Tries. Okay. It's good stuff. Now the blood coming out. Gory stuff. Okay. Something in Mara. Everybody. Rabbi said, we know that when it comes to chicken, you don't have to check both simonim, the con and the vesha. Only one, with the rice. Either. So that's the sugya. Machlok. What's the first one that you hit? The first one is the trachea. You could either or. This is it. Interesting. Only the esophagus, the food pipe, not the breathing pipe. How do you get to the vesha without the kana? The way I always understood it, and it seems from Rashi says mefurish, that it goes kana, vesha, and spine. But it's not like that. The pictures and answer from Weissfish, it's a little bit on the angle. Like you can get to the vesha. It first comes kana, but to the side of it in the back. Here, I'll show you a picture. It's more like this. You see, first you hit the white, the kana, but the vesha is not directly behind it. The vesha is behind it, but slightly to the side. So you can actually come from an angle and just cut the vesha and not the kana. What does it say? What is that? The more important one. Why is the veshet more important than the kana? Because the veshet, I skip. It says one or the other. Either one you want. It says one. It means the more important one. The more. We start off the shear. Kana, you could have a cut in the kana, and the animal's not even considered a trachea. You have a tiny little hole in the trachea, not in the trachea, in the esophagus. It's done. Wow, how did it get so late? This is simple. You're doing a shechita, you shechted the veshet, the kana. I'm sorry, the veshet. The esophagus, and then the gargaris means the kana. Then the trachea pops out, shera. Why is it kosher? Because you did a great shechita, you shefted the vesha. Afterwards, something popped out. It popped out afterwards the animal's dead, so it's kosher. But if the trachea popped out first, we had this halacha. If it popped out first, so it's a treifa, no good. What if you did a shechita on the how do you say it? The esophagus. And then you found that the trachea is popped out. Maybe then you don't know when it popped out before or after shechita. But what's the Gemara's point? It doesn't say that a person shechted the trachea and the esophagus popped out. Why doesn't it say that? So what's the answer? Why does it say that a person shefted the kana, he's shefting the trachea, and all of a sudden the esophagus popped out? So you see, the more wants to point out, you see that you're not allowed to go. That's not a good shechita. The only good shechita is if you sheft esophagus and the trachea pops out. But if you shep the trachea and the esophagus pops out, it's not a good shechita. Because you have to shep the one siman, and which is that one siman? Only. But what's the real answer? The real answer is it doesn't happen. It's not something that's common. Right. What could happen is for the trachea to pop out, but what never happens is that the esophagus pops out. If a person shefted a half a siman of the trachea, half a siman of the esophagus, in a bird, sula. Why? Because he didn't do a rive of any of the simanim. And certainly if you did the same thing in the animal, it doesn't work. So it says by Rebuta says by bird, and we're going to talk about it in Rebuta. You have to chef the veshet. It doesn't say kana. It says veshet. Only the eating tube and the breathing. Let's see here. Check this out. You have to get that grid, that blue thing, the jugular, according to Rashi. She's already that breathing. But he says before it, only one, and which one? The esophagus, not the trachea. What? Says Mara. No. The veshet, some of the breathing. It's only because that jugular is next to the veshet over here. He shows the mamish next to it, so it's easier. But if you chef the kana and then the breathing also goes. When we learned last time, we learned I think Stein brings it down. I didn't do research on it. He claims that the jugular by kosher animals is in the muffin shpita. So when you cut the simanim, you get the jugular, you get all the good veins, and all the blood comes out. The animal dies very, very quickly. By non-kosher animals, he claims that the jugular is behind the spinal cord, and you can't get to it by a regular shpita. Toshma. This is the question I asked in the beginning of this year. You shut the half a kana, half a trachea, and you went to sleep. As long as it takes to do a shkita that's called shivia, the shkita parents and then he came and he finished off the jobs. He doesn't share it. It's a good shkita. Why? Because the first time that you cut is not considered shkita. My love, the third time went up first. Well, my tomorrow's got Gareth. Over here you see they cut to do one simon, and even the trachea, even the kana. No, the behema. You got both things wrong. When it said that it checked it wasn't talking about a bird. It's talking about a behema. And when it said to finish, it didn't mean to finish off the trachea. And then, to my Gemara he finished both simanim. Toshma. If a person, same idea, you find that the kana is half damaged. In other words, twice of a kosher Gemara. The night he went and he made it, instead of having it has an incision, it has 45% incision on the trachea. He goes and he cuts more. And he finished it. He doesn't see share, it's a good shkita. My laboy, came out a bird. And you see that you could be behind the mitzvah shkita just on the trachea. My Gemara, ignore the kana. Like, same idea. The behemoth, we're only talking about an animal. He did this to an animal. My Gemara, the veshet. And it means he finished off not only the trachea, but also the esophagus, the veshet. Doshma. It's a molten kapisoi. How do you do Malika? Go back to Malika just to show it again. Malika is when you take your thumbnail and you go through the back of the neck, through the spine, into the esophagus, right through the trachea. Only like quite a shidrum, okay? The lower plus this is the first over here. You should not cut the muscle. Actually, otherwise you render it in the vela. Actually, Megillah eventually the kana, but if it's before you can get the either or. And it says before you could also just chef the kana and your yikes the melika. This is checkmate. It says either or, the veshet or the kana. You ask me, which one of the two are you chefing? You had a makoish. Okay, it says before even if I chef the trachea, so not chef, the leak of the trachea, that's good. Begin the veshet the kana, and once you get there, put some of that part, you make sure you cut all the muscle. Oil timer and time, and oil you have to sever the whole head, so you have to cut both. Yufta the Ravada Merhaba, Yufta is very, very strong. Says more at the end of the day, which one of the two do you cut? My Havila! Congress, I just established checkmate. No, checkmate means checkmate. It means that all you have to you can cut either or. No, this is why I think it's not a great raya. You're talking about Malika. You're talking about going from the back, like this picture, going right through my freckles to the spine. So Rashi here forth, I cut even the corner a little bit. Don't kill the animal because the animal's 3/4 dead to begin with. But if I'm coming from the other side, shkitas from the other side, maybe cutting the kana is not enough. Maybe the animal will continue living. Maybe it's not a good shkita. Tashma. Rabbi says story time. Now by Rav said have a big Rava. He was a duck, an injured duck. Also, give me my this play dumber. Its whole neck was full of blood. Now we have a big problem. How are you going to shep this duck? I need to shep it quickly before it dies. But I don't know if the blood is coming from the trachea, from the esophagus, from its tongue. Maybe it had a tooth problem. I don't know where the blood is coming from. What do we do here? It's a big problem. We'll do the sponsors after the story. I'm gonna check. Then I'm gonna open up and see whether it had a hole in one of the two simanim. I can't check it. Why? Maybe the knife went exactly into the hole where this blood is the source of the blood, and I'm not going to see the hole. So I checked it. So check to see if there's a hole beforehand. I can't. Why? Check this out. Beautiful picture. When I check the esophagus, I can't check on the left one. I can't see that there's a hole here. The blood's right in. But if I check from the inside of the esophagus, it's white, you can see the hole. But that's only after the animal's dead. I can't pull out a live duck's esophagus and turn it inside out and see if there's a thing. And if I did, what did I do? I made it a tray on the spot. They say tray, but I hear what you say. Okay. What? All my areas live Ray. So this is Rob. All my lay Rav Yosef Ray. So Rob's son, his name was Rav Yosef. He says, I have a great idea. Give the kalim's corner. With your fingers, you could just run it up and down the trachea from outside and see if it has any holes in it. And only cut through the corner. So they'll be kosher because I did one simon. So what do you see from the story right here? What do we see? That one simon can be the corner also. And after it's dead, then you pull out the vesha and you'll check it. Wow, that was powerful what you said. What a great idea. I love it. It's like Rabbi Yochanan. Rashi brings that Shmuel sent 13 camels to Rabbi Yochanan. It's not that the whole Shabbos he was wearing this. He figured there's no video, there's nothing. Nobody's going to see him. Unbelievable. All right, we have a video. Hold on. I'm here, but it's real the story. Check the sausage afterwards. Okay. So when it says in the Mishnah Echad that you can check one of the simanim, you can check even this cut because from this story, that was Rabbi Yosef's great idea to check just the cut. Adar Global, specialist in international financial services. Chai Morad, English Masim Rossi. Shalat Tabaz, Yitzchak, Arash, Review says you have to check the freedoms. Question: why do you have to check the freedoms? There's two reasons why you check the freedoms. Either to drain, it's a practical way to drain all the blood. Obviously, you're not allowed to eat blood. It's the right to eat blood. So have a practical way at his draining. There's another reason. Maybe it's part of the shkita. Maybe it's like 2 simanim plus the jugular. What's an afkamina? The nice is an afkamina. The halachs of shkita apply to the vein. Shihiyah, grease on the vein. Or no, take any device, take a plier, and go like this and cut it. As long as you're able to drain the blood. He says, no, the reason is to drain the blood. I'm giving you practical advice, and it's only in a bird you need this practical advice. Al Behema giving them an Antei Behema, the Tzara. When it comes to an animal, since you're chopping it up into little pieces, it doesn't matter. Says Gemara, the Memra, all the time they're using Shum Damus. The Chayra, it's a practical thing. But not having a beat. But now, review the Omer, actually, Yishchoy, there's a rhythm. It says, of course, the lotion of Shchita on the juggler. You have to do Shchita to the juggler. Hey, no, actually, not give us a rhythm. Hope the rhythm here. But we're going to see soon. I'm just going to steal it. But I told them, you know, it was a little tough. People that don't like blood, so he changed it a little bit. In other words, it doesn't have to be shchita as long as you get all the liquids out. And if you're not going to read it, so why does it say shchita? There's a whole, just a real quickly, there's a kind of some surfing, there's a whole machloek between Poland and Hungary. They used to take these ducks and fatten them. They put a tube right down their mouth and stuff them, right? Geese. So the shaila is, so some of the Rabbanim said it's a problem because when you stuff the funnel down its throat, no, forget that. You make it a tray, so you make a tiny little hole in the no, not in the trachea, in the esophagus. Small trachea is not a problem. Small hole, the problem in the esophagus. So this whole should be done during Shkita. The Gemara is going to say why. Tashma, read the Shkita. So before Shkita, you review this. You see, it's an union of Shkita, not an union of draining the blood. Ain't no breathing. So if we're not doing Shkita, no, the union is to make the hole in it. When during Shkita, you review that. Tashma related Shkita. Actually, you read them a little. Down. If the whole point is just to drain this animal. Why does that have to be done by Shkita? Do it after Shkita, 10 minutes later. You see that it is Shkita because they're asking this question. What's the difference when you do the whole Musava and what's back of the Svara? Why does it say do it only during Shkita? Because Shkita makes a lot of sense. It's Koy means warm. When the blood is flowing easily, so it's much better to do it by shkita. But if you wait 10 minutes, it's not going to come out because it gets self-congealing. But the Rashi says he didn't hear what Rav Chizda said. That it's a practical way to get all the blood out. Read them in the Riyuda, Shaban, Daras, Mouth. What is there? Halach is a shkita on the jugular. Maybe it's Yanavi, maybe not. This picture right over here, it doesn't have to be shkita. As long as you make a hole in it and drain it, that's enough. Then shave. This formal line. By the way, in our Gemara, I was very proud. In our Gemara, it says, and it tells you what Rav Chizda said. Other Gemaras, no, we learned Rav Chizda on top of the Amid. I don't know, a lot of us don't even remember what Rav Chizda is, what he is. In our Gemara, we're not for these kind of things, to bring it in, the official Gemara. What does it say? What does Rav Chizda say? That Rabbi Yehuda only said is halacha by a bird. By a bird, there's an issue of drainage. By an animal, there's no issue of drainage. That's why Rabbi said you have to shut the breathing. You shut the 2 halves. Possible. Then some learn the aim. Only in a bird, like Rav Chizda. Actually, you should only in a bird, you have to check the breathing, the jugular, the boy side. Have a wonderful day.
Learn the schus of spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com. Sponsor MDY.com.
Moyo Good morning, Rapo Isai. נשמע סיבים מרוץ ומספס מרדכי. Rapo Isai. Day four in Morocco. I know you want to see it. Day four in Morocco. I know you want to see it. Shkoyach Noam for schlepping a Sefer Torah on your back the entire trip.
By far, the best thing here is seeing all the relationships and the engagement and how excited everyone is to learn Torah together.
This was the highlight for me. To see this live. I told you, the Jews gave it to them.
Yes, he did it again. Another wonderful trip. Hopefully another trip next year. Thank you.
Marad. I was never so emotional on paper. They make a havlaka on the caver. Don't ask. No questions. The tree doesn't burn. The whole city has blue built. And we were on the rooftop. NDY official edition, Masechtas Chulin, volume 2. Over 200 people picked it up from satellite locations because there's a discounted price. I think it's $25 if you pick it up. And you get to know your satellite location. Dear Rebelli Shlit, in the years plus since I've been doing your shir, you've stressed and expanded on many topics that require chizuk in Klal Yisrael, namely Shnei Mikro, not talking during Kaddish, Onu Tassen, the importance of the Yomi, and of course, and all in all, to be a better year. Of course, the Yomi, of course, and all in all, to be a better year. I can barely say that every time you stress importance on the topic, I take you seriously and I've committed myself to them. This is my first year ever, and I'm up to date on Shnei Mikro and everything else I've mentioned. But the clincher that has really saved my life has been a recent stress on the importance of acquiring a bidet sprayer. Belly, you seriously have changed my life, and I hope this email will inspire Gantz Klal Yisrael to join in this initiative. So thank you for everything. If not, you want me to send you this one also? Okay, so thank you for everything, and for teaching us how to truly live life. There might be some truth to what he's writing. Now, when I do email part of the shir from the restroom, I can truly enjoy saying, No, now when I do the email part of the shir from the restroom, I can truly say, Eliyahu Slavowitz, a comment of the email since Sanhedrin Bays, a comment of the complete shir since Sanhedrin Samach Ches. He's keeping track. Takes sometimes 66. No, if there was another email like his in Sanhedrin Daf Gimel, he would have joined right away. Problem is, the morning Rebellion, it's currently 4:51 a.m. when I'm writing this email. At the beginning of Chulin, I wanted to take my learning further, so I figured to continue my travel secondary limud. I'd already started Berachas, so I continue on one of the dafim I've covered. You spoke on how bad it is to sleep in tefillin. Being that I'm in my youth, I tend to pull all-nighters from time to time. In the past, I would try to put on tefillin. If I doze off, it didn't bother me. But tonight, I still had to do my secondary Masechta. Once I finished, the time was an hour and a half to net, so I stayed up and made sure to fill in quickly before getting drowsy. Thanks so much for helping me and many more people understand and internalize many halachas and mitzvahs that there's confusion. Thanks so much, Moish friend, Staten Island, Babakama, Daf, Bays. And finally, Shalom Rebbe Meir. Well, as well, I just wanted to share with you an anecdote. I was on a flight to Frankfurt, Germany, heading to Kiryat Tzadikim. Sitting next to me was a Malaysian woman. I was watching the day's Daf 24, and one of the AI videos came on. She said, "Excuse me, which Israeli movie is that?" It looks so awesome. I explained to her that it's better than the movie, it's MDY. And that religious Jews all over the world learn the same page of Talmud, rain or shine, day in, day out, with no vacation. So she's visibly impressed. She went on telling me she loves Yidden and wants to visit Israel in the near future. She asked where she can access the shiurim, and I gave her the website. You never know, you might have a female Malaysian learning MDY daily, all because of AI videos. For every Talmud Eli Geller from Lakewood, New Jersey, official edition of MDY Shas, Masechta, Zevin Yao, show off, Shkoyach. Daf Kov Zayin, Elio Niman, Schos from Mishpocha, Elio Ben Chashfeiga, Dino Nencha, Bas Miriam. That's album dedicated memory of our Meir, Shmuel Baruch, Reb Chaim Tzvi, Deutsch Rebbe Bracha, the Patrick Tower Foundation, gratitude to the consortium and the alliance, and all they do to support MDY. Anonymous has some Bruchas of Gashmas, and thank you to Chief Benny. Anonymous for completely refurbished Neyman, Arifas, Yom Kalei Bas Esther, Yom and Daniel Rosenfeld, Brius Besimcha, Aryeh Simon, sponsor for Shlomo Avi Meir Baruch Miriam. Benjamin and Danielle Roosevelt, also monthly sponsor Paras B'Shefa. Weekly sponsors, Spanish year sponsors wishing the MDY family continued at Slocha and Siyati D'Shmaya. Daily sponsors, Anonymous, in honor of bringing my first son, the Briso Yishel Abraham Avinu Mazel Tov, Yitzi Waldner, and Mary Engel. Gratitude, that's how you pronounce it. Gratitude to Hashem, we dedicate a blaze to MDY for igniting so many hearts. Did we hear that song? Hinda and Kayla Simon, thank you, Tati. Shkoyach Yitzim. Hinda, Kayla Simon, thank you, Tati, Akiva, and Bins for holding up the world with the Torah learning. Susie Razner, memory of Alan Razner, is the front of the Bracha, 40 yards, and from Chaim Osher, Ben Elio, Eliezer Menachem. David Blumfeld, Zerveld, Yelish Mischai Tzipor, Basil Yoel Elshon, Chaim Yisrael, Ben Fred Hadassah Shlita, from the Mashpacha. Mashpacha. Yeah, so that's yeah. Gary's Shver was the original match. Not related or something, whatever. His Gary Shver was nifted early, and I forgot what happened. Yaakov, David, and Gitta, in honor of the engagement of Baruch Avram Shulman and Esther Simcha. Simcha? How? Simcha. Coil sponsors for the month, HYK Ventures, and the source for success of all our clients. And a Coil sponsor for the month, Benjamin and Danielle Rosenfeld, Bracha Beparnas. MDY Kids sponsor, Innovations LLC, Ziskus Rakiv Simcha Ben Feiga, Erif Yehudis Bas Yavachaya. NYR month, Fushleim Yonatan Edim Ben B'Shem Bracha. Fushleim Mordechai Ben Esther. Fusayela Daniel Zev Ben Ayela Esther. Raboisai, we're starting a brand new I see Baruch Shackles is in here. He gets a big mazel tov. He had a son. Kiddush. I mean bris. Huh? Mazel tov. Mazel tov. Grandfather. Simchas. Simchas. Givaldi. The voice I were holding in a brand new Perek. Brand new Perek number 2. Good news. It's mamish easier maybe even than Perek Aleph. So we're going 26 days into the Masechtas Mamish, say Shema. Hashoichet. Echel Ba'oif. Shnayim B'Behema. If you sheft one siman, either the trachea or the esophagus, the kana or the vessel, either one. Usually, what do you shift by a bird first? What comes first in the bird? You're coming from the neck area. You're going to be shifting the kana. You're going to be shifting the trachea, the Israeli air conditioning pipe, the white pipe. That's good enough. The Gemara is going to address right away. Hashoichet means, throughout the Masechta we learned Hashoichet is b'diavad. That was like in the beginning of the first daf, no? Hashoichet. If you do it, okay, it's okay. What's going on? Shchitasik sheira. V'ruboy shalachat kamayu. These are halachas we already learned. We're familiar. Roiv is just as good as the entire thing. So even if you don't check the whole, let's see. Let's do some pictures here. Echad ba'oif. Over here he did esophagus, even esophagus. Shnayim b'behema. Like, why is it only the other? What else are you supposed to do in this case? What else could you do? That's the Gemara. Ruboy shalechad. Let's see where we have Ruboy shalechad. Ruboy shalechad. That's by an animal. Not good. This is also not good. Anyway, Ruboy shalechad. If you do roiv, it's as if you did the whole simon. If you do oimer, actually yishka does have reading. No, you got to get those reading. So the machlok is like, some say it's the jugular. The machlok is rishonim. Here, you got to cut those blue pipes also. It's not just enough to cut the. And we're talking about, by the way, specifically in a bird. You see in this picture, it's a bird, it's a chicken. Only in a bird you have to cut the jugulars. So remember, only in a bird. And the idea is to empty it out, to get the blood out of the bird. Huh? It's not the simon. No, there's no shaykh in the simon. No. Because maybe you could rip it open. Because the idea is to get the blood out. It's not the idea to cut it. You have to cut the simonim, the kana or the vesher. Chatzi echad ba'oif. That's the picture I showed you before. Where's chatzi echad ba'oif? Oh, here. Chatzi echad ba'oif. You only do half, not the roiv. Obviously, the halacha is no good. Ve'echad b'chetzi b'behema. You do a full kana and a half of the trachea, no good. Shchitas psula. And then the Mishnah repeats, and we have to understand why. Roiv echad ba'oif. One simon by a bird is enough. So if you do roiv of one simon, also enough, 51%. The roiv shnayim b'behema, or cut most of the two simonim here, like this, let's say. But here you had a good roiv. It's okay. Ask the Gemara right away. Hashoichet. You ever did with a kilo life? You chef two simonim, so you only get hashoichet. It says in the beginning of the Mishnah hashoichet. It goes on to say all the cases. One of the cases is Shnayim b'behema, right away in the beginning. What else do you want us to do? Shnayim b'behema l'chapchila loy. At kama lishkot b'leizel. How much do you want him to share? Before you say it's not referring to Shnayim b'behema. It's only referring to the first words of the Mishnah. Hashoich echad ba'oif. That's a b'diavad. Look at Kila Yishashach, two simanim. In fact, the Shulchan Aruch brings it, and I asked Rav Fish, and Rav Fish said yes. They try to do two simanim. Went on to say, we discussed the Shulchan Aruch, because it says over there, so he tells me that when he went to the Faher, the Rav asked him, what kavanah do you have to have when you chef? Kavanah, a shame shkir. So the Shulchan Aruch, you have an after time, like you should have in mind, not a kavanah in your brain, but like make sure to, like, what's it? No, it's not kivun, not in intent. You should, like a goal. It's like not in the lashon of kavanah of tefillah, but more. Make sure that you cut two. What you say more? The second shot is aruboy shalechad kamayu. Roiv is not good. It's good if you did it, but try not to be soymach on a 51% cut. And what if you did 49 one time? Go for the whole thing. Try to get the whole thing. So Rabbi say, this Gemara all the way to the end of today, we're just going to be discussing one simple thing. We know, everybody knows, you ask any child, where do you shut from? They know it's from the neck. But how do you know that? Do we know from a pasuk in the Torah? Or it's just a tradition that we see from Moshe Rabbeinu all the way to today? And basically we're going to see it's tradition, but the Gemara is going to say all sorts of psukim that perhaps you can learn from the pasuk. Omer Rav Kahana, Kamash Simon. There's many different ways of going about this. 5, 6, we're going to see today. Omer Rav Kahana. How do you know that shchita is from the front of the neck? V'shachad is ben abba. It says the word v'shachad. And we can learn from the word shachad, it's actually two words. V'mokim sheshach chat. Chatei. Shach chat. Now what sheshach means to bend over. What part of the, you think, let's look at an animal, let's look at a cow. What part always bends down? The neck. What else always bends down? The knee doesn't bend down. The knee bends, but it's a straight thing that comes off the body. The head comes straight out, and then it bends down to eat. The tail should be a straight thing, and it bends down. So right away, the Gemara is going to ask you about a tail. Now, what does chateu mean? Chateu means clean it. Clean it out of its blood. That's where the blood should pour out of. Rashi uses a lashon here, tahareyu. Tachshireyu lafil, that's what it says. It's like, clean it out. Why not? Okay, but maybe the Gemara is going to explain that maybe you start there, you end somewhere else until, you make a long cut. Tachshireyu lafil v'tahareyu. It's interesting to point out, first time he brings a rekanti. He says the idea of shchita by a behema is that you leave the malach hamavos out of it. You don't let the malach hamavos kill this animal. You kill it. And by not letting the malach hamavos in, so you remove the tumah from it. When the malach hamavos kills an animal, it inserts its venom into it. It inserts its tumah. That's the lashon of tahareyu. Through the shchita of tahareyu, you're creating a certain tahara to the animal. This is interesting. You think about it. A dead animal is mutama, but if you shept it nicely, then it has no tumah. You don't have that by a human being. Human being does however it dies, it's a major source of tumah. How do you know that chateu means to clean? And we're actually going to see soon a lashon of chateu that doesn't mean clean. Chateu means to break, to tear open, to break. So here the Gemara brings two psukim of siv. V'chiteis abayis, you clean out the house from the tzaras. When the house has tzaras. Riboy say mo mehacha techateni ve'ezei ve'tar. The Ramal says, I want to be cleaned out from my avera v'sheva ve'ezei ve'tar. I want to be cleaned. Ask the Gemara. So you're telling me it's something that bends. There's one other. I can think of two other things actually that bend on an animal. Can anyone think of the third thing? It's a tough one. What else on an animal bends? Not its knees, not its tail, and not its neck. What else? Tongue bends. It stays in. What? No, they don't bend. The ear. That's no. Horns don't bend. You put it down, but they're stabilized. What do you do? It does. That's the Gemara's answer. It should be like this. It has a chut hashedra. It should go in line with the animal. It's a continuation of the spine, but it bends down. The ears is very interesting. By the animal, the ears could stand up, go down, and move. So something that has a gemara v'emim is nothing. Maybe the tail. Shach, because shizakov being, it goes down. It should have been straight. So says the Gemara, no, it's in a downward position forever. It's always down. Once in a while, it picks it up at the flat, chase away the flies or whatever. But it's in a downward position. The neck is an upward position that goes down. As the Gemara, Maybe it's here. I think it's super interesting if you look around at all the animals. Every animal can move its ear in different directions, and it's basically to protect it. Like it wants to see, it controls the way it hears. Human beings, stationary. And a guy in the Hebrew shield that moves his ears up and down a little bit, but not like the Zazoksta, like animals go up, down, to the side, right, left. What's shot? Shot is we don't need it. How do we need it? If we do, that's not how we use our hearing. We hear a song, we hear this. But we're not trying to protect ourselves from enemies with our ears. These animals, they're constantly, you see them in the safari. The Jeep is coming from there, where's it coming? Different directions, right, left. Uvalde. I just want to say this thing. It reminded me of this idea, and I think it's a murdic idea for a lot of people. There's a guy that came to a Rav. He says, I'm having issues with shidduchim. Unfortunately, it's every person I know basically has an issue here and there in this parasha. And the Rav said a murdic thing to him. He said, remember when your son got engaged? You're all forbidden. You're forbidden. The Mechutin said this, and then he didn't do it, and then the hall was like that, and didn't come out this, and this didn't work out. And you come to the chasana like with a heavy heart. He said, "The Lord gave you a gift, and you didn't like, wow, unbelievable. Okay, this is a problem over here. You let the problem overtake you, and you focus on the problem instead of the unbelievable gift that the Lord gave you. So right now, he's not interested in giving you another gift. When the gift comes, your advice, when the gift comes, remember, when the gift comes, you take it and you mamish b'simcha doyle ma'od, then yeah, about it. The Yisrael is always going to seep in there and try to knock out that gift and put down the gift for you. So you have to know how to concentrate on the toy. So the Gemara, Mazik Shula, it reminded me. No, it reminded me because this is what HaKadosh Baruch gives you what you need, not more and not less than you. You think you're. We have these, just trigger this thing. No, he's right. Video. No, it's it's legitimate. It's a legitimate question. It has nothing to do. It triggered the memory. I have your side. Sometimes it doesn't work out well. If all of a sudden I remember something, it triggers something, so I say it, and that's where my filter fails a lot of times. But this was a good one. I didn't want to forget it. I want to say it. Yeah. Small, for the most part. Those who are further down the table. More. So the Gemara. The Emo. Being a Dama Nefesh, we're going to cut from his ear. That's not where the Dama, we learned in Zdachim. The Shkita has to be Dama Nefesh. It spurts out that blood that the Neshama goes out with. The Dama Kamtzis. Is that what? Okay, so we're going to get to it. So the Gemara. The tail is a lot more sensitive in my opinion. Well, the Gemara is going to talk about how it's an offshoot of the shedra of the spine, which that's one of the areas of the body that the body goes out in a millisecond. If it gets severed, and it's just a continuation of that for the shedra. It happens to be that at a certain point it's less sensitive, but I could see where that could kill an animal a lot quicker than cutting a little piece of its ear. They go into the air every day and they put those tags on the ear. It's nothing. Okay. Let's do this. Let's see what happens. Says Gemara being down on the left. Start at the ear and continue until there's Dama Nefesh. Visu. Shivia drasa halada hagramo v'ikur minala. Obviously, you don't have a policy that tells us Shivia drasa halada hagramo v'ikur. What are those 5 things? Let's see them real quickly in Nachamon. Shihiyah is when there's a pause in the Shkita, a certain amount of time. Dras is when you do a downward motion. I like the fact you did a whole Shkita here and it's not even gross. It's like sterile and everything. Chalada is when you hide the knife under a simon or under a blanket, or the knife is hidden. Over here you hide it between the simon. Ikur is when one of the pipes pops out, usually I guess the trachea. And agrama is where you do the shechita not in the place of the shechita, more like past the tabas hadoila. You know, we had the whole sugya. It's higher up on the kana. So where do you see these 5 problems in shechita? Elo Gemara. It's a Messiah. It's a Kabbalah. We receive a tradition from generation to generation. So therefore, shechita menatzavanami Gemara. So too, shafting an animal from the neck is a tradition that we receive. They did this in the Midbar. They did this in the Beis Hamikdash. It's not in the Torah. It's from Moshe Rabbeinu, directly from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So then what do we have this pasuk of the shochat has been about them? The Loya Shavu Gistra. Don't make it a Gisra. Remind the Olam, maybe if you're brand new to the receptor, a lot of people starting the first, also very clean. The idea is to come through. Look at the guy in the left top window. Philly. That's a gistra, basically chopping an animal in half. So what do you see in the pasuk? It's saw. What's the lashon that they use? Kateyu. Kateyu. It should be a sheet of kateyu and not more. Not more. It should be up to a certain point. Don't go crazy. It almost seems like it's also to cut him. It's also to cut the head completely off. So we have another pshat. How do you know that the shechita must be from the neck? V'zavachta. It's also 2 words. Zav, kateyu. From the place that the blood comes out of, kateyu, break it. Over here, kateyu doesn't mean to clean, it means to break. Cut it right there in the neck. By mashma dai kateyu lishin in taberu, how do you know that kateyu over here means to break? D'chsiv al tira val teichas. Don't fear and don't break. So teichas is a lesson of breaking. Another place where it says al tira val teichas, and Torah is murdered, is by David HaMelech telling Shlomo, I want you build the Beis Hamikdash, al tira val teichas, which I think it's unbelievable because a lot of times it's natural. It's like Shlomo HaMelech could say, why should I build the Beis Hamikdash? My own holy father, one of the legs of the Merkava, didn't build the Beis Hamikdash. So who am I? This idea of like, I'm not worthy. My father did it. Who am I? No, sometimes you have a murdic idea, a murdic plan of this. You go with it. You don't say, oh, but that God didn't do it, or my father didn't do it, or whatever. No. I'll tear about paper. If it's good, if this is the Ratzon Hashem, you do it. What? No, the first one. No, we nothing to do with shechita. We want to know what teichas means. Teichas is second. Yeah, we're translating a word. Does teichas mean to clean, or teichas means to break? You see over there, I'll hear about teichas. Don't break. No, teichas means to break, not to clean. Ask the Gemara of Eina Mechatnai. Why your noses are running? Cows have running noses. There's mucus, and it's another thing that so the zavachta you should shift it from a place that something runs, a runny nose, huh? Flow, the flow. You say it's down the line. If your feet smell and your nose runs, you're built upside down. If your feet could smell and your nose could run, so you're built upside down. Jordan, finish on top. You finish on top, he's done anyway. He's masking, he's done. Now he's just opened up a whole nother box of who knows. Says the Gemara can't be the nose because the flow must come through breaking, through shechita. Over here, his nose runs whether he likes it or not. He doesn't like it actually, it still runs. As the Gemara maybe he's supposed to stab him in the heart. I had a whole conversation with Rabbi Yitzchak Ehrman, he used to work for that Agudah, and he was the original one that called me like 2 years ago about the Sima Shas and what we should do and the whole thing. And I had a whole, this was 2 years ago, and I had a whole conversation with him till like 1 in the morning. He's working now on convincing politicians. They brought a whole group of, they spend a lot of money getting cardiologists and brain surgeons and all sorts of things and all different equipment to hook animals up to these machines and prove that shechita is the most humane way to kill animals. It's less tsar than stunning, which the goyim use. And they're able to prove that it's instantaneously. It's like the animal doesn't feel the knife, but the blood, something with the brain, and it just shuts down immediately, and that's it. And it's quicker than stunning. They're proven. People are happy because he says what happens is that places like in Holland, that the first thing they go after the anti-Semites, they go after the shechita. Once they get the shechita done, then they go straight to Mila. It's a quick jump. And now this week they put Moylan in jail. They arrested Moylan. It's a whole. So they wanna get it before it becomes the PETA and all that out of hand. Okay, very very interesting stuff. No, but if you can prove, they came with the assumption that the Torah knows what it's talking about. That Kosh Baruch Hu is not interested in Tzar B'Alakayim. He's interested in Tzar B'Alakayim, and they do shechita. Zog the Gemara. Where are we? Levi. We're in Levi, but I can't find Levi. Oh, the heart of the sugya. I didn't do it. I'm just repeating from him. Vema Levi. I'm not enough kishim for that. Vema Levi. That's true. Vesu, Shihia, Rasa, Halada, Drama, the Ikrimanos. We have a little bit of a freebie a few times. Okay, see, you have a source for shechita in the Torah, and where's your source for Shia and Drisa? Hello, Gemara. You have to admit that there's a big component of tradition. Shechita in the Tabernacle Gemara, so then the shechita also is tradition. The girl of my also is the one. Because in Shavui Yisrael that Chateyu and no more than Chateyu. Shouldn't cut it, chop it completely off. Very small tunnel. Another chop. V'shachat. So before we did shach with the shin, that he bends down. Over here it's a sin. V'shachat, I think of v'shachat, it'll be sochat. A sin, a samach. V'shachat means v'mokom shesoch hateyu. From the place that he vocalizes, whatever, he makes his move from the vocal cords. We saw the hitis in the pipe. That's where you should clean it. Now we're going back to hateyu, clean. In other words, cut him and clean out the blood from that area. Oh, V'emem will show you. Maybe from here. Let's see, what's the shoyna? This is Dama Nefesh. Shame happened. This is the shoyna. Okay, fine. The shoyna. The whole part, whatever it is. Listen, I'd rather have this. You go until we put a full stop. So maybe we'll show him, maybe cut his tongue, and that's the shechita. Begin on. Get out. Get out. It's not how you say weiter, get out. Look, I don't know where, we got to put a stop to this. Weiter. From England. You want to do tshuva and say like a mensch? It's gonna be a big busha now. Okay, editors, cut that weiter out, please. Thank you. Threw me off now. Mendy? Oh! Okay, now I can continue. Please, if you're from England, do not try to say anything here. Garnish. Tomorrow, fine. Let's we get through. I'm confused now. I'm so confused. You have no most of what he did to me. Oh, okay. Let me calm down a little bit. Maybe I'll try now. I don't know if that's enough. Yeah, we definitely need a song. We need to make it now. Oh, Okay, Bambu's out now. I feel much better. Bambu's trying. Maybe you should just from the tongue. Again, it's not going to give you that blood that we need, the Dama Nefesh. Oh, where do we get the Dama Nefesh? I forgot to show you. Ki Nefesh HaBasar B'dam Hu. B'dam He. It's a policy that says you need Dama Nefesh. Maybe the Karav Azalah. Dama Nefesh. Maybe you're cutting the tongue all the way. This is where I thought about the conversation with Yitzhak Berman. I was going to say, cut the tongue, which is very painful, and then all the way to Dama Nefesh. Yeah, okay. How about me? She dressed halal growing now with the freebie. How do you know those 5 things that are also? Ella Gemara. I learned there was a tradition, so maybe also Shvita is a tradition. Also, once again, so it should be a gisra. You can't cut it off completely. Stop there by the simon and don't continue in to the marpekes, to the spine, etc. Another Tana brings a source for doing shkita from the neck. The Sayo Rebechia Omar. First Kehanim, and I was shkita minatzav. How do we know it's from the neck? Shlemar. Is in the soft. We're talking about the oila, the carbon covered every single morning, the oila. You chop it up into pieces. And you bring 13 Kehanim, they bring the parts onto the Mizbeach and the Makrim, all the parts. So it says already, cut it into pieces. So then why does the Torah point out 2 parts? The head and the fat. You say, if already, the legs, the hands, no, other is fat. Why does it say, you see the second, it means the fat. It's already just a fat. It's already part of the animal, so why you how do you say point out? Single out. Why are you singling out the head and the bottom? It has to be something they could skin. The problem is that you're not skinning the head. Why? Because already it was severed from the body. What does it mean severed from the body? The shchita, cutting the two simanim, it severs the head, so to speak. And Memela, it's not part of the Hafshata. Here's Hafshata real quickly. I saw Hafshata in real life. It doesn't look this easy. It's a lot harder. This is just the Saber Soinaim. In real life, if you were to do that, you'd be sitting there for 20 minutes schlepping, yeah? It doesn't, they pull and pull. Today they have machines. They hook the machine there and it goes, whoop, hydraulic machine. But if you're doing it by hand, it's an avoid. It doesn't just pop off. So you need to skin the animal from replacing the skin, but you're not going to skin the head because it's already not part of it. It says in the Torah that the head is already detached. You see this idea that it's detached from the shkita. If you notice, there's a jump here in the psukim. The Gemara has a question: why is it single out here? It says, why do you single out Roish B'Sapader? Or it says Tamid Loimar Ves Roish B'Pidro. But that's in the pasuk in base. Go back to this pasuk. Why does it say? It says Roish B'Sapader because it's special. You don't have to skin it. It says Gemara Alchikama. But now the rabbis already came off. Tamid Loimar is Roish B'Sapader. You're right. We're going back to this pasuk. This is the pasuk. The problem is Roish B'Pidro level. Why do I need pasuk in base? This pasuk, what do I need? It seems like it's extra. They violated this hanging. Let me show you this video. There's something wrong with this video. I'm going to tell Yoshi he needs to change it. it seems like from the Mishnah, it's mamish not like this. It seems like the head, the guy holding the head is in the front. It even says in the Gemara. But so ignore the first guy. Tried to take him out this morning, but it didn't work well. I could have started the video from here, but I wanted to show the whole. Yeah, I guess I could have. But he's in there. The guy in front of him, you can't take him out. There's a procession, and each person schleps. But there's a certain. You see over here, derech eretz of not showing disgusting things. Somebody sent me a video. I guess it's supposed to be funny of in Los Angeles. A guy is taking a body, literally 2 days ago, he's taking a body in the street, not in front of everybody, and the, how do you say alunka in English? The stretcher falls, and the body falls on the street. It's a whole commotion, and he's by himself. He's trying to take the body, put it back on the stretcher, back and forth. It's for the children. People walking by over there. You have to have common sense and respect for things. So you go on the mizbeach with a cut head. So you don't want to show all the insides of the head. Somebody came over to me yesterday and says, the trip to Morocco looked unbelievable. One thing in Mamish Mekana, I saw that they were serving sweetbreads. Sweetbreads is not really my favorite. I don't like. To me, I would rather give the sweetbreads to the guy next to me. Yesh. But to see the sweetbreads live, uncooked, it's not so geschmack. Huh? Who? Doesn't know what sweetbreads is? It's the brains. The brains of an animal. So you're not allowed to, you can't really get it here. I don't think you can get it. So apparently they thought it was a murder thing that everyone, it's choshev. They served it. It was one of the 20 things they served that night. It's very, very confusing for a lot of people. It says sweet bread. So it's schmucks. You take a bite out of it. It's sweet bread. What could be wrong with sweet bread? Yeah, it's not just like, How do you know that you put it on this back? Not like in the video. You put it first on the mizbeach. Tamaloimer is roish shoy bes pidroi va'arach. That's what Zainam is. Upeder kamod up. So it goes first. That's why we have that extra puzzle. It's roish bes pidroi va'arach. First the roish, then and the fat, the va'arach. Turning to the Dow, sponsored by Dow Global Specialists in International Financial Services, and by Chaim Milrad, Yirish Masimi Mirosi, Eto Bas, Yitzchak, Aleh Shalom. Upeder Kama, the first, the positive text, it says Peder, because of Rahman Allah. Before later the time you get to the voice. What's the process? You cover the best you can all the gross parts. You sterilize the mouse like our pictures over here. No blood, everything's perfect. You see inside over here. If you can, you cover things. You cover the wound. You cover this. It should look good. Another source for shkita from the neck. This ayah, I told you it's easy. And there's going to be even a gadget today. This ayah is starts at behema v'oif. It says the word behema and bird, behema v'oif, all together. Otherwise, it's going to be one of these videos. Shockingly beautiful videos. Dan, it's not. Think to yourself, the sheshes and gracious, best you've ever envisioned it. And what happened on every day? Shlomo did a fascinating job. Besides, those stars of behema boy. Why is the Torah shofs of behema life? Why did the Torah put it the heckish? Behema boy. Why are they together? For what halacha? But is a Torah and what halacha shofs of behema life over the behema? What halacha are they the same? In fact, they're very different in a lot of things. Behema b'tamo b'mago u'b'masa. When you have a dead animal in a beta that wasn't shafted, a cow that wasn't shafted. It's matama b'mago b'masa, just touching it. This is not such a great masa. Masa would mean even if there's like separation of shelves or whatever, but since you lifted it up, here, Here he comes, tell me right away. Okay, fine, masa. If Adam matama b'mago b'masa, when you touch a dead bird, a kosher dead bird, you're not talking b'chlal. How do you become tummy from a kosher dead bird? On a vela, the one that was run over by a car, which is huge. It's a very severe tuma. It's so severe that it makes your clothing tummy. When you touch an animal, you become tummy. Your clothing don't become tummy. You touch an vela, in that case, this guy right over here, his clothing don't become tummy. Oh, Mago, yeah, Masi, yes, correct. Okay, fine. But a Beis Habliya is a tremendous skill. What's a Beis Habliya? And Yoshi did a beautiful video. I wasn't able to show you last night. It wasn't ready yet. And I told him, I'm done with that video with the Tesla almost running it over. We need something new. Besides, I told him that one of the main points of the video should be that another person inserted it into the mouth. You didn't touch it. You're not touching it. Sticks it into the back of the mouth, then you become tummy. That's the good I want to point out. See, mine is doing a very good job. If I take a piece of steak that's an available steak of a McDonald's and shove it down my friend's throat, it doesn't become tummy. So here's the new and improved one. That's how Beis Habliya. When it hits it, and even shows his throat, and hits the back of his throat, boom, becomes tummy. So what are they similar to? Just like a requires shkita, so to a bird. Maybe a bird you also need the roiv simanim, a majority of both simanim. Rashi brings that before we mentioned that the head was chopped off. Okay, with the marach when we go into the common loimer zois. It's a meal. No, only an animal needs to. A bird doesn't need to siman. In what are an animal going back there? Another thing that animal is similar to a bird. Another pshat. We see the concept of doing malika through the nape, from the neck, the back of the neck. So behem also is from the neck. Maybe you should shift an animal from the nape, the back. Only this bird's nape is does you do malika memular for the yabdil. Rosh Hashanah memular, Rosh Hashanah right. Rabbi Lezer just said that the behema and the bird are equal. So what does he do with the word zois that makes an exclusion? It should go in reverse. Learn a behema from a bird, and a bird you only need one siman, you don't need two simanim. So maybe an animal only one siman, not two. Because Rahman is zois, no, the one siman is reserved only for a bird, but an animal you have to cut two simanim. Tani bar kapara. Shtikal gadita. Tani bar kapara zois tars a behema ve'ois. If we look at the pasuk, you see they have behema, oif, then fish. Behema, oif, fish. So the bird is situated in between the behema and a fish. For what? That a bird you have to shove two simanim now, according to the Barkapar. Sorry. That can't. Why? You think two simon? No. You're like a fish. A bird should be like a fish, and fish we know no simon. You knock it on the head and that's it. The pottery told me so maybe it's like a fish. Zero simonim. You can't do zero because it's like an animal. It's like in between an animal and a fish. So what's in between an animal and fish? Fish is zero. An animal is two. Okay, so you give him one. It's in between. How do you know fish doesn't need shchita? In the same passage. Very good. This week's parasha. True. Very good. Hatzonu bagi shochalah. Im is called the guy yom yosav lev. But asifa ba'al misagim. It says unfortunately the passage. It starts off saying that the cattle you should do shchita yishachlev. And it says right away it's called the guy yom yosav lev. You only gather them. But asifa ba'al misagilu. More the gemaisa with Rabbi Yashin this year, and a guy that came from Russia. Interesting, I have two guys that came from Russia. I don't think they're Jewish. I don't want to ask them. I'm pretty sure. They made Aliyah at Eretz Yisrael 34 years ago. Right? They're not Jewish, right? No, it's unbelievable. The kilo like you didn't and they're fine. Hope they don't listen to this year. So, this guy comes from Russia. Every night comes to Rabbi Yashir, falls asleep. So somebody asked, I said, what do you do? Go home, sleep like a bench. He said, listen, when I was in Russia, I was once in a bar, and the KGB burst into the bar with their zetzers, and they started beating every person in the bar up. So I said, I have no idea what these people, I'm not part of their group. There's a group here, I happen to be here. Doesn't matter. You're here, you're getting beat up, and they beat him up. He said, oh, I want to be part of the group that learns Torah. I am sleeping in a bar. Okay, just like in the bar. I was also not part of them. I was sleeping. But to be here, Ba'asifa ba'alma, Sagilu, just sitting here, throwing out a joke once in a while. Are you here? Huh? That's part of it. Even if you don't understand, you say you don't understand. How can you not understand? You're mamish. Everybody understands. Hello, man. How do I be Slav? What's Slav? Anybody? What does it look like? They have them here in B'Shemesh. This is a nice. This is a fashion one with a crown. It's not AI. This is the real deal. Shmuel says, "You want meat? I'll give you meat. Ooh, I'll give you meat until you're sick and tired of it." But it says in the apostle. It says by fish it says asifa, you tell me asifa means to gather. So by slav it says to gather. Ram is the puzzle with like Duri Evshar. Maybe he said a bird, you have to do shkita. Marsugya, if a bird is shkita now. Hasam says the Gemara like siva asifa welcome shkita that greening. What does it say over in the pasuk? The pasuk starts over with Shkidat, then it says the Gea Yom Yaseh. So compared to Yishachet, Yaseh means to gather. But when the slav, it says the word Asifa, but in its own pasuk, let's talk about Shkita. Obviously, you have to shech the slav. When it's mentioned together with Shkita, so Asifa means just to gather. Says this person from Golan. Behema should address Minayabasha. The earth is hard, it's strong. So you have to cut two simanim to counter its strength, so to speak. It's soft, it's nothing. To eat it, you don't have to cut anything. The bird that was created from a mixture of the earth and water, like a mud. So it's in between. I think it's only one time in Shas this is brought down. Shari oifois yesh lohen kaskeses biraguleim kedogim. Check this out. You look at the foot. You look at the birds. These are chicken feet. There are some of us reserved that our mothers put it in the chicken soup. That's why we're different. Casqueses, some people manage to out of the way and they buy it off market, in the black market, the chicken feet black market. Anyways, look, it has scales. So you see, it's a raya that they're born from water. Look, it says, Mayim, Yishur tu Hamayim. What's going to come out of the water? Ve'oif, and a bird, Yoifov. So you see that they were created from water, birds. It says, Minadama they came. Hebrew. They came from the land. So, Voiche Eloi, I just want to point out that Rashi says Voiche Eloi is referring to Gemara and Choros that says, Kuntrikuna Egmon asked Rabbi Gamliel Sheilus Harba, and this one is not even brought there. So this is just a teaser to Choros. Mamish, the whole Masechah should be, I don't know, should be all Agadita, according to this. Not Mamish. So, you could ask, no, he's working on Choros now. So, which one is it? Was a bird created from water? Or was a bird created from the earth? Omar Lai, so he tells him in Rakak Nivri. I just want to show you this unbelievable video. Here we go. It gets better and better. You'll see. Every school is going to show you this. Shemesh. This is not created yet, but then it gets created. See. The beauty. That's your cup. In Adamo. Murder. You have a stira. On the one hand, it seems like the bird was created from the water or from the earth. Which one is it? From in between, from the mud. Sees later is Talmidim are looking at each other like, what did you just say? It's hard for you to see that I just pushed my enemy away with nothing, with a silly answer. No, I am telling you the birds were created from water. But so this puzzle that I could brought them to Adam, just to be named. That the second thing that he just said, Stam, that the birds were created from water, this is what he told the guy. But to his Talmidim, he said the truth that they were created from both water and earth, which is Rakak. In fact, Mishum Dechsiv al Vayitzer, that in the pasuk of Vayitzer Hashem Elikim Mino Ha'adama V'Schalayv, that Hashem did create from the ground, but also from the water, which means the Rakak, Boisai, have a wonderful
Merit the schus of spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. NDYsponsor.com. Sponsor NDY.com.
Christianity is
morning, Rabbi Isai. Welcome, welcome. To all the guests. We're on day 3. Oh, Jesus. That's the Mishpach. Tomorrow's day 4. My voice, I know I put this together. These are all videos and pictures that he took, or we took. We are going to Saint Anton in Austria. It's a very, very small group right now. So, anybody waiting to speak to me after davening, you have better chances over there. Here we go. Give sheer everywhere. Nice job, bro. Nice job. You been to those rooms? You saw Hashem's Alps? Not in Austria. Nah, whatever. Nah, whatever. Read one book, read them all. Oh. Watch that. You don't need to believe that scene one else or scene one. I'm saying just the Shikasa. Alright, divided. Whoever Torah, boy, so whoever Torah, speak to them. That's just the cover of the book. That's just the cover. You guys see this? Wishing all those lots of time. I knew I didn't go to Koyen. There's one day after his bris and has already completed 3 daf. Rabbi Isai. With me on battlefield, there's no excuse from anyone. This little guy can do it. So continue. Unfortunately, my daughter married a Koyen. He's a great guy, and now grandson number 2. I should be so to see the grandchild's service. Kehanu and Samido, Shkumeir, Biamenu, Yitaman, the Fonsi, David Eisenberger. Well, what's the big thing? Grandson! Mazel tov. Welcome to the club. What, this is your first one? What's your name again? Are you going to be Sandra? That's his host. It took me a long time to be something by his grace. Yeah? No, my father, Baruch Hashem, is alive, and he get the first one. You know, Rabbi, I'm going to skip the beautiful email over here. This guy says he traveled this. He went off the derech for a little bit. I grew up religious, went off the derech for sure while I'm growing strong every day. Your MDY Gemara is so good and simple to understand. You hear this? Wow. It makes learning the daf memorable for me every day. I actually remember things from days later. I bring them up and share in yeshiva. And he says, and I don't want to compare it to other Gemaras, which I won't mention. Common interest investing is one that helps to stay financially secure. It's a wonder of reaching incredible lives with Torah. Power, consistency, and learning. Just a little bit every day actually compounds. And before you know it, you finish the parak, then another. And something as soon as the whole shot, I didn't even want to read it, and I just read it. Eitan Goldstein. And here's learning with the Chevra on the way to Maryland, to Cleveland for Game 4, Maryland. Go Knicks. Learning on the way. Torah with the Knicks. But this one, Rabbi said, check this out. Thank you, Kobe. I guess Kobe came in and I had big issues with the computer. Somebody just translated this. I'm going to read this from Hebrew. It's a sad email, but it gives chizuk. I'm saying this email from a Das hospital 2 weeks ago in 2 days. My wife gave birth to a very complicated emergency surgery. The baby girl was in extremely critical condition. I went to Tzaddik and cried, asking for a bracha. He told me, think about myself to set aside fixed times for prayer learning and accepted it, but it was very difficult for me. I'm the kind of person who has no real daily routine, doesn't like committing to anything. It felt like an impossible task. In general, learning was never something that really spoke to me. But what won't a person do for his child today? So I started listening to various serum on YouTube and hope for the best. And indeed, the very next day, her condition began to stabilize. But unlike other stories that end happily, our daughter eventually passed away after a week. Not only that, my wife has been going from one complication to another, and we're still hospitalized with no indication of when this ordeal will end. A few days ago, I happened to come across your share on YouTube. I enjoyed it so much, I started listening every day. Not because I felt obligated, but because I genuinely enjoyed every moment of it. There was so much humor and wit. She was so clear and pleasant. It's really an experience. I listen with headphones, and sometimes I literally burst out laughing. The part about the Levine seeing of Key had me laughing for at least 10 minutes straight. Nobody around me understands what is happening to me because the situation is really heartbreaking and depressing. At the moment, there's still no expected discharge date from the hospital. In addition, listen to this. I have a 4-year-old daughter who's blind. Yet I feel that this sheer gives me life. It gives me tremendous strength and positive energy. Whenever people told me that Gan Eden is a place where righteous people sit and learn, Torah, it always sounded incredibly boring to me, and I wasn't so sure I was interested in Gan Eden. But if Gan Eden means attending shiurim with you, then I'm definitely interested. Huge shikaya. If possible, I would greatly appreciate it if you could dedicate a shiur for the recovery of my wife, the Chomer Bas Chana. Thank you very much. Moisha S. All right, let's start the shiur. Official edition, MDY Shots, Mesefter Zev and Yal Shulo, Eric, the Benedict family, Daf Chav Vav, Tzvi, Sarah, Corlin, for Shlomo, for Rivka Naomi, Bas, Elisheva Patya, David Solomon, dedicated in memory of Avi Moiri, Reb Shmuel Baruch, Durham Chaim Tzvi, those who the bracha, the Bas Family Foundation, and gratitude to the consortium and the alliance, and all these who support MDY, anonymous, and Tzach Lucas, and the Gashman, Stigin, Chief Benny, anonymous, for complete reform, Shneim, and everything, some Kalea Basester. The Yaman Daniel Rosenfeld, Brius Besimcha, Ari Simon, for Shlema, monthly sponsor, for Shlema, Avi Murray Baruch Bamirim, the Yaman Daniel Rosenfeld, Panos Beshefa, the Spanish Shear weekly sponsor, the Spanish Shear sponsors, wishing them the wife family continue at Sloch and Siaz Shmaya, thank you. Anonymous, for Shlema, for Bitzal Ben Esther, Moses Ginsburg, in memory of Tzvi Akish Ben Moshe Halevi, Carlin sponsor, that was a daily sponsor, first, Mamish. HYK Ventures is Christmas success of all our clients. Beyond Daniel Rosenfeld, Bracha of Parnasa, MDY Kids sponsor monthly Kind Innovations LCS, Kusvaki Simcha Ben Pega, and Rifki Yehud is Basiaba Chayafar. MDY Art, Rufur Shlema, Yonatan Edim Ben Sheva Bracha, Rufur Shlema Morta Ben Esther, Usayel Daniel Zeb Ben Ayel Dester. Rabbi, here we go. Just remind me what your name is again. Del Monte from London, Shalom Aleichem. And your name? From Brooklyn. Originally? Argentina. This was a lot more cautious. Same Argentina. So you were here just recently, no? Like a few months ago you were here. When was the last time you were here? 2 weeks ago. All right. Welcome. What's your son's name? What's your name? Shalom Aleichem. He's there? From where? Shalom Aleichem. All right, we get to some other guests. Is it quiet? How do you know? The difference, right. I thought I'm thinking about Mamish reminds me of that famous mice in the mirror. Guy tells his father, let's go to Shabbos on Hanukkah. He says, you're not going to believe it. Over here, they do different on Rosh Chodesh. Because that was the only time he went to shul. And I think they say, how do you know he's a kohen? It's Tuesday. Oh, biggest kohen in the first minute. Not always in the second. Here's David. Okay, he's not here. Okay. Rabbi Isai, here's a good one. If you didn't hear the shir yesterday, what food type that becomes tummy, you can make it tar. A person, if it becomes tummy, goes into the mikvah. Kli becomes tummy, put it in the mikvah. What type of food put it in the mikvah becomes tar? Who said that? Oh, he's right. Water that becomes tummy. If you touch it to the mikvah, you do hashaka, you kiss it to the mikvah, you don't pour it, but it becomes tar. So we have to finish off the sugya of temet, and then we're going to go on to the Kiyum Mishnayos, Chila, Kalitza, Mio, and all sorts of interesting stuff today. What's temet? Temet is when a person, I'll remind you here, Darlan really enjoyed this one. He ate 2 grapes, and 200 pits come out of his mouth. He's trying to make wine. I guess anything can happen in the cartoon. I enjoyed the mind turning into just the art. All right, so the Mishnah tells us that if it was machmitz, if it fermented, it's considered wine. It's considered wine. You can purchase it with Meiser Sheni money. It's good for mikvah. If it did not ferment, so it remains water. It remains water. You can't buy water with Meiser Sheni money. If you add sink water to a mikvah, it passes the mikvah. If you don't have a 40 saw and you add sink water before the 40 saw, it makes it possible. So says the Gemara, we're starting where it says Gemara, 6 lines from the bottom of Chaf Hayam and Beis. Mani Masnisin. What does our Mishnah go like? Our Mishnah talks about becoming fermented or not fermented. That was the whole nafkamina. Says Gemara, Lo Rabbi Yehuda v'Lo Rabbanan. You can't go neither like Rabbi Yehuda nor like Rabbanan. Why? D'Sanya. Hamasamen. V'nosamayim b'midah. Somebody's trying to make temet. So he puts in a liter of water. Umatzah today midasai butter. He comes back a few days later, measures out the amount of liquid, and he finds exactly a liter. Yeah, it might started fermenting it. It's not fermented yet. It looks like a liter. It is a liter. So you put it from Meiser. Why? Because nothing changed. You put in a liter of water. You have a liter of water. That's the indication that you didn't really benefit from this whole temet. Nothing came out of the grape seeds. Rabbi Yehuda says, listen, naturally, water evaporates. So if you put in a liter, you should have a little bit less than a liter. How do you have a full liter now? Obviously, some of the grapes went into the water, and now you have real temet, so you should have to give meiser off this. But there's no mention whether or not this mixture fermented or not. It doesn't say anything about fermentation. It says, did you find the liter or not? That's the whole problem. Mani Rabbanan Afagav. The hechmetz, according to Rabbanan, doesn't matter even if fermented. If it's the same amount, it's not considered wine. Even if it didn't ferment, it's considered wine. And you chayav b'meiser. No. You missed it. The whole point over there is that it became fermented. That's where it's machlokes. And if it didn't ferment, then Rabbi Yehuda is masking that there's no meiser. Who masks this Rabbi Yehuda? And our Mishnah would be reviewed. Why? Because according to Chachamim, if it became fermented, it's potter for meiser. If it's the same amount of water, then nothing happened according to Chachamim. So our Mishnah differentiates between hechmetz and loy hechmetz is talking about Rabbi Yehuda. Says the Gemara of Achen Amar Rabbi Yosef, Hanino b'sheichmetz machlokes, and only when it became fermented is machlokes. Listen to this chiddush. If you purchase unfermented temet, he did the process, he mixed water with grapes, and he wanted it to become some sort of wine, and you purchase it with Meiser Sheni money. Are you allowed to purchase it with Meiser Sheni money? We said no. It's loy hichmitz. You're not allowed to purchase money. But then you found out that it did become temet. What a Meiser. So the guy, listen to this. Well, let's go backwards. Let's say you purchase temet, and you find out that it never became temet. It didn't work. It didn't ferment. It didn't ferment. So what happens to the money? You bought the temet from a guy. He's a seller. What does the seller do with the money? And therefore what? Oh, he bought it with Meiser Sheni money. So now the seller has a problem on his hands. He has Meiser Sheni money on his hands. If it became temet, like we're not going to say later on it became temet, so then the money changes as it becomes temet. Then we know that it's a good purchase, and the money goes out and becomes regular kulim, and the guy can do whatever he wants to buy a car with the money. But if it never became temet, then he never had a right to buy it with the Meiser Sheni money. So the Meiser Sheni money has a dusha in it. He has to only use that money in Yerushalayim to buy food. Huh? So we're talking about the whole time the temet did not become temet. Didn't ferment. My timer. But if it fermented, says Menachem, if it did ferment, then we see retroactive that what he purchased here was mamish fruit. There's a person in this room who is the only person that Nita answers to the question asked about what type of water, what type of food becomes tar in the mikvah. That person, if one day he realizes Jews changed his life, then he knows him afraid that he was always a priest. He was always a changed man. It's not like, it happened in one shot. It's when you talk now. But it says in the Mishnah, whole of Gemina, the become fermented, not become fermented. Since most of the time, why would people waste their time with it? Most of the time, it becomes temet. So if you have roy, then just wait it out. In other words, even without waiting it out, it's mentioned in the Mishnah that if it didn't become fermented, right now it's a problem. Why? You have a roy, most of the time it's machmir, so it shouldn't be a problem. Why are you telling me it's possible? Amarabba, you're right. We're talking about a situation where you put a sample on the side in a factory, they call it a retention sample, something like that. Like they just take a little sample of food and you put it on the side. This is from Tuesday. This is from Wednesday. If there's any issues with it, you put a little sample. And then you go back to that sample. You see, did it become fermented? Did it not become fermented? You'll know. Rav Amar Ramani, Rabbi Yochanan ben Nuri. This is a beautiful sheet. Rabbi Yochanan ben Nuri says that it's always dependent on one thing. Could you tell right now, does it walk like a duck? Does it look like a duck? What does it look like? That's all I care. Right now, when I mix it, when I buy it, it's not. You have 3 lubes that ruin the mikvah, but it's missing a tiny drop. It's not 100% 3 lubes. It's minus 1 ounce. And a tiny drop of wine fell into these 3 lubes. And what happened? It changed the color of all the water. It looks like wine, so it's not possible. But not only that, but what if a little drop of milk fell in it? And milk looks like water. Now it doesn't look like wine, it looks like water. Why does it not become possible? Because now milk fell into the mikvah. Milk doesn't pass the mikvah. Before wine fell into the mikvah, it doesn't pass it. The evidence is no, there's a distinction between milk and wine. Right now, it looks and it smells like water. So even if you find out later that it became funus, even if later it became funus, it became fermented, it doesn't matter since you're ready to it. I'm looking at it right now. Right now, it's water, so it's possible. Another interesting halacha, few interesting halachas. What if I take the shear of what passes in mikveh? I take 3 loads of water. If I put it into the mikveh right now, awesome, because I don't have 40 saw yet. And I add a drop of wine to it, and it turns red. And I put it into the mikveh. Awesome or kosher according to Rabbi Yochanan ben Nuri, that goes by the way it looks. You say kosher, anybody possible? You put in the whole amount. In Rabbi Yochanan ben Nuri, no. In Rabbi Yochanan ben Nuri, that would be kosher. It would be kosher because it goes by the looks and goes by the looks. What about white wine? So now I see that this tzaddik learned the daf already. Now I found. So, shkoyach. Very good, very good. Gave it away. They did it. Okay, so didn't learn that. But look, maybe that's the pshat that the shir doesn't change his life. He learned that before. But look, Price says over here, the yayin lover. So Price adds that even white wine, according to Rabbi Yochanan ben Nuri, doesn't pass the mikveh. Why? That's why he sticks in the word taima. You also go by the taste, not only by the look. You also go by the taste. And therefore, white wine tastes like wine. Memela, it helps to capture the mikvah. I go with the gears of the taste of yours. Okay. I only know about one. I'm making enough legs here. Okay? Well, me go to Rebbe Lazar. This, Reb Nachman, now what? Reb Nachman says that you go after, if eventually we find out that this is wine, that the time it turns into wine, so we go by, then retroactively, there's a good sales, it works. In other words, the point of Nachman, the machlokes is when, after it became fermented. Well, look at the Rebbe Lazar. You can, when it comes to temed, you can't take meiser from another temed. In other words, you and I, we both tried the same day. We took a bunch of grapes, so pits, we put into water, we try to make temed. I have to take meiser, you take meiser, but you don't use mine for your meiser, I don't use yours for my meiser. Shema fishing only welcome after. Ellen came different. Only it became fermented. Meaning that everybody agrees that in order to be mashmash meiser from another place, it has to be fermented. It's mashma. That Rabbi Yehuda would say, he would argue, even in the case of loy hifmet. Everybody agrees in hifmet, but in loy hifmet, it's only Rabbi Yehuda. The son of loy hifmet, machlokes. It's a very machlokes. That time no Rabbi Yehuda, as when they obey. Rabbi Yehuda says when you have to take meiser, even loy hifmet, you only take the meiser from itself. You can't use your friend. The Gemara explains why can't you take from your friend? Because what if you find out later? We always have to be concerned that it doesn't become wine. And what if I took non-wine? I took regular sink water and I used it for meiser of my stuff? Doesn't work. That would be a big tower of teva. And what if I took wine, real wine. My friend has real wine. I have fake. I have sink water. I took real wine and I used it as nicer on my water. So I just used real good fruit, the rice peel fruit on water. That's a big problem. Terrible. All right, new subject. Hatemed ashlo yichmitz mishikoy b'mayim. So this is this Mordig halacha. I have Kamei Temed, right here in this cup. Fill it up to the top, and I kind of kiss the water of the mikvah with it. I go in slowly, let the water of the mikvah touch my Temed, and then I take it out. We even have a video of it if anybody wants to see. Here's the video. Shaka. Oh.
What agreement? The Iranians? Liars, sons of liars. They won't sign.
Senior Houthi official denies.
Tommy Temed, you are shocked. That's why they make me so wishma. Yeah. That's the whole idea. That's where you get the flavor. Nobody asked why that brand is so wishma. Oh, I forgot to show this video last night. Okay. Sponsors, turning of the Daf, Adar Global Specialist in International Financial Services. B'chaim Milrad, Nishmasim Imrosi Fradalet Bas, Yitzchok Leah Shalom. Mashiki B'mayim. You do a shaka. By the way, we have a shaka in mikvahs today. We have, the main bar that you dunk in, but there's like a little hole inside and it goes into a bar zriya bar, a shaka. That's where they make shamanmire and it touches what? Oh, the sample, correct. You want to get it, please? Mishit means what? It does. It has a shaka. I'll show you. I saw it yesterday. Beautiful lined up hole. I don't know how I did it. Some CNC machine. But I don't know if you can see. You see right over here? Let me see. You can see the holes. Right here is a hole. Right here is a hole. These are top view of the two. Oh, it says Parashaka words here. Right over here. Can't be the same height. It's not the same height. The hole is lower down. I have to zoom in. Gary, zoom in. Ah. Barzria Barashaka. Even has steers. Guy just made it. He's been here since last night. He did. He came in last night. I'm a robber. Dave, I thought that morning. It's more until yesterday, BV. Oh, now you mean you should act. No. I get it. No. So Rava says an interesting thing, which the Gemara says, I literally don't get it. He makes a distinction between whether the water of the Temed was tahar before he started the process of Temed, or it became, and then only afterwards it became Tameh, or the water is Tameh beforehand. He says you cannot make Temed that was Tameh before you started the whole process of Temed. You can't make it tahar. Why? A wild svar the Gemara is going to come up with. We don't understand why. If it started, you had a nice cup of tar water, then you added pits to it, and then you tried to make it, and then it became covered. Then take it to the mikvah and touch the mikvah. But if the water is coming, then you added heaven to it, it's not going to work. I don't understand why. Ultimately, Rav Gevia may be Kassel Amar L'Shmaita Kameid or Rav Ashi. He said this over to Rav Ashi. So maybe I can understand. He says the Hizbus. I mean, I did in my Yukiri because the water of this Hemet is heavy. Shachnik Atay, they go down. Gravity pulls them down. And all the food floats to the top because Solkulu Ashokulu they would like the Solkulu Ashokulu and the Mela will be a problem to get a good Ashoka because when you try to touch the mikvah water to the Hemet, it's going to be blocked by all these. The peels and the pits are going to disturb it. That's the only thing I can come up with. Yeah, I'm sorry, myself with Munami. So what's the difference when the water became common? It's the same ingredients in the water. The water is going to go down to the bottom. The top is going to be a bunch of floaters, and those floaters are going to disturb the whole process. Obviously, there's water, there's floaters, but it's going to get through. The mix is going to get through. How can I involve it? What is the difference? That's it. All right. I want to play a game here with 200 shekel. Anybody interested in playing? What are the 5-6 ways that a Alma Ivriya, if a father sells his daughter as a slave? Torah says he could. How does she go out? Simanim. What else? The other marries her. Or the son. So we call that one. Age. At what age? 12. Yeah. Simonim is really 12. Yeah. No, that's a 9. That's a Evet Nani. Huh? Yoivo. And what's Sheish? Sheish. Very good. Sheish. After 6 years. Yeah, but that you said. Oh no, Mion is in Kedushin. That's something else. That's in what? Misa Sa'adai. Very good. I think we got them all. Oh no, we got one more. What's one? You right? That's not okay. But if you can be pointed, Yeah, that's what he said. All right. So we have Yovel. We have the age of Naira. If the master dies, if the master marries her, if they redeem her, if what else? Yovel said. Simonim is Naira. Okay. The Torah says that a father could sell his daughter. Now, when we learn the sugi, a lot of people, especially today, 2026, sell a daughter. What in the world? Who sells a slave? Period. Who sells their own daughter? Well, if you go back into history, I'm not trying to be fire the Torah, but just to make it a little bit easier to understand, there's such poverty that people would die because they didn't have what to eat. And the better way to save your family was let a wealthier family take care of your kid. Otherwise, I mean, there's nothing. You think about poverty that we just had 100 years ago, or we live in so affluent. But I think there's yet people in this neighborhood that are starving. They go to bed hungry, they go to school hungry, kids go to school in this neighborhood. There's such a thing, I think it was there, but then it was a lot worse. Multiply it by 10, by 100. So there's such a musig of, you see the same musig that the Torah says, you're not, the only person that can marry off a daughter is a father. Yet Chachamim said no, that even if there's no father, the father died, the brother can marry off. Because we're talking about this girl is going to go to waste. She's going to get lost somewhere. Bad things are going to happen to her. So they allowed this to marry her off. But there's something called Miyah. That if a brother or mother marry her off, since it's only the Rabbanan, then all the girl needs to do is say, I don't want to be married to you. That's it. I don't want to be married to you. I want to go home. So she got to leave. So it says the Mishnah, if she's that old that you could sell her off, in other words, she's a Tana, there's 3 ages. There's Tana That's 0 to 12. Nara is from 12 to 12 and a half, provided she has Simanim. And a Bulgarian is from 12 and a half on. If she's so young, she's in the first category of Tana, where you tell her off, and Knas. So if somebody was Mahanis and Mafaka her, then you'd have to pay the father of Hamishan Chesed. But that's only in the middle stage of Nara. Not by Tana. With a mother, she's Knas, ain't nothing. At every place that there's a Knas, if she's old enough, in other words, she's in the age of 12, then he can't sell her off. So if she's a Tana, she's not a Nair. She's not a Tana, basically. That's what it says. All Mayor, this goes according to Mayor that says that there's no Knas. If somebody was minus in the Fata, a young girl, there's no Knas. That even a Tana, there's a Knas. There's a famous Purim Kaira on this Gemara right here. I don't know if he's what was his name? Yeah, he was an agent. I think it was him, but that he asked the question of Purim. Obviously, it's all Purim. He says, "Why does Esther Malka say give a fire to all the Jews?" What do the Jews do? So he says, based on this Gemara, because Achashverosh sold all the Jews to Haman. But there's no selling, there's no mecher if he's a Knas. So the whole sale would bring out every Knas. But the question is, we don't pass him, that's only according to Remeir. The Gemara says Zudiv Remeir. And according to Chachamim, there is Knas in Malki Mecher. And we go like Chachamim, not like Remeir. He says, but this whole shot only goes according to Remeir, because in the Megillah Daf Yitzches, it says that Remeir says you could write a Megillah Baal Peh. The famous Gemara, you wrote a Megillah Baal Peh. And the Chachamim say you can't do that. So it only goes according to Remeir that you're allowed to do Baal Peh, because if you look in the Megillah, you'll see the Knas is spelled with a Chaf, not with a Kof. Okay. It says Gemara, the Tanya, that's what we're saying now. This is our Shita Remeir. That until she's a Naira, until she brings Simanim, you could sell her, but there's no Knas. In the Nara period, then that's the only time the Torah says that you have to pay a fine. And the father can't sell her. That's our mission. However, Chachamim say that has to do with Roy the Bia. And any girl from 3 and up is Roy the Bia, so we may love lose a Knas by owners of a Fata. So what? So Mela, there is a situation where she's a Ktana, so there is Knas and there is Mecher at the same time. But the Gemara asks, we only spoke about Knas in this line. We didn't say anything about Mecher. Knas in Mecher, how come you don't mention that there's also the father could sell when she's a Ktana? You're right, it means both. Says the Mishnah, Miyun is when a brother or a mother marry off the daughter when she's a Ktana. So she's a very strange thing. She doesn't require a get at all. All she needs to do is say, the Chafatzti, the Yossi, whatever the guy's name is, I don't want to be married to him. Shalom Yisrael. Memela, if she's that young, she could be Miyun, in other words, she's a Ktana, in Chalisa. There's no Chalitza. What's Chalitza? If you don't know what Chalitza is, we have a video. No, we're just going in the Mishnayos are saying it has nothing to do with Purim. It's just all the Mishnayos have to do with to contrast this and this. It's not you have here. Oh, it's when you had best regards.
Can you explain the meaning behind this entrance and what you are carrying?
לאין יווני להקים לאחיו שם בישראל, לא רבה יווני.
I asked him to change his voice, so that's why I didn't sync up. Roy Kanir, like 9.
ככה יעשה לאיש אשר לא יבנה את בית אחיו.
All right. So that's chalitza. What's miyun? For that, we definitely need a video. This is Lachlukas' father. If a brother marries her off, then she can say, yes, should be also Bali, and it's all over. Chomogim sheyesh miyun and chalitza, chomogim sheyesh chalitza and miyun. Omer Rabbi Damara, Abzudu Nirmei, again, there's only those who go to Nirmei. Chomogim yesh miyun b'mokim chalitza. You can do miyun even when she's a nara, the sanya. How do we know? There's a very short period of time where she can do miyun even when she's above 12 with simon, the sanya. I must have passed until what time? How old is she? Will she do miyun? Actually, she has 2 simanim, 2 hairs. Review the Omer at Shuyuba Shachar al. So Review says it's a little more than that. It has to be that it's more dark than light, more dark than skin. In other words, not stop 2 simanim, but it takes a few weeks later, whatever it is, a certain period of time, where she's considered a naira, so she could do miyun at that point, but also certainly chalitza. She do chalitza because she's a naira, but even miyun. Says the Mishnah, in the time of the Gemara, they used to blow a shofar before Shabbos. Like we do today, there's a signal, there's a siren. Today they play music, they do a whole siren thing. So 2.5 hours before Shkia was the first siren. That would help people to come out of the fields and come home. Then they would do a trua, that was a tia. Then they do a trua that would signal to the store owners to close shop. They did another one, like right before Shkia, that told people that they had to light candles, take the pots off the oven, etc. Today it's a whole big thing. It says in school, whoever does the trua, the tia, gets for kids, whatever. We once had the MDY Shabbos here a couple of years ago, and I asked them to change the music to MDY music. It was a whole. It has to be certain. Yeah, very. They were good. I got part of them, and then the last moment, right before Shkia, the last moment. What is it? The song? Oh yeah. Yeah. It's usually when you're in the shower. Yeah. I know I have another 20 minutes. So the last one, it's like do not do malacha is tekiah, trua, tekiah. Tekiah is the long one, trua, and tekiah. It says the Gemara, Mishnah, in Abdullah. When do we do Abdullah? Motzi Shabbos or Motzi Yom. But if I'm doing a tekiah, if I'm doing the siren, then ain't Abdullah. In other words, if it's like Erev Shabbos, going into the Yom Tov is Erev Shabbos, I'm not going to do, we'll see in the Mishnah. In other words, we're talking about a Yom Tov and Shabbos together. Either Shabbos is first, Yom Tov is second, or Yom Tov is first and Shabbos is second. So when I do a Tekiah, then I'm not going to do Havdalah. But if I'm going to say Havdalah between Yom Tov and Shabbos, then I'm not going to blow the shofar. Yom Tov Shechal is Be'er Shabbos. Here, the Mishnah explains. Yom Tov Shechal is Be'er Shabbos. If Yom Tov falls out, Mamash like this year on Shavuos, Yom Tov fell out on a Friday. Yom Tov Shechal is Be'er Shabbos. Toikis, I have to blow the shofar between Shavuos and Shabbos to tell people stop cooking. You're not allowed to cook anymore. It's not. We're going into Shabbos. What am I going to make Havdalah? Havdalah is from Kodesh to Chol. But over here, I'm going from a lesser Kedusha to more of a Kedusha. So there's no point to me of making Havdalah. The Motzei Shabbos, Mavdilin, when Motzei Shabbos is Yom Tov, then I do Havdalah, because I'm going from a more Kedusha to less, but there's nothing to blow the shofar for. Ketzim Mavdilin, when Yom Tov is on Motzei Shabbos, what kind of Havdalah do I do? I say, Ha'mavdil ben Kodesh to Kodesh. I'm going from a severe Kedusha of Shabbos. Shabbos is always more Kodesh than Yom Tov. How does it look like? When Yom Tov is on Erev Shabbos, what do I do? I say Keya Umeria b'toch haskiyah. I do Tekiah, and it goes straight in to Trua. I don't pause. Tekiah Trua. Rabbi Siyomar Tekiah Umeria b'neshima achas. Do I have a shofar here? Oh, this is my mace shofar. In this room, I was therefore made a mace for me. We had a union of 10 people during COVID for a Shana, and there was nobody to blow the shofar. The Mokim in Ish got up there. Gary could testify. He's one of the 10. They said, nobody knows, but I made mistakes. I didn't go back to even one. No problem. The biggest thing is like when I try to throw that thing, it didn't go. So I try to blow the shofar. I can't blow it. I don't know how to blow. But it blew. So you do it Tekiah. I'm going to try now. It's going to work now because for the shir. Okay, fine. So anyway, it's one shot. That was Tekiah, and then in one shot. Whereas in a regular Shabbos, you do Tekiah, and then you stop, and then you do a Trua. Or in the Shema is in one breath. She says. Asking Reb Asi Behutzol and Hutzol in the city, they should do it in one shot when you have Yom Tov on Erev Shabbos. Basically, but the problem is, it says Yom Tov is Erev Shabbos. Our case, the Yom Tov was Erev Shabbos, like this year, Shavuos, it seems like you don't do it true at all. It's just one Tekiah. My lab, it seems like you don't do it true. No, there is a true, just according to each sheet. In other words, it's a Tekiah with the true together, so that's why we don't call it a true. Or it's a Tekiah and you don't take a breath and then you do a true, so we don't call it a true. It's not an individual true, it goes together with the Tekiah, so we don't call it a true. Since it's one breath, so we don't consider it a true. It would say Shabbos. When Yom Tov falls out on Shabbos, in the regular Havdalah, we would say, Hamavdil ben Kodesh b'chol b'noy l'chodesh. So we say Hamavdil ben Kodesh b'chol, and then we say what? Baruch atah Hashem, Hamavdil ben Kodesh b'chol. So we say the same thing twice. What about when Yom Tov falls out on Motzei Shabbos? When do you say a Kodesh b'Kodesh? We say Hamavdil ben Kodesh b'Kodesh b'noy l'chodesh v'Yisrael la'am. That doesn't sound right. We never say that. We say Baruch atah Hashem, Hamavdil ben Kodesh b'Kodesh. That we do say at the end. Only at the end. You say, the Leisach is going to say, we don't pass like him. But those are because he's common, because he's a cow. The late this is going to say, you don't say on Matzah Yontif, oh, we're going in from a lighter Gdusha to a more Gdusha. That's a design to the Yontif. I also felt, I'll tell you what I think. From a Chomer to a Kal, yeah. This year, it was just the Hargosh. I'm not saying this is the Halacha. I know that the Halacha it's okay. It just didn't sit well with me. There was a meeting in our shul on Shavuos going into Shabbos. In other words, they were Kabul Shabbos early. And in a way, they were saying goodbye to Shavuos early because once you got married, even before Shkia, so in benching, they ate, let's say, before Shkia. You don't say Yalav Yalav anymore. You say. So to me, it felt like, oh, you're right, Shabbos is more calmer, but it's like, oh, I had enough of you Shavuos. I was up the whole night with you. I don't know, just couldn't feel. Huh? Okay, I'm not saying it's halachically it's fine. It's just for me. It's maybe it's a false hargosh. I'm just sharing my hargosh. What? He says you're not supposed to. I'm saying obviously la halacha you're allowed to. You're allowed to. Is it lechatchila? I don't know. If you're very tired, you have young kids. Listen, what? The Magaran says it's better. You see, my hargosh just fly out the window. Especially if you have little children. All my zero. Yom Shechali is going to Shabbos. I'm just going to chazer that in Chicago. Oh, let me just show you this before I forget. I'll just say my little Chicago thing in Chicago. I asked in shul a number of times. People the next morning. You remember to say Kriya Shema? No. 90% of the people don't say Kriya Shema. I love how they say that.
I'm big enough now. I'll play the show. Don't forget, Teruah in the same breath. Great job. One more thing.
One day you'll have the AI figured out.
Perfect idea.
Omer Zera, Yom Shechali is going to Shabbos. Everybody say, I don't know. No, I did a survey in Shul. So some people put the button, some people put the time backwards. They forget Sphira, forget this. It's a big problem in the early Shabbos. Rabbi said, Yom Shechali is going to Shabbos. If Yom falls out, how? Rabbi said, how does Yom fall out in the middle of the Shabbos? How? Huh? Pesach, in the middle of Shabbos. It means in the middle of the week. Yom Shechali is going to Shabbos. If Yom falls out in the middle of the week, Oimer Amabda bin Kodesh L'chol. Amabda bin Kodesh L'chol. That's good. Ben Or L'choshen, because Baruch Hu divide between Kodesh and day. Between Or L'choshen, light and dark. Uben Yisrael Amin. But what does this mean? You're on a Tuesday. Why are you saying between the 7th day, the Shabbos, and the rest of the week? Says you're saying it like it says in the Torah. The Torah makes that Abdullah, and you're just finishing off what you need. And now you can say, Rabbi Sai, have a wonderful day.
Merit is spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today.
I'm loving it. And big, you helping out. Good morning, boys. Here we go. Day 2 in Morocco. You guys are going to be sober for 30 days straight. Sushi with breast. He's unbelievable, that guy. He's I'm not Mishaloni. The guy's one of the only Jews remaining there. Good morning, Morocco.
This seminary itself has hundreds and hundreds of people. And this is really something that I'm loving every minute. I'm so impressed that every little detail was thought about throughout the process. And you want to go? Let's do this. Right? Look at this. Look at this.
Just throw me out for being a lady. If you don't wear that, you got sand in your eyes. It's terrible. There's air conditioning. You know, they got us out of the rooms. They turned off the air conditioner at like 9:30. That was it. You got to check out. Dear Valley, hello from Tucson, Arizona. 3 years ago, 6 families from Chafetz Chaim moved out to Tucson. Tucson, a city with 30,000 Jews and maybe 34 families. Now, we Baruch Hashem have 3 families, 4 families on our outreach field. School and show. Baruch Hashem, we have been slowly reaching the people of Tucson. We have 40 people by davening on schools and 20 people living all night. Many which drove to and from the toilet. Interesting. I started MDY with Menachas. I gave a shir on the daf Shavuos night. Oh, started with Menachas. So I gave a shir on Shavuos night. Michal Yeager is a special holy yid. He lives in Tucson because he's stationed in the U.S. Army there. Remember, Michael, the chaplain, no? We don't know exactly what he does. Let's just say he may have played a very big role in the recent Iran war. Even with his grueling schedule, constant shift changes, he somehow manages to keep it with God, the children do the same. Make it easy to grow and see success in his learning and tzlacha. The whole Kessler, Rabbi the whole Kessler, director of the Tucson Torah Center. And this is from Rabbi Eliezer Kessler. We all know that you have children in Park City. We share a similar sense of nachas. My son joined a small group of Rebbeim. He talks about his son that just sent the email. Was in the Torah, 750 Jews. The guys gets a brachas Dav Dalet, who's my son. The whole Kessler got Chol Yeager to join and do. Dear Rabbi, I'm a Bachar Yeshiva. I learned the Daf Yeshiva every single day. I started by the Bizarre. Since then, I haven't missed a day. Now, the problem is that since I'm in Yeshiva, I get tons of hate for doing the Daf. I'm on my third Yeshiva for the year now. In the first Yeshiva, when I started the Daf, my Rebbe gave me a whole Mussar shoes. Next thing this Rebbe knew is that he was learning the Daf with me every day. In the next Yeshiva, I didn't really get any hate. People respect the fact that I do the Daf. Now in the third Yeshiva, I get a lot of hate. I started with one of my Rebbeim, but I fight back hard. This Rebbe took away my chavrusis because I do the Daf, so he thinks I don't know how to learn. We're learning Yeshiva Taisus about Lozim, so I knew what he was talking about right away, and I went to this Rebbe, started up and brought in riot, what I was saying from the Gemara Menachos. He told me, where's that Gemara? I pulled the Menachos off the shelf and found the Gemara in under a minute. This Rebbe was shut down. We can't forgive. This was 3 weeks ago. It gets better. Different places. A few days ago, brought a Gemara from Zvachim. I was the only one who knew what it meant on the spot. It was the case of Zalf and Yayin Agabi Haitian. What? Haitian. One guy thought that it means to pour wine on a carbon ocean, like me. Anyways, please give me tips on how to fight for MDY because it's kind of what I do for a large part of my day. Moshe Lieberman. Oh, yeah. Moshe, don't fight. Keep it on the download. Don't. One day you'll be big. You'll give your own cheer. Do your own thing. Learn with the yeshiva. Are you spiritized? Yes, stay over there. Don't fight. It's not Kedai. The Ilim is not into it, so they're not into it. Not going to convince anybody. All right. One of our artists, Nachman, he got married last night. So Mazel Tov to him. Mazel Tov to who? You have to say one of those. Oh, we haven't shared. We're old timer. Mamish old timer. Mazel Tov on a bar mitzvah. There's another. No. Shmuel Wasserman had a granddaughter. That's why he can come with us. Okay, Zok the Gemara. Huh? Oh, that's right. Zucker from the Gemara. Sponsors the Masech, the official edition MDY Shas by Zev and Yael Shoha Perek and Benedict family, the Benedict family, the Afchafei Isaac Cement in honor Itchy and Gitti. The actual Masech is sponsored by David Salomon, dedicated in memory of Mary Shmuel Porah, Baruch Heinz Feet, Doug Shmuel Rafa. Oh, Reb Doig is here in the house. The boy side, Shalom Aleichem, Reb Doig. You come very often. The Pazi Family Foundation granted the Consortium and the Alliance and all they do to support MDY. Are you one of the people who's considering going to the Alps for Shabbos, or that's not you? You can't say it's a secret, okay? Anonymous, that's Stocha Baruchas and Gashmis. I think it's the Chief Benny. Anonymous. So it's supposed to be a surprise. So now that's it. The surprise is over. Forget it. Here's the surprise. Anonymous, for complete refuah Shleiman Arichus Yom to Leah Bas Esther. Yom and Danielle Rosenfeld. Reels for Simcha. Monthly sponsors are Simon. The unfortunately will be married both by Miriam Yom and Danielle Rosenfeld for Nasib Shefa. The Spanish here sponsors for the week, wishing them the white family continues that stuff and Siyata Dishmayo. Shlomo Naviva Mostafsky, Nachman Ben Nassim Mostafsky on his 50th yard side, Gimel Sivan. The title sponsored for the month, HYK Ventures, in the schools for success of all our clients. By Binyamin and Danielle Rosenfeld, Baruch Haba Barnosa. MDY Kids Sponsor Monthly, Kinabishal says, because by Kids School Pagan, for you, this Pats Yavachayo. Shoya, MDY Arts. First name of Yonatan Etam Shem Bracha. The first name of Mordechai Ben Esther. Sayel Daniel Zed Ben Ayel Esther. Who knows what's going on there? Okay. Coffee committee. Epic failure. No. You gave tzedakah. You mean the outcome wasn't. All right, your boys are holding up Kafayom at Alpha top. So first of all, I need to fix a mistake that I said yesterday. When a mouse enters the airspace of an earthenware kli, so the actual kli becomes tummy, and everything that enters the kli afterwards becomes tummy. The havamina, that it looks like this, the havamina, that the kli itself is a rishon, and the next level, whatever touches the rishon is a sheni, and whatever touches the sheni is a shlishi, and whatever touches the shlishi is a revi, for whatever purpose it is. Usually it doesn't work at all, but sometimes for paraduma or kachim are very sensitive, so sometimes they're affected by shlishi, the paraduma is affected by revi. But in fact, let's go, maybe this one, let's do this one. This is a dead mouse. This is actually touching, but okay. So now that the kli, as he pours it in, it becomes tummy. Everything remains tummy. Okay. Yeah? Yesterday I said when the mouse is still in there. Today is, that's today's mistake. Yesterday was toxin, today's worse. Well, is all yesterday. It's part of yesterday. Even when the mouse is not in there, the skin is off tumma forever on a shiny level. All the way about the Barahaba. So now we're doing the typical Kavachomerim that we saw a number of times in all the sugyas. We're going to do the same thing. Why can't the Kliteres become Tameh when you touch it from the outside? A typical Kli, let's say a metal bowl, Shaving Tameh Ma'avir doesn't have the special halacha, doesn't have the special sensitivity that it becomes Tameh from inserting Tuma in its airspace, Ma'avir, nevertheless, it becomes Tameh when you touch the outside, Kliteres. So Kliteres, which is more sensitive, becomes Tameh when you put a mouse in the airspace inside, and it did, so certainly it should become Tameh when you touch the outside. Oh, so let's take this case for instance. You have Tumas oil. If somebody brings a dead person into a room, then the entire room becomes Tameh. Everything in the room becomes Tameh. Now, what about if you have a barrel made out of earthenware that's in that room, but it's sealed? This content becomes Tameh. The answer is no. It's able to protect what's inside that barrel. Why? The whole Kripasuach are sharing something. Now this is a severe tumas meis that spreads the entire room. So the whole Kripasuach, if it's an open vessel, sharing something possible there, it doesn't have a nice cover. Basically, this guy, what vessel does the tuma enter in its opening? Have you always a Kliteres? Only when there's no summit puzzle, there's no seal. Oh yes, summit puzzle, olav, tahar. If there's a nice seal, then it'll be tahar. Okay, so so you see that Kliteres only becomes tamei from inside, but not from the outside. I want to tell you a more dig to this. When I heard this the first time, I loved this. So I'm going to share with you. This time in halacha in Hilchos Tumah. A Kliteres, if you take a dead rat and you touch the outside of the Kliteres, the inside does not become tamei. The whole thing doesn't become tamei. It protects. You touch the Kliteres, nothing. You go inside, boom, becomes tamei. You take a dead person, you take a dead person's hand, and you touch the Kliteres on the outside, nothing. It protects. Listen to this Kiddush. Now, if I take, let's say, a Kiddush cup, a metal Kiddush cup, and I put it inside this Kliteres, which had a dead mouse in there a minute ago. What happens to this becher, this kiddush cup? Huh? Anybody agree with him? Huh? Right? Oh, the answer is that a kli, another vessel, cannot become tamei from a rishon. Because what happens when you put a mouse into the ear space, so the actual kli becomes a rishon, because the dead mouse is an avatuma. The kli becomes one level below, becomes a rishon. A rishon cannot make a kli tamei. A rishon cannot make a kli tamei. Now, a dead person could make a kli tamei, obviously. So I want to tell you a more to get for this. If you put a dead mouse into this kli, so the kli itself became what? A rishon. If you take a dead person and he touches the outside of the kli, now the tumah goes right through, penetrates the kli teres. Why? Because it's already tamei. It loses its protective shield. The shield is only there when it's a tar kli. But once it's tamei, even from another tumah, from a lesser tumah, then it doesn't protect when the dead person touches it. And whatever's inside, let's say there's a kli inside, there's a becher inside, that kli would become actually a rishon. Nothing to do with our sugya, just thought it's a nice kiddush. Cool. Says the Gemara. Now we're just going to do the reverse. Simple kavachimer in the reverse. All other vessels, metal vessels, let's say, wooden vessels that have a pipe, a wooden kli, a wooden bowl, a wooden cup, is mekabatuma. You call it kelim v'tam ma'avir. And how come when you put a dead mouse in the ear space, it doesn't work on all the kelim of the world? From the simple kavachimer. You just established that a kliferes does not become tamei when you touch the outside. Yes. But every other and what? It does become tamei when you put a mouse in the ear space. So every kli that. Why is it so close? Thank you. So every kli that's more sensitive than a kli teres. It becomes tamei when you touch the outside. Certainly should become tamei when you put tumah in its ear space. That pasuk talks about toy. And what does it say over there? It says the whole kli teres, only earthenware has the union of Ask the Gemara of we already took the word toichai and we learned yesterday. We learned from the two words toichai and toichai. We learned two things. First of all, that food items that are inside the kli become tamei from the ear space. The ear of the spicheres is mikama food, and then we learned the Gzeir Shava that the actual vessel becomes tamei. Yeah, two things: the food and vessel. Says Gemara, you're right. But the fact is, our Baal Toichitzivi, it says Toichit 4 times. Where does it say 4 times when it only says it twice? Because each word is 2 words. It should have said Toich. Toichoi, that Shrevav is another time. And it says Bit Toich, and it says instead of that Bit Toichoi, another Vav. So total of 4. So what are we going to do with all 4? Toichoi, Toich. Toichoi, Toich. Each Toichoi is actually says the word Toich in Toichoi. That's for how you sound it. Toich, the word of Toichoi, it says Toich. Oh. Yeah, everybody, you get it? It's not a joke, damn it. It's an inside joke. That was good. That was very good. That was very good. That was one of the better ones. That was one of the better ones. Listen, everybody, let me tell you Yisoid. But somebody has that good of a one, then we have to, you got to think about it. You can't even try. Now you can't even try. Oh. So you're not listening to the Talmud. I'm machkimis rabbi. Morally, that was a kishur. That was a kishur. B'chad l'gzeir shava. No. It reminds me of Maisa. Let me tell you, I don't know if you know this Maisa. My oldest son, you know it, but he doesn't know it. My oldest son played a game that if you did one of these, and you looked at it, then he has the right to slap you on the hand. Okay? So it'd be in the Shabbos table where everybody's behaving nicely. All of a sudden he goes like this. He looks that way, points this way, got you, give me your hand. Boom! People are screaming the whole meal. That's his game, and if you don't play the game, too bad, you're part of the game. So I couldn't control myself. I told the photographer at his class, and I said, I need you to take a picture right now. When I'm going to put the cup, when he smashes the cup, I'm going to put the cup on the thing, and I want you to take a picture. And I put the cup under, and I went like this. And then I went like this in front of everybody. I said, give me your hand. I smacked his hand. I said, that's the end of the game. It cannot get any better than this under your chuppah, and I don't want you to ever play this game again. And he never played the game again. Never. That was it. Game was over. It's game over. Game over. Game over. It's inside joke. Game over. That's it. Nigma. Certain times, game over. I just said that game over. Never fun again. That's it. No more fun. It's game over. The certain point you have to realize, wow, that was a winner. Somebody's wrong. Next. Move on to the next game. Dalu Buffet. You knew this Maisa? This one? Oh, of course. From now on, him and you smacking each other. Yeah. Sorry. Dalu Buffet. This is one of the Maisa. Can't even put him in the book. Which father, in the middle of a chasana, serious matter, smacking his son? that pass more. We're having fun here, man. So what do you do with also? It says Gemara, Chad the Gufay. What's the Gufay, Rabbi say? The food that goes into the kli, even though there's no tumah there, the ear in the kli gives it tumah. It makes it what? A sheni. The kli itself is a rishoy. Anything that comes in drops one level to a sheni. V'chad gzeir shava. And one tells me that the kli itself absorbs the tumah through the ear. V'chad toichel shazeh v'lo toichel shalacher. This halacha that we're trying to learn that only a kli feres has this ability to give off tumah from the ear space. So a lot of Gemaras have this picture. The truth is, I would tell Yoshi to get rid of this mouse. It could be a little confusing because it looks like it's touching. The point is that a mouse came into the ear space of the outer kli. The inner kli does not absorb tumah. Va'afilu, the Gemara says, kli shetef. Kli shetef means even another type of kli. If you notice over here in this picture, the inside kli is made out of wood. It's not made out of earthenware. This wooden kli, so let's do this again, so we could at least know it for today. The inside kli cannot become tummy. Why? Because the outside kli was touched by a mouse, or at least absorbed the tumah from the ear space. The mouse is in the ear space, so the outside kli became it went from a tumah of the mouse down one level to a rishon. A rishon doesn't have the power to give any tumah to another kli. It cannot make another kli tumah. It can make food tumah. So the inside kli is protecting all the food that's inside it. Now, if you notice in this picture, the rim of the inside kli is above the rim of the outside kli. Why? Because if the rim of the inside kli is lower, then the ear would go inside. The ear of the outer one would still have room to seep into the inner one. It would make everything inside the inner one cover. Which asks the Gemara, if so, let's do something else. Let's say that every kli cannot become tummy at all. At all. If you touch the outside of a kli, it doesn't become tummy. But the Torah says that a kli becomes tummy. Oh. So maybe it becomes tummy only one way only. element toichan inside a kli ubenigia. Maybe a mouse must touch not the outside of the kli. If you touch the outside, it remains tar. Maybe the mouse touches the inside. And what's the double flame? Well, Makli Teres and Mikama Mavir and Mikama Gaboy of the Teres could be Mikama from the ear space, but not when you touch the outside. Color came to Mikama Maviron. So all other kalim that are not Mikama from the ear space, that do say Mikama Gaboy, certainly they should be stronger and not be coming from the outside. So how do we come from the inside if they're touched? Amakro, the cold clip of Suach Asher in some puzzle olive Kamehu, Hayu Dichi in some puzzle olive Kamehu. This kli that doesn't have a covering comes from it. But yes, some puzzle olive stars. The Teres, if it has a covering, doesn't come at all. Akala Kalim. Any other kli, Beishish, some puzzle olive. In some puzzle olive, the Kalim, or Kalim, whether or not they have a cover or not, they become coming from the outside. So to sum it all up, here we go. Voila. The two on the right are the two cars, two on the left are the regular Kalim. So Ma'avir is coming. I guess he's hoping that the kids in school pick it up. Listen, there's a big variety. Voila. All right, Rav Isai. Next Mishnah, same thing. Tar b'kli eitz, tamei b'kli matachos. Rav Isai, this is a board that someone gave us with some food on it. This is not mechanical. Why? It's truly clear. It's flat. It doesn't have a base kibble. It doesn't have, how do you say base kibble in English? Receptacle. This is not a receptacle. This doesn't have a bottom, so this is not considered. This is flat. If a deaf person touches this, a dead mouse, tar. So something that's tar b'kli, this exact device, item, in metal would be compounded. A flat piece of metal is tar. Tar b'kli, if it doesn't have a receptacle. Tar b'kli is coming. B'kli matachos, tar b'kli is coming b'kli matachos. If it's flat b'kli and it's tar b'kli matachos. If it's metal, it's coming. Tar b'kli matachos. When? So this is what the Pesuk is going to be speaking about. If you have a piece of metal, it's not 100% finished. You didn't do all the finishing touches to it. You didn't engrave it. You didn't polish it. Whatever you didn't do, it's not the kabel tumah. Why? That's not how you sell a piece of metal. A metal dish, a metal object is always finished completely. When it comes to wood is cheap. So sometimes you don't finish it off, you give it as splintery, that's how you can sell it off. So probably if it's not Nikma Malachta, you didn't finish it off, it's still common when it comes to Kliyas. In other words, if you have a bowl made out of wood, sometimes when it's made in China, it's not 100%, it's 95%. So that's common. But if you have a piece of metal made in China, not 100%, it's not common. So Golme means something that's not finished. It doesn't have all the beauty. So if it's Kliyas, if it's made out of wood, Again, it has a base kibul. We're talking about it can receive something. It's like a bowl, but it's not 100% finished. Then it's coming. And the same create that's flat like this, even if it's finished, this is finished, perfect, shiny, it's sanded down, dark. Now if we do the same exact thing in reverse with metal, if it's not finished piece of metal, no matter what, it could have it could be a bowl, it could be a spoon, but it's not finished. It's dark. But a flat piece of metal without a base kibul, but it's finished. Sorry, yeah, it's coming. So we see that everything is in the reverse. When it's target when it's pshuti it's flat. Target creates when it's coming between matafas. If it's flat when it's wood, it's coming when it's metal. Target between matafas when it's unfinished metal, so it's tar. Coming between So if you have a create that has its type, but it's not finished, it is coming. And Gemara goes into a very interesting way. He says it doesn't. Veiluhain, maybe on the base. Veiluhain, go clear. This is what unfinished piece of wood looks like. Kol she'asid lashon. You're gonna finish it off, polish it off. L'shabit. You're gonna put studs on it like so. You know, like in America, you see, like in the old shuls, they have those golden nails that put the fabric on the chair. You know, like decorative nails. In Hebrew, it's called meat. I have no idea. That's what they were telling me yesterday. Meat. שמעת כזה מילה? meat. אתה מכיר? זה לא קשור. מה זה meat? זה נעצים כאלה. Okay. Ligarer. Ligar means to plane it, to even out the wood. Lecharkev means to carve out something like engraved like this guy over here. So even though he didn't finish that, he wanted to, and he didn't do it, it's still Medabel Tomer by the wood. Lotiach betunos. So obviously we all know what tuna is. I'm not sure if this is it, but why not? The light hits it and you see the so with the skin they use it for this might be a problem. The tunas, the Gemara says that the tunas, when you take it out of the water, all I remember is that when we learned this, I don't know if it was this sugya or something similar, Avi Gargir said something about tuna. He spoke up there. Avapanim, it sheds its scales. The tunas. And so I don't know that tunas is tuna. I decided it's tuna. The Gemara said once that the tunas, the tuna. Says the Gemara, Mechusar Khan, if it's missing the base, Khan came, Oyoigem, or the rim, Oyoizen, or the handle. Here we have some pictures. Oigen, no, this is Oizen. No, this is Oizen. It should be Oizen. Oigen, here, that's better. Oh, it's not a mistake. It says Oigen, and over here it says Oigen. Okay, we gotta change this. I don't know, Gershon, you could go in there and change this one to Oizen instead of Oigen. It's missing a Zayin over there. Fine. Mechusar Chatita, this would be a Pshuti Kli Matefes, sorry. A good example of Pshuti Kli Matefes, who would use a flat piece of metal for a knife. A knife is flat. has no base keeper. So yeah, I know. I'm just throwing it in. I see the picture, so I'm showing it. I'm showing the picture on the screen. Bechusar chatita, meaning it doesn't have a base keeper. Start. If a piece of wood doesn't have a receptacle, it's start. As the Gemara on the Bechusar chatita pshita. What do you mean? We said it has to. If it's flat, it's start. But it's people that's not flat. The cup, he started working on it. He did 3/4 of the job. What? It's pseudo creates. It has in several because it depends what kind. Some of them you screw in the middle. Those who don't know, just on Amara, you probably remember those pieces from the 2 holes in Yeshiva. Those pieces of wood. Those are so crooked that they might have a basic keeper in the middle. Who knows? Hold on a second. He's showing that this is 3/4 of the job. It's only a kapiza. He's trying to get the full kav. If he gets the full kav, that makes it coming. That might be more than just the Sabar's his name. Okay. So interesting. The Meiri says, what's a pseudo-create? So I showed you this because even the Kuli Alma, even the Meiri brings this. This is Lilith Siva, where he brings a shear. Yeah. He says a shear is truly creates. Okay. I mean, that's what he's showing, that he wanted to get there. He wanted to get to the outside. Very good. Good. He's saying that if he wanted to make a much smaller cleave with the base kibble, it would be entitled to him. This my Chavruz had an issue with. So that's why I'm not emphasizing it. But according to the Meiri, a shear, since it's flat, it's not Makabal Kula. And he was saying, Rabbi D was saying it doesn't make sense based on the halachas of Moshe or whatever. Okay. Says the Gemara. We have to look into that. But Yoshi went with the Meiri. No, tar means start. What does it mean, an unfinished piece of metal? If you just thought about shining it, l'shavetz, to put some pieces, those little, what do they call them? The nitim, the rivets, l'garer, to plane it, let's call it plane it, l'charker, to engrave it. You might have over here in oh, here. This is for metal. Very nice. Metal. The charker. We're right over here. Engraved. What else does he have? The Shabbat's. I don't know. Lahakish Bikuna is to hit it with a hammer and to do some sort of design, to some sort of. Mechusar Tam, it's missing the bottom or the oizen or the handle top. Because you intend to do this in the future, you're not going to sell it without it. So right now it's not a key. The chusar kisu, if it's missing the cover, come. Why? Because it's a key without it. You have a cup, you just don't have the Rebbesh cover for the cup. It's still coming. What do you show? I asked yesterday. I guess only in my yeshiva we had something like this. Hold on, I gotta see what this is. What's this? I didn't see this. Interesting. Oh, we did the oil over here. Yeah. I missed this one. Oh, man. No, this is the oil. The oil, the hummus oil doesn't affect. Yeah, this doesn't affect. Okay. So I hope the editor takes this and puts it instead of the other one. Okay. What am I looking for? Oh, sponsor. Turning the dot, but our global specialist and international family. Mamish, this is what I do every day. Somebody sends me a WhatsApp, so I go on my WhatsApp, then I see somebody else's WhatsApp. So I start looking at another one. Or no, I want to send somebody one. I need to send Yoshi something every single day. I need to send Yoshi something. I'm not looking at my phone for an hour, 2 hours. I gotta go straight. But I have to send Yoshi a WhatsApp. That's what I want to do. I go on, I see Mendy Arba sending something. Oh, Mendy, what's going on? Mazel tov, Mazel tov. I put my phone down. Am I the only one? You're looking at me. This is no real. By that global specialist, no, I went here to look at the turning of the daf, and I see this jar. I was like, wait a minute, I don't remember showing this jar. Oh, that's the oil thing. Then I forgot that I went here for the turning of the daf. Oh yeah. Yeshiva. Well, it's not in here, that yeshiva thing. The yeshiva, because I learned to live up before I was even a teenager, and we didn't have much food there. Very little food, actually. So one of the things we did, we ate eggs. We ate eggs. One day we come there, and there's a dead bird in the frying pan. So the citizen of us, including myself, we couldn't eat from the frying pan. So we devised, not more than we took the lid of the frying pan, we flipped it over, and we heated the egg the other way. That had a stick of handle, so that was a problem. Plastic. Now, after a few times, you don't taste it. The bird metal, the bird plastic, better than the dead bird. Some of the guys had irons to heat up the room. Iron to heat up the room, so you can make schnitzel on it also. If you know what you're doing, 2 irons is better. Okay. Back in the day, grilled cheese sandwich. You had grilled cheese sandwich. We didn't know grilled cheese was sugar. Chaim Milrad, Lilish Masimi Morosi, Fradel Etel Bas, Yitzhak Galel Shalom. But nobody knows what I'm talking about. Maishnahani or Maishnahani. As the Gemara is the difference between metal and wood. Unfinished wood, the same as tamid. Unfinished metal is not tamid. Says the Gemara, people use metal, they give it to their guests. It's chashivas. Chashivas, you don't give undone chashivas. Not an Omar, because you want to get top dollar for it, so all you need is another polish, another handle. So you don't, in your mind, you won't burn the dust that this is a kriya. Might be nice. So where's there enough community if you do it for covet or you do it for money? If you have a product made out of a bone like this, so bones are very expensive to do this, but it's not something you're not going to honor your guests with a bone of a dead animal. So if the reason is that it's because it costs a lot of money, so this also costs a lot of money, so it's not mechabel until you completely finished. And if the reason is covered, this is not done. Nachman goes according to his own shita. That a bone vessel and a metal vessel are not mechabel tumah until you completely finish the malacha. Wow, the Kliyatza Mekabel Tumah, what? So a bone is Mekabel Tumah? Yes. The Samuel 12, the Noach Rebbe Yonim Rebbe going. Matam Loimar, the Chomasa isn't Tiskato. Anything made out of a goat, you have to make sure that it's taught. Lahavi Dovar Abominizim in a Karnaim and a Tolfaz. It's coming to add things that you wouldn't think. Even the horns, even the hooves. Shar Be'em of Chaim and Ein, the puzzle says about goats. How do you know any other animal? It's extra, so it comes to teach us any type of animal. Its bones are mekabel tumah. The ones that pick out a goat. Besides birds you try to make some sort of vessel from the bones of a bird. It's not mekabel tumah. So Rashi brings here something called a griffin. And in fact, here in Eretz Yisrael, they have griffin vultures. That's if you go to Gamla, you see these guys. So Rashi says they used to make things out of their nails. Nails. When I learned, I'll just give a tip to all the Americans. Nesher in Hebrew is not an eagle. Nesher is a vulture. So if you go to Gamlath and you're hoping to see eagles, bald eagles, or whatever, you're gonna see these guys. Some people say they're just like ugly, they're scary looking, but they're massive. Man, you're talking about like 2 meter wingspan. And it's very cool. If you look closely, you'll see them like sometimes it's even hard to see. Oh, I can tell you the Maisa. So, tell you the Maisa. I have it on video from Rabbi Ariel. If it reminds me. I was on my way. I used to go scuba diving before I was in Malaysia. I used to go scuba diving once a week in Iraq. And I'm on the way to Iraq, and it says there's a bird view. It shows like a picture of an eagle flying over the side of the road. Like, hey, shma. I'm looking around. I don't see anything. And then in the corner of my eye, I see this massive vulture, like this tall, just standing there. So I pull out my phone, pull out my camera, and I start recording. And I can't believe it. Like, I'm seeing it. It's unbelievable. I start going closer and closer and closer, and the thing is still like staring at me, and like it's gonna eat me. This thing. So like keep going. Finally, I get there, and I realize it's a piece of plastic. it's just a vulture looking. Yeah, Marley. So another tip to the Americans: don't be fooled by that. Great. Zot the Heilige Mishnah. What? How do you know? I wasn't knowing if I was testing you. I wanted to see if you looked through the whole Gemara. I wanted to know. How did you know there's no Kavachaymer? How did you know there's no Kavachaymer when we're holding a number out? I'm asking you now. Very good. Okay. So let's see. What's the Kavachaymer? The metal that's not Mekabel Kuma when it's not finished. It's Mekabel Kuma when it's flat. It's not Mekabel Kuma, but it's Mekabel Kuma when it's flat. So wood, it's Mekabel Kuma when it's not finished. Certainly it's Mekabel Kuma when it's flat. Okay, but you don't sell it like that. You don't do it. I think there's an easy answer to that. It's part of it's not there's a puzzle. It's part of what people use. It's It's logic. It's what you use and what you don't use. It's what you sell and what you don't sell. People sell. Should they? I don't know. Okay, I hear it. Says the Heilige Mishnah. Achai b'shkedim hamorim hatu b'mesukim. There's 2 types of almonds. There's I don't know why my thing is not working. 43. Like in the olden days, I had to tell them which one to show. 2 types. There's the sweet and the bitter. The bitter you can eat when they're small. The sweet you eat when they're large. So there's a reverse. You only can take a meiser when the bitter are small. And when the sweet, like we're familiar with the sweet ones on the left. We only take meiser when they're fully grown. When it's completely finished, that's when we take meiser. When it's small, it's not edible. But when it comes to the bitter ones, it's the exact opposite. When they're very small, that's when you take meiser. When they're large, you don't take meiser. There's a guy. Yesterday I saw this joke. This guy is rolling over here. But I'm hoping that 1 or 2 people didn't get the joke. Old lady gets on the bus every day, and she gives us a gift. She gives 2 almonds to the bus driver. 2 days later, the guy says, "Listen, don't you eat them yourself? Why you give them to me?" She says, "I don't have teeth. I can't really eat them. All I do is I eat the chocolate around them." No. But these morim, these bitter almonds are very dangerous. They have cyanide. This is how you make cyanide. Yeah. The bitter almonds, but you usually eat them when they're small. That same size, you be potter in the almonds that we eat because they're not edible. When you try meiser on the sweet ones, in other words, fully mature almonds, that same size is no good for the bitter ones. Nobody eats those, the very large, bitter ones. The derech to eat it is when they're small, but not when they're large. But the reverse, when they're sweet. That's when they're finished. Nobody eats them when they're small. When both varieties of almonds are small, they're potter. Why are they potter? Even when they're bitter, they're potter because it's not considered a pre. They're too small to be considered a pre. And some say that's different. Zev is in the field, so you can figure it out yourself. What would be chayiv when they're large? Both varieties, the bitter and the sweet, when they're large, they're both chayiv. It's a finished pre. So we have to understand. So what if it's finished pre? Who's going to eat a very large bitter almond? That when they're small, even if it's bitter, it's part of a meiser. That if they're large. So even if it's bitter, you're chayiv, what are you going to do with it? What do you mean what you can do? You can put it in a fire, roasted nuts, you put it over a flame, and you make something out of it. Zok the Mishnah. I'm just going to learn the Mishnah. So as a preview, we know that Meiser Sheni, person has a bunch of produce. He gives 2% to Truma, 10% to Meiser to the lady. Then 10% he takes, in years 1, 2, 4, 5, he takes that and brings it to Yerushalayim. You can't bring it to Yerushalayim. If it's too much, let's say he has a giant orchard, he has thousands of fruits. So he exchanges it for money. He sells off the fruit to someone. The guy gives him money. The money becomes kaddish. He takes the money that's kaddish, brings it to Yerushalayim. He can buy any type of food he wants. Now he's very, very thirsty because he had a very long way. He cannot buy water with the money. That's one of the two things. One of the few or fish. So I have to speak with the AI. I have to go back, see, I have to ask the people in the toilet. I told AI that you can't eat fish. He says, no, you don't know what you're talking about. Mamish, you puts it back to me. He says, no, and he brings me to Psukim, the whole thing. You can eat fish. 100% you can eat fish. You can buy fish. He does it. I'm telling you, Meiser Shaya. Try it out now. Huh? AI. Hey, Mr. AI, I don't know. He's supposed to be very smart. So, exactly. That's the passage he brought. So now, I'm just trying to say, do not always rely on reality. Now, another Allah. Maybe you want to give me that mikvah behind you. Why not? We can start using it. A mikvah needs 40 saw of water. Why? You're joking. Maybe you have ChatGPT. I have ChatGPT. No, I use ChatGPT. I asked. Maybe put my musar. This mikvah, every mikvah needs 40 saw of water. If you were to introduce to this mikvah 3 lug of sink water, it has to have 40 saw of make shaman, ice, whatever. Let's call it make shaman. Non-lime shoe. If you were to put in here 3 lug of sink water, this mikvah can never become kosher. You could add on 1,000 lug of water of make shaman. It's not going to help. Something called temed. Temed means you take water and you add 48, please, and you add grape seeds to it. Mamish like this. Eat 2 grapes and a lot of seeds come out. Yeah. So at a certain point, the water transitions and becomes yayin. Wine, if you introduce wine to the mikvah is kosher. Mayim shumim is not. So therefore, it says the Mishnah had temed, actually hichmitz, when it didn't For men, thank you. And Nika, because it's a meiser. It's considered water. So it's considered water, like bottled water. You can't purchase it with meiser sheni money. And therefore also it's sink water that makes a mikvah possible. But once it ferments, so now it's considered wine. Nika, because it's a meiser. You could buy high-end wine with your meiser sheni money. You can do whatever you want. How would you meiser sheni money? It doesn't make the mikvah possible. Now, you got to do this halacha because there's no gemara really on it. Two brothers that inherited from their father. If they leave it as is before they do any division on the Yerusha, then it's as if it's still their father. There's something called Sabayis is still within the. Then they divide. But what if they divide and conquer? They divide the Yerusha. So you get this 50%, I get this 50%. And now let's be partners in this factory. Let's take over the father's business. So now they're 100% partners. So what happens with partners is very interesting. Let's go to 47. Show 47 for a second, or the minute that it takes. Very geschmack. When a person has brand new animals, baby animals, so he takes the animals, he puts them in a pen, he opens up the door, and he counts. And the 10th one that comes out, he puts on it a red splotch. He paints it red, and that 10th one goes to Yerushalayim. Rabbi, I'm going to tell you a chiddush maybe that you don't know. Oh. I didn't even realize. Okay, sounds like me. Who gets to eat this animal? What do you do with this animal? You bring it to it's a midrash and you chef it as a carbo. How much does the pine get, Rabbi? How much does the pine get? Rabbi Schoenberg, how much do you get from the Maisi? Do you remember? Who's the Kohen there? The Kohen gets all of it? The Kohen gets zero of it. Zero. Rabbi Nachum, it's a good thing you came to shir today. You almost took away from the Israel. The Kohen gets zero. Not the oil, nothing. The Yisrael gets 100% of it. The only thing the Yisrael loses, so to speak, he gains and goes in his back. The Imurim, that's it. If this animal has a mum, she gets the whole thing. Great. So, the halacha though, when it comes to meiser, if you have a partner, you don't have to give meiser. It's a nice way to get out of it. If you want to get out of the mitzvah, you get a guy, give him a shutfus 2% of all your animals, and you don't have to give meiser. So Mela, that they divided the Yerusha. Now they are partners. We learned this halacha recently that if you give a matzah shekel to the Beis Hamikdash, you have to add a tiny amount called a kalban, let's call it, for the exchange rate. A little bit of a kalban. So if each one has to give a kalban, why? Because they come from different areas, they're two different people, and they're just partners. They're partners, and therefore they don't have to give Maisa Behema. But when they're not considered partners, why? Because they're taking animals from their father's estate. And it wasn't divided yet, the estate. Then the estate paid for the matzah shekel. When the state pays for the matzah shekel, when you pay for somebody else's matzah shekel, you don't have to add a kalban. So as if the state paid for the two kids, there's no kalban and there's no meiser behema. Rabbi Sai, have a wonderful day.
Marriage is good. Studies more throughout the world. Go to the ship today. NUS
By that time, as the Allies streamed into Germany,
Good morning, Rabbi Sai. Welcome to all the guests. I see a few. We'll get to them. Ari Friedman, broken neck. Idea. We spoke about broken neck, not his. Shalom. Hi. Regarding whether I tell to be Like the Shabbos, broken neck, halachically dead. If someone is in cardiac arrest, hard to stop. Imagine they'd also be halachically dead. It's called clinical death. Status quo without revival, they're dead. Well, what does the Gemara say about it? The Gemara talks about a broken neck. What do you know about cardiac arrest? I don't know. We don't know. And we know that a soul will work on and transport the vision cardiac. A few people sent these kind of emails, so our broken make it different. This person sent me different emails from different addresses with different names, saying the same thing basically. They all started Dear Ellie. So I knew right away it's the same guy. Dear Ellie, I want to expound on the point. I know I'm not regular. I grew up in Beis HaTalmud. I think you know what that is. There was also a time when I remember signs hanging from many of the Gedolei Yisrael of old saying that you should not have videos or content because in order to watch them you needed a VCR, and then you might come to watch other videos. Oh, how far we've come. And even though I myself have become somewhat mekukal, and I watch MDY. He watches MDY. He became a kukal, and I watch MDY. I still think that while there are many reviews who were exposed to real violence videos who laugh off my concern, there are many others who still have the natural instinct that Hashem gave us to be repulsed by violence. Seeing such videos deadens our feelings of repulsiveness and sensitivity. Please, I beg of you, really take my words into consideration. Don't forget, they have tons of pure children watching, and many of them are still truly pure until they watch MDY, of course. It's really not necessary to damage their holy sensitive feelings. Best regards, Gershon Serebrowski from Bensonhurst, now Yerushalayim. I think he's referring to the guy giving the other guy a back adjustment, and he jumped on him and put him in a blood you're saying you're Here he is again. Ellie, do you ever have a video of Edom Nairus? Of course not. I know it's not exactly the same, but it still makes violence feel more normal than usual. Especially, I'm just showing that the way you started it. Ellie gave it away. Especially in today's society, we need to be extra careful. You have guys doing shkita and kolchas and ish. Yep. Oh, you have guys doing shkita and kolchas and ish. Okay, so maybe that guy watched the video. That was the problem. Mark Schaffness. Grape shot. Good fucking belly. I saw grape shot brought down for why we eat milk and shvuas. Meat, you can check whatever you want. Today or tomorrow. It doesn't make a difference for the animal. But milk, the cows will milk every single day, no matter what. The Torah is compared to milk. Shvuas. It needs the yoimi, the daily consistency of learning every single day. Remind of vitamin. It's about the yoimi. Just thought I'd cheer better than late than never. Sure, I like it. Dear Belly, thanks for the amazing shir you do, and also for the amazing Gemara. Just learning the daf on the Urim tunnel. Rafi Joseph, Menachas Daf Days. What's the Urim tunnel? Oh, from England to France. So is this like he's waiting for the train, or he's on the train? That's what it looks like inside the train. What? Oh, you're driving cars. I'm sure they have seats also for people to sit. There is no guard seat. Everything's for cars. Only guard. And you can get out of the car and sit down on the side. Wow. Yishmat. Hi, Belly. Jimmy Newman here. Just wanted to tell you that today I'm proudly completing 3 years doing the daf with this young guy. Now, there's one thing the daf that is consistently, I'm proud to say that in the past year I've never missed a daf. Whether it's flew to America, and in times it was different, or I had a class in a Purim, what is it, full year? Unisefta, official edition, Zev and Yal Shalom. Perek, the Benedict family, Daf, Dalit, Victor Amar, where is he? Oh, is that one? Lili Nishmas, Meir ben Avram, Be'eser Bas Duna, Moshe ben Meir, B'Simcha Bas Esri, Ratzloch Harabeli, Harabeli. We just stick it like Rebelli and that's it. Not Harabeli, no, Eli makes up for people. David Salomon, dedicated in memory of Avi Murray, Reb Shmuel Baruch, Baruch Chaim Tzvi, those for the Bracha. The Masechta is sponsored, not the official, the Masechta. The Palachuk Family Foundation granted to the consortium and the alliance, and all they do to support MDY. Anonymous. Myself, working through the guys, and thank you to Chief Benny. Anonymous for the Zimmer Shleiman, everyone so to live Assessor, Yom Daniel, Rosenfeld, Bruce Simcha. Harry Simon, monthly sponsor for Shleiman, Murray, Baruch, and Miriam. Yom Daniel, Arnasim Shefa. The Spanish year sponsors wishing them the white family to continue at Tzlach and Siyat and Shmai Shkoya every day, costing us $300 to get the average, to go over it, and do the voiceover, the whole thing. Shlomo and Aviva Mostavsky, Nachman ben Nelson Mostavsky, on his 50th yard side, you will see them. Anybody know what's going on with the Yiddish and the French? Yiddish should probably be first. Well, okay, great. Yiddish will be easy to find in Gemara that speaks Yiddish and listen to share in English. Okay, I don't know what this means, but you'll tell me. Michael Yeager, for merit of 8 of its time Rebbeim who brought light of Torah to the desert of Tucson. Tucson, the Torah of Tucson. Tucson, Arizona, yeah? I gotta do that again. The merit of 8 of its time Rebbeim who brought light of Torah to the desert of Tucson. The desert. Wow, was murdered. What did he say in Morocco? One of the deserts where. So 8 times time Rebbeim went out there? Now? 50 years. No, so what does that have to do now? Yeah. But they didn't go now, it's later. Okay, I hear it. Now I understand. Come on. Is Tucson, Arizona, the epicenter of the world? That's the Shiloh. HRK Ventures, and it's close to the success of all our clients. Yon Daniel, Rosenfeld, Bracha for Parnassia. Monthly Innovations LLC, as a skin we were growing up for the rest of the show. Innovations LLC is a discussed by Kiva Simcha Ben Fega, Ricky, who's past Yapachayo. MDYR, Month, before Shlomi Yonatan Nathan. Long as I've got a good laugh out of it. Before Shlomi Yonatan Nathan Ben Basheva Bracha. Before Shlomi Mordechai Ben Esther. Was a yellow Daniel Zeb and Yel Esther. The voice are holding up from Gimel on the base. By the Mishnah. It's the same thing. It's mamish, the same questions and answers. Two things that are similar but very different. Kosher ba'para, kosher ba'egla, kosher ba'egla, kosher ba'para. We have something called the para duma. Para duma, we don't want to show the whole thing because that would be violent. You check a para duma here, let me show you. There's a close-up even. What? And then you have, Rabbi said, the Egla Rufa. Okay, so the Paraduma is when somebody becomes, in the time of the Beis Hamikdash, people were coming, we're still coming today, that's where we're all coming, we don't have Paraduma. You go to Mikvah 100 times, if you don't have a Paraduma, you cannot become proclaimer. When a person is coming into Levi or whatever, you cannot become Par unless it's sprinkled by the Paraduma ashes. Egla Rufa, the famous, they found the dead person. Yeah, is this violence? This is also violence. Because you're shutting down our AI department. The people from Yerushalayim, from the Bezin, they come, they measure, and then the city that's closest to the dead person has to bring a calf. We're not going to show the actual thing, but it's going to be very clear. He's going to eat. Now, one shita says there's water, another shita says that it's very, very dry. Okay. So the difference between the two is obvious. One, you chop the animal's head from the neck, from the area, from the nape, from the back of the neck. And one is a regular shkita, the paraduma is regular shkita. So, if you do the shkita of a para on Egel Arufa, it's pesser. And if you do the chopping of the neck of the Egel Arufa on a paraduma, it's pesser. Each one has a way of killing the animal. So once again, we have Chadu Rabban to explain the Mishnah. Para the shkita shera. When you check the paraduma, that's the way it's posted. Ba'arifa, then the Dizuma over here for you. Wow. If there's weird to you, however, I'm going to hear Fighter from over there. It's going to be nerve-wracking. Egla Barifa Psula. Egla Barifa Kshera, Bishkita Psula. I think he's making this song. I'm going to tell his wife, I'm sure. I caught. We'll talk about it later. Egla Barifa Kshera, Bishkita Psula. He's not even smiling. It's good. Okay. So we'll talk. Egla Barifa Kshera, Bishkita Psula. By the Egla Rufa, which is the chopping, it's kosher for the Egla Rufa. But if you do shkita, the Egla Rufa causes minces. It comes out. Pasha B'Para, the shkita that's great by Para. Pasha B'Egla doesn't work by Egla Rufa. Pasha B'Egla, chopping with, what is it called, that big, the cleaver. Cutting with the cleaver. As Pasha B'Para is doing that with the Paraduma with Yitas. As the Gemara, the same question that we asked in all the Mishnayos, we continue to ask the same kind of question, simple kind of calculation. Okay, para share by rifa without a fiber. Why do we say that you could use a cleaver on a para duma? Without a fiber. My eglos they use for shkita share by rifa. Egla rifa shkita doesn't work. We'll prove that soon. Shkita does not work, but the cleaver from the back of the neck works. So para good for shkita and addition share by rifa. So certainly, chopping of the neck should work by a paraduma. Tosis points out that this question could be posed on all questions. Maybe utterly, you should be able to chop the back of the neck. But paraduma and Egla Rufa are very similar in different ways, says Tosis, so we stick to that. So the Gemara's initial answer is we're not going to go away from this. The Shach has the Fuka. We know that paraduma is point. The next question is exactly as Bishkita in Barifa Loi. Only Shkita and not a cleaver. Why? Because this is the word Kuka. That's the Gemara, the Kedal, and the Aleph. So the Reifa, the Tzibay Kuka, the Darshini Kavachaymer. So every time it says the word Kuka, you can't say Kavachaymer. We had a nice Kavachaymer, a very simple Kavachaymer. We had a cleaver should work on a paraduma. You see, the word Kuka tells us, don't mess around. It's exactly as it is. Rabbi Yom Kippurim, in Kippur, it says, it says Chukas, and you see, you could say a Kavachaymer, but for another reason, you don't say Kavachaymer. So, Takas, Agora Lois Takas, Vina Shomish Takas, no condition to them. Famous two goats that we have in Kippur. There's only one way to decide which one is Hashem and which one is La'azazel. And that's with a Agora, do a little raffle, and that's it. Whatever the raffle decides. What if the Kohen doesn't say, I want this one to be the shafted one. It looks nice, let's bring this to Hashem. Let's throw this one off the cliff. It doesn't work. Can we get you the whole thing now? Stick of violence. Every year, Stuff and Monopoly School, we had a lot of violence. Then we got an email and we changed it all. is it. Okay? Validinu, Umab, Mogul Shli Kiddush HaGoyel, Kiddush Hashem, Mogul Shli Kiddush HaGoyel, in a place. So it's interesting. This week's parasha. You can't answer. You. But the rest of you that don't know that, if you don't know the answer, you can answer. In this week's parasha that we just learned, what do we have? A situation with a person brought two birds. Parasha's Naso. Nazir. The Nazir. So the Nazir. So he brings a mincha. The Nazir brings two birds. Who decides which one of the birds is the carcass, which one is the oila? The owner, or the kohen later on. The owner when he purchases it, or the kohen. And look like this. All these people that bring birds. You can't do a raffle. You can't go, I'm going to do a raffle. Whatever comes out on a piece of wood. Doesn't work. You have to say, carcass, oila. So on Yom Kippur, where the raffle works, so certainly the raffle should work, and not the raffle, the words of the person should work. The person should be able to decide, I'm a loimer of a soul kaka. Why don't I say the kaka fighter on both sides? Because I have in the first puzzle that says a soul kaka. Hagoyer knows the kaka, but Hashem knows the kaka. So the puzzle teaches me that only Goyer. So the Gemara says, very good, time is because one of its own kaka. I need two words with soul kaka, otherwise don't have a kaka. What happened to the fact that the person in the forest that Yom Kippur, the ice is ice, the time with kuka. It's a kuka. Says Gemara, you're right. It has nothing to do with the word kuka. It has to do with the word ha'arufa. Zois barifa, ain't a fair barifa. Okay, we are seeing the night. So the word ha'arufa, only one thing has a sleever by the back of the neck, and that's Egla Rufa, and nothing else. Now the Gemara just says the reverse Kavachimer, the simplest Kavachimer. How come you cannot check the Egla Rufa? Why do you have to use a cleaver? A para, the one we already established, you can't use a cleaver, you have to do shkita. Egla is a cherry barito, so Egla Rufa that you could use a cleaver. It's more in the village of the shkita. Certainly to use a regular knife and do it before the shkita. For Arfu Egla, the Arifa in the shkita law, just to remind the oilam, why not brush up on it? And when it comes to touching, anytime it says something twice, shana of a touch of la'akim, so it says v'arfu, it says arufa, that's a double lashon, that's only Arifa and not, only the cleaver and not with a knife. We'll pause there for a second. Shalom Aleichem, all the guests. What's your name? From where? Brooklyn, New York. And you? What's your last name? Excellent. Shalom Aleichem. Very nice. We're in Brooklyn? Oh, Shalom Aleichem. No way. Mazel tov. Mazel tov. It's a nice request. And your name? From? Long Island. What was the nest? Oh, it's different than the Long Island. And that's the Tucson? Oh, it isn't 5 towns? It's not the 5 towns. Where's that? Long Island Merritt. Such a thing? I never even heard. I'm not. This saying is that Long Island's like out of town. And this is like in Mars. Mars. No, that's right. The country doesn't know, like, this thing is that you're asking me, a lot of, I don't know. America is racist. Unbelievable. Okay, that makes sense. Tucson. Who? Oh, I love it. It's a new, I don't think we ever had somebody from Long Island, Merrick, Long Island. Shalom Aleichem. What's your name all the way in the back? See you. Louis? Savanan? Hashem? Shalom Aleichem. Okay. Rabbi say, who's a pioneer in this room? Oh, Brandy. So you have Forte Halloween, very nice. We have Malcolm, we have Donnie. No, we have Schoenberg. Schoenberg, and we have Yossi over there. Who's a Levi? Besides Nachman. Oh, we got Levim. Who else? Have a Shiloh. You can answer. Unless they don't know. The Levim, in the time of the Hamikdash, how long did it take them to prepare, to learn their Avodah? How long did it take? You know? 5 years. 5 years. 5 years. Okay, good. You knew this? 5 years. Okay. How many years does it take a Kohen to learn his Avodah? How long? How long for a Kohen? I have no idea. I don't think it doesn't say. What does a Kohen do? What's his job? What's his main job? Huh? To collect 5 stones for Pidyon Abem. What's his main avodah in the Beis Hamikdash? Why? You talking from experience? People steal your shoes? Yeah. They literally take it? You lose them. So you stand on your shoes? It's a thing to stand on your shoes? What kind of different thing is that? Or you give your shoes to your kid, but your kid is also Kohen. Wow. Okay. So Kohen, his main job is to do that program of the Korbanos. He also watches the Beis Hamikdash. He watches the Beis Hamikdash from the inside. What's the Levi's job? What's the Levi's job? Singing, more than singing. Also using the instruments. Secured on the outside of the Beis Hamikdash, from the outside. And one more thing, Nachman. What took them a long time to learn? Also I guess the singing. But in the Mishkan, in the Midbar, they used to take apart the Kalim and then move all the Kalim. So we're going to see something super interesting. For me, it was super depressing, actually. Kosher b'kohanim, kosher b'levim. Levim have a very short period of time to do that avodah in the Beis Hamikdash. Only 20 years. From the age of 30 to 50. 50 is considered too old. Who here in this room is 50? Everybody's scared to raise their hand. No, I know you're 50. I know you're about 20 to raise your hand. Oh, from 50 and over, raise your hand, 50 and over. What is going on? We got to change. We need a little young blood in this room. So we are all possible. Our advice, we're all possible to do any. If we were Levim, we would all be possible. Over the hill. But yeah. Well, now in the NBA is like starts at 15. How old was Kobe when he entered the NBA? 17, 18. I don't think he was even 18. Okay, I'll go upon him 30. Nearly 30, because in the NBA, I guess you have to learn, but over here you have to learn. It takes 5 years just to learn, so you can only start at 30. So it's kosher of Kohanim. There's no age limit on Kohanim, really. You start at Bar Mitzvah, but go until you become really old. What's this? Oh, thank you. You put a match with America's. So I see Cedarhurst, Woodmere, Hewlett. Now, Sinai, South Nassau. I know. Leave me alone. Free trade. Merrick, here we go. Merrick. It's on the same route. So, unbelievable. Heps, Ostenses, okay, babe. Okay, I got it. Now it's Merrick. So, possibilities. Years are not the big thing when it comes to Kohen, but years are huge. The only thing that we care about by our ladies. Possibilities. possible Kohanim. What do we care about in Kohanim? What passes a Kohen a moment? Broken leg, and this and that, no good by time. By a lady, it's not a big deal. So the same kind of thing that we had before by all the Mishnayos was the difference between a Paraduma and a Garufa, and the difference between a dove and the Yoina, etc., etc. And now we have the Torah Rabbanon that explains us the Mishnah. Torah Rabbanon can have been doing Sulim Shalom Chayim. A client that has a moment possible, but if he has an age, he's possible. Levim, the moment Chayim, Shalom Psus. And when it comes to a lady, if he has a moment possible, when he's between 30 and 50, and if he's up below 30 or above 50, he's possible. Mitzvah. Comes out, possible Kohanim, possible Levim. Whatever is possible about Kohanim is possible lady, possible Levim, possible Kohanim. You know how do we know? The Torah Rabbanon Zoyis Hashem Levim. This is something that has the Levim have Matan Lerma, the Pishanem off. As this week's parsha coming up. And before I even ruin, there's a passage that we actually read this week. It has 4 words that come from the same. They're basically the same, and there's 4 words in a row in this week's parsha. Does anybody know what they are? I know it has to do with avodah. It's going to say in here. It's going to say in the Gemara, right? Coming up. Avodas, avodah. Okay, we'll see in a second. This week's parasha, 2 things, and then we have the student coming up from next week's parasha. Or this is coming up parasha, Ba'aloischa, which we started doing Steinmaker. But I don't know, this is showing you the Matabadoima, the fish, and the Torah tells us that in this week's parasha, that after 50 years, that's it, you're done. You see that there's a limit. I would say maybe a month could also pass on a lady. But they don't. I have a simple kind of fighter like we have in other night. Kohanim that don't have an age limit, but a month passes. Levim are more farmers. There's an age limit. And he didn't see moving twice a man, certainly a mukha passer lady, and the Loimar Zoy Sasha Levim. Zoy Levim, when a person Levim, only a lady has the age limit, and not the limit. You also use the Anam Sula Bishanim, and let's do the reverse. Maybe a client should have an age limit, but we didn't. Now, Levim came moving twice a man, so twice a man, a lady that the moon doesn't affect him. But the years, his age limit does affect him. So it's fine that we don't let him do that avodah if he has the moment. Certainly, we shouldn't let him do that avodah if he's over 50 or under 30. So in the midbar, when you had to carry stuff, you had to be in top form, so there's a limit. You couldn't be too old, too young. But perhaps in Shiloh, when they're not carrying anything, the Beis Lamed, what's Beis Lamed? The Beis Hamikdash. There's nothing heavy there that they had to carry. These are the 4 words. When are they possible completely, even for singing and playing instruments, when they had to carry stuff that was heavy, so they had a limit on that, so we're going to take that same limit and say, okay, you're locked in from 30 to 50, and that's it, even for singing. But when you don't have that limit, you don't have the carrying, the schlepping, then you don't have that limit. We have a contradiction. The one father says that the lady should be 25 years old because of the legislation should be 30. What do we do with this contradiction? Okay, it's like Chomesh resting the Talmud. He starts studying his avodah when he's 25. It takes him 5 years, from 25 to 30, to understand what he needs to do. If a person learns Torah and he forgets, sure, he's not going to see a Simon Bracha. Try for 5 years. If it doesn't work, try something else. I guess it's decided and everything else. tried, I don't know, the magician tried 5 years, it's not good. Try something else. That's what it seems like. So, okay. 5 years. I saw it in 2 places the first time, and then the City brings another, I think even somebody more passionate than him. Says, Rav, he says that this is the part of the Mishnah, Ben Chamesh, the Mikra, Ben Eser, the Mishnah, Ben Chamesh Eser, the Gemara. Each thing takes about 5 years. Not to master, I wouldn't say the word man, you can't master, to get a grasp on it. I saw a nice story from Rabbi Zakharov. He once asked his wagon driver, he said, I understand, how do you drive this Shmonesri so quickly? So the wagon driver told him, he said, how long did it take you to learn how to read? So I said, about a month. Very good, very good. It took me 5 years to learn how to read. So I have a lot more experience in reading than you do. There's a guy that, when he was about like 13, 14 years old, I said, this might be somebody, he's a relative of mine now. Not only that, I have a lot of presentations. He's employing one of my kids. And he married my niece, essentially. At 13, he's out in the same show. And I went over to him and said, listen, I timed you. Your Shemona Esrei is 2 minutes. If you can repeat the Shemona Esrei in 2 minutes, here's $1,000. You just have to say about that. He's an American kid. Toxin, whatever he said over there. He wasn't reading it, Givaldi. And that was it. So that was the end of that. And then he told me later on, like 10, 15 years, he said, you know, two people did that to me. The mamish, and since then, I never doubted the Shemona Esrei. Yeah. I was always a mashgiach. He was used to the shit. Sitting there with a timer. No, I mean, I'm looking at this kid, day after day, he's doing one of these, I said, okay, let me knock down first, let me time him. No, I did it a second time. When did I stop? My nephew, Yehuda, Gershon Yehuda Stefanski, he's a great guy, he's in the Mir Yeshiva now in Israel. So I did them. So I just timed you. 2.5 minutes. If you can do Shemona Esrei in 2.5 minutes, $1,000. The kid almost got it. He got it like 2 minutes and 35 seconds. Like I didn't stop. This kid that was unbelievable. So I don't do it anymore. It's like scary. I almost lost $1,000 there. Yeah. So the Gemara. If you see over Shalish Shanim, it's not 5 years, it's 3 years. Shenemar, it was Gavin Shonim Shalosh. It was Landam Sefer, it was Shane Kasdan. So Nebuchadnezzar took these Jewish children and he said, I need these Jewish children here in my castle. We're going to teach them Kasdan. It's going to take 3 years to teach them a language. So this is a Pelagic thing. You see now in English, but in Hebrew, I give a shir in Hebrew for 2.5 years. Almost every single day, they correct me in my Hebrew. On different things. Teach me new words. I just learned. How do you say, what's Birat Mekdal? Never heard. You guys ever heard the word Birat Mekdal? Default. I'm hearing that show for 12 years. I'm giving the shit. Never even heard of the word. Default. What? Maybe it's in the word, like when you do computer. What do you say? Right. Every day? I know every day. It's 7 years. For 7 years. Yeah. So 3 years is garnish. Because the bottom line is you try to learn a language you never learn. I mean, a typical person won't learn it. Period. It sounds so much. Around they say for Rosh Hashanah. I'm just thinking now about these Israeli Chaylim, or whatever they call it, these Starvim, that they have to learn perfect Arabic, but not stop, like perfect with all the nuances and all never mess up. I'm never saying toxin. No. These are qualifications about the qualifications. These are what? Right. You have to live all the nuances. Sometimes. You can have a nuance. So that's your You start US first. Sure. Hey, these guys, they look like kind of good. Yeah. And somebody needs to take this clip of last year with Jesse Cole sitting right over there, and he's eating candy from a plastic bag. I punished him in front of everybody. Someone has to cut it and send it to everybody with sushi. They have a lot of, I mean, he wants to share, obviously, so you know what to do. But Jesse, okay. So over here it says all takes 3 years. So how about the other man says 5 years? Shani loves your cousin Kala. Okay, no big deal. To learn Kazan is easy, 3 years. The regular, to learn how to be a lady, you need 5 years. So how it says 3 years, but it seems like it's 5 years. Shani is avoided Tatifin. And a Hanami. There's enough community between Avoida and Kazan. To learn a language, 3 years. To learn Avoida is 5 years. Koyen, Shiovish, the Saris that she asking, Kashla Avoida. Be a Koyen, start doing that Avoida, you have to be 13 with Simone. I'm 10-year-old. The woman voice will obviously a more, no good. Ben Levi is on Shishma, Ben Khalishin, Kashla Avoida. A Levi needs to be at least 30 until 50. That's it. There's a 20-year period. Vishanim, Oislim Boy. Years possible, but not the most. The Midbar, it's only in the Midbar. How to get a guy sees up to him? No, my grandmother gave me one piece of Maisa Shara. She used to tell me, listen, whatever you do, don't marry a girl that her father seems off to. So what did I do? I didn't listen to my grandmother. Yeah, a lot of money. Well, I mean, that was the one thing she told me. The one thing I could have. Yeah. There are two in my small circle. They say that Umanim, they have a ton of Levim in the Yemenite community, and they all have good voices in their community. In my little circle, I have Nachman Seltzer and Simcha Sasson. Tops. I didn't say Shlasa. He's not bad. He's not what? But he's not a Levi. I'm talking about Levium. Here. Like, I'll do weiter for him. I'm going to be honest, Micro. Like, I wasn't sure if Kol Echad means that everybody's singing together and they have this one guy that's he's off tune, or with the harmony. It doesn't fit in with the harmony. I don't know. Okay. I don't know, but sometimes the harmony also sounds beautiful together. I'm sure they did a lot of harmonies. Yeah, I know. I don't know where you got it from. What? If one guy is off tune, we hear. Yeah. Right. Depends how many. You're talking about a whole stadium full of people. No, he's talking about a non-Jewish. How many guys are going to say? Okay. He's saying that you can't hear it. In a case that you hear, it, then the guy you throw him out. Oh, hold on. Here we have a video of it actually. I hope it's not violent. Oh yeah, there's a little violence at the end. It doesn't work so well in English.
No longer in the desert. There I would have had to retire. Now I can keep working. And now, let's sing. Happy birthday to you. Birthday. Yes,
Sheer Bazooka is awesome.
but you can continue to play and lock and open gates. Cause I love singing songs.
Bravo. Not to do the sponsors. Turning the dial by Dark Mobile Specialist International Financial Services. Kai Milrad, the Inshwasi Numerosi, Travel Basi, Togola, Shalom. Oh, reminding the Ilam. I want to show. No, you keep on telling me you're going to get me pictures. I want to remind the Ilam that Bezer Shem, exactly a month from now, on the Sunday, a month from now, the three of us, plus Mendy is going, a bunch of people are going, we're going to Austria, the Olam is invited to join them. I'll be there. Whoever scores, talk to whoever. No, you're going to get some pictures, some Geshmai. Beautiful waterfalls in Zakhin, and how do you say Chikim in English? Canyons, and there's a lot of stuff. It's unbelievable food. Oh, it's not a vacation. What are you talking about? It's work, hard work. It's a two-week matzah. Are you coming? You should come. That's the There's no skiing. It's like, but everybody, it's because those, Saturday in the evening we are coming, Bezer Shem. They locked in already? Oh, they didn't lock in. Okay. Zog the Gemara, how old is a kohen? What's his limit? Omar Rabbi Lo, Rabbi Chanina, says Rabbi Chanina, remember the name, Atirat. When he starts shaking, the shaking is a moment. And then also, Balkari should come out with a zikr mayim. Person saw Kerry, she goes to the mikvah, that night it becomes fine. But the problem is he didn't go to the bathroom, he didn't urinate. The Shiato comments. We were concerned that maybe a little bit of Kerry remains in his body, and when he goes to the bathroom, it comes out. When it comes out, it becomes funny again. But that only applies to only sick or an older person, the young, the young person, healthy person, child. We're not concerned. Yell at our comments, what does it mean? What does yell at mean? Usually yell at a child. Already law with Hanina and saying Hanina, also only that regularly atas, and you can stand on one foot. I remember doing this once this year. Standing on the table. I'm not going to attempt today. A regular atas, and it can remove his shoe, and it can put on his shoe as he's standing on one foot. What? No, today it's all AI. I'll just show you what it looks like on AI here. There's sticker violence in this. I'm going to do a warning every time. This is not a program you look at this. Takes off his shoe.
I'm still a kid.
Ellie, I told you. He was 80 years old. He was standing on one foot. The silence Minallah, the Minallah. Omer and Chanina says, Chanina, Chamin, the Shemen, Shesachasni Imi Bialdusi, the hot water, the oil that my mother rubbed on my body when I was a little baby. Hey, unbelievably basic, we'll see. A lot of people want to say, Chana means the warmth of my mother. That's Pshat Shemen. It slipped. She didn't slip away. She wasn't marking on the word. Okay. Ismail is gonna person who has a beard, rather than also shliach tzibur. So he could be a shliach tzibur. What does a shliach tzibur mean? He could do says Rashi, he could go the shofar, he could do nida, he could do malchus, he could be the shliach of the tzibur. It doesn't mean what we call shliach tzibur because that's the next word. V'leir the fnei hateva. And it could be a shliach tzibur for the he could down for the almond. V'lisa is kapel. Oh, so this is problematic. He can do dukkani. When there's a full beard. So as Taisvos, here we go, then Toimar. The disciple about those mashma that the Kadamaisis Kappa, even a young kid could do dukkani. Yeshloimar says at the end, the other Kadamaisis Kappa, I know in Magdoila. A child can only do it together with adults. You can't go up there. But in the Maisa, we see that kids, 13, 14-year-olds do it by themselves. I don't know how that works exactly with the Maisa. Seems like you need a beard. In terms of being a chazan, it's interesting. The Ramah brings down, he should be about 25 years old, 25 to 30. There's different cheetahs in the different, the whole part, this, that, 25 or 30. There is a certain age that is more appropriate to be a chazan and to have a beard. They must have come to life. What's the earliest the time that we run? Yeah, when we're in. Yeah. They must have come to life, right? I'm saying you just see that it's more important. So it's a mile of a beard. It's a mile of if you have two people, a guy without a beard, a youngster, an 18-year-old, or a 25-year-old, 30-year-old, 30-year-old comes first. When does this time become kosher? When does it be Cyrus? When he has him on Rabbi Yomer, and Rami actually Ben Esra. He should be at least 20 for the third time. On the Chizah my time of the Rebbe, where do you get it from? The Sir, by Midas HaLevim, Ben Esra. It says in the passage, Levim 20. So the Mark's going to say at the end, Levim means Kohanim, but it says Ben Esra from 20 years old, the Ma'al, L'Natzeya, HaMelech es Beis Hashem. Similar to what his name is this. The whole place is singing it. L'natzeach HaMelech es Beis Hashem. V'idach l'natzeach shani. So l'natzeach means a difficult avodah. So that actually means a 20-year-old. Right? Grow up in the beans. So what do you bring a right from a puzzle that says the beans? We're talking about Kohanim. Kohanim has to be 20. You'll be sure to Levi, that we're sure to Levi, Bezma, Rabbi Kohanim, the Levim, 24 different places. The Torah calls the Kohanim Levi. It's in fact the Kohanim. The Zephalim, a guy on Levim, but it's other. So Rabbana. Ish. Mizrachel L'Oraisa, let's see the whole passage because it's important. Ish, Mizrachel Asher Yevoy, more an adult carries a blemish. Mashma says the Gemara, Mikan Omer B'Lazar, Hot the Pasal Avaya, it's only that a dog has a blemish, you shouldn't do that. But a cousin without a blemish, if he's tired, he doesn't have any complaint, doesn't have more, it's possible. They must have a lot of that. The Shiavish, these irons, you need Simon, maybe they come as lava, that's Yibn Esra. But the Kohanim and the other Kohanim don't allow him. He could technically start when he's 13, but the other Kohanim won't allow him until he's 20. Take it down, right? Oh, Rebbe, this is literally Shidash Rebbe. Vafilu Sul Rabbanon less, right? There's no Sul Rabbanon, but the evidence is multiple to do that, right? Take it down, Rebbe, is like Sul Rabbanon. No, but the evidence it's also to do that, right? But Rabbanon and Shidash Rabbanon, the Hakim, the evidence is Rabbanon are the ones that hold but the Eves, it's okay. Alright, so continue with this thing. This is a very, very interesting halacha. When it comes to earthenware, if you take a dead mouse, a sheretz, what tumah does a sheretz have, Rabbi Isai? When it comes to tumah, if something touches another thing, it drops one level. So a avat tumah that touches something, that thing will become a rishon. If a rishon touches something, that becomes a sheni, etc. Sheni touches something, becomes a shlishi. A dead rat, mouse is a tumah. If an avat tumah touches the outside of an earthenware, let's say we have an oven made out of earthenware, and it touches the outside, it does not become tumah at all. Zero. Oh, it touches it. Nothing. If that same mouse touches a metal vessel, it becomes tumah right away. But there's a tremendous finish when it comes to earthenware that if you put a dead mouse inside the ear space of earthenware, it becomes tumah right away. So if you take an abbas tumah mouse and you put it, it doesn't touch, it just goes in the ear space, it dangles in the ear space, must be in the ear space, not above, in the ear space, inside a cup, inside an oven, then that earthenware becomes what? It drops one level down to become a rishon. So all the food inside that oven will become a sheni, because the actual later on will become a sheni. So let's see how it works. Bread that touches the actual oven becomes a sheni. The sheni touches something else, becomes a shlishi. Okay. So that's what the Mishnah says. When you touch that mouse, the outside of the earthenware, it's tahar, that's it. Same thing would make another plea tahar. If you pour the dead mouse in the ear space of a regular metal flea, it will remain tahar. Part of the is that makes it tahar in who. Now we have very consistent. We have the Tamar Rabbanan that explains the Mishnah. The ear of a Kucheres is coming, the outside is tar. Avir Kalakalim tar is not such thing as making the ear of a Kli Tameh, so it remains tar. The Gavin Tameh, but if you touch the Kli with Tuma, it becomes Tameh. Nimtza Tameh Kucheres, Tameh Kalakalim, Tameh Kalakalim, Tameh Kucheres. There's a difference between a regular Kli and a Kucheres. But I know these Torah Torah. It says in the pasuk, Torah. Here's the pasuk. It actually says Torah twice. Torah Torah. We're going to see what those two words mean. Torah even if it didn't touch, it's like inside the kli, the ears of the kli. It doesn't have to touch. I don't have a vishnu noga. Maybe it means it touch. Let me ask you a question. Let's say you take a mouse and you touch the bottom of the inside of the kli. On the Kucheres, you touch the bottom of the inside of the Kucheres. Tameh or not Tameh? Why? Huh? Yeah, but Kucheres didn't become Tameh by touching. Kucheres only becomes Tameh from airspace. The only way to get to the bottom of the inside is by going through the airspace. So you already made it Tameh. Okay, good. So it's a trick question. I don't know how this will So in Hebrew, lukame means to make something else tameh, to make the food inside the oven tameh. The oven itself becomes tameh, the kli itself. The tameh and the tameh. Maybe it says the tameh and the tameh. Just like the first Torah is referring to the food, it makes the other food Tama, even though it didn't touch. After normally Tama, Avafish Lenaga. So too, the oven itself becomes Tama without touching. Was Menor. All my Yonason, I heard either of the carrots. Vafilu mostly cargo. So Rabbi Isai, check this out. Let me just preface this for a second. Here. If these are two apples mamish touching each other, and a dead mouse, this is a dead mouse, touches this one right over here. This is Avatuma, touches this apple, so this becomes a Rishon. What did this become right over here? Why not a Rishon? The mouse touched this and they're touching each other. Why not? Because that's how it works. They're separate entities. So even though they're touching, so this becomes a Rishon, this becomes a Sheni. And what does this third one become? A Shlishi. So if I have tiny little mustard seeds, to fill up an entire tree. So there's two ways this could happen. I have an empty cleat, and I put a mouse in the top. The mouse is avatuma, the cleat becomes a rishon. I fill it up there with mustard seeds. The outer layer of mustard seeds all become sheni. The second layer inside becomes a shlishi. The third layer, revi, etc., etc. By the time I get to the center, that's it. I'm done. I can only go a certain amount. Maybe the hamishi, maybe. But everything in the middle should become tar. But if my cleat is full of mustard seeds, and I take the mouse and I go like this in the inside, the entire thing becomes tarmates. Let me show you what I mean. Hamishi only by Torah Duma. Here we go. I'm saying naturally. I'm giving you the benefit of that. I'm going to touch them over. The cleat just became a rishon. And then look what happens. The kli itself, the tongue that became coming through the mouth is a rishon, the holder on the bottom. The first layer is a sheni, second layer is a shlishi, third layer is a revi, and that's it. Then the whole thing becomes tar. But if that remains as is, and I put the mouse now I put the mouse on the top, then the entire thing is going to become tummy, and that's what the Gemara says. That they all become tummy through the dead mouse, Rabbi Isai. Have a wonderful
Emeritus Books is spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com. Sponsor MDY.com.
Research which would garner a return on their investments. Thus, it would be the all-powerful market forces that would eventually scupper so many of Tesla's imaginations. It was during this fertile period of discovery that Tesla also made some assertions. Extraterrestrial beings first heard this strange combination of points
Welcome. How's everybody's yontif? We had Shur here. On yontif itself, it was unbelievable. People came. Shamshi walked over an hour uphill, they said. It's all uphill getting here, no? Both ways. Shkoyach, all those who walked in, all those from Gimel, from all different places. Shkoyach to Gary, who organized the food. I don't know who else did. I know he did. Beautiful spread, man. It's good stuff, good stuff. There's parv, iced coffee. I mean, regular what? Parveh. Right, in Hebrew it's parveh. All right, so Yishkoyach to every guest. Shalom Aleichem. It's a new Zman. Rabbi said, so this is day one in Morocco. Somebody, as I was walking here and I was trying to think what to say, so this guy comes over to me, he's hacking me. And then he hacked me again. But it was very, very, what's really bothering me was how come I didn't bring anything about Morocco in the shir. I'm sure. How come I didn't mention Morocco in the shir? So here, this is for you. Day one. For those who went to Morocco to relive it, all those who are thinking about next year. My request, that's such a great time. All right, Valdo. I gotta tell you, I don't know who I told this to or who I didn't. So I have to say it again. We had a guy who was in Mashbat. There's two guys that we hired for all the entire trip, 7 days, whatever it was. All of us from beginning to end. One of them, Yossi Klein said he has to be at my side. So he took it literally. So day one, whatever I said, I apologize. Day one, I told somebody, hey, stand over there, take a video. And I started running backwards, forwards. I was going around in circles. He's right there with me. Fine. So he became, but he had something special. Anybody that said free Palestine to us, he walked over them, whispered something in their ear. We don't know what. And the guy goes, and started running, didn't stop for 2 blocks. He'd go over, like, let's say, like a moped wanted to, like, go between us. Goes over to the guy, whispers something in the guy's ear. The guy goes, just complete fear. We don't know what he said and what he did. Any peddler that tried to sell us anything, whether it's try to collect money from us or sell us soap, walks over them. It's gone. Like nobody spoke to us. He had such people. I don't know what it was. In the video you saw, he did this horse wagon thing. So there's a moped. I was in the last one. There's a moped. I said this maybe. I don't know when I said this. When did I say it? In Shir? Was it recorded? Was it recorded? Okay, so I'm not gonna say it. Fine. Dear Rebellies, I'm 10 years old and I've done 125 dafim with MDY. I started at the beginning of Menachos, but this is the best part, and I love it. I love it, he says. Speaking Rabinowitz, Gates of UK. Did I read this also? Who knows? The refreshment. It's different down. We could say this. This is the leftovers. In honor of his parents, for Michal and Kazik. Most times for all the children, grandchildren, I did show it. I printed it. Special edition in the white shots from Sefta, Zevin, Yal, Shalal, Tarek, the Benedict family. Dafka, Gimel, Ari Friedman, in memory of Yecheskel Meir, Ola Shalom, Ben Tzvi, Aryeh, Meir Yeh. Son. His own son, you think? You know? How old is his son? Alright, is the Shama should have an Aliyah. Oh, I see. It's the Ari Friedman, Ari. David Salam dedicated memory of Avi Mary the Mesefta, ritual, born, buried, time, speed, Doig, and Rasa. The Mesefta, not the one that we do, but the Mesefta. Here, pull it. The Fauci family, Foundation, Gratitude, the Consortium, and the Alliance, and all the do support MDY. Anonymous. That's not the workers of the Gospels, and thank you to Chief Benny. Anonymous for complete report. Shleiman, Ari Hashem, Kalea Basester, B'Yomin Daniel Rosenfeld, Brias B'Simcha. Ari Simon for Shleiman, B'Mori, Bob B'Miri, B'Yomin Daniel, Paras B'Shefa. The Spanish Jewish sponsors wishing the MDY family a good Yom Tov and Chag Sameach. Yael Foundation team, the murder of Uri and Yael Paliavich, and their children Benjamin and Matt. Anonymous. Mushlemo for Avram Shaya Ben Slavic Dvorin and Ruben Ben Yehudis. Tomavi Mostafsky, Nachman Ben Nasser Mostafsky on a 50th yard side, Yuma Siva. Current sponsors HMRK Ventures and Schools for Success of all our clients. Young Daniel Rosenfeld, Robin Carnosa. Monthly, MDY Kids sponsor, can make the series supposed like it's over Vega, and Ricky Hughes Basi Avachaya. MDY Art for the month, the Shlema Yonatan, Eitan Ben Bashem Bracha, for Shlema Mordechai Ben Esther, for Ayala Daniel Zev Ben Ayala Esther. Today is Daf. What Daf are we doing now? Of Gimel. Good. So we're holding 7 lines from the bottom by Boyer Zera. And these questions are very, very similar to each other. These dafim are very, very similar in terms of the structure, the questions, the kavachaimers. A lot of freebies. The entire sugyas are freebies, basically. Boyer Zera. Well, you have to be out of here by when? 34 minutes. That's more than enough. All right, one question. That's it. Where is Zera? So we know Toirim are the mature, the adults. Bnei Yoina are the little guys. The Mishnah tells us that once it starts turning yellow, you can't bring either the Toirim or the Bnei Yoina. And this guy decided to bring the birds when they start becoming yellow. He said, I'm going to bring either adults or the chicks, the babies. And he brings like the in-between. And this puts us in a sugya of the in-between. I said already before that the children of the Matat Shemesh are in-between children. They're not Israelis and they're not Americans. Here in Israel, they're not accepted as Israelis. And when they go to camp in America, everybody calls them Israelis. So somebody came over to me and said, you know, it's actually a thing in the psychology world. It's called Yaldei Shemesh. It is a thing. You know, okay. So it wasn't Machadish anything. So the question is, this bird, What do you is it a third stage, a stage of turning yellow, or we just don't know what it is? And then if we don't know what it is, and this guy brought two of these. He brought a dove that's yellow and a pigeon that's yellow. So when Manashep is yaitza, because if this bird is considered a baby, it's a baby. Considered an adult, it's an adult. So he's yaitza, either on the third side or on the Pnei side. But either way, it's yaitza. But if it's a third category of a yellow pigeon, then he's not yaitza. Sveika have nothing. Do we view a yellowish bird as a suffix? And Mamela is yaitza. Why is he yaitza? He brought a yellow dove and a yellow pigeon. Now, if you're going to tell me a yellow bird is a baby, okay, so he brought a ben yaina. And if you're going to tell me a yellow bird is l'chayra an adult, so he brought a tire. Either way, it was yaitza. But a gilma, no, it's a third category. So learn off it. He said he's going to bring Ariel means I am no there. I'm going to bring birds. I'm going to bring either Tyron or Bnei. He didn't bring either. He brought in between states. This passage right over here, it says, the word min is extra. What do I do with it? The pasuk doesn't tell me that when it starts becoming yellow, whether it's a dove or a pigeon, it's possible. Yeah, it makes sense that you need a pasuk to tell me that category 3 is no good. But if you're telling me it's not a category, it's just you don't know what it is, it's a problem with this fake. The Baruch is going to tell you something that you don't know, you shouldn't bring. Why not? Rabbi Shmaya, the Baruch Hu knows that it's either an adult or it's a chick, so it's good either way. So why would the public say that the son is no good? Says you're right. There's no passage to tell me min. This passage right over here, min is not going to tell you that a yellow bird is possible for a carbon. No, it's telling me to tell you that if somebody had relations with this bird, or somebody take this bird and use it as a velazar, you can't bring it as a carbon. Now, why would I have a having you could bring such a bird? It's a disgusting kind of bird. Why would I have a having you could bring it as a carbon? So Gemara says something like that. He mashchasam bohem mundam. As Rabbanis it says mashchasam, ashchasa. The lashon of ashchasa is a lashon of avodah zarah or a right. It's either a rayis or a rizal. Wherever the tzif, yishkas kolbos and dark al-aret, you see by the mapple, ashchasa, of all animals. Avodah zarah, and that's a rayis. The zarah, the tzif, and the shkisha, that's just the pesach. Oh, someone points the boy, very avodah zarah, points the boy. And the main one, the same pasuk says, he must chasam bohem mum, the word mum together with ashchasa. So they will call someone points the boy, zarever zarah points the boy. Anything that a mum is a problem. So where is a mum a problem? By a behemoth, by a large animal. A mum, broken leg, you can bring it as a carbon. So maybe I would say that the hashchas also has to do with the mum. So when there's avodah zarah and there's a rayis, that kind of animal you can bring as a carbon. But the bird where there's no problem of mum, so maybe there's no problem of a rayis and avodah zarah. But I always have a possible mumah that a mar tamas mizakin b'behema. They tamas mizakin b'oichos. Is this such thing as a zocher and a teva by these birds, right? Went through this whole thing that this year I discovered. There's no such thing by pigeons. No such thing as that. It's a physical thing. It's not. There's no zacher. There's no. You can't look at it with a microscope, not a microscope. You can't see anything. There's nothing there. So, but there's also no tamas. Tamas means that there's no such thing as being whole or not whole. So we already discussed this. By the way, I'm not as confused because where was it? Erev Yontif and Yontif night, I did a total of 6 shiurim. 2 were repeats, and 4 were recorded. So I have no idea what I said and what I didn't say and what year. No clue. You better tell me if I said this or not. I'm pretty sure I said the eagle thing with the eagles, with the feathers, right? Did I say the small beer by my don't you? Yes. What didn't they say then? A 9, but it was a recording. No. So you're gonna ask somebody. If I can't remember, maybe you can remember. The Shmuel Birdman story that he gave a prophet to a girl. You didn't hear it? You were here both years? What? But he's in English. In English? Oh, I'll say it. I'll say it here to record it. So more you can I knew Reb Shmuel Birdman. I knew. I saw him. I watched him learn many hours. Probably said 2 words to him my entire life. But he was in Yeshiva Demir in Brooklyn. And he's known as the Master Dar, one of the biggest Masridim in the Dar. I didn't measure it exactly, but that's what they said about it. Like he never stopped learning. He was always with excitement. His son went to collect money at some person's house, and the guy says, I want to give you a very large check. He says, why? He says, because of your dad, my wife is alive now, and we had a great marriage, and as long as this stuff. He says, your father gave her a bracha, and she should live. He promised my mother she's going to live. So, it's something I know my father. He's never done something like that. It's not true. It's impossible. He's a little shit. He doesn't make toughness. He says, no, let me tell you what happened. He says, your father was sitting Shiva, and Shiva was over. And he was in such pain that he wasn't learning. And that, by the way, a lot of people after Shiva, they come to me and tell me, the one thing that I cared about the whole Shiva was the dot. Didn't do the dot. But don't worry about it. I'm not going to make it up. I skipped ahead, and most people do make it. They tell me, no, I already did, and I do 2 dots a day, the whole thing, I'm already caught up basically. Fine. Remember, he's teaching to learn. Walks out of the Shiva, he's walking towards the Shiva, and this woman stops him. The Shiva, she's about herself, her daughter, who's very, very sick. The Makwa, you please come in for a minute, give her a breath. She's going to say no. She says, okay, fine. She walks up and he gives her a bracha, and the mother says, no. I want the Shiva should give me a aftacha that she's going to live. He says, no, aftacha. She's got aftacha. He's positioning himself at the door, So aftacha? No. I need to go learn. Aftacha. She says she made him crazy. And the Shmuel was crazy, so to speak, to go learn. He wanted to learn. He was dying to learn. He says, aftacha. Well, she's going to get a good shit also. No, I'm going to give you a fucking shit to the whole story all over again. And finally, he caved in and he gave her the bracha. I think it was like another thing. I forgot what the third thing was. And off he runs to this friend and he starts doing this conversation. And then he tells us, wait a minute, I gotta go inside. So Skabuza said he's never seen Shiva go to the side. So he follows him and he hears the full Birbam say, you know that I'm your biggest fan. You know that I missed you this whole week. Don't let me down. Don't make me make a feel. I promise this woman. Do me a favor, take care of it. Take care of it. And he goes back to his family to the Lord. That was amazing. Okay. But I said it once. She was nice. That doesn't count. What happened? People were walking behind me on Shavuos night. We had a sitter here on Shavuos night. What's not on video doesn't count. Wasn't recorded. Okay. Baruch Hashem. Okay, good. And we really didn't hear the story. It's a good story. It's a good story, no? Then we sing the song, the Bible. We're not going to do inside anymore. How's the song go with the Bible? No, that part. Okay. Not daily. Danny Oishman, sorry for the possible rumor, don't mind, comes to Zach Lemo, they don't have to go. Any more, or everybody with the Zori, man, this is I would have a word that since the Russian street as a moon by a bird, and it looks exactly, so maybe I can take a bird that somebody worship that with the Zori to it and bring it as a carbon. Kamashmalon, that's what the possible minat is. That's what the scripture tells that you cannot. But there's a very important Rashi here that I want you to see. Rashi says over here, the Vedic Siv comes up, the Oivlik Siv Bay, what common below Zapa? Build off, Lord, possible movement. Let me see that for a second. The back. You see. Scroll it. Keep going. Dukim Shiba'ayin. Not in a bag, my friend. Not in a bag. Not in a crunchy bag. Let's see if you're going to sit right over here. You've got another rules. What it says? Maybe I should have one. Let me check it out for a second. Do you want one? Hold on a second. Straight up. Thank you. Do not bring, there's no bags allowed in this room. There's no noises allowed in this room. Reading is the Koshi Theory Level Shalom Shabbos. Believe. Next to the common below Zafar Hillshop. Look, possible more than Friday to go do some Shabbat. Cataracts are not a problem. Hello, woman darling. Why woman darling? Listen to this. You're going to put the Aver. Can't show up to the Beis Hamikdash with a bird without a leg. Why? Because you might be there, you know, the Pepper Sefer, Rashi. Not because of the problem of the mom. The problem is, so this is a good, this guy used to write this, came here one Friday, brought me a tray of candy, put it by his seat, and he walked to the back to get a coffee. He comes back, and what are you showing me? Oh, that? I don't know. There's the thing from the So, a kid came, and he thought it was for everybody. He took a pack of candy. Whatever, one tray, one compartment. He was very, very distraught. I walked in, he was not himself. I said, what happened? I wanted to give you this, I can't give it to you, that's it. You see this thing. Okay, Nishkafela, kid took a few cans. No. Next week, he comes to my house with a tray, he came up the stairs. I can't bring it to the basement anymore. I can't guard it like that. He goes, what's the point? You can't give somebody a gift that's missing half the candy or 10% of the candy. There's a hole in it. It's not good. So if you can't give them a tray like that, you can't bring to like this barcode a bird that's missing the leg. Pass them. It's not because of the mom. Because I created another type of sefer. The famous possible is you bring something like this to the ruler of the city. No, you can't bring it to the ruler of the city. You can't bring it to anybody. Oh, man, I really like oils, but so now we're doing the same sugi again, basically. Oh, no, let me show you. I don't even have to show you. If I show you this picture, you know what it is. I don't have to show the whole video. I'll just show you. I'm not going to show it. Oh, man, I really like oils, but a guy says I take upon myself to bring in oil of behemoth. From what? What type? Ayil or minat Kevis is up to 12 months old. Ayil is from 13 months on. What about between 12 and 13? Between 12 and 13 is called Calgus. The base of chemistry. The heavy Calgus now. We're just going to start calling this everything Calgus. Calgus. Is real real Calgus? No. In the slide. Slide. Calgus. No. Oh, so we have this. This is the older one. You know, let me show you the new one first. Or no, let's do the city that I'll show you. I'll leave there beautiful with the bird of summer free. Or you're beautiful on you're not yoked by bringing a Calgus because it's a breed of Niatzma. It's a third category. It's not a Cheves, it's not an Ayel, it's called a Calgus. This non. If you bring a Calgus to the Beis HaMikdash, what do you do in terms of the suffering? Now, to remind the Olam, we learned a lot about this in Menachos. This is just one. The guy on the right is a Keves, he brings one Isar and Silos. The guy all the way to the left is an Ayel, he brings two Isar, destroy him. So in terms of the flour, very different. Double if you're an Ayel. In terms of the wine, instead of a quarter of a Revius, you bring a third, you bring a Shlishis Ayin. Okay. So you brought a Calgus, what do you bring? So you bring like the Ayel all the way to the left, you bring the same amount of wine, the same amount of flour, great. The Shriva, maybe a little mistake, but it's more Yaita. Why? Because you said either an Ayel or Keves, you brought a Calgus. I'll tell you why. So over here, if you're saying in the Pasuk, it talks about a Calgus. So that means it's a breed of Niatzma. The Pasuk is not going to be talking about a Sabbath. Pasuk is talking about a breed of Niatzma. It's a new category called the Calgus. That's from Gimel and Beis. According to Rav Pada, the Amar Maisu Masli says Rav Pada, what do? You bring all the two straight, let's say, of flour. You bring that to the Beis HaMikdash. You say, if my Calgus is an Ayel, so the two straight of flour for it. But if my Calgus is really a Keves, then I'm supposed to bring only one Isarin. So one Isarin goes to him, and one Isarin is just in the double. It makes us not. I mean, the Ayel becomes massively really massive, and it doesn't even mention the fact that he's a Bria, that he's a Calgus, that he might be his own category. That's really not massive. Perhaps he also talks about the fact that he might be a third category called the Calgus, and there's zero flour for a Calgus. It's not mentioning anything about a Calgus flour. The Omar Bria have a lot of cool, the whole thing to be in a double. Heiku, you don't have an answer. Boy, say. Here's a video of tonight. Professor Ayal, she's a psychologist, she's a psychologist.
On the one hand, everyone constantly treats me like a child. But on the other hand, I'm already 17. That is not a kid anymore.
Yes, I know that struggle very well. It's exactly what I went through when I turned 12 months old. On the one hand, I wasn't a kid anymore, but I wasn't a ram either.
A ram?
It's called the Pelgas.
Calgus complex. Very good. Okay. One minute. I want to show you this other Calgus thing that we did a long time ago.
I am not a Oihil.
I'm reminding you, he is not 13 years old. He is 13 months old. He finished his first year and started his second year. Got it.
Sachim, just like Chaim.
We almost forgot about that one. I'll remind Yoshi. I have no idea what I'm talking about. Okay, something like, oh, you know, you weren't even here and I said Wisconsin by mistake. Adar Global, Specials in International Financial Services. Chaim Milrad, Zimush Masimi Rossi. Diana Bas Yitzchok. No, so what? I didn't say Wisconsin. Okay. Really? No, I'm not going to. Then for sure we don't owe you anything because you were here and you didn't make a on the spot. So you can't come later. If you weren't there, that's it. You're too late. Lost next. Sorry, let's see what we can do about it. Fire in this area. All right, Rabbi Isai, same thing all over again. Same kind of question. Fire in this area. So we know there's something called matzah and something called chametz. Well, there's something in between. I don't remember what Masechah we learned it. Probably in office. Yeah. These are the breads that if something good happens to someone, he got out of a disease, he went through the Sahara Desert. What else? Or he went on a private plane across the Sahara Desert on a cruise. Huh? Bit by a monkey. Who's this, your dad? Grandfather. So what grandfather? What's your name? From where? Yeah. In London. From all those good places, you pick London at the end. Wow. Oh! Rabbi Isai, no, just reminded me. In 1 month from now, mamish 1 month, I'm going to be in Austria for 2 weeks. Inviting the Olam, anybody can come. We're not doing a program. The program is a Weber tour program. Okay. Unbelievable food. That's why I'm going there again. Last year, me, the Kamianskis, and the Fixes, we went there. We loved it, so we're going back. We said we're going to tell the Olam about it. So everyone wants to come. But a big order from England. Big. I don't know. I didn't hear numbers. A contingency from England is coming there for Shabbat, like spend Shabbat. People come for a day, 3 days, see the Alps, see Akash Baruch's things, and leave. And I'm not entertaining the Olam again, but I'll be there with the Olam. So what is it? Shir every day, 2 shiurim live, the whole thing. Shmooze with the guys at breakfast, and hopefully they don't tag along on our little hikes. It's not like in Morocco where we went together. I'm not going to have him. I should bring him as back. Bring the back. That's a good idea. Anyway, so if somebody went through some tzaras, he was in jail and he came out of jail, so he brings a target. Today we call it a hagloimo. And he brings 40 breads total, 10 of them are chametz, 3 of them are matzah. This guy says, I want to bring 10 breads for a target. Either chametz or matzah, I'm not decided yet. I'm undecided. And the guy, what does he do? He does the pelvis thing. He does the in-between thing. What's the in-between? It's called CR. It's not chametz, it's not matzah. So the same kind of question again. It's the same. They were asking the question. Now, let's talk about Seer. Seer, take a look at this. You have to look carefully because you see how it's all shiny? It's and now it just turned non-shiny. That's Hichsif Ponel. That Shittas Remeir, that makes it Seer. That's Seer. But you get Malchus if you eat it, according to Remeir. According to Rabbi Yehuda, it's when it starts cracking, and it looks like the antennas of a grasshopper. Okay, so here it starts cracking. That's a later stage. And according to here, you can see the grasshopper on the left. And according to Rabbi Yehuda, you don't get any penalty. You don't get all. According to Remeir, you get Malchus. And you can see according to Remeir, it's Okay. So, the Gemara says Sir the man. The Gemara does something here just to make it interesting. Because basically, the Gemara is going to say, goes according to Yehuda, because Yehuda says there's no punishment, and it's possible that he means that it's the category in its own. There's no punishment. There's no punishment. Because either it's a suffix, I don't know what to do, or it's a category on its own. But according to the mayor, it's obvious. That's what it's comments. It's not good. Why would the mayor say get mouth? It's like comments. Okay. These are the rules. This is one of those ones. You guys, two of you? Someone, what's your name? Rob? What are you doing? You can't be on this? Oh, wow. Mazel. When is that? When after... Which one? Valdo. Okay, and who are you? Driver. So yeah, yours must back. Excellent. What? Did you get one? Okay, excellent. So you're going to be writing us an email. I came to drive my nephew, and I ended up stuck here. I have Mr. Dobson. I love you. Bye. Say hello, bye. Okay. So, it says it more like this. Very simple. Sears of mine. He's Sears the mayor. Let's do it about that. According to the mayor, it's a now. It changed color, but you get Malchus. So, according to the mayor, it's only changed colors. What would you say in the mayor's case? It's garnish. Garnish has been it. If the stage later when it already looks like a grasshopper, he says you don't get all of it. So in the mayor's case, it's nothing. So he sees the mayor with the Yehuda, matzah ma'alusi. This is matzah, and if I brought 10 breads made out of this stuff, I'm yoitza my nether because I gave 10 breads of matzah, that's also good. Either Rabbi Yehuda or Rabbi Meir. Sorry. Either Rabbi Yehuda. Now, let's say it happens. It's already cracking. According to Rabbi Meir, what is Rabbi Meir going to say in the cracking? Malchus. If before the cracking you get Malchus, it's only the cracking. It's Malchus, it's Chametz Gomer. And therefore what? I'm Yoitza my nether. Either Rabbi Yehuda or Rabbi Meir, Chametz. I brought 10 breads of chametz. I'm yoitza my nether. I said either chametz or matzah. I didn't say what. Either mayor or mayor. Okay. So let's say that's talking about that it's just 6 for now. Just change colors. But of course, you're maybe get malchus again. It's chametz. Either mayor or mayor. Like Ellie chametz. So you might just went through all these steps just to get to the bottom step. Here we are, elder review. It's talking about review that it looks like a grasshopper, but you don't get all in it. It's a suffix. But I brought either matzah or I brought chametz. I brought chametz or matzah. Which one? I don't know. Hashem will decide. But my nether was yours. I said I was going to bring 10 breads either or. So it's either or. Or no. I did it for you. Well, enough ago. Maybe there's a third category called chametz, matzah, and seers. And because I brought seer, I wasn't yoitza my nether. I said I was going to bring 10 of chametz or 10 of matzah. I didn't say I was going to bring 10 of seer. I'm not yoitza. Okay, so that's the whole suffix here. And we remain in the suffix. What the Gemara just asked, what happened there? What was the story? Why in the world did somebody say I'm going to bring 10 breads of taiga? Everybody knows you have to bring 40 breads of taiga. If somebody just says I'm going to bring the breads of the taiga, maybe time of the lachma. You have to bring both the taiga and the bread. But given the time of the taiga lachma, if commented lacy matzah, now this person now owes 40 breads. Now, he doesn't know if the seer is chametz, and therefore he brought chametz, and that he owns the matzah part. He matzah with the lazy chametz, or maybe he brought some of the matzah, and he has to bring another 20 matzah and 10 chametz. He has no idea. So what did he gain? Either way, he's going to have to bring 40 bread. What happened was, he's not going to bring 40 breads. He only said, I'm going to bring 10. I'm going to help my friend out. I know my friend can't really afford 40 breads. You know what? On me, I got 10. I got you for 10. Says the Gemara. So he didn't help his friend at all. The friend has no idea what the seer is. The seer comments, and therefore he has to bring the rest matzah, or is the seer matzah and he has to bring comments? What should he do? What kind of friend is that? Says he's not a friend that's helping out over here. It's not going to help at all. But the question is, the guy that made the neder, is he yotzer or not? Maybe a guy they neither know pick a leg. The question is, this guy that promised he's going to bring 10 breads of either panas or matzah, was he yotzer with the seer? He didn't help his friend at all. His friend's going to have to bring 40 breads. You're right. But what about the guy that made the neder? Was he yotzer or not? That's the shiloh. What do we do? What should we do? But we'll just stop over here because it's Moshe Shabbos and the Israelis are waiting to come in. Thank you, Rabbosai. Have a wonderful week. Yishbar for coming.
Merit the schus of spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com or sponsor at MDY.com.
Look at this.
All we need is David, and we're good to go. We don't need 100 people there. Boy side, it's Erev Yom Tov, and we're doing extra shiurim so that everybody can be caught up. Today might be one of the big records. Mark Ashkenazi says it's a record. 6 shiurim in one day. And this is shiur number 4. So starting from this morning, from 7:10 this morning till about 1:30 a.m., less than 24 hours, 6 shiurim. The big nice is that these are easier dapim of Hulin and short, very short dapim. So it might not be a record in terms of words, in terms of this. Okay. Cool. Erev Yom Tov, shkoch for coming out, especially shkoch to Ari Simon coming all the way from the car with his kid. It's a lot of nachas when he should finish the secta. A good idea, he showed me as a sign in his house, but he died, and a picture of me and Shushan together, Gewaldig. Anything to motivate. He used to be, made his bed, took out the garbage, one of those. Today he used to die. You ate it though. You brought in, we brought you, you had no cycles. You just have to come together. Many. Okay. So, reminder, I know it's Yom Tov right now, and you guys are watching this on Yom Tov, so you probably, it's too late. But just in case there are people on Zoom right now and YouTube. So, Hayoim Tisha B'Arbaim Yoim, it's so exciting to say it. Hayoim Tisha B'Arbaim Yoim Shein Shiva Shavuos Lo'imer V'Vo'imer. And there are a few places across Eretz Yisrael that we have an official, first time ever, official MDY location where MDY actually helped out monetarily to sponsor the refreshments in these places, and that's something that's going to continue in the future as well. Just to show the olam, show the difference between 2 years ago, the Easy Cheer, and what we have today with standing room only Baruch Hashem. This is a sentence that it's and also a reminder to their we spoke about that also. But different things. A lot of things change, but was it? I don't know if it's less great. It's gradual, it's the same thing. That I wasn't, so why is this different? I don't know, it seems like the same thing. They put it in twice, I don't know why. No, it's the same thing. Dear Valley, I'm 10 years old and I have done 125 davening with MDY. I started, how old are you? That also good. I started at the beginning of Menachos. I loved it. Zviki, Rabinowitz, Gates of UK, started Makkos. Oh, you did start Chodesh. I thought you started Chodesh. I don't know. So how many that you started, you know? This is a very interesting email from Yankee Braun. We're covering Matan Torah, so I'm reading it. Dear Ben, last year, Baruch Hashem, I made a commitment to completely stop looking at social media. Well, we know it says the Chumash, Babor Reiki, B'mayim, Rashi says, hey, B'mayim, because of my problem here, so this is from a Skver Chassid. Yankee Braun. Skver. You can't leave it empty. Baruch Hashem started doing the David New Delhi, which is on Zvachim. The videos of the Shmak Torah, the humor, warm stories, and spitting Torah filled that void for me. Instead of social media, another Geschmackster from Vitar, Shabbos Yisrael, and Shkir for coming. I found myself looking forward to the daf every day. Is that why Mark was delaying us? He knew that you're on the way? You shake? Yes, you knew? Wow. How long did it take you to get it? Wow, so wow. I'm sorry, regret. You ran here all the way from the house? You helped turn what could have been an empty space into something full of Torah or something. So you started learning Torah instead of social media. I think we could all learn from this business. Doing that day in and day out gave each juncture much more meaning and depth. As Bezach came along talking about the Korbanos, the Omer, etc. Now when Omer came around, I was by the logo of the Square Rebbe, singing dancing a deeper meaning and emotion than any year before. Now here's the interesting part. 9 months later, change after starting that yoga with you, the night of Omer became a Zaidi for the first time. Leading up to this, in short, the baby's name was going to be Eli after grandfather of our son-in-law. At the bris, as the Rebbe said the name, I needed to hear it twice to make sure I was hearing right. The baby's name is Shimon. Right after the Hilge of Shimon by Yichoy, I feel that he's supposed to Shimon's Torah. And through the consistency and inspiration of learning Daf Yomi with your Shiur, tremendous growth came to my life and family. So I thank you for all the Torah, physical positivity you bring to so many people every single day. Tremendous HaKadosh Yankee Braun, Skver. Very fashion, we can all learn from him. Put his name out there. They admire that. A lot of people do that. You do Shem. Put his name out there. The Sekta, Zeb, and Yal Shalof, heard the Benedict family. Daf Chokbeis, Yosef and Tamar Stern, as a sister our son Yitzchak to grow up with hope, Simchas HaChaim, and a deep commitment to Hashem. Amen. David Solomon, sponsor of the Sekta, dedicated memory of Avi Meir, Shmuel Baruch, Ben, or Fancy Dove. The Patrick Foundation gratitude for consortium in the Alliance and all they do, support MDY, Anonymous, and some of the Gashmis, and David Chief Betting. Anonymous will complete with Four Shleiman, and with Yom Talea Basesa, Yemen, Daniel Roosevelt, Reels with Barry Simon, monthly sponsor, the Four Shleiman, Avi Murray, Baruch Amir, Yemen, Daniel Roosevelt, Arnold Bashar, our weekly sponsor, Spanish year sponsors, wishing them the white family, I just loved it, and Chag Sameach. The Al Foundation team for the merit of Uri and Yal Aliavich and their children, Benjamin and Matt, the Shakaya, Anonymous with Shleiman, for Avram, Yishayim, Mustafa Dvorin, and Rufen Ben Yehuda. Shlomo Navi Mustavsky, Nachum Ben Nazim Mustavsky, on his 50th yard side, Yosiva, weekly sponsor Anonymous with the merit of a Shidduch for Sarah Golda Bas Rivka Mate. Today, a guy walks into the reserve, puts down 10 envelopes with 500 shekel per envelope. It's very nice, and really each one. Of course, the Zivu Kogon wanted us to give to the depending on the light that we have in the prayer. H.Y. maybe he meant you also. One of the something in life. HYK Ventures is the source for success of all our flights. The young of the Aronva, Brown also, and the white sponsors, the religious here is for the Silver Mafega, and Rifi Yudis Basiafa Faya, the AR, Bunch, Fushema Yonakanedam of Shavadaha, Fushema Morta Benester, Fusayel, Daniel Zeb, Benayel Tester. I know that the refreshments tonight are sponsored by Sapaznik, Jorge Sapaznik. I don't see it here. I know I printed it out. I thought I put it into our charts. Interesting. Maybe it's enough for the beginner charts. Okay. The right side, here we go. Oh, that's tonight. Tonight, I wish I could. Now it's chart night, so this, the point, going back to the Stone Age. Yeah, Stone Age. 2 years ago. What's going on now? Right, back before you. The Yvonne is when it started, the dispute. Yesterday we discussed the word Hamishpah. Again, so let's take it back one step. If a person brings 2 birds, an Oyla and a Chavis birds, why would he bring those 2 birds? Because he cannot afford a carbon, can't afford an animal. He brings 2 birds. Third talks about a Chavis. No, the third talks about Oyla, says, do the Oyla Hamishpah, like the rules of the first one. Logically, you and I would read the passage like the first one means, not this Oyla, like right before the Oyla, which is the Chata's bird. But no, yeah, we see the Tanakama says no. We're going to learn from the Chata's Behema. I apologize how it's, I just threw it in like this. It's a little bit, it's all the same color, and okay. Tanakama says Chata's Behema. That Mishpah means I go back to something else, not even in the passage. I'm going to learn from the mishpatot and the rules of a Chata's Behema. What do I learn from it? Very simple. That you have to chef an oilas ha'oy. This bird that we're talking about has to be during the day and with the right hand. Simple halacha. Israel says another simple halacha. But he says, mishpah means, no, let's do what makes the most sense. I'm going to learn this oilah bird from a Chata's bird. So what do I learn from a Chata's bird? Where do you do malika? I do malika, not on the head, but across, where you can see it. Okay. The Gemara, I'll point it out now, so I don't have to point it out. I will point it out again, but it'll be easier. So how did the other 2 learn this halacha that I see Mulayr? The Yishmael learned from the word Mishpah. How did the other 2 learn? That's the Gemara. Now we're holding on the final one. We're looking at Shimon. What did he learn? Shimon Yechai's son. First of all, Mishpah is referring to the most logical way that we're going to learn from the bird, just like your Yishmael learned. I'm not jumping to some other cardboard behema. We're talking about a bird in the process. The soil should be Mishpah. Like what? Mishpah, like what we just said 2 words ago in the same process. So he says the same exact thing as your Yishmael, but the outcome is different. Yishmael learns the placement of the Malika, and Revolver Shimon learned that the head and the body have to be connected to each other. Okay, so let's see that inside. The Chabal of raised all the way in the back. Rabbi Shimon Oimer, Mishpah, Kinizah Chavazai. Mala Halon, Oichez, Beroy Shubaguf, Maza. So it's important to see this. I won't be able to show this right. The head, the body is all, obviously, bird is going to have blood. I'm very excited. Oh, this bird should be good for Maza. What's that, Zah? You take a thousand cent bird, you do the Rika, you put your finger right through the neck, and then you have to give it a little squirt on the Mizbeach. If it's an oil outside, goes on top of the red line. What else goes on top of the red line? Stand for fun. A Chata's Behema goes on top of the red line. Okay. Afghan or Soto Noila, I think Rosh will go for Mazir. Michael Omar. Look, you have to, yeah, what's going on here? But Rav Elazar Rishon says something different that we're not so familiar with. Ma'ala alon shu ochuz haroish baguf u'mazer. By the Chata, there's a lot of called v'lo yavdu. Let's see if we can find a pasuk here. Yeah, there it is. Come on, I didn't try this pasuk before. Okay, in the Hebrew. V'lo yavdu. There's a lot that says you're not allowed to separate the head of a chata. So I think that the other bird is similar to that. You can't be ma'abed. Since it's halacha that they can't be separated, you can't do this. They have to be connected too. It's actually. Oh, I didn't realize it's a matter. Who did this for us? Maybe it's Elvis? Shema, I like this. So, time to offer the road to do Mazer. Also, the man is doing a little like. Wow. The man is also. Get back to it. Love it. So you have to have the head and the body all together and you do all together. Interesting that we're talking about the ones with the shimon, but one of the Gedolim said, he says, what's the idea behind when the Torah says by the Chatas V'lo Yavdu, you're not allowed to separate the head from the thing, and by Oyla, there is a separation. He says, because the Chatas is Chatas. Chatas is, I forgot that it's Shabbos. So I forgot that it's Shabbos, get your head screwed on right. You have to have your head connected to your body. You have to be with it. But by Oyla, it's a person that has a Hira Aveira. Hira Aveira, forget it. Just connect your head. Your head is no good over here. So maybe by oil also you should only sever one single. That's different. So it comes out like this. The kriva tells me that oil is different than a chatos. You don't want to sever. But oil, a chatos is one simon. Oil is two simon. But Kibishpat says that you cannot cut it completely according to them. So Mela, you have something where you're cutting two simanim and you're not cutting them completely. Alright. You have two simanim, but you're not cutting completely. So the Gemara Tanakama, the Malachim yesterday you spoke about they have to cut the head completely, you have to sever the head. Malach, the Hikter. He cut the head of the owner completely out. So what is he going to do with the Kriva? Over here, the Kriva tells me that an oil is different. You have to sever, you have to get two simanim, but you already learned they have to cut the whole head off. So obviously you're getting the two simanim over there. The Kriva, the Gemara is teaching us, and I think it's important because Mamish, it's Shavuos, and Shavuos is Matan Torah. She's going into how to learn Sukkah. A little bit more of a drush of this Gemara right here, these next 5 lines. So what it says, I need all these words. Why? But that would be Kriva Amina, Hamishpat, Hamishpat Chadasai. Why? Think about it. What does Tanakama say? Let's go back to Tanakama. Tanakama says that I'm not learning from a bird, I'm learning from a behemoth. But what's the pashtus? Pashtus, I should learn from the bird. I should learn bird from bird. I should learn oil aside from a chat aside. So I would think, without the word bikriva, that I'm going to learn, the Tanakh should learn, like Rabbi Shmuel, like Rabbi Shimon. That I'm learning the oil from a chat's bird, not from a chat's animal. Then what? So what am I going to learn from the bird? I'm going to learn that you shouldn't do Abdullah. I shouldn't sever the head. Don't sever heads. Where's an animal? You don't sever the head. It says, Malak the Hikdir, which is mashma that you do sever head. No. That I could learn something else completely. Not third, Rosh in his bath. I'm looking at Rosh in his bath. Oh. Where do I put that the bird? At the end of the day, I put the bird over here on top. So if I put the bird on top, maybe the malika should also be on top, meaning anything above the red line is on top. So I should be standing over here on this green sidewalk, this ramp. What do we call it? So stand over here and do malika over there, which is a true Allah. We're going to go with that Allah then. But that's where I would say the pasuk in Malak the Hikdir comes from. Says the Gemara, but how is it the question of Hana B'Krivai? That what? The Krivai that are oil is different than a Chata. The Krivai, I'm separating myself. The Krivai, only it. It meaning only the oil. So oil is different than a Chata. So then the word Mishpat is going to say that that's what I'm going to learn from the Mishpat. I'm going to look at Mishpat that oil is different than the Chata. The Krivai Droji Nami. So I'm going to learn two things from the Krivai. The Krivai tells me, A, that you should actually do the Malik on top, and B, that there's the halacha that you shouldn't, according to him at least, you shouldn't sever the head. Or by Ayah, there is Abdullah. Yeah? Which I'll hold on a second. Because I can't, something is still in the living children. There is Abdullah here. Let me just make sure. Yeah, yeah. You're right. Hold on. We are talking about Tanakama. Yeah, the Tanakama. Right, Tanakama. So, no. Tanakama is the Abdullah. Abdullah. I'm going to learn those two things. Thank you. Starting with Tanakama, Abdullah, and that the Malik happens on top of this day. Now, there's three things that we learned in the Gemara before. This is the lesson in the Gemara. Tanakama. So I'm going to learn the other birds from a Chatas animal. What am I learning? Chulin, Ayoy, the Biyodi Imanah. Just like an animal. You can't buy a Chatas animal with Ma'aser Sheni money. I have to use my own private money. So too, the bird, I can't buy it with your own private money. I need to use. I can't buy it with Ma'aser Sheni money. I have to use my own private money. Also has to be done during the day, and has to be done with my right hand. So we're going to go one by one. Easier Allah officer. Says Gemara, short Allah. Chatas behind in the ball, thank you. Then the ball element of food in the middle. Make a base that a chata, the behemoth could only purchase with your own money. Maybe you can use Ma'aser Sheni money. I can buy anything with Ma'aser Sheni money. It's food. So when it comes to behemoth's food, all our things on my cross, the Hikr Baron is Parachavis Shaloi, the Shaloi V'Lem Shetzibur. Says Rashi, it says over here, Shaloi, in this passage, you can see it over here, it says it twice. Asher Loi, Asher Loi. I'm going to learn two things from it. First of all, you cannot purchase it from the community funds. You don't show Ma'aser. And also, you cannot purchase it from Ma'aser Sheni money. By Yoy, I can only chef the oil of bread during the day. Ask the Gemara, how do I know that? I know that from Chatas, from the Chata. That's what I learned from. What's the word? Kamishpa. Yeah? Kamishpa. Mishpatoi. What's the word? Mishpatoi? Yeah. So, as you know, I don't need the word Mishpat to teach me Bayon. I don't need to learn from a Chatas. I don't need to learn, I learn from, there's a general rule that all korbanos in the Beis Hamikdash must be done during the day. Very interesting story. You say about Rameir Simcha, the Meshech Chochmah. He was once very, very happy during the day. And somebody asked him what's going on. He said that he had a dream that there was a Shemaim, there was a Peda that people will not be Chadash Kedushin. So comes the Rashba and says, there's a person by the name of Meir Simcha, he's the Chadash Kedushin. The Raya, the Rashba Kasha of this Gemara says that it is a Havamina that you could check an oil bird at night. You need a positive bird. So why would you ever be a Havamina? You check the oil bird at night. So the Rashi took out his bird or something else. And the Meir Simcha says no. The Havamina because of the Urim, you could do at night. The source you could do at night on the side. And the Rashi says that's a big pshat. It's an emes of pshat. And the Shemayim, I don't know, that the Shemayim, they were nothing to pshatim, that they told him Baal Machavish. They told him on this Gemara. So the Gemara, so if I could already learn this out from the Yom Tzavois, why am I learning out from Machavish? That you need to do during the day. You're right. I learned it out from the Yom Tzavois, every single carbon in the world happens during the day. But it just put in there, and it's part of the list. Let's see the list again. That's the cost. You have to purchase it from full money during the day and with your right hand. So to the mother. The other Ayimonis. How do you know your right hand? Most of you would know this answer. You know why? Because we looked at the Tzlachim and number 5 in the Menachos. So what? The word Kohen and the word Etzbah. That was a word. This is a Gemara. What are you telling me? You're learning it from a pasuk from Chatos. We went through this. The Rav Chana. You can learn out from Rav Chana. Don't Rav Chana. Shouldn't be walking. Come up with something about Etz Vaishim. Either word. It says the word Etz means the right hand. But it says the word Kohen, the right hand. Yeah, that's what he's going to do. When you buy Etz, actually buy it too. We said it over there. All times we learned it. Now the other that says no, you need both. Yeah, we'll leave it for that too. But you need both. You need the word Kohen, you need the word Etzbah. And the Mela by Oila doesn't say the word Etzbah. It only says Kohen. So I wouldn't know that you need Yamin. That's why I have to learn it out from now. It goes back to this Geshmaka chart. Why I say Geshmaka is all here. I pointed out when we learned it. Rabbi Shmuel says, what do I learn from Chatasai? The location of Malika. Where's the location of Malika? Mula, down there on the north. Notice how does Tanakama learn it? How does Rabbi Elazar ben Shimon learn it? Rabbi Shmuel is using up the whole word, Kamishpat. I learned from Kamishpat. But Tanakama already used the Kamishpat for something else. How are they going to learn this idea? So the Gemara of the Tanakama, Rabbi Elazar ben Shimon, Mula, Earth, Benalu. No, I like these charts. It's just, it's less than Shibah. It brings it all down. I don't know what the Tanakama is. I don't know what the Shimon is. What? I think that. You know why it's another. I don't know the halacha. Gamri, I have another one that's from you. Also the same idea. Gamri, Malika. Once I know how you do Malika and Chatos, so when I learn Malika, in all the time it's called a Mematzina. It's not a real Chatos. It's a Mematzina. What's Mematzina? So that's like I find over here the idea of Malika is Mulaira. So too, anywhere in the Torah it says the word Malika, even by Ayla, it's Mulaira. From here on out, it's super easy. Man, it's super easy. I told them it was going to take 7 minutes. It took me 70 minutes, but don't worry. It's going to, no, seriously, it should only take. Is that a warning? Yeah, let's call it 15 minutes. More than 15 minutes for everything. Says the Mishnah. I asked the Israeli kids and they didn't know. So I'll just say it without asking. There's a good way to remember one of these. There's a pigeon and there's a dove. Okay? There's a fire and there's a bnei yonah. One of them has to be a mature or an adult. Yeah. And bnei yonah, what's bnei yonah? What do you? Yeah. It's partial to you. Okay. Oh, I said it before. Okay, good. Great. It's very partial. Good. So now it's partial to all the new guys. Bnei yonah, which the whole Torah always says bnei yonah. The Torah will never say yonah. So it means always how do you say Efrach in English? So, which is whatever age that is, it's a very small, basically what I brought for the shear the other day, maybe slightly older. Better age. Or, that's not a better way, that's a much worse way. First of all, it depends what country you're in. Yeah. I told you in my house, I was in Kankanev's house, waiting there in a massive line up the stairs, the whole thing. And some guy with a frock, so the whole thing pushes it out, like, excuse me, what are you doing? What are you doing? Like, the liner, they're Paris. He goes, what does it say? Anyone who's from there, he starts arguing, and I love whether he's allowed to the line. So, you mean, yeah, you don't go to a fucking school and it's such a high note. One time in Ben Gurion, embarrassing, right? Was a Russian couple. They didn't have path to wait on this whole line going to passport, so they cut the whole line. So I'm like, get to the back of the line. You know. So I took their little suitcases, I grabbed and put it all in the back of the line, and I think then they got to him that I'm in the Shogana, and they shouldn't cut me in the line. Oh, no. The worst time ever. 3-hour line in COVID. You remember those 3-hour lines in Benghazi? And a guy cut me at hour number 3.
No.
I wasn't going to have that. No. But he, Zombie Gemara. That was probably the worst time ever. Remember? There's nobody there. Nobody waiting to get at it. And the guy's not going to wait. He comes. Stop still. Zombie Gemara. Oh, Mishnah. Kosher b'Torah, possible b'nei yoina, kosher b'nei yoina, possible b'Torah. In other words, what's a Torah Rabbi say? An adult, mature dog. So whatever is kosher by a Torah, an adult, is possible b'nei yoina. It has to be a chick, a ben yoina. We're going to start going with that. It's very easy to remember. B'nei yoina is the children of the yoina, the babies. So you can't bring in a dog. Kosher, what do you guys like more? The word adult or mature when it comes to pigeons? Is it a China? What would you prefer to translate? In our Gemara it says adult. In our Torah it says mature. I thought mature was the better way, but then AI agrees with them, with our Gemara. So he says, the common usage language in the scientific paper you use mature. But when people talk, they call it an adult. I thought adults are humans, but okay, I was wrong. And that's how our Gemara, the official Gemara, says. Okay, so Gemara, sorry, and if it's supposed to be a chick, a ben yoina, you can't bring it as a dog. As a dog, here we have beautiful pigeons. First of all, this is a dog, not this one. This one. But Yoshi did a whole thing, shows you how he basically made this up with AI, a whole thing with AI. So, he created this chart. I I don't know how accurate it is, but it gives you some sort of, these are all bad. So the green is once it hits a certain level of gold on its wing or on its neck, depending. So that is already mature and it's 100 days, 120 days old. When it comes to the yaina, it's the exact opposite. You don't want to take a really small one, because that we're going to see soon is a problem, but it has to be before a certain age, which is interesting. You have to catch them in the season right now. To stop them and bring them. I don't know what you do like during the year when they're not being born over there. Oh, right, so you're tired, right? So being in so all these things are working for after you. So I'm telling you that this is super easy. This Gemara is just like you're gonna shake your head. What's going on? Why all these words? If it's a mature dog, it's kosher. Dad and two is kosher. If they the chicks, dad and sharing, they're great. But the pigeon, adult, mature ones are kosher. Min to mamish chazar to the mission. Kosher v'toyer, kosher v'nei yoina, kosher v'nei yoina, psulim v'nei toyer. Kosher v'toyer. So if it's kosher for pigeon, it's kosher for adult. Torah, dad and toyer. You doiling? We like that. She other dinos. Our things are kavachayim, the simple kavachayim chance. When it comes to the chick of a pigeon, it's not good when it's an adult. It's only good when it's a chick. Alright, so should we doiling? Oh, the dog, which has a special milo, you can bring him as an adult, and it then should be times, so certainly you can bring it as a chick. No, I know you're tired. Have a meal. Good in the late time. And now we're going to do the same kind of framing all over again. The opposite way. You can only bring the chicks of a young. I think it's a couple of the dogs, which are hostile when they are chicks, but they're kosher when they're dogs. So certainly the pigeons where they have a milo, they can bring them when they're babies. So certainly when they're adults. How do you see it today? The lesson is interesting. Never the Torah. You see the Torah using the word b'nei, referring to the Torah. B'nei Torah. And never will you see the word yoina come by itself. It's always b'nei yoina. It's never ever b'nei Torah, and it's never ever yoina. It's always b'nei yoina, meaning the babies of a yoina, and the adult yoina. A few examples I put together here. The Torah. By the Torah it says, well, it says a chad minat Torah, b'nei yoina. By Zohar it says Torah b'nei yoina, and by Naz it says Torah b'nei yoina. And by Oil of the Yoina it says Torah B'nei Yoina. And by Yoina it says Torah B'nei Yoina. It's the entire Torah. Anytime it mentions bird, always Torah. You know, the Ramban says, why not get these types of birds? Why not eagles? Why not the places that? He says, because these are the only birds that have a partner for life. They never have anyone else. And if you take one egg away from a pigeon, that's it. That egg that it hatches never has a mate. It leaves up to it. And almana, let me transition this. In Morocco, the guy kept on showing us that the almana in Morocco, the first 4 months and 10 days of an almanas, she wears all white. So if you go in the market and you see somebody all white, it's an almana. That's an almana. Almana. Yusuf. You know, she didn't tell you guys? This is telling you, showing you maybe 5 minutes. No. Okay, so how do you know? Maybe they're making it up. Maybe they just want, collect money or whatever. No. Says Gemara. And they also have something interesting. They're not going to get married for 4 months and 10 days. After they get married. No, we have 3 months. One of them, get married. White children. Everybody knows you. Come on. Ask me if the men are supposed to work on this session. Ema. But the owner, the cousin Rahmana, that's the Gemara. Tell you more of the Gazal. Talking about eagles and birds. So I have a little bit of supper today, a little bit of a snake. That's the question. First thing that I've used when it comes to Shavuos, huge. I'm already 53 years old. Every year, I'm Makam prayer again. So what are you doing the last year? And the same passion with Shoshana and Kabbalah. These Kabbalahs I'll tell you. Read a Kabbalah today that you didn't do last year, and the year before, the year before. Enough already. You tried, you failed. What are you doing? So, this is slavery, says. This is slavery. They call it Yom Tov. This is what this slavery says. The SOS them are coming to the show. So obvious when they like carry you on the wings of an eagle. And the Raman says, I'll bring you to me. So says Rashi and Pilim over there. Why is the show? What's a nesher? Nesher means that it's feathers. Mosher. It's a Mosher. That means that you fall out. The feathers of the eagle fall out every single year, says Rashi. Look it up today. Every single year they fall out. It's called molting. Molting in English. The feathers of the eagle, even its wings, it says, wings, yeah, wings also. Something with a little twist, with a little says, maybe not this I saw my porch. And the Lord wants to come at the shield. He's welcome to come. No, I'm just kidding. There's a bird on my porch, not a pigeon. The other bird, the one that makes all sounds. That's what it's called. It's very, make any sound for a tractor or a lawnmower. They could actually imitate human beings. It's not a parrot. It's brown, black bird. No, they're all over the neighborhood. They're mean birds. Anyway, they're on my porch. They built the nest there for weeks. And Elia came to the nest, knocked it down. I saw this with my own eyes. The bird came. It was in shock. It just spent, I don't know how long he's building the nest. So I'm in the right spot. And then it jumped to the floor to my porch and I found one branch. He swept it up. So one branch was there. The branch, put it in. That was the Hanafas of Akina. From that moment on, it was 3 weeks ago, I came back from Morocco. It's still doing the same exact thing. It and its partner, I know, this one, the entire day, from sunrise to sunset, maybe a little bit beyond sunset, it goes and brings branches. The lighter, every 2 minutes, another branch. What it already had built a month ago, nothing. But, and I look, it's massive. I now have Rahman, I'm just going to let it be. It's not as annoying as a pigeon. And it's every 2 minutes. Is anybody going to give me an award going every 2 minutes? But human beings are not like that. Yeah, you take a cow. What does a cow do? Every single day it's going to walk 3 miles that way. It's going to eat a bunch of grass and walk back 3 miles. So it's right. Human being is not very different. The opposite. Human being goes 3 miles, goes this one day. Next day it forgets. Too lazy. Doesn't do it. It does 4 miles. Everything is different. Every day is a struggle. Not just a struggle for human being. That's what a human being is. So says the Apostle, the Isaiah's plan, I'm having a struggle. That, as the Lord is saying, okay, that's the human struggle. Everybody struggles. Everybody has a struggle, right? You look around you, you'll know. This guy struggles with smoking. This guy struggles with drinking. This guy struggles with going on the internet too much. Whatever it is, everybody in their struggle. But that's a human being. And that's the vote. Every year we have to shed our wings, we have to shed our feathers, and go get. That's why that's the Ganesha. That's why we go with the eagle. With the eagle. That's why it's every year. Every year, you're right, guys. You said you're going to do probably a little bit more. It says you're supposed to do more. But today is a new year. It's a new Shavuos. We'll be a Chassan Torah. We're going to go with the new Shavuos, with the new bread, with new wings. Probably Torah anew. Human beings. That's how human beings do it. It's always, if you're the guy, every single day you're the machine and everything else, you're not a human. Then you're a behemoth. That's the finish here. So, and the Kaddish is not a Kaddish pitch, but this need the hair that an animal. That's what they do. The mamish, they go and they go and they go and they go. We know it from the ants, but over here it's I saw the fish. 3 weeks straight, 15 minutes, another guy, you can't stop it. That's a behavior. That's all. That has no fear. That has nothing. That has no struggle. He's not an alcoholic. He has nothing. That's what he does. He's a branchaholic. He's a whatever alcoholic. But he doesn't think. So for us to say, oh, I should have been like this, and to be all upset at ourselves, we didn't do more with it, then you're not human. Oh, 16. No, it's like that. That's a good one. Keep it about. Hello, Orange. You didn't get the memo. What one? I was talking about his memo. He told me he's coming tonight to help out. And I see him here. It's not. You saw this now? Oh! The ice cream's in the bag. The ice cream's there. You should talk to bring up 2 ice creams. That's what they go. These guys. Are you coming tonight? Bring 2 ice, just 2. But once you bring 2, you might as well bring. Do you guys want? Anybody finish your things? Bring. You want? If Shopsy wants. You want? You want the ice cream? Bring a bunch out. These guys, Sadiqim that came here. Yeah. What does it mean? Wow. Go ahead. Give a shot. Huh? Which one? Misinforming. No, it's fine. No, you can have it. What are we saying? That you built? Shopsy says that every year since this year, every Shavuos builds upon the next and builds upon. Growing and growing. But the Kabbalah are working. What? But small steps. By the way, we have cameras facing the door also. It's not like in the olden days. The camera's right on you right now. The Shoyer bread. You must feel it from day one. From day one he was here. Alright. Let's begin tomorrow. Where are we? Well, by the way, we're only getting to Bayern Torah. We're 5 minutes in. We have 2 more minutes to finish. I don't see the duration. This duration can't be. It's 47 minutes. We can share it. No. Can't be. Ema says the Gemara. I'm a full of that. Ema b'nei Yoina, because of Rasmana. So, well, you know what? Let's make a pshara here. Let's make is it pshara in English? A compromise. Thank you. We're making a compromise. What is it? B'nei Yoina? B'nei means the children, their babies. Great. What about one of b'nei? That means doesn't love. I'm not gonna argue on that. Are you really? Maybe then I could argue. At least give me that one. Maybe I could bring a small pirate also. You can bring either one. No. Give me the B'nai. It's not a check. But the B'nai is down a big, going to life. You agree to me that Bnei Yonah means only the babies, the chicks? So then you have to agree with me that Torah means only the girls. Torah Rabbanon, you would call out Torah from Bnei Yonah Cherim. I would say that all dogs and all pigeons, or the baby pigeons of the world, chicks, are all kosher for a korban. If I ask you, is that true? You'll know right away. You could eat the ice cream. Eat ice cream for a month. I'm serious. Yeah, I didn't even hear him open it up. Vamos. It's much better like this. Smaller go down. The poet says, look at this. Let me show you. I can't. I don't want to. Yes, let me show you this first. This is our youngest artist. Let's call him young.
So good until you're big enough for the Beit HaMikdash. You've been here a whole week and you haven't grown even a little bit.
One quick ad and we're back. Is your kid staying short? Gad launches. 98% of customers report 8 centimeters in growth per month.
God's law. You're somewhat confused. Right over his head. Okay, so I thought it was only for children, that one. I guess it's not for either. Okay. Not for big cultures. They're adults already. So says the Gemara like this. Oh, I was trying to show you the min. If I can find it. I know I saw it. Maybe I saw it on a different dot. Okay, maybe I put on nothing there. That's so weird. Say it. So it says in the Gemara. What I learned from the word min. It says min akar min b'nei ayam. The word min is actually. Not every pigeon or dog is available for the Mizbeach. The Mishnah mentions that when it starts becoming yellow, then you can no longer use it. Oh, here, right here. Okay. You threw it in? Thank you. Fine. But let's see this picture again. This is the title. When it starts becoming yellow, no good. Or the yoina starts becoming yellow, it's too old. Tomorrow, they must have heard shame. When can a dog become kosher? She has evil and becoming gold. Or it's Zayin means gold. They must have been a yoina psulim, and when does a chick become too old? She has evil when they become yellow. Funny, Yaakov Karka, it says Yaakov Karka, when does a pigeon become kosher? So it's interesting, when we had the pigeon here, the little baby, the chick, 2 days ago, what was it, 2 days ago? So someone in the usually screamed out, going, whoa! Not like, something like that. It's a husband, whoa. But Rashi says a lashon here, explains this Gemara, says Rashi, oh, I forgot to show it. I'll just say it. Says Rashi, the young should know this, the day they're born, they are gross. I want to be a father who should call the women of Klal Yisrael. I think all human beings, the day they're born, are kind of alien looking, gross. And as I said it in the Hebrew share, all of a sudden Benny gets a picture from a sister in Mazel Tov or a baby girl. You know, like one of these, oh, that's pretty cute. You know, he's supposed to say, so cute. So what do you mean cute? Gray, the colors, mamish off, face is verschmushed. Oh, what a cute baby. Wow, mamish. Okay. But anyway, that's his most. You don't bring someone like that to a Beis Hamikdash. You bring someone that looks like this, you're going to bring to the Beis Hamikdash, seriously. This guy right over here. Yes, this looks normal to you to bring to the Beis Hamikdash. So Mela, that's what the Lord is asking. So at what point, yes. Tell you. Tomorrow, sorry, Mishialu. Two Ein's over there. Mishialu. What does it mean? You thought it all? Go on though. He said this word explains it. That phrase of Yalu Dom, when the chick starts bleeding, Amos, what does it mean? If he shomed got from me, when it's wing, when it's feather, I guess, wing, it's pulled out of it, glossy dama. Every only enough that a little blood comes out. Really gross, but this is from our one out of two artists. Let's call him that. He's unbelievable. He's a teacher in a school. He teaches AI art, and he's Baruch Hashem. I mean, we haven't seen it for a while now, but it's just if you look at his work is very. You can see right away that he's no longer a baby now. So he kicks his pacifier backwards. He walks up. Anyway. What? Okay. Okay. So we're gonna stop here. I just want to say one thing. There's a Maisa, but I want to make a twist to this Maisa. This is the cover of Shatzi Cohen, the Chavera. There's a Maisa where somebody saw his friend's chicken and really wanted it. He had a pie of his friend's chicken. So he asked his friend if he had the chicken and said no. So what do you do? Just put chicken without asking. His friend comes knocking on the door. He heard his friend knocking, he pulled up all the feathers right away. His friend comes in the house, he's got my chicken back, he's like, I have a chicken. See, it's not your chicken. It's chicken without feather. So we went to the Rav. The Rav said, what did the Rav say? You don't know what the Rav said? Rav said, open up the door, see where the chicken goes. If the chicken goes to the neighbor, then it's the neighbor's. If the chicken stays in this house, it's this guy's house. Efshim can zogin. I'll get trapped zogin. I'll get flagged zogin. Maybe you can say that by the Rebbeinu Shalom, he doesn't look at how long your reckon is, how long your pants are, how long your beard is, how black your hat is. If you have a gun, if you wear green things, that it's nothing. You have to come to the Rebbeinu Shalom basically naked. And where's your head? What direction are you facing? Are you Ben Torah? You go to the Beis Medrash, or you go over here? That's all that matters to the Rebbeinu Shalom. So all these feathers, all the shtusim, and that's Baruch Hashem, say here in MDY, every single day, you have the Chassid and the Yerushalmi and the Tzioni, and even in this room, you have people that say Hallel and Yom HaTzmaut with the bracha, and we have a very small island. So Hallel with the bracha, and his own grandchild, so no bracha. But you get the idea. We have all sorts of people on a typical day. We have people with bracha, without a bracha. I said this before. People that if you say bracha, they'll spit at you, and if you don't say bracha, they'll spit at you. Right? But not in this place. In this place, we come without feathers. There's no chitzoy, because chitzoy is be'etzim, doesn't matter at all. It matters if you're on a high madrega and you're doing the right thing. So, Rabbi Yochanan is here. The rest of those 2 shirim a day. Huh? You got the tzitzis on the outside, Now this is on the outside, direct on this, and what's noch? Geweldig. But 1 minute, it's not, don't worry, it's not going to be short. You don't have to make it a short. You're in bed. Yeah. Yeah, before that, yeah. You have 30 seconds, because it's going to be an hour. 30 seconds. You're the eagle. You're the eagle one. What's like? Says the eagle. So you heard the shir. This is a year that does the shir twice a day, in Hebrew and in English. And I said it's even more than twice a day. Why? Because he puts it in his store and he hears it over and over. Rabbi Sai, I've a freilich in Yontiv, I've bit the Yontiv, Yishkoyach for coming. We'll see you should be Chazik, Chazak, and learn, start. Regular time.
Merit Exclusive, spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com and sponsor at MDY.com.
Extensive collections as purveyors and merchants in Württemberg. She married Hermann Einstein in 1876, and Albert was their first child. Her daughter Maya, or Maria Einstein, was born 2 years later in 1881. Albert's youth was dictated to a considerable extent by his father's business dealings. When he was still a pupil of Hermann Einstein, following the business advice of his brother Jakob, decided to move the family to Munich, a larger city in southern Germany, so 170 kilometers to the east.
Twice a day, maybe even more. So he realized in his store, he sees it over and over. He's the defender of the shir. So people come in and everybody's what's he done? What do you just you show him in the side yeah, over there. You get the sports off. Yes, the defendants. For some people, you're going to get some emails based on some. This might be the first time that they did Shir Shaimer at the beginning day. I don't want today to be the day that you miss. Ayoy, Shabbat Yom Yom Shem Shiva Shavua Last night, the group was busy driving and searching women. We had over 80 women on the group. It's unbelievable. Good success and start with Biddy. First time that we have, I think it's 6 different satellite locations that are doing a special program. Nothing to do with it. Obviously, we can't show the share in their place itself. And we're helping them out a little bit. Use a 1-hour window to register. And that's the register. So, your website, if it's turned to us, I don't know if this is a record or not, but today, my plan, if everything goes well, I'm still going to have right? But if everything goes well, so from now, which is 7:15 in the morning, still, I go to sleep somewhere in the, I don't know if I'm going to go to sleep, but let's say I'll fall asleep after the shir, 1:30 tonight, I'm trying to give you 6 years. After we record to when we do the shir now in English, then the regular shir, the regular program is 6 years. But after we record to and then after it's done, I have to give another shir overnight. And the schedule is right here on the screen. The shir in English is 23:30, which is 11:30 tonight in English, and 12:30 in Hebrew. Okay. This guy writes an Hebrew, the translator. He wrote on the group. Yes, this is the years I haven't learned. The first year when it comes to schools, it's connected to Torah. That's why I was very, very, I was excited. All of a sudden, I was emotional. I feel like tough and I was faith in the Torah. It's a tough year, no, not biggie. No, biggie's not the right word. Bugging, maybe, bugging. Okay.
Which is researching trends in religion for the state. An eclectic scientist who be categorized as a physicist, whose area of expertise covers a wide range of topics such as the discovery of matter, mechanics. Science of describing the physical properties of nature and the atomic atom. Use concerns to measure how vital atoms are beginning to complex research into this subject. Century theory amongst European and North American scientists was the need to travel exclusively in patterns. Yes, this theory complexity existed within light travel, these and other aspects of advanced physics at the heart of Einstein's research into mid-20s. Central physics, which he was studying from part-time throughout the early 1900s and which he completed in 1995.
Very impressive.
Molecular dimensions. His research in the early 1900s was heavily aided by Soviet expedition and physicist
Special edition NDY shots and sector 7 Yao show off Spirit, the Benedict family. Benjamin Schwartz, dedicated as special skills for my entire family and all of Christwell. That's the so then I'm going to read this. Check this out.
This was a time when
reminding me of the email I will read. That's Benjamin. Somebody else. Dear Rebbe, first I would like to thank you for removing my local career. I didn't see that Benjamin Schwartz, but when I saw Benjamin Schwartz, it reminded me of this email. I would like to thank you for removing my love of Torah. I now truly have something to look forward to this course. The Gemara is amazing. The new Gemara is amazing. My family and I are feeling grateful. The story about Rabbi Arba Shushan brought back many memories to reinforce my elementary school experience is not always positive. I feel an artist, Baruch Hashem, and I used to do up at tunes in class. I remember one time I teacher got me very realistic for two of them, but finally got me knew they were too accurate. He took the paper and shoved it in my face. I only had 6 words out of anger. Recently I was asked to attend a peer event and learn the student who had never been exposed to Gemara before. I wasn't sure how to approach it at first. I didn't realize that I already had the best resources available, like even research the data I need for review on YouTube. Within an hour, I had a clear understanding of it. It's infinite. Baruch Hashem is truly inspired. Thank you, David. I wish only the best to you and your families at Samet. Your regards, I can see that with Zara 2025. Shalom Aleichem. You guys from? All of you? And you? Brazil, Shalom Aleichem. Wow, you just said Brazil. Brazil, you're in Brazil. Right? You live in the Amazon. Your father's a chef over there. Wait a minute. So if people come, then you have customers like that? Nothing in Arizona. Homeschooled all things? Wow. Wow. It's the bunch of the time to buffer. Where you got? What is this? What's going on there? Are you in charge here? You the charge. What is it? That's all. I'm not going to tell you. That's me you. They're all probably. Only it's not. My friend is speaking like yellow kind of stuff. Was it a few? Ah, look at that day. Look at that. Mama, that's right. Okay. Let me just say something to get. Someone, what's your name? Hey, that's me. Yes, you're way, way back. How long are you with this year? Oh, wow. Valde, you tell anything? Oh, stop here. You sure? Really, how long? I'll do the exact time. Not in seconds. Forget the seconds. Yeah? So what? Oh, what's your name? Before you live from Montreal. Looking to see got a real like gas up there. Lay down, B. So lay from other side. Okay, you want to do it. What's your name? Yeah, you look familiar though. I saw you through the screen. Yeah. Okay, how long? You love it. Anybody else? You in the back. What's your name? By the way, they sit in the other corner. See, good corner, but in the other corner. Ah, Yassin already took it. Got it. Where are you from, Reverend Levine? Slavic, okay? So which one does the shield? Right? You want to do the shield. Okay, got it. You go to the falafel place? You go to that falafel? It's real nice. No? Okay. What? You do the shield. Change the license? He said it's not concerned. So it's red now. It's also. You got your book about you already? Maybe put him in there. You want to tell us how to change your life? Yeah. Yeah, you like that what? In 20 days. You like it? Yeah. Nicer on both sides. 20 minutes. Okay, beautiful, beautiful. Thank you for coming on. Doctor, as usual. Cooling with 20,000 to Cooling. And Cooling is turning out to be very, very good smile. A lot of fun. A lot of people like it a lot. Very different. Oh, we got some sponsors. Wow. I thought I asked that. No, I didn't do all the sponsors. I'm holding back the young towards. The Masef is back with every time, dedicated memory of every Mary Rich War, Boston, Time Sweet Boy, the Foundation Foundation of Gratitude for the consortium, the alliance, and all the people support of DY, unanimous. Myself, the group is the Gospels, and thank you to Chief Benny. Anonymous for the completely full statement, I reach the song, Kalea Basesta. Beyond Daniel Rosenfeld, Real Simcha. I signed and I have to say, I was a little like worried about them. A 23-year-old couple in Turk, such as old geezer. Me and David Kreinberg and his verses. But they fit right in. Biden accepted that was great. Ari Simon, it was him every Murray Berg and Miriam, Rosenfeld, and Oscar Shefa. Weekly sponsors, special sponsors, which they do like family, a good justice, a fine cement. I can't think, okay. Machine Deer, Mazda, Yaakov, can we have a banging papers, please? Something. Mazda, Yaakov Shriver completing a Mesepta for an 8-year-old cancer patient. That's what it was. And I remember the email, which I forgot to put in again. Basically, not paying back. He met somebody at, maybe somebody wrote me about him. That they were having on the phone. We found out that the kid has Yanamaka. And so he's going to do another Mesepta. It's just the kids. So completing a second for an 8-year-old cancer patient. Howard Wilmer, he is something Mary Kyle and Robert Malcolm, and in honor of Bernie Thank God from the White years ago this week. Anonymous, Malcolm Perry, Oyavich, one of the biggest investors in Jewish education worldwide, 144 schools, Yael Foundation scheme for the merit of Puri Yael and their children Benjamin and Matt. Anonymous, for the merit of Shidduch for Soros Doja Bas, Yitzchak Omein. Anonymous, for the name of Rabbi Shaya, Ben Slav Devorah, and the Yehudim Ben Yehudis. Someone of even Mustatsky, Nachman Ben Nosson Mustatsky, and 60 years old, Yunus the total responses among those strike neighborhoods from schools to success of all our crimes, one of the New York, Roosevelt, Governor Barnosa. NY Kids sponsors the Oasis of Seals, School of Simple and Sego, and Rifkin Yehudis Basar Papaya. NY Art, for the month, with Muslima, Yehonahan Eitan Ben Bashar Bracha. With Muslima Mordechai Ben Esther. With Ayala Daniel says Ben Ayala Esther. We are holding Omar Avino. Yeah, well, just take it back. You know. Omar Avino. We're talking about every bird, every animal, every human being has two types. Very interesting types. Made very similarly, they look like two types. One of them is that's the breathing type, called the trachea. The other one is the esophagus, that the food goes down. What happens if one of the pipes becomes dislocated? What happens to the animal? The animal basically becomes a trachea, becomes dislocated. So it looks something like this. Dislocated. Then he comes with a knife and performs shkita. I have a knife here. Very, very old knife. Over 100 years old. More than 100 years old. This is original shkita knife for bird. Well, I'm going to use it. It's just Grunewald, it says here. Grunewald. Cool. That's the theory. So what happens if the trachea, the trachea pops out on the bird? And you just keep that. So the Gemara says it depends. Omar Rabbeinu Omar the Ravin Barkisi, all the other running by your pesket, in equal Simon Bari, that when it happens with a bird, it doesn't matter. If you buy a bird anyway, so all you need to do is check one simon. The Amara is in Nika. Where you use your finger, you're in the base on Migdash, and you go through the back of the neck of the bird. So if you find out that the trachea was dislocated before you started the street, that's not a big deal. Why is it not a big deal? Because there's no risa and there's no halal. What's risa? This is when you take the knife and push down. You don't go side to side. It's a pressure downward, and that's what Malika is. Malika, you take your nail and you push downward. So obviously there's no risa when it comes to Malika, because that is Malika. Malika is risa. No halal by Malika. This is halada. Halada would mean that you hide a knife under something. In this case, you're hiding it under the simana. So since there's no halada, so there's no problem with equal, the dislocation of the simana. We do a regular skitical bird, a knife, on the other side of the neck, and there's halada. So there is a problem of the uprooting of the sacred. So the more of our human is more called, but with the people, anything that's kosher for the bird, in other words, this whole theory of the neck, that's perfect. I can check over here. So on the flip side, on this side, is all kosher for Malika. On this side is kosher for Shkita, this side is kosher for Malika. Well, kosher for Shkita, and then the Ba'ira, kosher for Malika. On the flip side, on the neck, it's kosher for Malika. That's kosher. But if somebody's kosher, let's say, my bird. A bird. It's a bird that you do a week or two. Okay. And more guests. What's your name? From where? Sit down. You know this guy. Mikey Cooper's father, which one? Oh, yeah, that guy. I see his son. Yeah, so where are we over here? Oh, Pasul. If something by Shkita is Pasul, which is the uprooting of the Bana, then we Pasul by Malika. You just told me, Rabbi, we just said that by Malika it's okay that we're uprooted straight here. It's only when Shkita is the problem. Here it seems like a Pasul. This is where you're right. Ahul, there you go. That would be actually a problem. That would be my focus. Okay. It's not a they don't agree with each other. So when my daughter says by Malika, the uprooted Hana is a problem, and there's another that said before it's not a problem. All my GE, usually my fleches will be also enough. We're going to see a whole city today. We all know no limit is a car accident. An accident, the first thing you do is what do? You have to secure the spine, you have to secure the neck. Many times people think they're alive and everything's going well, and they move, and also their life is over. It can happen instantaneously. Why? Because life goes through the spine and the spinal cord, and if it breaks, if the spinal cord breaks, now you have something called road bustle. Here's road bustle. Road bustle is that area right there with the red area. That's the muscle that holds the spine together. Without the muscle, the spine breaks all day. The muscle holds the spine together. So if the muscle tears and the spine breaks, it's game over. Halachically, this guy is not alive, or this animal is not alive. Halachically. I'm going to ask you a fascinating shaila. There's going to be a big argument now in the room. Get ready. Someone's in a car accident. No later. And his neck snaps. And they do immediate, they have one of those portable MRI machines within minutes, within seconds. The guy goes, with his iPhone, he goes like this, he sees right away that road vessel is torn, neck is snapped. Within 10 seconds, he gets this. And it says, AI says, halachically, guy's dead. Don't need AI. He finishes tomorrow, he's dead. Are you allowed to transfer this individual or Shabbos to a hospital to repair? Because in the hospital, they could repair. But I love these guys. I'm not so excited, but they have to make it painful. Today, we can repair. We can repair. The Shiloh's, because right now he's dead. I like him. Okay, but you might be repairing a dead person. He's dead, Lahaya. That's what we're talking about. We could be talking with you. That's the whole Nakuda. We're going to have a whole thing in a second. We're talking now about an animal, but we're going to get to the human being. You can be going like this, away from his hands. You're doing focus. Halachically, he's dead. And if halachically he's dead, can you be the Chal Shabbos for it? What? So are you arguing with the Gemara? What is in the Veda? What is it? Use Tumah. Use Tumah. Use Tumah. Okay. So You guys don't have much to say about it. Most of you say that he's not. The Gemara, I don't think so. Okay, you're gonna be shocked to hear that which person says also to bring Rav on Shabbos. No, it says there was technology to save his life. Because Allah is a dead person. There's no mitzvah to save a dead person's life. You could save his life. You could revive him. You could be Messiah Mason. But that's not something you can be Messiah Shabbos for. You can't be Messiah Shabbos. It's crazy. I know. What do you mean no further arguing? Of course. The maintenance counselor argues on him. What do you mean nobody argues on him? Everybody, are you crazy? Of course. Nothing wants you that. They're very serious. Everyone wants it. Everyone nothing seltzer. And I brought up all of nothing seltzer. I feel like you. I feel like you. That's I said it because I knew that's gonna really ruffle some feathers there. But now just doing it for the other people. Okay. It's not something that you can excuse. How do you know the right stuff? You don't know any of this stuff. Okay. Okay, so let's not talk about an animal. You have an animal that is bent broke, muscles are gone. He's considered in the video. What does that mean? It means that he gives off a turn. If a cow dies in your backyard, it's Muhammad bin Avela. If you shut the same cow and it's dead in your backyard, there's no turn. This cow that broke its neck and its muscles around its neck, it's considered an Avela. So you can take a knife from today to tomorrow and check. It's not going to help. It's done. He's a goner. I love that he's in a very law and you mix it from beauty. I'm asking you a question. I'm asking you a question. Here, here's a good question. This guy, just answer me with all your feelings and everything. This guy was in a massive car accident. You're about to transport him on trials, but you still shit. You touched him. You have to go to the mix. You touched him. He's going to tell me you. He's literally dead. Right now, you have to go to the mix. What do you mean? So he's dead. Oh, he's dead. You're not even kind of sorry for a dead person. Okay. But Darwin agrees with the Gemara that he's dead. And he gives us from okay, good. So we got someone. We got someone. Emrach is that and Anami Tanina. Noah Kisaki and the Kama, the brother of Esavia. So, this is a famous halacha that when it comes to a kosher bird, is not a mixed one right away, unless you swallow, should we go through this whole thing, which is set up a little bit, but okay, for the new people. A kosher bird, it doesn't give up coma, unless you eat it. Good, so that's the reason. What happened? Oh, Benny, it shows the Benny. So it's actually natural selection. That's all I wanted to say. Beautiful. When you eat the bird, the whole dance in the street, you didn't even see how the old AI, the Tesla didn't really run it over. But when you eat the bird, you become funny, you become red. This is like this. Moses happened. Oh, it's perfect. Thank you for the knife, by the way. Really. But Malika Basaka means you put the knife to the wrong part of the knife. Instead of doing it on this side, he's doing it over here. Not with his finger, but with the knife. So what happens? Well, it's after the time you don't need to be, so you're creating an Avela over here. Beyond this, I want to prove it. If you break a chicken's neck, it's only a treifa, not in the Avela. And if it was a treifa, I'd be able to shuck it and remove. If you shuck the cow, There's no tumor. What if you open up the cow's stomach and you see that it had a giant hole this big in its heart? Is the trait going to die 2 days from now? Too bad. Just did the work. It achieves what I removed in the bailiff. But if you're going to tell me, trait behavior, that when you break the neck, it's only a trait, but not in the bailiff, because he's really sweet alpha. But when I went like this, through the back of the neck, I removed the tumor. So why is it that when you eat this bird, you become pregnant? Finally, something environment in the bailiff. What's my food? All of knives, the knife doesn't have anything over it. Why is the knife hurt? Because this bird with a broken neck is considered a dead bird. It's completely dead already. You can't check the dead bird. You're not a good writer, and the husband is the black slippery crown. Something from the wrong side of the neck is zero. I never had a problem with looking this side, not from this side, that it's going to remove any kind of innovation. Nothing to do with broken neck or not broken neck. You didn't achieve anything by checking it from the wrong side. Upon him, what? Says innovator. Or it could be a trade. I have no right or what. Don't tell me that the knife should have done something, the knife doesn't do anything. And what's the reason that I'm all of it? Kind of very soon when you take a knife to the back of the neck, what are you trying to do? You're trying to do Malika, so you have to do it like Malika. You're not going back and forth, you're pushing. Pushing is both sides. That's like freezer. Nothing. Hiding is that you're going into the neck, and you're not going to see part of them tonight. So others, one organization players that's pushing the pressure down by going there and trying to be like a Malika and going downwards with the knife. Down. I don't want to mess with this guy's knife. Now going on with you, you just have to understand why this is started. You're hiding your knife, so you're pushing it. If you hold pushing, why don't you hold hiding? Why don't you hold hiding? Why don't you hold pushing? What is this trouble start? Another organization, I can't really know this goes. Why is use of pushing, putting pressure, downward pressure, why is that not a pushing? It's not a murder for maybe, but it is a caution. As you hold, you don't have to push. You don't have to put down with this force. You go back and forth. Back and forth break is also a big release. And the man that's not a problem with reset. You go back and forth, you go reset. My knowledge is very nice with that. I mean, all my reason. My knowledge says you don't need the problem of checking the thing from the wrong side of the neck. Because you're putting down with pressure. I mean, like you say, because you're hiding the neck. I mean, look, however, if you tell me, I don't want to beat you up after. What is Kaleva? Kaleva comes from a lesson of a food of a weasel. It's an animal that hides. And the whole animal hides. You can have a rat in your house, you never know that it's there. You see some dropping once in a while, but you won't see it. You make eyes here. Also, the guy. Over here, when you're doing the you see it like even the part that's inside the bird. And it's nothing to do with the sea most of it. I'm a robber. Now the more green. What is this later on? Oh, it's about history of George. No. That's really good. Yeah. 100%. Oh, that's you call it something. The smaller person, outside of the amygdala, it's like shooting it. I don't know the mission for that. It's shooting with a knife. You're doing what you're supposed to do. But it's the wrong way. It goes about. If I rip the bird's head off, is that a Philistine? Then it's in the man. That's what the week is. That's the thing that you do all of this. I mean, I don't mean that if you do the bar fight, it's going to work. But I mean, if you use this knife on the back side of the neck, how's it going to work? I went through right from the freckles and I got to the same level. Okay, well, what's the difference? What's that I did it? No. That we know. That we do is fucking 20 times. It's not such a favor. You're making it right. That's a special condition to make something. Says Gemara, listen to this. Actually, we're going to go into exactly what we were discussing. And we're always actually like actually. Now I have a question. We're not going to discuss this question. If you Mesa, Oymega Moila, if it's true what you're telling me that every time you break the spinal cord and the muscles around the spine, it becomes a break, it becomes an vena. So then it comes out that every time I do a Malika, I'm shifting a dead bird. Because by the time I get to, here, let's do this. Here. By the way, I just want to show you. We got permission to use the school sculpture of David. David showing going to have a whole presentation by him. It's a beautiful presentation. Those of you can stomach it. But this is his picture. Okay? I don't think he's the world's greatest artist, but he did a fine job. And this is what we used to showed up when we were children of boy size. This is what 7.5 years ago. When we used to walk all the way. Both ways up the hill to Paris, we have these pictures. And you look at this picture, I want you to look at this picture. And we had a wrap in your shoes. Look at the feathers around it. Look at Yoshi took from this picture. It's incredible where we got. You can even see the bone marrow. The texture of the bone marrow. You can see where the spinal cord goes, the hole. Anyways, look at the muscle texture. Everything is, and the feathers. I love the feathers around. Well, that's how a bird's neck looks like. Okay. But little feathers around and around. Beautiful. So, now once we see this, so we're going to come, this guy's going to do the meat up from where the red arrows are. He's going to punch it through the meat. I wish I was able to stop, but I forgot to tell you I should stop in the middle. It's a, hold on. So that's what we're talking about. Again, he goes right through the right muscle. He rips the muscles, he breaks the spine, and only afterwards he gets it kind of over the vessel in an oilo depot. In a millisecond, the bird died by hitting the spine. By the time I got to the punter's vessel, if I was able to pause it, it'd be great. But I can't, and now I can't even do anything here. I don't know why. But he's dead? Too late. I just shot a dead bird. I just didn't leak it for a dead bird, actually. Says the Gemara, but the Messiah made a couple of fire, but the Lachela saw, the Baish they see on him. There's just two. He's only two that's the bird that you can check when they send you this. You can leak it. That's an other one. I thought she only had severed one of the two tsunamis. We'll see. You're not allowed to sever two, only one. And other you're not sever both. But how do I sever both? Once I severed one, it's already dead. By the time I get the second one, it's a good bird. What did I accomplish by severing two tsunamis? Which you may say, over the money against the Maya. I don't like the Stella. I think that it's a one motion thing. The Torah says this is how you do it. It's not a dead bird. By the time I'm done, it's dead. Hey. No, I can answer. I wasn't doing the time, but this is a better. I killed the bird with one symbol. You're asking me the bird is dead? You're right, the bird is very dead. So why am I cutting the second symbol? Just to separate the head. That's the mitzvah. Separate the head. I'm going to show you the video soon. Like to separate the head. So tomorrow, the Aki ceremony, if you're talking about separation of the head, so you got to go like this, you got to separate them. The skin is also super important. You have to cut. It doesn't say, oh, you have to cut the skin. It says you have to cut the skin. But you need also to cut the skin in order to get a separation there. Tomorrow, I'm not going to speak about Abdullah. So you can't about Abdullah. Whatever is important to speak of, in other words, what if the bird has a cut in its skin? Doesn't have skin over there. The skin pops open. Are you allowed to do a Malika and a skin is big? Yes. It doesn't say anywhere that the bird has to have skin. And you know that's why you're not talking about the skin, you have to separate the skin. That's more the needs, the money more done. This is a certain Rabbanan, not the ones that we learned before, but the Rabbanan that says that you don't have to do an entire report. You don't have to do right, 51%. You don't have to do Shkita, Abdullah. How's it possible? You don't have to go. You can do literally like this demonstration over here. These are not big people, right? You don't have to go through it here. It's enough you do both. In order to separate the head, I have to go through with it. It's knocking his feet. It's not knocking his feet up, but it is knocking him out there. More Alaima, so let me just switch it a little bit around, and then we go with the Sugya. Alaima says you have to speak the Yosef Bagdala. Whatever's in the Parsha of Shkita is in the Parsha of Bagdala. In other words, the Simanim is in the Parsha of Shkita, so it's in the Parsha of Bagdala. But Shkita is not even in the Parsha, so it's not in the Parsha of Bagdala. It's not in the Parsha of Shkita, it's not in the Bagdala. Very Shkita in Bagdala. The Chabad of the base, by the way, you'll be surprised to see the sounds of it, and then you understand all the football. The rub has his wife and I understand. By the time the person gets his fingernail through the spine and the muscles, it is dead, and now he's doing the ethos at that point. What's the point of severing the piece of it? And the Rava, I have an idea. Let's get at it. Ain't no the favorite way. So this is the way to do it. And we're going to say this 3-4 times. We're going to have a bunch of people. Like the children of Breakers. Very good. Everyone see it. Let's look at it up. I just sort of this out. The first way is going down the muscle. But there is a way, according to the super school, I understand it completely, but if you hit the muscle from the side, that's not going to kill the animal. In other words, there's enough support around the spine if you come in from another angle. And the main yes, the spine is broken, but the animal's not dead. I can sit in the vein. Like the children, I'm afraid he doesn't break or sever the muscles. Says you know because you're actually body. Exactly. One of those days, just had the other day, 3 days ago, we had his day over there swell, and he said over there in the Gemara that he made out lies, he never intends to go back. That's why he put on the swell. So when he went there swell, he measured that. Yes, I don't know what I'm saying. He's doing it. So he asked him a bomb question. He asked him all this question. He drops the bomb and says, "Look, you made something in the way. What's the shot? If it's true that the animal becomes innovative by breaking the spine from the muscles, then you're accepting a dead bird." Very nice to show trouble. There's a possibility that he is about a minute. He's sitting here and he's not going to let me think about it. He said, "You know what? Let me help you out. Malay, maybe I don't know. I came with a question, but I have a good answer. So he's choosing my presence. Maybe he's supposed to talk about something. Yeah? Rami said, okay, I will see that. Everybody says that? What does the article say? Are you in the article? Who said to who? No, and then what? And then who? Oh, no, it makes sense. It's so short, Father. On my legs. And then he answers. No way. Oh. What did he write to say? Well, the Bible says, the Hebrew says that God was clear. That's so wrong. I started using the Hebrew now. I started using the Hebrew more than English. This time around, I said I'm going to go. I do a lot of the notes. And now I start doing the Hebrew, okay? But now I missed that one. Okay. Explaining to some other MLA notes you have a right over here. The article itself is very weird that it contradicts itself. So explaining to some other, I will tell you that I noticed that it's a color to me. Usually the notes in the English are much longer than the notes in the Hebrew. This guy, these two doctors, the Hebrew was making me nervous. Which one of those? So let me take a look at the English. That's not from English. So obviously we weren't imitating each other, and that's why I was speaking it. Let's go from the English to the English. So you might have to say, "Father, I'm going to go away." I take it to my face, really robust. I'm going to hit the monkey. I'm sorry. We say also how do you do Malika for the bird that's a papa. But the children of it, so again, this idea of not using mercury. Also, you get eventually a comment, focusing enough of the Rigo Rose of Simo. So now, listen to this. Once you get Simonim, you do the Fabish Kibin Simonim, you get eventually a cutter. Then focusing on epic for you, though. One for most of it. Yeah, listen to this. The Rose of Simo. Now you have to go back to your job. For nothing. I just want to say real quick, there's a guy I noticed there, huge guy. Really got there. You know anything, bro? You really good? So, you guess who you got? Come on. What's your name? From where? That's really you. That's not Yossi. No, I haven't seen anything. Wow. Nothing wrong with the twins. I don't know if I ever met him. Oh, I tell you that. Okay, so like him. Is your father in life too? Yeah, okay, yeah, family. Okay.
Shortly after the bombings, he declared that the time is come now when man must give up war. It is no longer rational to solve international problems by resorting to war. He subsequently expressed his regret that his research on the molecular structure of the world and the concept of mass energy and equivalence, which he had first published in 1905, had contributed towards the development of nuclear weapons. Years saw Einstein continue to research and publish these impressions of his breakthrough demonstrated how much he could accomplish. Nevertheless, for instance, in the late 1940s, he developed what he referred to as his unified field theory, which he published
No, you better. If you're getting some drugs, I know you are.
as a more generalized theory.
Who's the guy who gets you? What's your name?
Unified field theory
From
was
where?
to develop a single
Someone
unified
from Willis,
theoretical
Victoria.
framework
Found it. Okay, wait a second. You got to continue over here. Otherwise, I'm going to be here tonight till 4 in the morning, finishing off these back.
throughout the first half of the 20th century to develop such a
Hold on.
unified theory.
I'm slightly dehydrated.
With acceptance across the academic community,
Where's the mayor?
Einstein's theory attempted to incorporate
We are.
elements of his work on general
But I was getting into Club Simon and Einstein. This is super interesting. You know what I'm going to say? What is this? But I only have to touch both, sever both in completely, or not completely. Okay, both. It makes no sense. You got that Einstein. So don't you have to put seven of completely. Three of them are good shooting off my race now. You're not allowed. Not a sever them. You only need to do right. So why are you telling me three things that are contradictory? Either right, pick one. Go with one, right? Right. Or cut the whole thing, cut the whole thing. Don't tell me both. So it's the working no, very simple. You're telling me two sheepers. Amos Schneider in the Rabbanim, Ray Schneider in the Rabbanim. It's two separate sheepers. They got it all the up to the top. One is right. Because in my body is loving the thing, it's one sheeper. My Schneider, she's dirty in Schneider. So what is the dirty Schneider? Says right like this. Look at Tila. You have to cut it completely. But you do it in a way that you can see that there's a way. Run it together to 51%. And no human being, 51% doesn't see that you do it. It's 49. It's also complex. It's the other. That's the difference. Okay?
Since Charles Darwin's theory of natural selection half a century earlier, Einstein's work was
okay? So now we're going back to that suit I said before, the teleplay. I know it's a very hard to make understand that. Maybe we can find someone else before. But that's the only one I understand. No, I understand not 100%.
apparent how Einstein is
No, the nucleus is dead.
society.
You're saying, if you let him get 5 times, easy saying so. If you let him get 5 times, there's nothing, you're driving back. So focus for human beings. Honorable Shmuel. Honorable Shmuel, this paragraph is Virali, Dr. Imam, Muhammad, the Oil. What's to the soul of my son? Check this out, Bible. This is a new one for today. This is to the soul. For some reason, if you read that person for room, this will happen.
This was and remains the primary means of communicating research for academics working in the hard sciences. Such books as
The whole room becomes common. Direct. It's turning, the whole room becomes common. So, as soon as a person's neck breaks with the muscle, he's a goner. I love it. He's just in the top of the whole room. You're saying, oh, tonight's Daily. But what happened with Daily fell off his chair, and it says in the past, Masrekas, for those who thought it says in the past that he broke his spine. It doesn't say anything about the muscle, and the puzzle is telling us something. The puzzle saying he died out. So there are fragments that you become. A person dies for bringing a fragment. He's more than 80 years old. 98 years old. Vayita escrita luego de Cristo over there, Vayita Mala, she's like the rabbit, the backers, the shark, that we show in that property, the oil is kind of broken, right? He's up there, he's covered, and it's also heavy. He's old, he's also heavy. He's up in the age, he's old, this part of it is heavy. So there's an added factor here. Once you add the age to the person, then you understand why he died. My boy said, here's a beautiful video. I'm just going to ask you, if you have something in your mouth, like a drink or something, you couldn't swallow it. This guy is a muscle releaser.
Passionately curious, he never acquired the trappings of wealth or fame, and indeed visitors to his home in Berlin in the 1920s were America in the post-1933 period, which in many struck by the modesty of the abode, where the most lavish adornment was usually a piano so that Einstein could play the classical music he loved. His family life, it must be admitted, was difficult. His two biological sons went to live with their mother after she and Albert separated in 1914, and thereafter their relationship was somewhat distant. Hans later immigrated to the United States in 1938, where they reconnected. Edward remained in Europe, and despite maintaining a correspondence with his father, he never saw him again after Albert left for America in the early 1930s. Edward later developed psychiatric problems and was institutionalized in Zurich. Albert's marriage to Elsa was also strained long before her death in New Jersey in 1936, and it has been widely speculated that Einstein retreated into his scientific inquiries at times as a substitute for his own weaknesses when it came to emotional relationships. Holding a lifelong aversion to violence and
It's based on a true story. It's based on a true story. Yeah. Talking about it.
his political views.
One thing I learned, if you're on a fish like this, let's say you go fishing, you do it, you go fishing, right? You shouldn't be going fishing if you do it. Because if you catch something, you don't know what to do with it. You get lost. But, notice, I'm telling you, I got this home. My wife, what? What do you do? You caught it this way, that way. I'm telling you. The pop is the two shots. There's a few guys. Ellie, who's Ellie? He's not even here today. Who knows? Anybody in this room know how to fillet a fish? Seriously. Oh, straight up screaming. The guy who sleeps outside of his house, and he's in the backyard. There's 3 people there. And you don't know exactly. Okay, out of 8 people in this room, 3 knew how to do it. So anyways, if somebody cuts a fish, because he's trying to fillet a fish when it's alive still, azari. So if you do that to a human being, obviously you're not going to show a human being. If you cut him like that, immediately he's coming out. The guy could be talking to you, he could be screaming. No, he's a dead man. As long as he's dead, everything in the room becomes common. I'm like, so what is in the guy? It's talking about he did it on his back. Yeah, like this. Not on the front, on the back. So Yoshi did this. I was very excited. Holy, Yoshi, what's that for you? Yesterday, Lala, yesterday he cut it like that. I said, come on, you have an opportunity. Let's show the opportunity. So you're right. So you did run into no, this. This is what I was hoping for. That's a good story. I don't know about his little opening like that. This is more like this. So something in Mario, I'm so used to in the Veda. It becomes in the Veda. Okay, so to understand Pshat in the Gemara, this would be more like this, okay? I got a nice zinc cut somewhere right down. By Zainab, it's in the Veda on the spot. All of those are Mikal Yarn from Palestine. You take the tip out, and the inside, the Veda. What does that mean? So you come to the Veda. Now you can understand more, okay? If you chop off a cow's entire head from the inside, I don't think the cow, I think the cow could live a little bit, in my mind. It doesn't matter, 5 minutes. Okay, so 5 minutes, it's in the Veda, it's a perfect tree. It's going to and you touch it and you become covered. So, but take it down the Palestine, on the Rava, so to the roof of the nearest Kasera. Here, we have a beautiful picture of it. Here's it's missing. And when it sits down, removes it. You can still see that's missing. That's how much is missing. From the inside, then that's considered from the Veda. Not awesome. What's your shame? You have Shmonish Ratzim. I forgot to put the charter. Shmonish Ratzim. I think you're practicing. The top Shmonish Ratzim is wizard. That's the number 1 this time. We call it a rat. Let's say it's 2 and 1 and are 7. It's 7. Even though it's jumping around, playing it's a puma. Why? You know that so if I guess you're gonna have a video of this, a real live video. Here we go. I'm not exactly sure how the guy cut its tail, but it's cut somewhere. Shortly after his death in New Jersey, ashes were also scattered at an undisclosed location. So if you just the top of the tail is pop up in the middle. History of science, so significant. That's what it is. Okay, so let's do it again. The guy's coming close. Perhaps what is most unusual. But even in the room, there's but anyways, everybody understands that there's no light in that thing. So as it's moving around, there's a nerve system. It's not alive, it's not a living thing. So anyway, over here also, if you chop off the side of any kind of the explosive, it's not light. It's a dead thing, it's just moving around. It's not, like Shkita also, they show you, actually, in Shkita, the wolf is like a bug. It has, you make sure it has the right, but it's not part of, it's not alive. It doesn't. It's not the whole time, he's your mama, Simona Martinez said it, Ravashi Omar, Rabbi Mani, says your name is Rimani, Kapla, so he's like, that if you're going to see the second what that means, right. All you're reading on that, Kapla, so it's like, we're a bunch of it, so we can, is it a focus here, but not a focus. Are you saying that it's light? Or that you have to separate completely like Rabbanan? What do you mean that? Sorry. Are you saying the same thing as Rabbanan? That there has to be a complete separation? That is not a focus? I think that that's what are you referring to something slightly different, not a complete severance? Alright. And then there's a focus. Then this Kabbalah says over the Shimon No, we don't know. Because I was going back to Simonim over here. We're talking about Simonim. Yeah. At this point, right, they only talk about Simonim. So it says, Kabbalah says over the Lord will Shimon. No, we're talking about two different things. One thing says there has to be complete separation of the Simonim, and the second thing is only way. If you down here, if you look Shoma, it's a Damish, it's a complete separation. If you got to over Rami, and then go over the regular Shimon, you understand it's only a way. So I don't know what's the sign of this is the answer to this. So when somebody does a system of errors and he doesn't have money, he doesn't have money for a real telephone, for an animal, he can bring two birds. Says in the Bible, he said, yeah, the other day said, the Avis Hashem is so you two dogs, the snake and the young are two young pigeons. The dogs are old, the young are young. That's so for patos, that's the boys. It says like this. The chicken later, this is possible to say. No, like supposed to be down or something. It says, the Ace Hashem Yasin Oila Kamish. The second bird is to make Oila. What's the first bird? The classic. The second bird is to make Oila, and the key word is to Mishpah. So to me, like the bird you just did, which is the classic bird, or to me, like the hadas animal. If it's the hadas behemoth, I think, and I chose them to be like hadas. Well, the original hadas behemoth, maybe it should be like the hadas oil, and the hadas oil, bird, you don't say the bird, only one. You should only be krivol. By the oil, it says, the krivol, you should do it, only it, you should be market. What are going to be hadas oil, so is it different between the two birds? We're not even out to Mishpah. What do I do with the Mishpah? Should be like the same laws, according to the laws of the first one. The Mishpah hadas behemoth. I do learn from behemoth. The hadas behemoth in a ball. Oh, this is a good question. No one got it wrong last night, so I'm just going to ask the question. You want to give money to a poor person as your matanas levyonim. Are you permitted to use your meiser money? Why not? Why not? Oh, he said it like Tamil Kevin. Say it aloud again, Gil. You cannot use meiser money. Couldn't said it better. You cannot use meiser money for appeal. And matanas levyonim is appeal. Anything above the minimum, yeah. Yes, anything above the minimum. Correct. Good point. Yes. So, Mamela, I have to bring a carbon, I have to bring a bird. But I use my Meiser Sheni money. What's my Meiser Sheni money? I had a bunch of apples, and I didn't want to schlep them up to Yerushalayim for my Meiser Sheni. I had to eat these apples in Yerushalayim, so I trade them into cash. And now when I eat the cash, when I come to Yerushalayim, I can use anything with the cash. I could buy steak, I could buy beer, I could buy anything with the money. So I want to buy a bird. A bird for a carbon. What's the difference? No. That now. It has to be from Kulman. And you chef these birds in the day. Will be other amanas with your right hand. That's what I learned from the Mishpat. I learned that I only saw it in a Balam and a Kulin. Say the thing here. Turning the DAF, sponsored by Dr. Global Specialist in International Financial Services. I'm Murad. The Nishma Simu Mirasi. That Falato Bas, Yitzchak, Allah Shalom. Says Gemara, Yimala Alon, Baruch Shnayim, Afkan, Baruch Shnayim. By Chavis Behema, by an animal you have to chef. Both Simon and Roy. And the Goymar, Umolak Victor by Oila, Udava, it says, Umolak Victor. Let me show you this video from Zvatim. And you'll get a much better understanding. This is how you do the oil side. You go to Brum's Mizrachis, take the bird, you see it doesn't have a head on, you smear the blood on that corner. Now the head, you also smear by itself individually, and the head and the body go onto the Mizbech in separate sizes. Two different trips. It's a pretty big catch. He goes back, and then he does the same thing to the body. Okay, so that's what it says over here. When it comes to putting the animal onto the mizbeach, the head is different than the body of the melika. So too, when it comes to melika, you sever the head. You have to sever both simonim, and you have a separation between the body and the head. He's going to finish off with this. Boys, to remind them again, tonight English is at 11:30 and Hebrew at 12:30. Rabbi Shmuel Oimer, Hamishpat. It's the word Hamishpat, right? It's the word that we had in the beginning. It should be the same halachas. I argue. It's not like a chatas behemoth. Chatas ha'ayif. The chatas ha'ayif, where do you do it? You have to do malika from this part, not over here, from the back of the neck. Also, maybe you should only do one simon. Maybe you should only do one. No, the krivoy, but the other says krivoy. And the Mela, it tells me I can do Simone and Rabbi Sab, and Yontif, and what?
America's Swiss is spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today.
Good morning, Rabbi Isai. Welcome to all the Choshvi guests, including myself. I wasn't here yesterday. I'm under the weather. I have a little bit of a virus. Still in the same matzah, basically, but we're getting better. Bezrat Hashem. The shaila is if it happened from the monkey. So we have a raya. If my wife gets sick, well, this is the first time I really hope she gets sick. She's getting sick. She started complaining. So then I was feeling a little safer. Otherwise, I have a problem. Why? But also the siyata, the Shmaya said, that nothing went wrong. This could have happened during the trip. It happened at the tail end as I landed here in Eretz Yisrael. We went to a hotel program, our hotel program, that the whole hotel got sick with this thing. Even my wife had to have liquids, what is it called? Fusion, IV. Yeah. So I just received this from Chaya Rivka and Meyer Fisher, Reflections from the Morocco Trip. And I'm reading this because we're in Shloshis Yemei Hagbala and the Chashivas of Torah. This is not a regular trip or an excursion of any sort. It was a special opportunity of connection and deep appreciation of what true Torah learning looks like and encompasses. The highlight was definitely that the entire day revolved fully around when the daf will be learned with Rebelli. The schedule was planned around this and adjusted to fit the situation as needed to do the daf both in Hebrew and in English. This is a true Kiddush Hashem. Be reminded that no matter where we are, Sahara Desert, on Camel, or Marrakesh Market, the priority remains the commitment we have to the Shir and Teres Hashem. This is a true inspiration can only happen with the remarkable devotion of Eli and his Chashuv Rebbetzin. Being with so many people that all have a part in this Torah learning was a truly humbling and special experience. We're so grateful to have had the opportunity to join. Thank you to all who organized and orchestrated the entire program and schedule, leaving out no details. Sometimes you want to take a break to recharge and fill your cup emotionally or physically. But this experience filled a spiritual cup with added chiyus toward Torah. Mitzvahs, and a better awareness of being Adam Chaveiro and Chesed. To understand and feel the impact of Torah learning in the daf, but more than that, how it infuses one with chizuk to keep Torah Hashem on another level, to include others on a higher level of chesed. It is truly an inspiration. Ashrecha Rebelli for all you do with the unwavering support of your Rebbe and with the utmost yad d'shmaya. Thank you for allowing us to be a small part of something having such an impact on us, our family, and the entire Klal Yisrael. Hashem should bench rebellion as Rebbe with Torah to continue bring Torah. He's got so much mazel brach and nachas for many years to come. Meyer and Chayrif official. And now I want to show you a small clip that Ari Chaim once put together of just Torah, just the Torah parts of the shir. I had to wear those headphones so I didn't hear noise from the outside. That's my mashbach. You saw the guy? Oh, he's great. Listen to the song. It's incredible the way he sings it. Shver Chari. Unbelievable. All right. We'll jump into the shir. I don't know if this is Naget to people here. Maybe, yeah, a lot of you, the women here, speak Hebrew. So the incredible Dudi Braverman is giving a shir to our women tonight at 9:30 on Zoom. So there's a link somewhere going around. Check it out. He's unbelievable. If you understand Hebrew, it's really Kedai. And from the Palchik Family Foundation, check this out. Having some serious FOMO about missing the Morocco trip this year. You have FOMO? I don't know. I don't want to. Okay, no, it was terrible. Having some serious FOMO about missing the Morocco trip this year. I'm sitting in Manhattan overlooking the busiest bridge in the world, learning the daf by myself, but not feeling alone. Many outwardly successful people spend their lives searching for a deeper purpose, the opportunity to devote themselves to a cause greater than themselves, and to genuinely impact the lives of others for the better. I dare say that we have found that in MBY. Best, Naftali Palchik, the Palchik Family Foundation, Yishur Koyach. Let's jump into it. Breakfast sponsored by Shaya Spear of London, UK. Welcome home, Rebelli Stefanski from Morocco. Poor money secured. Now let the party begin. Okay? Sfiras Oimer. Lefus had more vision shlita. Vegdushis Morim Bishrob and Leia Esther Lefus Shlema. Maybe it means because we're reading those Purim things. I don't know. I should really say Severe Soimer. I don't want that guy who could have missed the first, almost on the last day. Hayoim, Shmoina, Varboim, Yoim, Shem Shisha Shavuos, Vishisha Yomim, Boimer, Loimer. It's Rebelli's fault because he forgot to say it in Shir. Serious Soimer by Anonymous for the merit of Rav Shlomo Meiro, the Rivka Sarabas, Chayat Dvaira. The Masechta Zev and Yael Shulhoff, the Perik, the Benedict family. Daf Chof, Kobi and Eti Moses, the Zechanish Masfrumat Pastor by Avram Yaakov Eliel Shalom. Shulman, Dalit Sivan Tafshin Samaches. The Shir, the Masechta sponsored by David Saleh, dedicated in memory of Avi Meir, Shmuel, Baruch, Better Kain Tzid, Doiz, Rechon Bracha. The Palchik Family Foundation, a graduate the consortium and the alliance, and all they do to support MDY. Anonymous, Atzlach Rufus of Agashmis, and thank you to Chief Benny. Anonymous for complete before Shleiman Arichas Yom, to Leah Bas Esther, the Yoman Danielle Rosenfeld, the Brios V'Simcha. I'm thinking here, this is the Cheetah Man. What happened? Nachmal to all the new people. We're on safari in Serengeti. The hardest thing to see is a not a kill, a catch, a chase. An ending of the neshama of gazelle, and because we didn't see one, and we were on the way to the airport, and we were driving for 2 hours. We haven't seen a single animal, not even a giraffe, not an elephant garnish. And somebody said that if he sees a kill, he's going to give a certain amount of money to MDY. So the next guy in the thing, the kids here, how much money total was raised in that Jeep, Avi? $12,000. And a few minutes later, we saw one of the best chases, kills possible. It was a cheetah chasing down a gazelle right in front of all our Jeeps. It means that every single person on the trip got to spot, which was extremely rare because we never had all the Jeeps together. And the chase was in circles, kept on happening right in front of us. It didn't go far away from us. It was in front of us, over and over. Boom! And then by the chop itself, it was higher grass. It wasn't that gory. Okay. Today, in this trip, we had something that we went to Lala Slika and everybody cried there. We didn't know when we prepared. We didn't know that it's going to be your yard site the day that we're supposed to go to Cave. So which is a bigger, yeah. A little bit of chase. Yeah. It's true. People, it's usually when you have a trip like this, there's going to be the naysayers and the people that feel like, wow, why they... This trip allows us not to do a charity fundraiser, which is, it's one of the reasons we do it, because our Taimchem, they support and they help, and otherwise we have to go through the whole process of charity, and you know what it is. Some people like it. Some people say it's a good thing, and I hear it. There's even the Taimchem, some of them say we should still do a charity. Everybody should feel part of it. But anyway, I want to point out that everybody that came on the trip paid their own way. MDY did not pay for anybody to come. It's an appreciation trip. We put the trip together and we give it that cost, and it's a very cheap trip for anybody that pays, but they all pay. Because I had already some people, emails, oh, you're taking our money, and if yes, it's not the end of the world. But Dagenisht, concentrate on the daf reviews. Next year, Be'ez Hashem, HaKadosh will give you the opportunities that you can give and give and give, and we'll take you also on the trip. The way it works is that if you donated $30,000 from DY, then you can pay $6,000 and come on the trip, or $10,000 if it's a couple. That's how it was. Those were the numbers. All right. Zok the Gemara. The Gemara. Anonymous. No, I'm still in anonymous. No, those were all in by... Yeah, but the woman, let me just finish this. Anonymous, for complete refuah shleima and arichas yom to Leah Bas Esther, Yom Danielle Rosenfeld, Brios V'Simcha, Simon is a monthly sponsor for Shleima Abi Mari Baruch and Miriam. Remind me to drink. I'm not joking. Yom and Danielle Rosenfeld, Parnassah B'Shefa. Spanish Shir sponsors, wishing the MDY family a good Yom Tov and Chag Sameach. Thank you. Yishkoyach, I love this sponsorship. Meshulam Deer. Hold on. Mazel tov to Yaakov Shriver completing a Masechta for an 8-year-old cancer patient. No, he wrote me a beautiful email. Okay, hopefully we'll be in there tomorrow. Meshulam Deer. Maybe it was anonymous. It was a beautiful email. Howard Wimmer. In honor of Bernard Liebtag, who got me to MDY 2 years ago this week. Anonymous. Mazel tov to Uri Palyavich, one of the biggest investors in Jewish education worldwide, by the Yale Foundation team, for the merit of Uri and Yale Palyavich and their children Benjamin and Matt. Anonymous. For the merit of Shidduch for Sarah Golda Bat Rivka. Oh, my good friend. And he got us the naming of the building. You'll see the naming of MDY. Louis Colum made a shidduch. His youngest daughter, Shira, is engaged. I already forgot who. But Mazel tov, Mazel tov. Anonymous before Shlomo for Avram Yishaya ben Slavet Goren, Ruchen ben Yudis. Shlomo Rabbi Mostavsky, Nachman ben Nasa Mostavsky on his 50th yard side. You will see them. The Malone family, Lezech Nishmas, Mordechai Boaz ben Avram Yosef Blumkin, who at the age of 80 received smicha. At the age of 80, he received smicha, Rabbi Yisrael. By Mati Stengi, Mazel tov to Yehuda Stengi, MDY graduate. Remember, he used to come every day? The thing. To who? No way! Gili's daughter. And Ariella Bar Chaim on their engagement. Wow! That's Mamisha MDY shidduch. Yeah, he has a lot of Akar Satoif to MDY, Mati. Ezra Abrams, in honor of my Shas-iversary. Ezra Abrams, where's Hillel? Thank you, Rebellion, for the past 2,711 days since Zvachim Daf 20. Remember Ezra Abrams, who came over there in the building over there? It's all the way from Australia. I want to say Shalom Aleichem. Oh, Shalom Aleichem, Rebbe Ezra, Mazel Tov, Mazel Tov. What a big simcha. 1,100. All with MDY? Wow. Divaldik. Rebbe Yossi, Seltzach, stand up a second. Show me what you got us over here. Unfortunately, I won't be able to eat it today. I know. What's else there? A cheese chocolate babka. This is loyeg larosh. If the oilam is going to eat it now in front of me, it's going to be a very, very big thing. Very, very bad thing. All right, let's go. Go ahead. Eat. Enjoy yourselves. Go, go, go. I lost 10 pounds. I don't intend on gaining them back right now. Go ahead. You're slicing it up? Yeah, he has a satellite location in his... What's going on there? What's going on? Robbie Schwartz? A little bit colder. Okay, good. Careful, careful. Oh, okay. Shkoya. What's that? No, bar park. Yeah, bar park. HYK Ventures, our boy side, we got to go. Coil sponsors the month. HYK Ventures and the schools for success for all our clients. Beyond Daniel Rosenfeld, Bracham Parnasa. MDY Kids sponsors Innovations LC as a schools for Simple Ben Fagan, Rivka Yudis, Batsi Avachaya. MDY Art, before Shlomo Yonatan Eitan, membership of Bracha, before Shlomo Mordechai Ben Esther, before Sayel Daniel Zev Ben Ayel Tester. Rabbi said we're holding here by the Mishnah. You test on the base by the Mishnah. Hashoichet min azdodim shchitosik sheira. If somebody shechts from the side of the neck instead of, let's say, directly over here, shech from over here. Shchitosik sheira. Rashi points out, unlike all the other Mishnais, hashoichet means only after the fact. Over here it means l'chatchila. You can shecht on the side of the neck l'chatchila. Hamoilek min azdadin milikasip sula. Malika, what's Malika? You take your thumbnail. You have a nice long thumbnail that's sharp, and you go to the back of the neck right over here. You push through. I'll show you a video. There's different types. This is a little gory. Boys, I'm warning the oil. It has blood in it. If you don't like blood, do not look. We're going to get some emails about this one. This is two-handed. He grabs with one hand, punctures with the second hand. It's to lessen the whole effect. This is with the same hand. The same hand does it. Garnish. Or this could be right over here. This is how Yoshi did it. It breaks the spine and the spinal cord and goes through the veshet and hits the corner. Because we're going from the other side. There's a way to show it like this. There's another way. Hold on. There's one thing if a person is sick, he has a virus, with Shimon. There's another thing if he pulls these things out. The voice side. Everybody in Eretz Yisrael has one of these on his porch right now. This is not a big lick. Okay, you're used to this from yesterday. Malika is from over here, this side. Now, this is the head. Excuse me. I think he just decided to do something. This is the head. This is what we call Eiref. This head is an Eiref. The back part of the head down here is called Mimul Eiref. That could see the Eiref. Okay. Finish the job. I saw my customers. I saw this guy couldn't even watch it on a video, an AI video. He's getting all girls. He's gonna finish the job here. If you shech the bird, he just decided to do something. Baruch Hashem, we need a wife. Yeah. I changed diapers before. I never changed a pigeon's. We were in a real tannery. It was unbelievable. That was one of my favorite parts of the whole Morocco. It's massive, should be massive, and they had little mikvahs. 50, 60 little goyros, and people were in it. Real life people were inside these pits that were full of pigeon poop, and they were putting the hides in. Mamish like in the time of the Gemara. And they said that when the Jews left in the 60s, they gifted it to the Goyim. Yeah, they gifted it. They gave this whole, it used to be owned by the Jews, that's why they were nice to us. They said, we're nice to you because, the Jews, it's really a Jewish place. But to watch it, it goes from thing to thing, each person does another thing, and they make buckets per day. They sit in this stuff all day long for making like $10 a day. Crazy stuff. Anyway, so obviously Milika is from the back of the neck. What is it called in English? The nape? Okay. Obviously when you do shchita from the front of the neck, that's a normal shchita. But if you do Milika from there, psula, it's no good. And the Mishnah finishes off, Shekol Oiref, kosher the Malika, the entire nape, that's what you called it. The nape is kosher for Malika. The Kol HaTzavar, the front part of the neck, the whole neck is kosher the Shechita. And then the Mishnah says, Ninsa kosher b'Shechita possible Malika. Everything that's kosher by Shechita is possible Malika. It's on the opposite side. Kosher Malika, possible Shechita. My Eiref. What does Eiref mean? Ilay Eiref Mamich. Eiref means on the other side of the face. This is the face. So Arif is on the other side, but it's on the head. You cannot do Malika on the head. Why can't you do Malika on the head? It's a Mefurish apostle that says, not on the arpoi, not on the head, but mimul arpoi. Yeah, it's a little confusing. What's mimul arpoi? The part that sees the arpoi. What sees the arpoi? Here, let me show you on this instead of the real bird. This is arpoi. This part over here sees the arpoi. This is mimul arpoi. Arpoi, mimul arpoi. Okay. So we have to say that oiref means underneath the head, on the nape. Kani Seifa, and I'll prove it to you because it says, Kol oiref kosher malika. The entire oiref is good for malika. Now, what is kol oiref? Look how small the head is. How are you going to do? What's all? But this entire area, that means that I can understand why it says kol. From here all the way to here is a good area for malika. Kol oiref. If it was a nachamon, they don't stop. It's a natural. Okay. You know what? We're gonna put them back in the thing. Rabbi say goodbye to our star. Check this out. During Shir, they inserted this. This is what we saw. Rabbi said, crazy. Was I exaggerating? This is what we saw from the top view. And there's people in here. Let's see if we can see a person here. Here's a guy inside the bar. You see him inside there. Not shaykh. Here. Yeah, they give you mint because it really smells. Here's the hides all over. You'll see hides. The different. They put a yellow on it in the beginning. We sat there and just were mesmerized by this whole. They take just a regular hide. You see it coming off the animal. They pour some yellow on it. They smear it. They put in this one and that one. Each one, it's different colors. It's really cool. Okay. It's a bursiki. It says they should put the bursiki on the east side, on what side? You put a bursiki on a certain side of the city because it smells so bad. And okay, let me get rid of this. Okay. Zog the Gemara. The Torah Rabbanon, how do we know that it's mimul arpoi, not arpoi? The Torah Rabbanon mimul arpoi, mul haroya, so oiref, what sees the head, which is the nape that sees the head. V'cheinu oimer, v'hu yoshev mimuli. Balak tells Bilam, Behu, Klal Yisrael sitting across from me, I see them. I'm able to see them. So you see the idea of mul is that it could see. You could see the nape could see the head. So now I have another puzzle that tells me that it's not the face, but it's behind the face. It's the oiref. What's the second puzzle for? I don't know what the oiref is. I don't even know what the oiref is. How am I going to know what sees the oiref? So I know that oiref is the opposite of the face. The face is on one side, the oiref is on the other side. In other words, the back of the head. So now I know that the oiref is the opposite of the face. And mimul oiref is down a little lower than that. It's the nape. Amri b'nei Rebechia. The two sons of Rebechia, the famous twins, Yehuda and Chizkiah, they come along and they drop a big bomb here. Mitzvahs Melika Machzer Simonim La'Choyrei Ha'Oiref U'Moyle. You thought that Melika is one way. I'm going to tell you something completely different. Melika is like this. You got to pull the kon and the veshet and bring them all the way around to the nape, to the back of the neck, and then you could do a kvetch with your nail. What do you gain by that? You gain that you're not coming in directly into the spine. The way you do it now is you go to the spine, through the spinal cord, The animal's pretty much dead by that point. And then you continue going weiter into the Kohen Neveshet. It's kind of late, no? If you do it this way, it won't become treif. If you do it this way, it won't become treif. But mitzvahs malika, marzur simonim lachoyrei ha'iref. You take the two simonim, the Kohen Neveshet, and you pull it back behind the neck. Like an Eidu Malika. Yikida Amri, and some say half Machzir. You could also, if you feel like it, you could bring it back. If you don't want to, you don't have to bring it back. You can go regular. And there's another sheet that says only regular. What? That's not what. No. The first sheet of Chizkiya's sons is no. L'chatchila, you go and you do the simonim first, and then the spinal cord. Mitzvahs malika, machzor simonim lachayrei v'moilem. Yeah, the Hikad Amri is now. What's the word in the Hikad Amri? No, so then it's not up. It's not up. Let me twist the head. You're supposed to put your finger in. No, you didn't gain anything. Twisting that, I don't think. Then either you're not going through the Arif, or you did the Simonim. You're not gonna. You have to physically pull the Simonim. Rashi says over here, boys, in the second line. Look at the second line. Ba'avgav the Malika Kshira, also the Kulam Etchilat Soif, have a min hamalika. It's part of the Malika. Ba'avgav Kshira Shoichet. Rashi says, look, we know that if there's a tiny little hole in the veshet, in the esophagus, then it's animal strafe. So when you take your knife and you go in slow motion, you know, those cameras that are able to capture, a million shots per second. So you're like this, and you hit the veshet with your knife, it became treif. A millisecond later, you went through the veshet and you did shchita. But there was a moment where you made this animal treif. That's not a concern. What if it took you 4 times to go back and forth to cut the veshet? It's okay. Even the shchita. So you could say that when you do a malika, that's how you do malika. You break the chut hashedra, and then you go to the kana, the veshet and the kana. But that's how you do it. That's how it's done. It's not, you made a treifa. That's how it's done. Every animal, you make it a treifa somehow in between. Yeah. So the Gemara. Umis Vigad Amri Machzidaf. Vigad Amri Av Machzer. Some say you could also do it like that. Vigad Amri Machzidaf. You must bring the simon to the back so you don't hit the mafrekets, you don't hit the spinal cord first. Umis Tarik Mandoma Av Machzer makes a lot of sense. Like the Mandoma says, you can do both ways. Mimai B'Nitani Hashochem Min Ha'orev Sh'Kasik Psula. Hamoilik Min Ha'orev Min Ha'kasik Sheir. So the Gemara has a beautiful passion. If by Malika you have to pull the simonim to the back of the neck, shouldn't that work also by shchita? Why doesn't that work by shchita? If you pull the simonim to the back of a cow's neck and shecht from the back of the cow's neck, it should work. You just shechted the two simonim. I don't care where the simonim were, in the front of the neck or the back of the neck. It should work. So why? The reason why it doesn't work by shchita is because we're not talking about such a case. It could work by shchita. In the Mishnah it says it's no good. No good. Why not good? It is good. Oh, because we're not talking about a case that you schlep the simonim to the back of the neck. But if you don't schlep the simonim to the back of the neck, it only works by malika when you come from the back. But by an animal, it wouldn't work if you shep from the back of the neck. Again. By an animal, you don't touch, you don't mess with the simonim. And you take a knife and you go from the back of the neck, the shchita is kosher. By a bird, if you don't mess with the simonim, you go from the back of the neck, the malika is kosher. That's what the Mishnah says. It says it doesn't work by shchita, but it works by malika. But the question is, But I do have a way where it works by shkita. If I do mess with the zimana, I pull the zimana to the back of the net, and then do shkita. That's what you're right. In that case, it would work, but that's not what we're talking about in the Mishnah. Omer Rabbi Yaakov, the Kabbalah are raising the Shuvasa and these youngsters, these Yehuda and Chizkiah, I have a great answer for them. It says the last word of the Mishnah comes out that whatever is kosher by shkita, it's possible by malika. Malika, whatever is good by malika is no good by shkita. Whatever is good by shkita is no good by malika. What are you adding to everything that we already said in the Mishnah? The Chor is going to say this halacha that you're not supposed to mess around with the simon and pull it to the back of the net. Or they shame the tzipayra. So I really wanted to ask the Olam in the beginning of Shir, but now it's too late. Is it possible to do malika with another one of your body parts? What else? So according to Tosfos, it would be possible to do with your teeth. Now the problem is, it's a beautiful Tosfos. The problem is that malika has to be done with the right hand. The right. And teeth don't have the right and left. So how do you do it? The right. This brings a raya that you could do chalitza, a woman who doesn't have hands. How does she remove the shoe of the yavam? With her teeth, with her mouth. Chalitza has to be done with the right. So you see that when it comes to your mouth, there's no right and left. The teeth are equal right and left. She says, maybe you could do malika with your teeth. Huh? Yeah, so what? So your nail also has begimas. A lot of begimas. Maybe you sharpen them. If begimas are a problem, you sharpen. But what's that here? What? No. This obviously says you don't have begimas. Here. Avoid side, take a look.
Good evening. We are on the front of the house of a Mr. Shaul Cohen, a local hero who stopped an armed bank robber using nothing but his bare thumb. Security footage captures a terrifying moment. The robber was never expected to, armed only with a razor-sharp extended thumbnail, to fight back and send him running empty-handed. At his home, we realize this is no ordinary man. Instead of a key, Shaul unlocks his front door using his fingernail. He files it 3 times a day, preparing for the biblical bird sacrifice ritual known as Malika in the Holy Temple. The nail is so sharp, he uses it daily to slice open canned food with ease. It's incredible. Earned him an official spot in the 2001 Guinness World Records. Shaul claims his thumbnail is even sharp enough for traditional kosher slaughter. Out of respect for our viewers, we have blurred the footage, but there is no doubt either a truly remarkable local hero. This is Jim Roberts for CBS.
So there are people out there that they grow the nail. So I forgot who it was. One of the Gedolei Yisrael said that you don't have to, because there's no if to bring up Oilas Ha'ois the day that the Beis Hamikdash is built. You have to know all the halachas. You have to know Hilchos Beis Hamikdash and what you have to do with Korbanos, but not necessarily for Malika. Okay, right? Reb Schomburg, you have a Gishmak nail going. All right. Fine. Zog the Gemara. No, Lemute. Change the tzipayin that you should not use a tooth or a nail for shchita. So the Gemara, Hashem tzipayin b'etikanim. I don't need our Mishnah to tell us that. We already learned that. We already had a whole Mishnah about Shan, tzipayin, the Magol, the whole thing, all the things that you can't use. The may be that with your nail, you shouldn't go like this. You shouldn't use your nail as a. How do you do? Thank you. As what do you do? How do you do Malika? Malika is actually drisa. What's drisa? A pressure, forward pressure. It's not a slicing movement of the nail. It's a forward pressure. So there is no drisa, obviously, in Malika. You go like this. And a back and forth movement is no good. And that's what the Mishnah comes to exclude. That's great if you hold it, it's also, but if you hold it, it's okay. What do you do? The Chizkiya hold that maybe is no good, and that's why we have the diuk in the Mishnah that it's possible. So, the Gemara. How do you do Melika? What's the mitzvah? What's the best way to do it? And you cut the meat, the yored, and you go down, you do a drisa. There's no mitzvah, so two things. You cut the skin, go down in one motion, or whatever you do it. There's no mitzvah. So that's it. In 5 minutes. Sorry, we're all going to pay my coins to the Yoredin. Maybe look. The fire over here, you can do that. If you go back and forth, it's no good. Over here, coaching the mother maybe Malika culture. No. Stop. Maybe. Maybe back and forth is great. Well, my Zoom mitzvah, so why did it say only this is the way to do it? Hey, I'm Zoom mitzvah, so it's also another way to do it. Over here, we're only small. Whatever is kosher by shkita, so by the opposite and the other side of the head is good by malika, which is unfortunate. Oh, possible shkita, possible malika. If it's not good for shkita, it's possible for malika. What is the context? Oh, so now we're going to get into a sugya of ikur shima. Thank you, Ben. Remember to put it in. This is the simon, yeah. This is a kana. Ikur simonim just means that this popped out of its place. I don't know exactly how this. Okay, let's say the vesha. You could understand it better in a vesha, maybe. If it pops out of its place, it's not in there. So in a bird, you only have to check one out of the two simonim. But what if one of the two simonim popped out of its place? What would that make the bird? Before you do any shoot anything, popped it out. That would be a treifa. So he says, that the simon is out of its place. It's not an issue by a bird. You're right. It's coming to exclude. They can't do malika on its head. We already established this. The malika is not in the head. The malika is below the head. Says the more my roishoy, shifu roishoy. Which means the bottom part of the head, the tail end of the head, right over here. Let's call it. He went in over here, but went downward. Here, not like this. Take a look over there. You're going in a bad spot, but come down lower. The entry to the malika was in the head. You're not supposed to go in the head. But he eventually got to the simonim lower below. Does that make sense? Lower below. Not really. Further down. He was magrim. He was as agrama to the good. Agrama for the good. And he went until he got below. So this is the case that we have by an animal where a person starts terribly. Like, where was it? This one. The red arrow. He's going in the red. It's in the koiva somewhere. No good. But then he takes a right turn and goes into the Gavas HaGdoila. That's great. Gavas HaGdoila is okay. And he did 2 shlish in Gavas HaGdoila, which is a good shvita. Nevertheless, we say it's possible. Why? Because the animal dies after using the first third of no good and the second third in good. So didn't have a good shechita. Yes, you're right, you continued another third and you went all the way down. But it's too late, the animal's dead by then. I just want to say here, it came to my head, so I'm going to say this, that one of the highlights of the trip, Mark Ashkenazi, as a surprise to me, it was a very special surprise for me. I want to explain what it was. He made a scene on Masechta Shabbos, and it was one of the most emotional scenes that I was at. People were very, very emotional. The reason is because that was the gap that he had to finish Shas with Klal Yisrael. He wanted to finish Shas when Klal Yisrael finished Shas Bro. So he took it upon himself to go to the beginning of Shas, and it took him 3 years of flights. On all his flights from New York to Phoenix and back, he did Daf in Gemara, and he finally finished. And he constantly told me, "Oh, in this Daf, you mentioned so and so. On this Daf, you mentioned people that are new to the Shir, the Kulu." And it was it was also the same Shas kind of thing for him, and for us, it was a very big thing. So very proud of him, and we're all proud of Mark because he does so much for the Shir and so much for Klal Yisrael and Hashem. And for those who are not going to be finishing Shas, by the way, it's exactly a year from now, right? So yesterday, exactly a year from yesterday, I think, we've seen the Shas. So even though a lot of you are not going to be finishing Shas, it doesn't matter. You'll finish Shas when you finish Shas. You'll finish a half a year later, a year later. Drop the Gemara. Just that you said, there's no such thing as ripping out the sin by a bird. So now Rabbi Sai, does a bird need to be shefted? We chef birds all day long. So here's the 3 shittas. One shittas is Moshe Rabbeinu got it from the Rebbeinu Shalom on Har Sinai. The other shittas is more than that. It's in the Torah itself. Make a hekesh between a bird and an animal, just like an animal needs shittas, so too a bird. But there's one shittas that says it's the Rabbanan. Interesting, only the Rabbanan. In other words, the bird is like a fish. Take a fish, you whap it on the head, you give it a good zet, kill it. Take a bird, bang it in the head, and that's it. This only goes according to the Manon says there's no shechita. The bird from the Torah. But if you hold that there is shechita to a bird in the Torah, yay, shikor. There's no reason to say that a bird is different than an animal. And therefore, just like an animal has ikor, if one of its simonim popped out, it's a treifa. So too by a bird. Because the Gemara doesn't go into it really. The Gemara is going to say here, take a look at what we say now. Omar lei adarab, it's going to start with the Omar. Leman dama yesh shchita lo yifnach toira ikle meimel dach yagmir deinikol. If you hold that shchita is in the Torah, so you can say, oh, that's garnish what you say. Dach yagmir deinikol. I learned that there's no equal. But if you demand Omar ke behema, then you equal it should be like everything like a behema. Behema has equal, this doesn't have. If you hold, it's going to be like a chumrah now. You hold that shchita is only the Rabbanon, so maybe Gemir lo the behema. If you say it's a complete Rabbanon, then you have to learn everything from an animal, and equal, if one of the simonim popped out, it's going to be a big problem. Turning to the Daf, Adar Global Specialist in International Financial Services, by Chaim Milrad, the Nishma Skini Burasi, by Eto Bas, he spoke the last show. I'm not sure if I said this in the last year or so, but I said it Erev Shavuos a few years ago, and Rabbi Ben Shushan quoted me, so I'm going to say it again. I wasn't sure if I should say it, but I'll say it. I like it, but there's, never know. Many times I go to a wedding, I walk into the wedding, and I don't know exactly what the fussing is. Right? It looks like everybody else. They're all wearing black suits. If you go into the ladies section, so you know exactly what the cowl is. She's the one with the white dress, the only one with the white dress. It takes a half a second, you know who she is. How do you know who the chassan is? The one who takes the kala home. The one who takes the kala home. The boys that were here, Erev Shavuos, we could proudly say that we learn Torah every day. Most of us for the whole last year, some of us for the last 20 daf of kulam, whatever it is, whenever you started. So I'm saying, Rebbeinu Shalom, what you want? Matan Torah, I'm here, taking the column, taking my Gemara home. I'm the chassan HaTorah. Zog the Gemara. Omar Ravino, we'll finish over here. Omar Ravino, Omar Li Ravin Bar Kisi, Hada Tani Ravin Bar Cheskel, Ein Iker Simona Ba'ai. There is that Ravin Bar Cheskel said there's no Iker Simona by a bird, there's no it popped out of place. Lamorn, Elo the Malika, Abu Shkita, Yesh, Ikor. We'll stop right over here. Raboisai, have a wonderful day.
Merit the Zchus of spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com or sponsor at MDY.com.
Good morning, Raboisai. Live from Bet Shemesh, my house. I caught some sort of stomach bug, so I have fever and I'm weak, and the stomach thing I'm not going to go into. So I figured it's better that I give shiur here in my home. Last night's shiur in Hebrew, I did not get skipped, so I owe a Hebrew shiur. I was basically in bed all day. So today, this is about the daf. It's about the yomi. It's not the yomi. It's about the yomi. I am going to make mistakes more than usual. That's why you are here to correct me. Rabbi Isai, today is Shloshis Me'agbala. It's also 1 year, exactly 1 year before the Siyum HaShas. Special day. Reminding the Olam to say, Tzviras Ha'omer, Hayom, Shiva, V'arboim Yom, Shem, Shisha Shavuos, Chamisha Yomim, V'omer. This tzaddik was one of the 3 singers who was feather.
I think that's really important. This is amazing.
Good. Give shiur, and then we found out that the internet wasn't good and nothing worked. And until we got the internet working, after this, the whole shiur, he read the whole shiur in English. And Baruch Hashem, there's a shiur with everybody. And that guy on the left, that's Mark Ashkenazi that you're talking about. I at least try to get like get into the spot. Mark Ashkenazi is actually on there for about now.
Wow, you can see here what's going on here. It's a beautiful.
Okay. Now check this out. He has talent. Listen to his words, how they flow. See his style. With a lot of heart. And a lot of, I don't know, I'd say like, I gotta finish this, okay. What's the word? You don't know the word you're choosing. Poetic. Yeah. Here. Poetic. Oh, no. Let me do this. Hold on. Check this out.
Good morning, MDY family. Just wanted to share something. Maybe it's not my place. I just came to sing, but in Yiddish they say, I was the outsider of this group. And what I saw this week was mind-blowing for me. A few very strong points that I took along, and it was very inspiring. First of all, the unity between everyone. Everybody comes from their background. And while this whole week, I wasn't able to tell how much money each of you have in your bank account or what you do for a living. You just kind of left everything behind. You just came with your heart and your soul and just spent beautiful time together. And it was really inspiring for me. It was really beautiful. Where everybody cared about everybody. And that was one very strong point for me. Another one was the dedication for Toyota, the dedication for this beautiful MDY, call it organization, whatever you want to call it, but the way everybody puts in their whole heart and soul in it, and nothing stays in the way. Like Erev Shabbos, I saw Eli giving the last year, a few minutes before this moment, like I came after preparing myself for Shabbos, and I was already like, I knew after singing before this moment, just go put away my mix of stuff and I go davening, and then I see there Eli sitting and recording his last year because one of the recordings, whatever something was didn't work. It was such inspiration for me, and I saw these kind of moments the whole time. Also the vulnerability. Sign lots of Shabbos when everybody shared such Shabbos. I could see this, it was amazing to watch. So yeah, also like in the morning, I don't remember his name, but so he can me to see him. And I don't know why, but I'm the outsider, and I felt so happy for him. I felt so it was a moment. And I felt it the whole time. Like I felt like I felt this beautiful family, this beautiful organization. So I just wanted to express myself. That first of all, thanks for having me. It was a true honor and pleasure and discuss to be part of such a beautiful, amazing, holy avoider. And also another very, very strong point that I took along, and I think it's going to stay with me for a long time, is this bringing together the Torah together with life. Meaning that the way Eli brings it into our world, 26 is our life. And it's not something that is so far, no, it's a part of us. We can enjoy life, we can have a good time, but at the same time, we can learn, we can bring in the Torah in our lives. That was huge for me, so thank you everyone. Toda rabah. And yeah, I really appreciate it. Thank you.
And so we really hope that David Feder jumps on the bandwagon for these days and joins us for that. I think his father, right, his father just lives there. He wants to know his father is doing the math. Yeah. Okay. We could pretty much jump in, I think. We just see. Let me just read this because I set a sponsorship for this person. Dear Belly, today marks exactly a year since I started doing the davening. July last year, my daughter was born with an extremely complex heart condition. She needed open heart surgery in the world-renowned children's hospital that we were in. Was refusing to do surgery, saying that there was less than 10% chance she would make it out of the hospital alive. Everyone was diving for her. We asked for a second opinion from a different hospital. We were warned there's no chance that would give us a different answer. That night, I sat next to my daughter's bed crying to Hashem. And I made a couple of kabbalas. One of them was that if my daughter had surgery and comes out alive, I would start doing the daf. This is probably one of my cousins sponsoring the daf as a space for her. The next day, we heard from the other hospital. They said they would take her, not for her anymore. Surgery was on Chodesh Iyar, and a month later, she was allowed home. The day we got home, I sat down to do the daf. Shavuos daf Chavtes. At the beginning of this year, Rebelli played the Golden Dove video. Look it up if you don't remember. My daughter's my Golden Dove, and the daf is my Golden Dove. It kept me going through the struggles of the past year. I didn't miss a day. Even the day my daughter had her second open heart surgery, and the day when she had a cath lab procedure done, and every other stressful day this year was not complete without doing the daf. Now my daughter, Basia Basayala Esther, is doing really well by Hashem. Although she still needs another surgery in a few years, but Hashem will keep performing Hashem will keep performing miracles for her in the schools of all the Torah field done for her. Thank you, Rebelli, for your incredible show for changing our life. For Talmud Yehuda Zev Stepsky, London, from MDY Beanstalk Boys. There's another video actually, but I didn't put it in. I was like, I have to remember to put it in. I got a video of somebody had twins. Also, he said that he wanted to call his twin the girl MDY. Because he believes that that's why she's alive today. Mamish, I got it the same day. Chabal didn't put it in. Okay, maybe the editors will put it in. He said he can't. He said he wanted to, but elegant. Very nice of him. The only one of them was a nice, like Nigla. One of them had you could give everybody the ice, the fresh ice. They go from America. He's American, comes from America, this ice. It's Shema. Okay. Let's jump into it, Rabbi Isai. Sphere Sa'imer, the first Admar Vision, Shlita, Morning of Israel, Ben Leah, Esther, the four Shleimam. Official edition of the White Shas, the Sefta Zevi, Hal Shulov, parent, the Benedict family, Davites, Kivi Nuzbam, in honor of our children, Tana, Yaakov, and Mimi. Dedicated memory of every murdered Paul Baruch Baruch Chaim Tzvi Doyes in front of the Baruch of the Pastor Family Foundation and graduate of the consortium and the Alliance and all the youth support MDY. Anonymous and self-releases Gashmias. And thank you to Chief Benny. This cheetah man gave me a beautiful players with a very reddish. Oh, here it is. I'll make table. I'm prepared, but it happens to be here. So maybe I hope it doesn't have a logo. Look, looking at players and a beautiful sound. Very, very nice sound. Also, I think Court is hard, one of the top speeches. A lot of top speeches, very hard. People ask me, what was your favorite speech? There's a lot, very hard. Okay, Cheetah Man, I'll explain Cheetah Man a different time. As long as we're Yachim is linking to Benny, she responds to the Seplan on she leaves the Muslim and I some from the best estimate. Yemen and Daniel wasn't told these for Simcha. Ari Simon is a monthly sponsor of Muslim Abu Mario Baruch Ben Miriam. Yemen and Daniel Rosenfeld from Hudson Chef. How's he doing? Doing better? Oh, it's a whole. Weekly sponsors Moshe Rookie Marketing, proudly supporting the Yemen in Spanish with the Shona of Yaakov and Lulu. These must be Jason Ben Amil, Chaim Vidal Ben Yeshua. Shum Deer, Mazatov Yaakov Schreiber, Yusium, and Schos for you, and a Refushnemo from the Chaim Bas Shalamis. Weekly sponsors Howard Wimmer, the Yusmas of Murray Chaim Ben Avram Ben Nachum, Murray Chaim Avram Ben Nachum, and enough of Bernie Lipa, who got me to MDY 2 years ago this week. Anonymous, Mazatov Zuri Oyavich, one of the biggest investors in Jewish education worldwide. The Yael Foundation team for the merit of Uri and Yael Oyavich and their children, Benjamin and Matt. Anonymous for the merit of Shidduch for Sargoda Bas Rivka. This actually could be a really good fit. MDY, the Yael Foundation, because we really do a lot for children, many thousands of children around the world that watch this year and benefit from the AI, etc. Weekly sponsors Anonymous with Mushlema for Avram Yeshaya, Ben Slava Dvora, and Rabbi Reuven Ben Yugas, Shlomo and Aviva, Mostavsky, Nachman Ben Nosson Mostavsky, and his 50th yahrzeit, Gimel Siva. Daily sponsors conventions on the scene in honor of the Tzorium Alliance and the syndicate Ashrecha, the play vlog. What? Just the plain words? I don't get it. It sounds like the potential of that. Anonymous to the merit of the first name of Mary, the roof was started by Sky Boyer, was having surgery May 19th. Was Shlema. Present sponsors month, HYK Ventures, Atzilla, in this course for success of all our clients. And Benjamin Daniel Rosenfeld brought up the Parnasa, otherwise sponsors, Commissions on the scenes, this course for consumer been taken with the Yiddish Basavakaya. Month, Mushlema Yonatan Edemach of Bracha, Amen, with Mushlema Mocha Ben Esther, Amen, of course, Hayel Ben Yosef Ben Ayel Kester, Amen. Rabbi Isai, we are holding it down because under the base, Shimon Lakish, the Chuda the Kaida. Let's see what we have here. You see that? Let me do it again. The purple line is I'll try to do the I'm a little nervous because I don't have a lot of room here and it could drip on my Gemara. Let's see. It's not the smartest thing. Okay. Look at the Kaibam would mean all the way over here. So Shkita typically is done today, it's done over here. This is Bas Hamdalah, this is the final ring. This is the Shikuya Kaibam, this is the Adam Zappo right over here. This fits. This is the Shikua, it goes down. This is the fight, meaning this is the end of the fight. So the Shakit is, you can do Shkita all the way over here, as you see in the chart. Let's do the chart. You see? It's not such a clear picture on the screen. Okay. B'chud l'koyva. Kari alei Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan says to Rish Lakish, Gisa. Gisa is a lesson of gas. Too much. Magzim, what are you talking about? So Rabbi Yochanan is going to say, see? I don't know why this is not working. It's not working. Oh. Rabbi Yochanan says you got to move the purple line to the, yeah, what's the even called? Yeah, no, but what's it called in our sugi over here? No, food is the end. No. Let's see, maybe we'll have it over here. Oh yeah, Kaiva. Oh, he calls it a Kaiva. Okay, fine.
Yo, Mr. Chris, you ready?
I'll call part of it. You ready? Over here, the Shitas. Now, B'shlogish, it says you go all the way to the end of the Kaiva. It says you exaggerated. The Ritva says a beautiful thing.
What's that, girl?
What's that, girl? So you made a play on words. This is Gisa.
Did I hear about what?
I exaggerated my
the strawberry one.
like it's
oh,
a new way
okay.
to play brother.
I know a bit.
His guys. His guys.
Right?
Your brother knows guys.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm further up. Hold on, the page.
Alright, you
Okay,
excited
this is
for
going to
it?
be difficult.
You excited
Yeah.
for
I'm
it?
going to try.
Yes.
Go look at it?
Okay, maybe take my Gemara for a second.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Okay,
You
go.
have to remind me.
This right over here,
Well,
you can see there's a flat
your...
that covers
What time did
this
you say
thing.
it's
It's a
gonna be?
flat.
What time did you say it's going to be?
I'm going to open it up.
7:57. Nighttime.
I'm looking for the thing. Oh, here it is.
Okay, but I mean, when you come in here, it'll already be out, so I'll just do my best to remind you when you come in my night. Just to make sure that you take a look at it. Get it, girl.
Basically, the Fita.
Get it, girl.
The,
You proud of that
I
spare?
have them.
Proud of that
These
spare?
guys, perfect.
Thank you. So how was your day?
It was good.
These are
I
the, it was good.
sent out a bunch of emails and I'm uploading like
This guy,
I've been on
was a week and a week.
like 5 podcasts recently
That's what we call the,
within the last week or so,
no,
or that have
BBC.
published within the last week or so, probably I have to say.
Here, you know, you
So
got a
I'm
beautiful-
uploading them to all my channels, and that takes a really long time. Each one takes like an
Look at
hour.
that.
So
These guys.
because I'm doing it for like 7 different channels, and
Tomorrow, please. I need to give up and learn.
I have a lot of to go. So
Thank you so much.
just been working on that.
Now, for the
And
boy side, the
I
Fita
built a
is
robot
at the end of the Koiva.
that
Let's see if you see it.
when I'm on these podcasts, sometimes they ask me questions that are like, I'd like to, like I have a basic knowledge of it,
This
but I'd
area,
like to go deep.
in this
And
area,
so I'm just like getting all the questions that I think I might be asked, and then I'm publishing deeper answers to them. And that's what that's doing. And finding more people on
you can see over here in this picture.
on this podcast.
You see the
I have
Fita?
the opportunity to
Those,
be on.
these guys, funny looking shaped things. It depends from what area. If you look at it from the front, like I
Oh,
showed
look
you,
at that spare.
right? If you look
Folks,
from
that
the
was a
back,
split.
okay.
Mr. Crouch just had one of the great splits in history.
Or about it further over, hold up a Fita tree.
I saw it. That was
If
amazing.
you bump into the vocal cords, you already went too far. Iboilahu. You have to understand what he means. In Hebrew, I'll give you a mashal. In Hebrew, it's called pagash.
Oh, that's good.
Pagash is
Thank you, man.
what does pagash mean? I met him.
Oh,
But
Mr.
does it
Crouch,
mean
you're
I
running
actually
out of
touched
time.
him?
Did
Not
you get
really.
late or something?
Bumped into
There you go.
You say it in English or something. Bumped into him. So bumped into him. Does it mean if you physically touched him, you bumped into him? Or you bumped into him, like he ran in front of him? So that's the Gemara's question over here. Pagam Nogam, did he actually touch him? Bumped into him literally? You see, by the way, Avi sent me something, and I started
There you
reading
go.
it.
That's
And I
two
couldn't
strikes in a
believe
row.
it.
That's
It's
big
my
time.
name,
That's a great
Joselowski.
score.
And you wrote me that the Hamas did a protest in front of a show. I said a name, and then I couldn't. I had an
Okay.
emergency with my stomach,
You
and I
gotta
just
get
dropped my
this,
phone
which I
and I
think
ran.
you can.
And no, but that's my first cousin, Shira Joselowski. It said. Even
Oh,
said
no
her maiden
doubt,
name. I don't know if you remember at the Shabbat
Very
on
good
the
job.
table.
And now she's
Joselowski
gonna take the
again.
lead
Joselowski.
everywhere.
Now she's gonna lead everywhere. What's going on in America? I'm not doing protest and garbage.
No doubt. That's the lead. Mrs. Squares has the lead, everybody. No doubt. Big score. Big score.
You didn't touch it, it's still true. Because you got to it. You're in the wrong area. What?
Oh, super big score, Mrs. Squares.
No. Right. So we're gonna see there's many different treatments. You can't overuse the situation. Over there, obviously, the knife hit him and he died, so it actually touched him. But the won't up to it, they didn't touch him. They said, but even though I'm not feeling that the Malachim came, it doesn't mean they touched him. They
You win, I win, you win.
If you cut the chitin, you cut the cord. But you leave a little bit of them. It's kosher, meaning you didn't go past the vocal cord, you're in the vocal cord area, it's kosher.
Look at you, right off the bat. Nice little curve. That's beautiful. Yeah, that matcher. I don't like these ones in the corner.
That's what's copy. So here you can see that his purple line is more to the to the right. He wants you to avoid the completely right. And my Baron says,
"You're welcome." Look, Mr. Flares has 2 in a row. If you're paying attention to this, which you should be at home, this is already an incredible performance.
Normally, if you cut the vocal cords, the people, and at least you have some left over towards the head.
This is a challenge. If she gets this one, we're going to be shot. Not because she's not good and can get it, but it's really, really good. Really,
the left is to the head. Also, everything that says parcel is towards the head, towards the eyes of the animal.
Right, folks. We need a comeback of the century here.
On either side, so you cut them in half.
We're down
then you're
like 16 pins.
Omerli Ravina Ravashi, Omerli Rav Shaman Mesura. Hikla Marzutu Asur. Marzutu came to our place Vidora. She with the chair.
Oh,
and so
it's over. This Aquarius just put the nail in the coffin. Maybe not. Maybe not. But 16 pins, that's a lot. But now it's 6.
Sheer is here.
Now it's 6.
Sheer defeating Trefa. Now it's 6. Even one little bit, it's completely tray. So over here we have a sheet though that's touching.
This is a tough split. Very tough split.
This split. Says
Alright, folks, we're down 20. We're down 20. What a comeback! What a comeback!
Let me see what we have here.
Folks, one of the great comebacks that we've seen.
When you see that apex, that guy that where it says Kaiva, meaning towards the...
You win, I win. I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendships. That was phenomenal. Phenomenal job, Mr. Furious.
Phenomenal job. This direction is okay. That's with the map. Towards the back.
Did I send you it?
Tray gear. Things with the ring. Everything from the blue. Everything in the ring is good.
I sent it to you? Yeah, that game, of any game that you can't really control it, you're going to win it out. You can kind of barely control it.
That's okay, because you have some heat on the left side of it, and you're
even if you even the best people at that game, he looked it up, and they're all, they win 50%, they lose 50%. Even the best people, there's like, it's just, it's kind of random. Are we still playing?
No.
Yeah, we're not.
He said that?
That was a couple days ago.
That's interesting.
It's very funny, Mr. Ferris. Yeah, that's his best game.
Yeah, that's his best. Let's just show this.
No, I mean, he's better than most people, but in comparison. I don't want to put him down by any means. He gets it every once in a while, so that's good. And if he played, even an average person on Play-Doh is better than. He just sometimes takes like risks that aren't always that good. Not always that good. That's alright.
She's a today.
I would say all of those
Obviously, we
things.
chef right over here. We don't chef in between. We just chef. It's very hard to understand around. Other than Morgan references, I thought you couldn't see it. The thickness of the skin of the ball. It's impossible.
More aggressive if he were here. But if he played an average person, he would beat them. And he beats Riser and me sometimes too. So it's good. And then sometimes Riser teams up with him against me. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Maybe you just, and then he says he had a good comment. He says that if you do it, I forgot the lesson.
1 year for them, I think. One of them holds me back, and then the other one goes forward, and the other one goes forward. Look who it is. We were just talking about you. Look who it is. We were just talking about you. We were talking about how good you are at a dice party, and that you can sometimes be pretty good at man up too. Dude, how you living, big dog? Dude, you gonna talk or you just gonna sit there? You're gonna talk or you just gonna sit there? Dude, can you hear us? Dude, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Okay, come on. Mr. Ferris can hear you. Not the whole device, just the main device.
I know, I just know Ricer. I love this. I couldn't prepare so. There's a lot of freebies. A lot of things there. So again, Lamata is towards the back. So this is like your Fanina Ben Antigonus. From Shiki Koiva, Lamata is all kosher.
Did that girl watch your movie?
Shiki Koiva. Anything from
yeah, did that girl watch your movie?
Downward slide.
Okay. Did she watch it or no? Or you don't know? Sweet dreams, Mr. Ferris. God love. At the stand-up, or do you guys have a date or something? And you're performing, right? Are you excited?
And all of a sudden, he made a left turn.
What stand-up are you going to do?
Somewhere else, past the Tabasco. That, according to Rabbanon, is Remez the Rabbanon, Shayron, you see review. Why?
You don't even know what you're going to do.
You don't even know what you're going to do. Which he did over here. You can see what Yoshi did here. There's a lot of lines, but you can see there's the halfway point and the
What up, man?
the blue line is staying at all thirds.
We need
So he did.
we need enough magnets to create a magnetic field correct, because then we need a vehicle, and then we need a vehicle that can go fast enough for the
I'm on it, Big Dog.
Afterwards,
Did you call Riser?
it goes the last third. What?
Did you call Riser? I'm asking you a question. Did you call Riser? Okay, we'll call him.
Yes, he's going to see that idea. In the Mishnah, he says it in the Mishnah. He says,
I'll let you know once you call him. Riser.
Sorry.
Shout out to Luke for calling Riser.
If you do everything past
What are the odds Riser comes? Into this discussion.
Here, you know what? We did
0%.
Not very.
Did he pick up? Yeah, I mean, with enough of anything is possible, dude. Really, anything's possible with this period. But, yeah. And I think he's mad at me. He shouldn't be mad at me. But I gave him a challenge. And I gave him an hour-long task. It's not for me, it's for himself. It's for his own business. And I told him what to do, and I told him how to do it. And he's like, I'll get it done by the end of the month. I'm like, dude, guys in Africa do this within a day. Why is it going to, it literally will take you like, well, I said it won't take an hour. It'll take maybe a little longer than that, maybe like 8 hours. And he still hasn't done it. And I know he's sick or whatever, so I don't want to give him too much shit, but it's just, he needs to, in my opinion, be a little faster. So, Zoo, what are you going to talk about?
Is more makel than the Tanakh. Tanin is more makel than the Yosi. So what's the big finish they tell me? Well, the same Rechanim and Atigma is Adravan. Maybe Rechanim and
Zoo, what are you going to talk about?
To the Tanakh, he said it's kosher. In other words, I hope that if you do the whole thing in the Basagdala, it's kosher. Now you can go all the way to the left into the cut. Why? Because it makes a lot more sense. He comes right after Chacham. He's actually referring to
what are you going to say?
Exactly, yeah. Okay, but that we had already 5 times before. Today. There's a lot of shooters that are saying the same thing. I hear. Because he is actually going to the Rabbana from Ashwin. Maybe.
What are you going to say? How about you do something on the World Cup?
So the lesson should have been different. Hey, the Aleha and what we just said.
Did you know that people are eating ranch?
Yeah, dog. Americans eat ranch like very common. Americans put
Europeans are smuggling. All the Europeans tend to smuggling ranch back.
I like how you call it ranch. No one in America calls it ranch. No one. 0 people. No one's ever done that. Wrong.
Basically says
wrong. I like that. Wrong.
Simple thing.
Don't they have ranch in Australia?
If you did, let's just do this here, right over here.
Like if you're getting a salad, if you're going to eat a salad, what salad dressing do you have a choice of usually?
Chacham say no, you need 100% in the Tavasagdal. We have the roid of the whole Torah over here.
Dude, do you remember that time I asked you a question?
Take a look at this.
Sure.
Yes, you do.
You can see that he's going
There's
that
like
direction.
ranch, French, Italian, Russian, Thousand Island, balsamic vinegar. Some places have Greek.
So, I was going to see, there's an importance according to some.
That's it.
Really?
Don't they offer that to you in Australia?
There is that he dies.
Is there anything? What did you just think of, Zoo?
He did 1/3 in the batter.
What if she hates the movie?
Then he goes and he makes a right turn, and he
Then
starts
she's not the right
shuffling
girl for
the
you,
right
dude.
area.
You're
At a certain
passionate about
point,
this
he dies.
movie, so
You say,
if you're like, if you're that into this movie, which I know you are,
the whole thing has to be
then
in the right area.
then she's not the right girl for you.
Yeah. I mean, she's not like Chelsea.
I think this should be like more arrows on
Donkey Kong documentary.
Look, Chelsea's a bitch just in general. Nobody should be fucking with that girl. That girl sucks.
So he starts from the bottom.
Seriously, that. Okay, so here, did you ask her to?
I don't know.
It was on the podcast. They kept on bringing it out, and then watch it. And I watch it. And after you watch the documentary, and she's like, if you watch the podcast, we talked about how I didn't watch documentary. You should. And I was like, should have said the first documentary ever made. And she was like, I'll pass.
And she was like, I'll pass.
You're saying that he started from the clip?
Yeah. It is. It is one of the best. It is one of the best.
I would say no, but I would say that it's not awful. It's okay. Why is Chelsea such a stuck-up bitch? No, seriously. She thinks she's just hot shit because she's on the radio. What she doesn't understand is she pissed off the wrong fucking person. I bashed that bitch 24/7 on my live streams because she banned me on Instagram for no reason. For fucking no reason. I didn't say anything weird. I didn't creep on her. I didn't poke her. I didn't leave a comment. I just followed her. And the reason why I followed her is because I thought she was funny, which is what fans of people are supposed to do.
When the life of this animal came out, beginning with the shkita veleka. He didn't have a rape shkita. Why? He did 1/3 shkita and then it died. 1/3, the first third was in a bad place. The second third, when he died, was in a good place. He only had 1/3 in a good place.
I don't care. That was my main account, and that's a serious thing. It's a terrible mistake that she made. It makes her look xenophobic and closed-minded and against other cultures and people from other countries. And frankly, she made a giant mistake.
Do you want to know what the number one documentary of all time is?
That's a good question. That's a very good question.
Wait. Let's do IMDb. Yeah, let's do IMDb. Blackfish.
What is it?
Blackfish.
Okay. I don't think that's the best one ever, but I've seen it.
Wow. Memory.
Yeah, it's about SeaWorld.
Yeah. So.
Have you seen it?
Don't say maybe I have rabies.
It's pretty good. It makes me not want to go to SeaWorld because, like, how they keep those animals. And it made me perhaps be like anti keeping animals in captivity.
How much time are we? 45 minutes. I'm just going to use this.
What's number 2?
No? Is it going to that? I have to use
Exit for the gift shop.
Isn't that about like Banksy or something?
Yeah, it's about straight artists.
Yeah. Okay. What's number 3?
It's not.
Dear Zachariah, let it talk something.
This would be kosher about saying.
About what is that?
Okay, it's a little bit more than half.
Filmmaker decides to.
I guess started off.
Memorialize,
Memorialize.
memorialize.
So
Filmmaker decides to
So
memorialize
now listen to
whenever
this.
Francesco
What's
finds his shoes,
Because now all you need to do is
Oh,
come in
okay.
with a knife and cut a little bit more.
What about
So let's
what's
say
number
let's just say
4?
let's do it again.
Number 4.
Grizzly Man. Grizzly Man.
Let's say you
Have
found an
you seen
animal like
that?
this, and you go in and you go boom a little bit more. You
Well,
go
I
to
have.
the why? Because you shoot the kid.
That's a fucking. That's baller.
He was
It's
a trait. And now you just went like this. and
Herzog,
You killed animals, so you're
Werner Herzog film, and can I tell you the story? Can I give away the ending or no?
Yeah, sure.
All right, so it's this. You should know. It's really good. It's a story of this guy who
What's the connection? Over there,
he doesn't live stream his life, but he records his life on like GoPros. And I believe he's from Long Beach, California, and he moves to Alaska because he's like obsessed with bears. And
there's no connection. One is a
he is absolutely like enthralled by bears to the point where he starts to like bond with them. So he'll like follow them into their living area and he'll feed them. And he was just like living in a cabin for a while. And then I think he lives in a tent some. And he's all alone. He's like, and I think he either lives up there for like 2 or 3 years or something. Maybe his girlfriend comes and visits him or something like that. I think that's what happens. But he's got like a lot of video of him just with bears, and they come up to him and they like he treats them like big teddy bears. And especially the baby bears, and it's almost like the bears are almost like kind of treat them like dogs. Like he treats them like dogs, like where he's petting them and he's like nuzzling them, and like if I recall, and then he gets eaten by one, and his girlfriend got the tape, and they don't show it. And they don't, you can't hear it, but they just say it's like the filmmaker who made the movie basically said it was like the worst thing he ever heard, and he just had him destroy the tape because it was so violent. So like the guy loved bears so much, but he got eaten by them. What are your thoughts on that?
And then he went out.
Yeah. Similar. But maybe, is it Into the Wild? Based on him or something? I could be wrong. From the 90s.
Nice time, just he's like from a rich family instead of going to college. He's just like fuck this. Just like what he wants. It's like a Ferrari, and then he dies. The bear was poisonous, and he didn't die.
Which one?
Damn, that's a lot of shit.
You put in number 36 in case I have to run away.
Is that your favorite story of all time?
Cool. Okay.
I like those kind of stories. It's going to fuck this. I'm going to go out and see you.
Maybe only one sheet. How do you know it's Kula Alma? Maybe it's only the whole drug. Maybe it's only him. I'm going to the call Ruby the Alma, every single rave in the world is Ruby. I know Ruby the Shkita coming. I'm home.
Was that your... What was number 5?
Okay, so that was nice. That was like 7 lines. Pilgrim Shlish V'Shachat Shlish. Pilgrim Shlish. Oh.
Samsara.
This is that? This slide.
Tim Dover, like 5 years and 25 times.
No, he started with that in the wrong spot. Comes back, makes a right turn, goes to the Bansakloya, and then goes out. Okay. He says the name of Ra, this is important to remember. It's in the name of
Okay,
Rav.
what's 6?
Number 6 is like number 6 is like
And Rav Yehuda says,
OJ made an error.
Okay, what's 7?
Where did the guy die?
Free solo.
Free solo. No
Okay,
good.
then
1/3
both of
good.
those
So
are
the
good.
third that's
What's
good.
8?
On the right, that's when the animal died, and that's good.
The active killing.
Okay, that sounds good. So
But
what's
if you don't
9?
have Treva, you don't Rudu Vishkita, Veleka, that's not good. Why? Because I need, it's not enough that he dies there. I need the right
What is it?
of the
No
Shkita
Raka?
in a good
What is it?
place.
No Raka?
It's not a point where he dies.
Baraka, the collection of experimental
Shachat Shlish, Vehigim Shlish, Shachat Shlish. So now the reverse, take a look.
What's the next one? What's the next one?
Like this. He started off in the right spot. In the
That's a good one. Have you
goes
seen
off
that?
to the wrong
That's a
spot.
good
Then
one.
comes
Have you
back
seen
in the
that?
right spot.
If I recall, it's like from
I'll
like
say
the
I'm
late
sure
80s or
that,
late 90s. It's like
from school.
a story of like a
Something some people
white kid and a black kid, or a black kid and a white kid, or something like that, and how they recruited the. Something. It's been a long time.
But he told me once
But what's the next one?
that he got people because of the share. Because of what he
history of
Okay, what's the next one?
different advertisements and stuff. So obviously people are gonna eventually end up by him.
Paradise,
This
the child murders that wasn't his.
Anyway,
What's the next one?
so now he's paying back.
Man on wire.
That's a good one.
That's right. Shachat Shlish Vehigim Shlish Shachat Shlish. You don't have Shira. Also, you have Bruno. Oh, my little
It's something
Trey.
I
That's
have to
what Bruno
watch.
he says. It's crazy. Why? Because the Neshama went out.
I've seen the movie.
Look over here. This
documentary that's in the movie with
I didn't make
Joseph
sure that
Gordon-Levitt.
before showing it, I'm
Okay.
screaming.
Did you say
Bowling for
Columbine is
No
next?
good. Ended up good.
Bowling for Columbine is next.
Bowling for Coma.
Right, that's a good one.
In the middle. The no good. What?
In my opinion, all of Michael's videos are
It
really
doesn't go by the. It doesn't go by the. It doesn't matter.
He lost,
You
like,
look at the Michael Elvis. You did the Shkita. The Shkita that's right kosher. I don't care what he does.
Have you seen any Michael Moore documentaries?
Shama Rav Yehuda Yikto. Rav Yehuda heard this and
He,
he's no machshir. By the
I would say like,
by this
maybe
case, how come it doesn't
he,
move? Wow.
he was at his peak,
I don't know what's going on.
and he was a big, he was like a force, he was like a media force. And then,
It's not working.
I don't know, I think he,
Okay. He says, in this case, where you
He
started
went
off
after
bad, you
the-
went to good Shkita and you went back. Tarif,
Bush
I say it's
administration,
kosher. And then
yeah.
over there you say it's kosher.
then they just basically were like, well, you're done.
In this one, the reverse one, where I say
What's next? Thin Blue Line. Okay, then
it's
what?
kosher, you're saying it's straight. What's going on here? Well, machshar the tarif. And you say it's kosher when I say it's straight. Or I've always
George Harrison.
It says it's right for being upset.
Have you seen it?
Another Shmuel. He heard from Rav, he's singing from Rav. I made it up myself. I used my own
I
language.
haven't either, but I should
Oh,
probably
you
check
can
that
read
out.
by Shachat, Higrim Shachat. This case he's on the screen. Roy was in a good spot. See, there's a lot of green.
The next is searching for
So it
sugar.
should be good.
Ryzen loves that one. So Ryzen loves that.
Read it. Okay,
I need to watch that.
look
I
at
haven't
my
seen it.
by the Higrim, Shachat the
That's the same
Higrim.
parts of it.
Oh, 1 second.
Okay, what's the next one?
Yeah.
Okay.
In this case,
But
when you went in the wrong, if you're gonna say that he has to
13th is
take everything
13th.
back, so he's gonna have to take this back also. Plus, my time for kosher is the share of over here. Written animals die. When he's the right spot.
Okay, what's the next one?
Inside job.
So too.
Is it
In
on?
other words, he's saying I agree
What's
with
it
your
on?
logic. Not this one, but
The
this
2000
one. When the animal dies, it's the guy who's saying
What's the next
dying
one?
in the wrong spot and should be dead.
Won't be my neighbor.
What's that about?
Oh, let's do the sponsors.
Television host. Children's
Specials International.
Oh, yeah. What you see my name? Okay, what's next? Armadillo?
Yeah.
What's that about?
Danish soldiers are sent to Afghanistan to go for 6 months.
Says the Gemara.
So what's the next one?
So they asked him, what happens if he did?
What is that? What is that one? I heard of that.
No? You just make sure?
Using steady out of groups and group vibes. Then out for training, out for training,
Yeah.
exposed by the shot down. This ran over who's serious victim.
There's a lot of the famous joke, I'll just say, Yeshiva Buffer.
They shall not grow. They shall not grow.
I've seen that one
He
too.
goes and says,
What is
I
it?
need to buy a new coat.
It's like about children.
No, it's about local.
No, it's the last two. I only had one. He's used to.
Next.
He's used to come with it. Bro, okay.
What's that one?
Controversial cartoons.
So if it looks like we should, no, you actually should have done it, but I was sick. I forgot to tell him. If it looks like a zigzag, like this, like a W or a few W's, then it's a kosher shkita. Says Gemara, where do you see from here that he's talking about that he went in and out of the Mikdash shkita? How do you know that he went from the last the place that's no good and came back? Maybe he's saying in the good spot of the shkita, that itself is kosher. I would think that's not kosher. Go like this. Even today, in the long term, it goes like this. Why is that okay? Then what's the problem? That the Gemara says more than that. It's not okay because you can't really see inside. What's that? The different welcome shkita. Shkita Malagara is the typical shkita. You need a clean cut. So you can look inside, the shirt, you pop it open, inside. It looks like a W, it looks like an accordion. You can't really look inside. Everything is covered with each other. You don't have a... Can't open it up.
What's the name of that one?
Capturing the bird.
Okay, what's the next one?
I am not your nigger. I am not your nigger.
What's that? Maybe it's within that meat. Between the boys. I don't know. Come on,
James.
Let's try to get to the Mishnah. How much time are we on?
Remember the house.
I have 2 minutes.
What's the next one?
Yosef Rabbi heard the Rav Kana come in the Rav Yehuda is giving shit.
Stop. Went into brothels.
I forgot to show a video. The question is, how does that run happen? What happened?
Okay. What's the next one?
It's our style video.
Jesus
I've
camp.
seen that. Have you seen that?
Going clear, son. Going clear, son. Yeah.
Going clear? I think I've seen that too. That's on Saturday.
So I told you.
Yeah, I've seen that. Okay, what's the next thing? I think that one sounds familiar. What one is that about?
Sexual abuse in the Catholic Church.
Okay, what's the next one?
Hack you through the dark side.
Hack you through the dark side? Okay, what's that about?
Torturing interrogation practices during the war in Afghanistan.
That's awful. What's the next one?
4 little girls.
What is that?
Documentary of notorious American experience demonstrating exchanges varying handling the rights for young girls.
What's the next one?
Choose 4.
What's that?
That's really important to development.
Guy who goes to
Let's make sure I didn't miss anything else.
a good start.
That's interesting. Okay, what's the next one?
I want to give a shvach he does in the first because the middle shear, I felt like that was it. I had to get up the first.
What is that? What's that about?
We're not done yet.
What is that?
So they made this thing that I didn't have to use. Shvach he does that I didn't have to use. Wow. We're done. If I do, then we finish the shit right there. It says more like this. Sorry, no. I was trying to do something here. We have the same thing that we had a couple days ago. Rav Yehuda is giving shir. Rav Kana is sitting in front of him. And behind Rav Kana we have Rav Abba. Rav Kana asks,
what is that?
Let's see. Going back to this case here. This case. Boys, putting it on the screen.
Conversation with Michael Perry has been known to justify his crime session.
Okay, what's the next one?
What if you did? This one, Higrim. Bad, good, bad. What's the style?
Pundits for hire.
I have no idea what if there's already a
what in the trauma?
They shoved it in there. It's okay.
And what's that about?
So listen, this is where you have to use your head. What is the difference? What would be the nafkamina if there's a hole, an existing hole in the trachea, and you continue the hole with a knife? Or if you shoved it normally in a place where there's no hole, and then you came to where there's a hole. In other words, you only shoved it 50%. But the Shama happened after 50%. Usually, the Shama happens at 51%. Over here, all you shoved is 50%. You didn't do it right. But together with the neck, if you have it right, then he dies.
Morgan Freeman narrates it. It's very
Why
good.
is it possible?
I like the fact that the man takes care of the kids. And the women
let's say
are the
he
ones who go out and get food.
when he came, there's a 10% cut.
It's different.
And then
Okay,
he
next
cut
one.
another 40%. So total you had, another 50%. He cut another 50%. So total is 60%. This caution. Now, what happens when he cut
What's the
50%
next one?
and he gets the 10% cut? So the his 50% made a full shkita because together with the cut that was existing, we have 60%.
It's just called
That's
Paris.
different. Yeah, why?
Okay, what's that?
Yeah, but you see the shama. You use this 10% before you
Oh,
also
I've
use this
seen
10%.
that.
You started
I'm
shkita,
surprised that's
10%
that number
existing.
one.
You only
Everybody
use
always
50%.
thinks that's the
So
best.
you didn't do it right.
That's,
You did the 50%
yeah, I've
shkita,
seen
that's
that.
okay. Because you're using the existing 10%, total 60. Over here, you do 50, and then you bump into that 10%. So we have to see if there's an community. Okay, so let's go. Let's see.
We talked about that?
What's the difference? What's the difference? I don't see enough community.
Yeah, it's not Jim Carrey.
Okay,
we talked about it, but I haven't seen it. But yeah.
That if a guy starts the shkita and a Jew finishes it off, it's kosher. Because all we care about is what you're able to do.
Religious or religious?
And the guy did his thing, it's kosher. So if there's already a nekev, and you just continue
with Bill Maher,
nekev, and you do 50%, so it's like the 10% the guy did, and that's kosher.
Oh, no way, that's in the top 100? That's amazing.
But if he shefted,
that's like my favorite documentary.
That's as if you did 50% and the final 10% the guy did.
About the Rolling Stones and Martin Scorsese.
Over here, nature did the Mackie Brothers no good. Good go. I don't like what you said. It's good go.
Collided.
Well, we should pick our it's wrong. Mishnah also Israel Mishnah, Shochat, Kinaf Gefius, when the guy Kinaf.
Yeah,
when he only
it's about
50%, and the guy did another 10%.
Yeah, it's about the road.
It's the Shama the guy.
Okay.
Mishcha Shochat.
What else? What's the
Over
next one?
here, when he bumped into the 10% that existed, he's doing the shkita.
I've seen that. That's on the Motion Picture Society, right?
If he started off with 10% already existing, or he bumped into 10%, he didn't. He's the one.
The MPAA.
He's the one that finished off the shkita. Rabbi Isai have a wonderful.
Okay, what's the next one?
Spreading Torah throughout the world.
Oh, it's about alien abductions.
Today.
psychopathic neighbor that knocks that 12-year-old.
Terrible.
The next one's Pumpkin Eye.
Good morning, Rap Boys.
Arnold Schwarzenegger. Yeah, it's Arnold
It's
Schwarzenegger.
very, very geschmack to be back. It's like everything else in life. You don't appreciate it until it's gone. To be on the road is
So that's the 50th.
no, this geschmack guys. Sure, are challenging.
The 50th. biggest.
So I'll just tell Oilam a little bit about our trip. Not the details and all the stuff.
Do the movies now.
The trip was a tremendous success. We set out to do a couple
Yes,
things,
sir.
and we were in more than a couple. We set out to give and show how
Okay, were there more
our
of
sponsors,
the
and make
documentaries?
sure that they enjoy themselves. And these are the three things I said in my opening speech. And
Okay,
we
let's
should get
do
to know
movies
each other on a different level and develop friendships for life. The Godfather, every single one of them enjoyed it
No, that's
immensely.
way too many.
Every single one of them made new friendships. We mixed it up. Every meal, somebody else. I don't know if it was on purpose. At least for me, it was. Every meal sat with somebody else, another couple, another person from the Shir.
Dude, I can't believe the
And
Dark Knight is
really, people
that to
bonded
me is
in
way
crazy
too high.
ways.
I don't know. Maybe some people really like it.
Each other on the side,
Obviously they
3
do.
hours straight, getting to know each
That's
other,
Christopher Nolan, right?
taking their phone numbers, etc., etc. Getting into it. The Avira, we had a great band this time. Somebody knew we didn't have 3 guys, 3 musicians.
It was
great
too
voices.
dark
They're
for
all
me,
like
but I don't know.
singers,
Maybe I should
professional,
watch it
3
again.
professional Kasana singers. They know harmonies, they know songs, and they came with loudspeakers and instruments, and they were just wherever we went. Everything was set up perfectly, and we had a great time. The middle, I'll tell you what happened on Motzei Shabbos. Motzei Shabbos, Motzei Shabbos itself was like maybe 9 something was Motzei Shabbos until the year started was 11:30, I think it was. No? 11:30 is when year started. It's supposed to be Malav Malka. So 11:30, 12 something, we start from Malav Malka.
16, Matrix, 17.
Singing the step, and then at the Malav Malka, every single person is the final farewell meal. Every person got up and spoke about what everybody does for them, the whole week did for them. Very, very emotional. A lot of people broke down crying. Return to people, especially myself. It's a lot of us paid them.
That's your movie. That's your movie.
But a lot of good stuff.
Terminated 2,
It's
Judgment Day,
3:30.
Back to the Future.
It's my turn to speak. I'm very exhausted. Maybe I'll tell you a little later what I said. Just I think it was a good nakuda. And 3:45 a.m. Shir in what language? Hebrew. Shir in Hebrew. The problem is that all the 9 Israelis are leaving to the airport at 5:50. 3:45, because that means zero sleep, not a 15-minute sleep. It means that we had to go back and pack and so that's how we go through the night. And we get to the airport, and then it's a whole entire day of traveling through Paris. And we got home. We landed at 9 o'clock. At 11:30 p.m. Shir in his basement.
47, Casablanca.
And here I am.
48.
So now there's a word that I stopped, and that people told me that it was an impressive word for part of the trip.
You agree with
This
that list?
explains everything. I started off my speech. I was also supposed to speak for 2 minutes. I spoke for 2.5 minutes.
There's
Whatever.
a few I'll take out.
What's Pshat? As a guy, what's Pshat that Yossi Klein spends 8 hours a day,
What would you take
8
out?
hours of his own time, and he gives from his own money over $100,000 a year from DY.
I understand that.
And he's orangutan in this trip, like he has nothing else to do. Every detail from beginning to end, what car,
what are your thoughts on-
going to take who, and this and that. What's Pshat? And he said a Pshat of his mamish. I had to make fun of his.
What are your
terrible
thoughts
Pshat.
on
And then they asked about my wife, how she
Gladiator?
asked him to live with a person like me, not go to restaurants. There's a lot of side things, side benefits, we'll call them.
Where was that?
And
Yeah,
a lot of questions, a lot of different things about all the people that give my official
I'll take Gladiator.
took me 3 minutes to come up with millions of dollars for a new project of the Gemara. 3 minutes.
I mean, Gladiator.
Yo, what's Pshat? I said it's a word. It's one word. No, what's the word? I'll let you guys that weren't there try to guess it. Huh? Cult? I hear.
You would take out Gladiator?
Tyra is one. What else? New?
I mean, it's just like very
New?
memorable.
Huh?
Yeah.
Devotion, dedication.
It's a well-made.
I have a word, Mamish. Once you hear this word, it's gonna make everything make sense. The word is impact or impactful.
His name is like something Maximus, something Maximus.
What he's doing with his hours.
Father to a slaughtered son, husband to a slaughtered wife.
The impact it has on Christ. When you see
some shit like that.
Oh, that changed my life. One of the women asked if she could get up and say no. There's no crowd. She's a principal. It was a little shy. She got up. She goes.
Yeah, there are. I think about this one all the time. What we do in the present echoes in eternity.
To hear these things, a 6-year-old.
What we do in the present echoes in eternity.
I haven't learned a word since yeshiva days. I love learning. It's like this.
He does in the movie.
Not you. Okay. No, so the kids are. It's the impact. You ask him. I think it's a very strong word, and that's the. Then a chiddush galamoid. Maybe I'll say it tomorrow. I don't want to speak to somebody before I say this finish. But a life change, not a life change. It's going to be, I hope, something very different. Within the realm of Daf Yomi, that a chiddush gadol that occurred on Shabbos over there. Sounds like a guy comes over to the
how is that?
He says, I'm enjoying myself so much, I want to give you another $20,000. That was the environment. And then another guy came over, a younger guy. He said, I have a real kind on you, but a real one.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with you on that too. Is that a cartoon?
Millions of dollars. I would have done it. I would have done it.
And they have it in the top whatever.
Millions.
That's pretty ridiculous, don't you think?
So anyway, these were the things. Bezer Shem, those friendships should continue.
Okay.
Try to. My next idea maybe.
That's
maybe
unreal.
It'll be about the next idea. Okay, which I'll announce tomorrow. I'll tell them tomorrow.
All right, here's my question for you, Zoot.
William and Gail Huffman.
What movie is missing from that list?
The Yortzah of our father, grandfather, great grandfather Morris Hoffman, and Moshe Meir ben Chaim Yaakov Zevach Kohen Aloshon. The Yortzah was on from Aleph Iyar. The boy says Sphere Soimer. David Meir here in this basement. I think it was over at 12:35. There was 20 people. 30 Israelis showed up this year. 30 at 11:30.
You think The Wizard of Oz is one of the best movies of all time?
Official edition of the
Okay, yeah, it does, but I can see that. Wizard of Oz is a classic, man. It's a complete classic.
David Solomon dedicated in memory of Miriam, the entire Sefta, Shir sponsors the Sefta. Shmuel Baruch Fancy Doge Miller Ruff.
Is the time that came out, the costume design is fucking atrocious.
No, there are no black people in that movie. There are no Asian people in that movie. There are no Latinx people in that movie. The only thing that they have are white people. What about that?
Anonymous. Oh, that was another castle. Why would a person go? Think about it. Why would a person go and sell his business, a successful business, to be in an administrative position in a Daf Yomi year? And the answer is,
I could
say this movie was made
thousands of ratings of people.
I get that. I could see people saying that was the best movie ever.
Every day.
Like if you said to me right now your list and Wizard of Oz is number one.
I learned her name.
I could see that. It was groundbreaking. Especially when they're like, it's all like black and white and then it turns to color. Like, I'm sure people shit themselves when they saw that. I'm sure that was a lot of people. The first time they've ever seen a color movie. And it just was like, their minds exploded.
Howard Wimmer, the initials of Emory Chaim Abba Nachum and Anon, or Bernie Deep Tech got me MDY 2 years ago this week. You remember?
Look it up.
Bernie the Burn. Anonymous. Mazel tov, this is a hard one for me. To Uri Gliavich, one of the biggest investors in Jewish education worldwide.
Was it?
Yesterday, he supports over 143 schools, children. He loves children's schools, and he's a big. They have a, what's it called again? Yael
Okay, what
Foundation.
was?
Yael Foundation. Yeah. Yael Foundation. Check it out. Here, Yael Foundation team for the merit of Uri, Yael, Liavich, and their
What
children,
was?
Benjamin and Matt. Anonymous for the merit of Shidduch Fort, Saragolda Bas, Rivka. Anonymous for Shlema 5, Rami Shaya. Is it Rami Shayo or Rami Shaya? Because they call him Rami Shaya, but the real name probably is Rami Shayo. I wonder. I'm going to say both. Rami Shayo ben Slava Devora and Rabbi Yerucham ben Yehudis. Biyama Gross, in honor of my father, Alan Gross, for getting me to join the DAF 3 years ago. Famous Alan Gross. Yomin Gutman, in memory of my Zaidi Avram Ben Zev Ben Yitzchak, who's 90 years today. Beisiva. Some should have an aliyah. Yuda Zev.
All right.
Stepsky. The celebration of
what else is missing from that list, Sue?
With Rebelli started last year. Shavuos. Daf Chav Ches. Involved in beautiful. Anonymous of Believer for Shlema for Shemachayim, Ephraim, Benyeta Mindel, Davichak Shakovitsky.
Do you remember when I asked you what else is missing from that list, and then you just silent?
Have an aliyah. Your family should have an achama.
Okay, so what else is missing from that
sponsors
list?
for the month. HYK Ventures in the source for success of all our clients. The Yoman and Daniel Rosenfeld. Bracha B'Parnasa. HYK sponsors monthly innovations LCS, Kisra, Kisibin, the Fega, and
Rivka. I think that's a really good observation.
And DYR. The voice this one you need Kavana today, big time. Before Shlema,
you know,
Ben Basheva Bracha.
Ooh, Mystic River. Hold on. You thought Mystic River is one of the top 15 movies of all time.
The voice exciting daf today. You're gonna love today's daf. Very chromatic and technical, but in the Shmak way. We're holding 3 lines from the bottom of the
All I remember is just
Omar Rabbi Shimon ben Lakish, Shalosh Begima saying,
I didn't think it was that great. I think that
the Begimas Etzim Pesach. You know that you cannot break a bone of the carbon Pesach. Every family or people have to bring a carbon Pesach, but you have to be careful not to break Etzim Pesach. Boy, you're not to break a bone.
Have you seen
what if your knife
cuts the
bone and a little tiny piece chops off the bone? You ruin your over the rest of their rights.
Put that in there.
The Gimas Etzim Pesach. A firstborn male animal goes to the kohen.
Okay.
Provided it doesn't have a mum, but has a mum, as small and as insignificant as a little.
That's a good one.
Missing part of the cartilage of the ear. A little part of the ear is missing. A little gum. You run your finger.
What about?
You didn't even when you look at it. Maybe you didn't even see
the founder.
That's considered a gum, which makes the kohen super happy. Because now he could just bring it and chef it at home. They don't have to bring it to the Beis Hamikdash. And different Gemaras how the Kohanim try to
okay, I can live with
get
that.
dogs to bite it or whatever
You're better
it is.
Than Riser fell asleep there and refuses to watch it.
On the animal's ear, and Shamalef, what's your name? I'm saying Monty, Shamalef and Raveshi. Gimas mum b'tachim. This, says Rashi, is an added mum.
Have you seen Across the Universe, the Beatles musical?
Covers every single mum. Certainly a mum in the heart, a mum in the lungs. What else could there be? Oh, there could be a female mum, meaning in the womb, a little gam in the womb. That enters the womb. That's also female's mum. That's considered a gam. It's not used as sound. This is the Omar Ivasakin. So this brings it back to our sugya. Even a little nick of I'm not crying. So the law doesn't talk about this knife in the how come he only has a list of 3? There should be a list of 4.
I get that. I get what you're saying.
So more I'm talking about things that are only in the Beis Hamikdash, in Korbanos, like the Korban Pesach, Chatos of a Keva, or Zachar. A knife goes also the weekday you could check in outside of the Beis Hamikdash when there's no Beis Hamikdash.
What about?
So a knife is not included in the list. But Kulon, Gimasam Kedei, Gimasam is Be'ach. What's a begam?
Have you seen E.T.?
How much is missing from the ear? As much as will make it mizbeach not kosher.
Would you put E.T. in that bad boy?
Has to be perfect. Has to be smooth. And if something is missing from the mizbeach, you can no longer bring a carbon.
No.
In fact, we had this video. I'll show you. Gonna use some of the older ones.
You wouldn't put ET in that?
Take a look at this. This is the area. Is clear. I got it.
Okay. There were like 5 Tom Hanks movies that you just named in there. Would you put Rain Man in there?
Oh, 50?
Yeah.
The plan worked. Hello.
Okay. Do you think that Tom Cruise deserves an Oscar ever?
You got one?
Alright, so no. At that point, you can't bring your card. Basically.
You know what they didn't put in that top list, but I think they should, and Riser hasn't seen this movie,
You
is
take your nail and you run it down the ear, or let's say the carbon. If it stops, there's a little bump in there. That's the Gima. That's the Gemara, but we see that the Gima is a lot more than a little tiny problem with the nail. Basically, how much is it? It's a whole tefach, not a little tiny nick in the ear. Okay, a whole olive. But where did you get this? The cash.
No, dude, he's low.
He's I want you to pay attention to this video because
he's been Mr. Hollywood for 40 years.
They discard any stone. This is for the building of the any stone that had a little nick in it, even such as your nail.
He's been in risky business.
In the rock.
He was in the outside, like a teen actor. He was a teen heartthrob. He's in Cocktail. He's in Top Gun. He's in Top Gun Maverick. He was in Jerry Maguire. He was in Vanilla Sky. I haven't seen, but I should.
Don't worry, we have new stuff.
That's a really good one.
Alright, so we have the stones. Those stones, the Gima is tiny. And that's what we learned from. That Gima of the stone. The line that they put in, the
recognizes
cement,
that he's so big
either Kizayis
that
or
he can be like a religion if he wants.
So when you look at him as Be'ah,
he was in Eyes Wide Shut. He was in Top Gun Maverick. He was in Mission Impossible. He is Mission Impossible.
Man, he drilled into the Mizbeach. That part has to be a tefach hole or a Kizayis hole. Okay. In the stone, even a mashu, a little tiny nick in the stone, the stones in the Mizbeach, the hole that they put into the form, that has to be perfect, without a single nick. But the line on the outside, even a Kizayis or a tefach, that's a mistake.
What is a good movie?
At least the tefach or at least the Kizayis.
Dude, The Outsiders has like
every
7 really
must
famous
go show
people.
his knife to the Chacham, and if you don't go to the Chacham, you put him in Chayrim. What does that mean? You can't even start with the minion. You don't talk to him. You can't stand in his Daladamas. Whatever you do for a guy that's in Chayrim. Let me top it off. Let me say even more. You put him in Chayrim, but more than that, Ma'avrinale. You gotta get rid of him. In addition to the Nidui, to the Chayrim, we get rid. He can't work anymore as a shaykhah. And we announce on
Emilio
his that it's a
Estevez,
trade.
Charlie
I said
Sheen's
the story
brother.
before, but it's in my Gemara here from last cycle, so I'm gonna say it again. And this explains a lot about my personality. Because I heard the story. Like,
Yeah. Ralph Macchio. Did you know that Emilio Estevez was in Mighty Ducks, and he was, and he's Charlie Sheen's brother?
I just said it. How long ago? Yeah. Okay, but it fits right on over here. So, how long ago? 3 months ago. But for the new guys in the full. Yeah. So just say it. And Chazar Hashem, you'll see if I added a little bit, Kidaki Bakodesh. So it's part of the story. So he found out this monkey business going on with the share over there. He walked into the store, he started talking to the owner, and told him, listen, you gotta stop selling or whatever. So the guy says, get out of here. No, being rough with him. So
what are your thoughts on
from the store by the door, stood there.
Have you seen Top Gun?
And the whole day, as people came, he said, listen, thou verkaufman Kaif. Is that how you say it? Not like that. I don't know. Some who speaks this Deutsch over here? No,
you haven't seen Top Gun?
No, that's in Yiddish. Das ist Yiddish.
Have you seen Top Gun?
Have you seen Risky Business? Anyways, Trey. Now this guy got super upset. No one's coming in that day. So he takes one of his knives. He was running to the front door. He said, "Listen, if you don't move from here, I'm gonna have to kill you." So he said, "Listen,
you know that his
thing that if you flush it on Trefus, you flush it on Ritzifa."
Grandson is Nicolas Cage.
So he pulled out his own knife. He said, "Let's go. I'm not moving. You want to go? You want to duel it out? Let's go." Go.
And
I didn't have a fighting chance. So it explains a lot of stories.
I think that's
one of Nachman's favorite in the subway. Yeah. But we could still leave this here.
And have you ever seen The Rock?
He made across. He says this meat is straight.
That's my bad movie.
Yeah,
no, have
you seen The Rock?
If you come afterwards and you find that there's a nick in the knife, that means all the skins you did beforehand aren't trained. So you got to remove them. You might hold trafus,
that they didn't
show. Remove them, and don't let them work as the shot anymore. And put them in the But if you come and you see this knife is perfect. So what was
I don't want to say family friendly,
he didn't go to the rod. Okay, so he's Mabayish the rabbi.
They just cussed
in the rod. So for that, we put him in Karim only, but we don't remove him from his job. Oh, this is unbelievable. What do? You smear it up with feces, the meat, and even a non-Jew will not buy it. Nobody's going to buy this stuff.
You got to get your keys cut?
Okay, so we have a video for this. You understand?
What does that mean? Oh, you're getting new keys?
If you were an artist, how would you do that? How would you show that?
Okay, well, take care of it,
with a tremendous amount of chachma. You should see 4 kids.
Okay, well, let's keep talking movies. What's your favorite sports movie ever? Have you seen Remember the Titans?
Yeah, I was about to say that, but it's just like cliche. The other cliche answer is
put him in there, Menuda. I love that whole shot.
People say Moneyball.
We are moving out.
I think you would like Moneyball.
Yeah, Brad Pitt and about the Oakland Athletics.
A diaper thing machine.
I mean, there's so many boxing movies that I don't think
Oh, no, that counts. Yeah, it's definitely Rocky. All the Rockies, they're their own thing.
Okay,
but I understand if you don't want to.
There was so
what's your favorite Will Ferrell movie?
Brings down, but today it's a little different. But you think the shoftim every single day they go to the rabbi and stuff? No. Today we have special shoftim. They're learned shoftim. They know halacha well. They are our shoftim. They work in the shtachtos, and that's it. It used to be that every guy, he had a chicken, he took a knife, and he shechted. He learned till the shechita. It became an issue. So then every single person had to check his knife by the rope. But today they said, no, that's it. These are our shoftim. We have 100 shoftim per community for the whole year. So how many shoftim are there? Whatever they are, they get a stempel that they're good. They're good to go. They never have to check the knife by the rope. That's how it works there. So this butcher didn't show his knife to the rope. He didn't bring it to Rav Bar Chinina. Shamte, so Rav Bar Chinina put him in Chayrim, he removed him from his job, he said all his meat is straight. Now it doesn't say whether or not it had a bima, it said it's straight. So one day, these two Rabbanim Ravashi came to Chinina by Rav Bar Chinina. Oh, he says, listen, do me a favor. I was pretty harsh with this guy. I removed him, wasn't his job just now. I said all his meat is straight. I need you to do me a favor. I need to figure out how to get him back in his job. Why? I know Rabbi will say the total very tougher because he has children that are dependent on him. A few times we spoke about if a guy gets a jail sentence. It's a jail sentence. So why is the wife shoulder? Why are the kids shoulder? The bashkin.
What's your favorite?
His bar mitzvahs and all. His wife. For years and years. It's tremendous desire for the mishpacha. We shouldn't know if it's on it. Somebody's sick.
Have you seen Who Framed Roger Rabbit?
Treatments and everything. It's a tremendous burden on the family. Tremendous desire.
Fucking love that movie.
And speaking about it, Baruch takes everything into consideration. It's all considered. It's not like this collateral. No, it's part of it.
They were going to
the plan of the festival.
So it's all written. It's all like
figure it
it's
out.
ready to go.
So back to Ravashi.
I think it was pretty expensive. There's like a.
No, because the Rav could take
they were going to, I think, at the end of the 90s, but then they just ended up not.
So Ravashi took the knife and
I think it had to do with maybe Disney and Warner Brothers not getting along because they needed both Bugs Bunny and Mickey Mouse or something like that.
But what about Rav Bar Chinina that took this guy out of his job? He asked me to find a head guy. This is what I found. I'm just doing the Ratzon of the Rav.
Yeah, that movie's the first time ever that Bugs Bunny and Mickey Mouse are both shown on the big screen at the same time.
Being an animal, it's very sharp, but it's a part of Dusha or a nail that's no longer attached
to the animal.
Person. It's like a knife. It's sharply a knife. It's the first mission we learned the other day. You cannot use Shinayim. You cannot use Tzipar.
Do you know in the future what's going to be bigger, Mickey Mouse or Bugs Bunny?
Why? Because they tear. They don't cut nicely. Says the Gemara Shem Hashem Lekasha. It's not a contradiction with teeth.
Incorrect. Bugs Bunny, because Bugs Bunny has more cartoons than Mickey Mouse does.
That gap.
Mickey Mouse just really has movies that he did way back in the day. Bugs Bunny did like Looney Tunes shorts, and there are way more of those.
Tzipar Lekasha, and you know the kasha on nails. Paul, the Dusha of
So does
when the nail is detached.
Warner Brothers.
Then
they
it's
have
when it's attached to the body. Then it's mechuber and Rebbe holds, and mechuber is hoisel. It's not a good.
What'd you say?
So this is a Mago Kotzer. Beautiful pictures.
Oh, I don't know what that is.
As you can see, if you move this symbol from right to left, so you're not going to have any pulling from the blades. It's going to go smooth over the blade. The blade is going to cut nicely and smoothly. If you go from left to right, so every one of those points is going to pull at the skin and at the simanim, and that's terrible. So if he's walking with it from right to left, the end of it, the pointy part, the end, all the way on the left, that hits the neck of the animal first, and it just slices through the neck. They still say it's kosher. Now, when you read this, you say, what does kosher mean? I can eat it. What does kosher mean? So the Gemara is going to say, no. You can't eat it. Kosher means it's not metama. It removes the nevela from it, but it's not kosher. It's very, very smooth.
What's your favorite?
If you're able to make those points smooth, so there's no back and forth, any direction that you cut with, it's going to slice and not pull, then it's a regular neck.
Favorite cartoon.
Let's get this clear,
like
because
Lion
there's
King
confusion
kind of
all
video.
over Klal Yisrael. Ask people anywhere you want. I saw there's confusion in this particular halacha, and that is a dead cow, a cow that's a kosher animal by design that drops dead in a person's backyard, gives off tumah the same way that a dead horse gives off tumah, the same way a lion gives off tumah, the same way a dead cat gives off tumah. So all animals give off tumah, transmit tumah. There's one animal that doesn't have tumah. And that's a dead cow that was shechted, a dead sheep that was shechted. Those don't have tumah because the shechita removes the tumah. No longer nevela. So says the Gemara, what they still meant that you use this sickle you see on the screen as a shechita device that doesn't allow you to eat it. Why? Because it's a dangerous device. What if you pull it from left to right? Then you tore the simon. I don't lie on you. I don't know who you are and what you are. How easy is it to shut in one smooth motion, one direction? Usually you go back, forth a few times, whatever it is. So
no, he was George of the Jungle.
And then if you're not careful, you're worried that you didn't do a good job in the sound, so you take it back. And you just ruined the shechita. You made it a trade. So you should eating, do not eat.
What about him?
But does it have tumah? No, it doesn't have tumah. That's all I said. That's all we still said. No, you're chirel entire than a velo of vachila asura. Omer of Ashi, I can prove with you. Tony Beishamai Poisel, we still machshir.
Do you like him?
Beishamai say it's possible, and they still say it's kosher. What's kosher? You should say, but like Tony Beishamai Poisel, we still not there.
Yeah, I do too. I feel badly for that kid.
I use the snipe. It's what's
the things they used to say on that TV show?
Says Gemara, wait a minute. If it's really a lashon of tumah, there's a much better word that every one of us in this room would have used, not the lashon kosher.
I can't believe that was like
wow. Tar, tummy and tar. But I'm here. Listen, Beishamim Tam, Beishamim Tam. Hello, you're right. I can't be medayik at all from the wording of the Mishnah. It says kosher. It says mukha. It's all the same thing.
Yeah. That show was kind of.
So how's Rabbi Yochanan know this?
Scandalous.
Rabbi heard it from his Rebbe. Heard it from his Rebbe. Heard it from Basil.
Okay, well,
Basil never said that a sickle makes the animal kosher. Do not use a sickle. If you use it, it's after the fact. It removes the tumor from the animal, but do not eat the animal. Boys, we're going to see a fascinating story here. I want to preface this thing with the kiss of Hashem, as usual.
Good bridge, though.
Those that are involved in MDY see
yeah.
this on a constant basis, and it gives a lot of chizuk. I say it all the time, say it again. We see a pickup.
Yeah,
pickup.
he made up pretty well.
Get a guy like Yoshi to work for MDY. And for years I'm trying to find the Yoshi number 10. He interviewed many people. Get that kind
Who's your favorite child actor?
That has a sense of humor, understands all the nuances. The stuff is funny, schmuck. Very hard. Yad Hashem, the first phone call I ever made, first recommendation basically, Yoshi. Boom. The chulu. I don't want to make it high but every one of our human, every one of our trips. You have a trip to Morocco, and it was on the news. There was a whole basic program in Morocco, and they didn't even have matzah. They didn't have matzah, they didn't have wine. People were fighting over schnitzels. They're literally hitting each other to get a piece of schnitzel for the children. People were starving.
Okay, yeah.
Morocco was a very, very, very difficult place to reach.
Did you like
we actually had an issue, like one of the trucks was stuck at the border for 4 days. But that every single thing went so smoothly that by the Kiddush there were 50. Lloyd Guzman said everybody said I was magzim on the low side. There's 50 types of fish.
But I was older than she was. Maybe we were the same age.
Fish that the guy bought.
I had my mind on like
that everything went. That nobody got sick. Nobody fell. People flew off the TV. A few people fell. Nobody got hurt or injured. And
like if they were on Disney Channel, I just assumed that they were.
Everybody had their bathrobe with the MDY
they were still
logo on it, and then
I want
people
bitches who are
shiurim, Baruch Hashem, there's a few snacks here and there with the shiurim because of the internet, but everything went and Baruch Hashem. Yesterday,
what about Hannah Montana?
Learning, I just peeked at this daf. I said to myself, I gotta ask Benny.
Did you ever watch that show?
A real live kana because we're gonna be learning right now about the kana. I need a real one. Okay, fine. I'll tell him when I see him. Obviously, that didn't happen.
And what did you think of it?
So I saw him, but I didn't know about the kana. So I learned in Paris, in the sitting waiting for the next flight. Everybody's talking to me as usual. I don't have to prepare shir. And I'm trying to learn a word here, a word there, and then I bump into this kana with the kaiva and the whole tabasa gadol. What in the world? Oi! I gotta tell Benny. So Benny's sitting right there. Benny, you gotta get me a kana. He's like, he looks at me and says, it's already 3 o'clock. All the shlach places, all the shechting places are closed in our district. There's not, even if I know somebody, you're done. You know what?
Okay,
It's a Playmobil. The guy that won the $2,000 raffle.
you prefer
He drives
Pokemon
ship them once in a while.
or
Calls him
Digimon?
up. He says, I'm in FIFA now. FIFA? Like, you happen to be by Schlafers.
Do you prefer Pokemon over all cartoons?
We're leaving. It's closed. He says, listen, I need a corner. He turns around to the show and says, give me a corner. He says, there's no corner.
Okay, what do you prefer more than Pokemon?
I'm not driving home until you get me a corner. Give me a corner. The trachea. Give me a corner. I want everything on it. Kids, the guy
Okay,
started
that's
looking for it. They
interesting.
looked
Why
the
Dragon Ball Z?
garbage. I said, a corner. We're not going. Give me a corner. So the guy goes, he finds a head, a whole head. There's one head left. It usually goes through this machine that just chops it up. One head, the final head. He cut it open. He brought us a corner. Then we got a corner. You know, it's beautiful. Yeah, I'm serious. It didn't smell. It's good stuff. Fresh. Yesterday, chef yesterday. You see, Abemis, he told us, he came to the shir last night. He says, you don't understand the Siyat Shemaya. I think it happened to be that I don't drive these guys. It says once a week kind of thing. He called me as I'm pulling away from the shop. We're pulling away. And, because many times you see with the especially with the props, the difference Siyat Shemaya is when I threw the feather and went from here to there. I said it recently that, you know, I tried it later many times. It didn't move. It went over here. Okay, here we go.
Great choice.
It's very nice, Shimon.
So I grew up
Oh, here we go.
I grew up like the really mature dark one. Grew up with the cartoon.
Yeah, dude. What one were you meant? You meant the TV. You meant the.
This is a cow. This is
you
massive.
meant
Massive.
the movie.
Okay. This is the air conditioning pipe. This is what a cow breathes through. Very large. Very, very large. I was surprised myself. This is cartilage, this white thing. What the Gemara is going to talk about, is that the cartilage is not a ring. Right over here, I actually put my finger right in there.
Okay, yeah, it wasn't 60s, it was 80s stuff.
It goes up to here and stops. Up here and stops. Right over here is meat. This, Rabbi says, is the vessel.
Yeah, that's totally true. I remember thinking it was so controversial. There's a part of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles where the movie, dude, when that movie came out,
look how beautiful it is.
It was
now, where
like,
exactly is the slicing? That's today's.
I remember when it came out,
These
I came home from school, and
many rings
it was on, my parents got it for me on video.
We're going to see a
and
shita.
I watched that movie.
It says you have to slice in between the rings.
And they had
right over here,
a thing that was like, in that movie,
it's called the
they're like, they're supposed to be with like the bad guys or whatever, and the bad guys are like
thing that the other rings don't have. It goes
smuggling stuff. And I remember them saying regular or menthol. And I didn't know what that meant, and I kept asking, what's regular or menthol? And my parents were like, you understand when you're older. Not knowing that they were referencing cigarettes. Like, that's the bad part of that movie.
This is called the Adam apple. Right over here. You see the spitz? Zoom in, Gary. Do me a favor.
Maybe they say regular and menthol. Do you remember that scene? I doubt you do.
Okay. Right over here.
It's like
this.
Yeah.
This. If you notice, it goes down.
It's like really green.
It's like a slide.
That's okay. Dude, I remember listening to the song at the end, pretending that I was in Ninja Turtle.
This is what we call the Adam's apple.
Shit
We have
was
that
dope.
spitz in our neck.
Yeah, and that was like the first time they were on.
Okay.
Like you saw them.
So.
Not as a cartoon.
I want to show you this exact thing of how Yoshi did it. It's beautiful.
Massive. Dude,
so now
they made a video game for the
I don't really have it here in front of us.
And the video game was so hard, I still understand not beating it. And I'll watch like the angry video game nerd play it, and he'll like get so pissed off about it because
so that's what
they made it like
I see that the
purposefully too hard to beat.
It's a different color, but here we'll see it. Here's the
There was a thing back in the day that games would make them their games too hard, so that you couldn't beat the whole game over the course of a weekend. Because a lot of people, when you would, like, the games were really expensive. And you would rent them as opposed to buying them, and they'd make them so that they were just difficult enough so that you wouldn't be able to beat it over the course of a weekend. Then you'd go and have to rent it again.
Take a look at this. Inside, I'm going to show you those are the chitim he's pointing at. Tabas Agdoila. Okay. Well, I'm going to run through these so everything is clear before we even look inside, and then the sugi is going to fly. Here's that koiva, this whole thing right over here. We see it over here. That's the koiva and the tapa. The Tabas Agdoila is just another ring, but if you look at it, and I'm going to show it to you clear, that's the Tabas Agdoila. Here's a picture just showing how.
I mean, some you can, but not like Grand Theft Auto. Grand Theft
all the way
Auto
around. There's a little tiny piece of meat that pops out in the bottom of it.
2 or 3
And that's why the Gemara says you can't check on that kana according to that.
Nobody.
Oh, that's what it would look like.
Nobody's beaten Grand Theft Auto in 2 days. No way.
On the other hand, this is the Tabas Agdoila, the final ring. Take a look at it. It's completely
at least 50
from all sides. Come on. What cheer in the world?
Let me check this Fabro.
Yeah, Mama's ring. Now.
Okay, but
take a look at this.
Like, does that mean that you're skipping all of the cut screens and everything?
Here he shafted in between the rings. Did you notice? Look at the green
line. Wait, is that for?
That's okay. According to everybody.
Is that for?
I don't know how you get in between the ring. I guess you feel it. You feel it. Well, you feel it.
Grand Theft Auto 5.
Now here's a guy shafting the actual ring, which is problematic.
Wow. Okay, what about Grand Theft Auto 4?
Right down the middle of a ring, take a look at the line in the middle of the ring. No good. Now let's talk about Agrama. Agrama is that I'm going to cut the Tabas Agdoila, but it's very dangerous to cut over there. Why? It's great. It's the best place to chef. But what if I cut, like, somebody that cuts challah on an angle? You know, he's not the best challah cutter in the world. And by mistake, he goes left and he hits
Are they using cheat codes?
That's called Agrama. Because your shkid has to be nice.
I guess if you know where all of the stuff is stored,
if I veer off, that's
do it really
Agrama.
quickly.
I'm shifting in the wrong spot.
Even still,
I'm
that's
shifting the
really
Kaiva area.
That's like the world record.
No good. Throw this animal out. What if I shifted 51% of the Tabas Agdoila? There, my knife goes. I make a sharp left turn.
Yeah, I was gonna say because it's just the loading alone.
Let's see how that looks.
It takes a long time. Do they include loading in that?
That's perfect. What do I do here? I left a sliver of the ring on both sides. At least on the side closest to the kaiva, I left a sliver. So that's perfect. That's mamish what you need to do.
I mean, but don't some people's
what happens if I do this?
Systems load faster than others, I guess. Maybe.
You know, that's exaggerated. But the point is, I veered off. But in this particular picture, he shifted already arrived. He already had the right of the
super fast.
And from there on, what is he going to shift? What's underneath it? The vessel. This thing underneath. That's okay. So happy. I'm happy that we have these knives. We got most uses out of it from all props.
Right, I'm in agreement.
Okay. So let's see inside. We need to come back to these pictures. Come back, but that's basically the sugya in from the top. What tabas are we talking to, Rabbi Isai? Tabas Agdoila.
Okay.
Tabas Agdoila again.
What's your favorite Batman?
We see over here in the picture with the green line through it. That is the number one tabas, the first tabas, the first ring, and that goes in a complete circle. He shafted it similar to this picture right over here. That there's here's to the left of it. He went right through the entire thing.
The new Batman's voice.
Shkita's a chair, that's a perfect shkita.
If the next movie is
you don't need the entire thing. All you need is like this green thing right over here, most of it.
Batman became the
Some Rabbi Shmuel say about they managed to drop a bomb.
Have you seen?
Rabbi Shmuel Amrita value I love here. Rabbi Yosef review the first of all we pass on Rabbi Yosef review. All you need is a roy. Even if you do agrama, even if you shift it into the
the original Batman from 1989.
And these are words that we're gonna have to come back.
What are your thoughts on it?
My favorite Batman.
He only said that this whole Allah of shifting and roiv and everything is in the Tabas Agdoila.
What is Arkham versus Gotham?
Because it's complete circle. What's
Arkham versus
like I read
Gotham?
It in Paris. It says over here that you cannot do shchita according to him in this part of the comment. Let me see. I don't see it here, so let me raise it up. In the Tabas HaGedolah, you could check. Let's get this off. But this white part over here, you cannot do shechita.
You like that one?
The Rashi says no. What he meant to say is you can't do shechita stamazot, but if you do it in between the rings, that would be okay. I have to be a big mumcha in between the rings. Even I did it in between the rings. That was the easier way to do it. In between the rings. Okay.
Okay, that's a
question. Why? What? No. You don't have to. You can't do shechita in the other rings. What do you mean? Even this animal right here was shechted in the rings. Now I don't know if it's in between because I see nice cartilage. So according to this sheet, there would be no good shechita. Right? Look at the cartilage. You see the cartilage right there. I mean, obviously he shechted the actual ring. To me, it looks like that. Okay. Says the Gemara, but my year is maybe the Oimer. Stop your touch on the base. Here, we stop here. Here's the question. It says shechting in the other rings. These rings do not have a complete circle. Oil of Kibbutz is right akana. Does a chair. Since this is a roy, Rubik Kula is good shech. If I make a left turn, I hit the koyva psula.
He's also
he did shechita on the Tabas HaGedolah, and then he veered off. He steered off into the koyva, into this part.
Okay. You like the Joker?
No, this one. He veered off into this part right over here. That's no good. Hey, do
you like Mr. Freeze?
And Chanina, Benedina said on this veering cheek shera. Says Rashi.
Arnold Schwarzenegger did a really good job.
Even if you
stay cool. Yeah, dude, he was amazing.
Lamala means towards this way. So even if you are completely past the Tabas HaGedolah,
good talking,
provided that you're not at this point on, you're not by the Adam's apple line. If you get it in the koyva from the Adam's apple to the left towards the kana, then you're okay. Even if you're past the Tabas HaGedolah. Tabas HaGedolah is here. You shifted over here. You're okay. Yeah. I don't know what a centimeter is, but yeah. Yeah, from the Adam's apple on the koyva, because the koyva is actually up to here. This is the Adam's apple. So from the Adam's apple to here, no good. From the Adam's apple on the koyva to this way is good, even though you didn't touch any of the Tabas HaGedolah. Why? When the Torah, because Moshe told Moshe Rabbeinu on Har Sinai that agrama cutting into the koyva is no good. This is the koyva. Do we see it or not? I just need to make sure that we see this koyva perfectly. Oh, now I can see it. Right over here. This guy. Oops. Shiba koyva. It goes like this. There's like a slide. You guys see it perfect? I don't know if it's good enough. Oh, that's a better one. Right over here. From here downwards, no good. From here this way, it's cartilage. Yeah, this is cartilage moving. Very cartilage. Okay.
Dude, your mic's still on.
Oh. So the question is...
Dude, your mic's still on.
Rabbi Shmuel say that if you chef in anything, look, Rabbi Shmuel say if you chef over here, it's mamish pasul, it's treif. Over here we see Bashem Shar Kabois, that it's a good. What? No, but because they're not good Kabois. They explain that it doesn't go around in a circle, whatever that means. It's not a corner, fine, it's not a corner, because look, it doesn't have cartilage all the way around. No, nothing to do with the grama. It's not, it's shifting a leg. You shift the leg of a cartilage, like grama. Okay, so yeah, exactly, it's not the place. But if you shift between the corner, it's okay, fine. So Gemara, Omer Rav Yosef, Rav Yosef, reviewed the Tartik Omar. There's two halachas that Rav Yosef said. Rabbi Shmuel said, be a little further. Rabbi Shmuel, we're only talking about one part of Rav Yosef in the Mishnah. Then what? One halacha is that if you chef most of the Tabas HaGedolah, we said 51% of the Tabas HaGedolah, you're good. Even if you did have grama, and you shift it into that Chayva thing, you're okay. The other halacha that Rabbi Yosef talks about in the Mishnah is the other tabais. He holds the other rings, the rest of the air conditioning pipe is okay. And Rabbi Shmuel argue on that. Well, they argue on one thing and they agree with one thing. As the Gemara, the lashon of here, look at the lashon on the Rav. You don't have to turn the page; it's right here. They're explaining what Rabbi Yosef said. It's one halacha they're talking about. Where do you see two halachas here? This is what they meant. Halacha, we only agree to one of the two halachas. They're pointing out one of the halachas because they only agreed in that halacha. We don't agree that you can do shchita in the other rings. He came out with a tremendous chutzpah. He was just getting out sponsorship. But he has much. He has to put him in his place. Adar Global Specialist in International Financial Services, Chaim Milrad, Wishnachim Mirosi Prabal, Tobasi Sokolea Shola. Oh, you know what? I told him to do this. He worked on it. Why wouldn't they show this? Here's the shayva. Here's that spitz. You see where there's the dotted purple line? That's the point. Check this out. If you shift to the right of it, this is closer to the rest of the rings. Green. It's great. From that spitz downward, it's all red. Perfect. Now I see it great. That's great. I made him crazy at 11 o'clock at night to do this. On the screen. Oh, thank you very much for work. Okay. It's funny that I could just touch this, and this was in a cow's head, walking around and yesterday eating grass, and then okay, when you don't know, and then you can eat steak from it. Zog the Gemara. How long are we in? We're 53 minutes. Shabbos is going to be sorry, guys. I need to start. Shabbos except the before. Yisrael Zera comes to Eretz Yisrael. Let's think about this for a second. Zera comes from Bavel. What do they do in Bavel? The boy said, what do they do in Bavel? They don't eat shkita over there. Makuleh, Shalom Aleichem. Mata, I'm going to deal in there. Both ways are silent. Wow. Okay, you got me nervous. I thought you told me to go to the Oh, man, my elephant. Okay. Kisola Grib Zera. That's it, my part. Kisola Grib Zera. Oh, I gotta tell you about this essay. Oh, it's the best. It's the best line ever. Kisola Grib Zera, I forgot what it stands for. Situational awareness. Situational awareness is mainly a boy side. You get on a plane, there are other people there, you don't think you have a sandwich in front of everybody. There's certain things, situational awareness. You don't flip your situational awareness. Once you know this matzah thing, this guy lacks a little bit of it. This guy doesn't. So some situations he does, he doesn't. Okay? Geez, you were waiting a whole week to say that. You're screaming at the screen. Yisrael gives Zera, Ocham Mugremes Rav Shmuel. Mugremes Rav Shmuel. What's Mugremes Rav Shmuel? That they said that if you cut into the tabas, you don't go into the tabas, you steer off, you go into the koiva, no good. Arilei. That's another ring. Mugremes is not. Yeah. Okay, fine. Made a mistake. You're right. Yesterday I said it well. Today not. Rabbi Shmuel says the other rings are not good. Even though it says mamish the words in my Gemara. Okay. Omar Lehi, Aralei. Live Maasi, what's funny? So whatever. I get one off. Omar Lehi, live Maasi, Rabbi Shmuel, I don't understand. You come from Bubble. In Bubble, they don't eat from these rings over here. Speaking these rings no good. You come there, so all of a sudden you become the Mako. I'm a little manamora. Why should I care about that? Yosef Achia. Oh, there's Achia of a Kuli Al Megomer. He's not a medactic. He said Allah. He heard it from somebody. He heard it once in Shul, and he said it over. It's as if you can't eat it from this part of the animal. No, I don't go with that. Shomer Rav Yosef, who said that he's not a medactic, heard about this ikbah. Because he said, Omar, I learned from everybody. I know Rav Yehuda Gamirna. I learned from the top of the top. The Talmud of Rav and Shmuel. The film is fake the Gabi Garish. He's so medactic, Rav Yehuda, that even if he forgets who told it to him, he says over both names. I don't know if I heard this. The famous Omar Rav Yehuda, Omar Rav. Omar Rav Yehuda, Omar Shmuel. All over Shas. Over here he says, Omar Rav Yehuda, Omar Rav, Omar Shmuel. I don't know who I heard it from. So he's so medactic to say the Shmuel. So of course he's going to say the halacha itself perfectly. We had it on number Aleph. You have a firstborn male. It has a little mum, so then the coin benefits from it. Who decides if it's mum or not? Even 3 people. Okay, so you heard it. You heard from Rav, you heard from Shmuel. Let's say you come from America to Israel. And in Ma'ariv they don't say Baruch Hashem Lo'elam. So what do? According to this Gemara, well, I know you do, but maybe according to this Gemara you should say Baruch Hashem Lo'elam. And then you should be marking on the Birkas Kehillah, because you do the Chumrah of Eretz Yisrael, you do the Chumrah of America and Shema Yisrael. So you got to do the Chumrah of both. If you come from Nahar Dad to Pukuk Disa, from the Chayza to wherever, Surah, thank you, then, okay, then you have to be marking on all your Chumrahs from place to place. And from Eretz Yisrael, you come from Neivak to Yerushalayim, etc. Great. If you come from Chutzards, in Eretz Yisrael to Babel, or one direction from Eretz Yisrael to Babel, then you have to keep all your minhagim from Eretz Yisrael. Our Babel Eretz Yisrael is similar to what we have today. Not 100%, but maybe more. You can say more Allah comes out from Eretz Yisrael, more of the Paiskin. So we, the Chutzards, we bow down to the Allah of Eretz Yisrael. I'm going to give us out. So when I come to Eretz Yisrael, I'm going to do exactly like them. I'm going to eat from the shechita from this part. You could even go from Babel to Yisrael and Milech the Dai Dilasa. What? Yeah. When it's only not we have today, people don't come from Aliyah, they just come for Sufis or something. So if you have a mind to go back, then you have to be time all your minhagim. Maybe that's Mamash Sugya that you have to keep to the Yom when you're in Eretz Yisrael. Why? Because you think about going back. Well, the Zayri Dadlav Rabbi made a full Aliyah. How do I know he made a full Aliyah? Because he fasted 100 Tanesim so he could forget how to learn like a Babylonian. He wanted to know how to learn like Eretz Yisrael. So he's there to stay. Pick up the Menagim. Only one day he got Rabbanon who came from a Chayza. They're the ones who say what? That you're allowed to chef in the Kana. Amr Zayn was not in the